In a cutthroat world of business, Yuchen is king. His wife, Qiao Xingran, is nothing but a pitiful stand-in, scorned by all. For 3 years, he never looked her way, and even the servants treated her like dirt. The day she is diagnosed with terminal cancer, she snaps. She chains him to their bed and forces him to consummate their marriage. But when she opens her eyes again, a new soul awakens within her, the soul of a seductive queen from another world. Now, Qiao Xingran only wants one thing: a divorce and a hefty alimony to start her new life. She signs the papers without a second thought. Yet, the husband who once despised her tears up the agreement. Want a divorce? Yuchen growls. Unless I'm dead. A dangerous smile plays on her red lips. Then go die, she whispers. Little does she know, the man has been utterly obsessed since the very night she was reborn, the night he got a taste of a passion that would haunt him forever. Chapter 1. Reborn in Chains. Qiao Xingran, get off me. The roar was raw, guttural, tearing from a throat strained with fury. Yuchen fought against the steel chains securing his wrists to the ornate bedposts. The metal bit into his skin until blood welled and dripped. The eyes that could make corporate titans tremble now blazed with pure, undiluted hatred, fixed on the woman straddling him. Qiao Xingran, I will kill you for this. A sharp, splitting pain like her skull was cracking open. Qiao Xingran's eyes flew open, a flash of cold, alien light within them. The glare from an unfamiliar crystal chandelier swam in her vision. This wasn't right. She had been cornered, blown to pieces by assassins from the 100 Leaves sect. She should be dead. Qiao Xingran. His voice was a thunderclap against her senses. She looked down, and her borrowed body went rigid. There he was, the mighty Yuchen, bound spread eagle to his own bed by reinforced chains. And she was perched on his hips, clad in a scandalously transparent lace negligee. The night breeze teased the sheer curtains, revealing faint, telling marks on her pale skin. Memories, not her own, flooded her mind in a dizzying torrent. Rebirth. This body, sharing her name, belonged to a wretched soul. A stand-in wife, untouched after 3 years of marriage, recently handed a death sentence, terminal cancer. In a final, desperate act, the original Qiao Xingran had drugged and chained her own husband, hoping for one last connection. And in the moment before success, she, the seductive queen from a distant star, had taken over. Ugh, she tried to move, to get off him, but an invisible, powerful force held her in place. The previous owner's lingering obsession was too strong. 2 consciousnesses warred within the fragile vessel, a pain so acute it made her fingers tremble. If this continued, the body would break. Was forcing yourself on me your last resort? Yuchen snarled, yanking uselessly against his restraints. The chains rattled a mocking symphony. He, who had never known a moment's helplessness, had been violated by the one woman he loathed most. You disgust me. Well, I'm using her body now. The new Qiao Xingran murmured to the fading spirit within. Let me fulfill your wish, and then you can let go. Deal? Miraculously, the internal storm began to subside. A slow, sensual smile curved her lips. In the galaxy she once ruled, who hadn't heard of her name, a mere man was nothing. With a deliberate flick of her wrist, she unpinned her hair, letting a cascade of dark silk tumble down her back. She rolled her shoulders, a gesture of lazy power, and brought her little finger to trace the fullness of her own lips. Then she leaned forward, her soft weight pressing him deeper into the mattress, her ample curves flush against his chest. Tonight her whisper was a hot, promising breath against his ear. You are mine. Yuchen's pupils dilated. This siren with sin in her voice and fire in her touch. Was this the same timid, mousy Qiao Xingran? She didn't let him finish. Her mouth captured his, her tongue plunging deep in a conquering kiss. Her fingertips trailed down the hard planes of his abdomen, and she felt the unmistakable tremor that rocked his frame. You say no, she chuckled, the sound low and husky. She snatched the silk tie from his discarded clothes and shoved it between his teeth. But your body tells a different story. A muffled groan was his only reply. The last shreds of his resistance dissolved under the tidal wave of sensation she unleashed. Later, in the aftermath, Qiao Xingran lay spent among the tangled sheets. The desperate yearning of the original soul had finally been quelled, its voice gone silent. Release me. His voice was hoarse, wrecked. She merely tapped the intricate locks on the manacles. With a definitive click, the solid steel chains fell away. Good. A fraction of her divine power remained. A wave of blackness surged behind her eyes, and she succumbed to exhausted oblivion. Yuchen rubbed his raw wrists, his gaze burning into the woman's sleeping form. The chains he had struggled against all night in vain, she had opened them with a touch. He scrambled from the bed, pulling on his shirt with hurried, angry motions. He snatched the already signed divorce agreement from the nightstand and flung it onto the pillow beside her. "Sign it. We're done." Clutching his sore lower back, the man staggered from the room, his pride in tatters. Moonlight fell upon Qiao Xingran's peaceful face. No one saw the faint, golden light that still shimmered around her fingertips. Chapter 2. The Price of Freedom. Morning sun cut sharp lines through the gaps in the heavy curtains. Bang! The bedroom door slammed open, followed by the clatter of a mop bucket hitting the floor. The maids marched in, cleaning with aggressive, noisy strokes, deliberately flicking dirty water towards the bed. "I am sleeping," Qiao Xingran stated, her eyes opening. A glint of sharp winter ice shone within them. "Get out. Can't sleep? Take a pill," the head maid, Xiao Hu, sneered, not even bothering to look at her. "Some of us have real work to do." But this was the seductive queen. She threw the duvet aside. The thin silk of her chemise clung to every dangerous curve. As her long, shapely legs carried her across the room, the maids watched, their faces tight with envy. "Did I give you permission to be this familiar?" Her voice was deceptively soft. Xiao Hu snorted. "So the master spent the night?" "Big deal. He signed the divorce." "He is my husband." Qiao Xingran cut her off, her tone final. "Do I need to prove my claim to you? Everyone knows you trapped him into marriage. He doesn't even." Before she could finish, Xiao Hu found her feet leaving the ground. Qiao Xingran single-handedly grabbed the maid by her collar and hurled her through the open doorway like a bag of garbage. Before the other maids could even gasp, they were following suit, tumbling out into the hallway in a heap of shrieks and flailing limbs. Their cries echoed down the corridor. "You take my money, yet you slap my face?" Qiao Xingran leaned casually against the doorframe, a cold smile on her lips. "Pack your things. You're fired. You can't. If I see any of you here again," her gaze turned glacial, promising unimaginable terror. "I'll feed you to the sharks." She slammed the door shut. Silence, blessed and absolute, returned. "She's insane. The mistress has lost her mind." The panicked whispers filtered through the wood. That afternoon, Qiao Xingran studied her reflection in the vanity mirror. The original owner had possessed a stunning face, yet hid it behind frumpy, aging clothes and severe hairstyles. She undid the tight bun, using a curling iron to craft soft, languid waves. She then picked a figure-hugging cherry-red dress from the closet. The divorce agreement lay waiting on the nightstand. Yuchen, the ruthless king of business. In 3 years of marriage, he could count his visits home on one hand, and each was a masterclass in humiliation. And she got cancer over a man like this? Pathetic. She scanned the terms. Generous enough, she mused aloud. This money would serve as compensation for 3 wasted years. Her phone buzzed. "Scumbag lawyer," flashed on the screen. "I've signed the papers," she said, preempting him. "Tell your boss to meet me at the civil registry tomorrow at 8. Sharp." She hung up before he could respond. She picked up a pen, scrawling her name in a messy, unfamiliar script. Now she needed to find a way back to her home planet. She closed her eyes, trying to summon a thread of her divine power. A flicker of gold sparked at her fingertips, but then a coppery taste filled her mouth. She doubled over, blood spraying from her lips onto the carpet. No, this body was too weak, too broken. The assassins from 100 Leaves could find her at any moment. Survival came first. Hunger, a deep, gnawing emptiness clawed at her insides. She stumbled to the kitchen, leaning heavily on the wall for support. Throwing open the refrigerator, her eyes lit up at the sight of all the raw ingredients. She grabbed a package of raw beef, ready to sink her teeth into it. "Madam, no." The chef lunged and snatched it from her grasp. "You can't eat that raw." She reached for a live lobster next. Again, he intercepted her. When he took the last raw egg from her hand, Qiao Xingran finally snapped. "Am I truly so despised that I'm not even allowed to eat? It's all raw. Let me cook it for you." The chef pleaded, eyeing her with nervous terror. The rumors from this morning were true. The mistress had well and truly lost her mind. Qiao Xingran collapsed into a dining chair, listless as a stranded fish. When the aroma of seared steak hit her nostrils, her whole being perked up. 1 plate, 2 plates, 3 plates. The tower of empty plates she left behind had the staff whispering in shock. Burp, she patted her comfortably full stomach, giving the chef a genuine, appreciative thumbs up. "It's a shame," she sighed dramatically. "I'm getting divorced tomorrow. I'll miss your cooking." Leaving the stunned maids in her wake, she hummed a strange, alien tune and headed back to her room. The mistress is definitely insane. The staff chorused in unified belief. High up in his corporate tower, Yuchen replayed the security feed from the kitchen, his expression unreadable. Chapter 3. A New Kind of Madness. Cough, cough. Another spray of crimson blood stained the expensive bathroom rug. Qiao Xingran braced herself against the cool marble sink, her body racked with coughs. This mortal shell was like a punctured vessel, leaking the immense power it was never meant to hold. The assassins of the 100 Leaves could strike at any moment. She needed to regain her strength, and fast. Hunger. It was a constant, hollow ache. She staggered into the kitchen, her movements unsteady. The sight of raw meat in the fridge made her eyes gleam with primal need. "Madam, please." The chef rushed over, deftly retrieving the raw steak from her grasp. "This isn't safe to eat like this." Qiao Xingran's shoulders slumped, a picture of utter misery. "I'm starving to death here. I'll cook it. Right now," he assured her, firing up the stove, his movements frantic. The sizzle of the steak meeting the hot pan was like a siren song. Qiao Xingran perked up, settling at the kitchen island like an obedient puppy waiting for a treat. When the chef finally presented her with a perfectly cooked steak, she devoured it. Then she had another, and another. The pile of empty plates that accumulated drew gasps and wide-eyed stares from the household staff. The mistress just ate enough for 10 people. Does she have some kind of eating sickness? Qiao Xingran dabbed her mouth delicately with a napkin, a picture of refined satisfaction. She bestowed a brilliant, thankful smile upon the flustered chef. "After the divorce tomorrow, I'll have to move out," she said, her tone carrying a genuine note of regret. "I'll miss this." Under the collective, bewildered gaze of the staff, she hummed her strange, otherworldly melody and retreated to her room. "Insane," a young maid whispered, her voice trembling. "The mistress has absolutely, completely lost her mind." Penthouse office, Yi Corporation. Yi Yuchen sat in the dim light, the security footage playing on a loop on his massive screen. His lawyer stood nervously before the imposing desk, placing the document before him. "The mistress has signed, sir." And she, made some adjustments to the asset division terms. Yi Yuchen's eyebrow arched. A cynical smirk touched his lips. "What? Does she want to leave with nothing to play the victim and win sympathy?" "Quite the opposite, sir. She's demanding 3 additional villas and a monthly alimony of 1 million. Yi Yuchen picked up the agreement, his eyes scanning the messy, childish scrawl that passed for her signature. "Yesterday, she'd rather die than sign. Today, she can't wait to be rid of me for a price." The mistress also specified tomorrow at 8. "Get out." The lawyer didn't need to be told twice, nearly tripping in his haste to escape. Alone, Yi Yuchen ran his thumb over the smudged ink of her signature. Had her hand been shaking when she signed? He tugged irritably at his tie. He should feel relieved, finally free of this troublesome burden he'd been saddled with. So why did his chest feel so tight and uncomfortable? "Her handwriting is atrocious," he muttered, tossing the document aside with disdain. Yet his eyes were drawn back to the live security monitor. On the screen, the woman was sprawled on her bed, kicking her bare, pale feet in the air as she happily counted a stack of cash she'd apparently procured from somewhere. Suddenly, she went still, her head lifted sharply, and her eyes, sharp and perceptive, locked directly onto the hidden camera as if she could see right through the lens. Yi Yuchen jolted back in his chair, an uncanny feeling crawling down his spine. She knew. Chapter 2. Divorce in the early morning. Qiao Xingran was soundly asleep when the door to her room swung open, accompanied by a cacophony of noises. She opened her cold eyes and glared at the women before her, declaring, "I'm trying to sleep. Leave? Not our concern. If you can't sleep, take sleeping pills." "We have cleaning to do," retorted the maid with audacity. Had it been the original owner, she would have felt utterly wronged and gotten out of bed. After all, in this household, Qiao Xingran's standing was non-existent. However, she was different. She was the queen of her planet, dressed in alluring lingerie. Qiao Xingran descended from her bed and strode toward them, her long, shapely legs evoking envy and admiration. "Have I granted you permission to speak?" she coldly inquired. The maids were momentarily taken aback. It was the first time they had heard Qiao Xingran confront them. The lead maid, Xiao Hu, raised her chin dismissively, responding with sarcasm. "Do you think that just because the master spent the night in your room, your relationship has changed? Dream on. I am married to your husband. What needs to change? Who doesn't T know you wed into the Yi family through cunning?" "The master does not love you," Xiao Hu remarked, undeterred by the confrontation. As this would not be her last. "Very well." Qiao Xingran's eyes glimmered with a menacing light, sending shivers down the spines of the maids. "If he does not love me, does he love you? Do you think you are worthy?" She humiliated them. Without allowing them a chance to respond, she asserted dominantly, "You take my money and throw disdain in my face? Do you think this household cannot function without you few maids? Pack your things and get out." "Humph." As if you, the maid could not finish her sentence before Qiao Xingran, with the force of shot put, hurled him out. A scream echoed, "How laughable! These lowly beings. Let me see you thrown into the sea to feed the sharks. If anyone dares to disturb my sleep again, I shall have them minced for the dogs." With that, she closed the door and returned to her bed to continue sleeping. Madness. Qiao Xingran had truly lost her mind. Whispers of her insanity began to circulate. When Qiao Xingran finally awoke again, it was already midday. After freshening up, she sat before the mirror, her hands caressing her cheeks. Though lacking her own unparalleled beauty, the original owner possessed a visage worthy of admiration. Yet her attire was overly matronly and dreadfully simplistic, transforming a charming young girl into a woeful matron. Qiao Xingran fashioned her hair into glamorous waves and donned the youngest outfit she could find. Her gaze fell upon the divorce agreement resting on the bedside table. The original owner's husband, Yuchen, was a wealthy scoundrel. For 3 years of marriage, he had scarcely returned home, and even when he did, he would not speak to Qiao Xingran. Alas, the original owner had foolishly fawned over him, desperately seeking a sliver of affection, nearly sacrificing her own life for a man. How absurd! Qiao Xingran picked up the divorce agreement, scrutinizing the text word by word. It's not too shabby. At least it's generous, she mused, offering a subtle praise. This sum shall be deemed a fee for 3 years of my youth. She accepted it. At that moment, her phone rang, displaying the name of her lawyer. It was undoubtedly a reminder about the divorce. Without allowing the other party a chance to speak, she boldly declared, "I have signed the divorce agreement. Come retrieve it yourself. I shall see you at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau at 8 tomorrow morning." With that, she hung up decisively, and after much effort, she completed her tasks. What lay ahead for her? She must devise a way to return to her own planet. Having adjusted her state of mind, she began to act with intent. At the Yi Corporation, the lawyer entered with the divorce agreement, a complex expression adorning his face. Is she still unwilling to sign? Yi Yuchen set aside the documents in hand, his face betraying no emotion, starkly contrasting with the fury and anger from the previous night. "No, Madam has already signed." The lawyer cautiously observed the man, hesitating to continue. "She has also stipulated an appointment for tomorrow morning at 8 for the divorce proceedings. It appears she is eager to finalize the separation." Yi Yuchen furrowed his brow, his expression frozen in astonishment. Just yesterday, she had vehemently refused to divorce him, her face pale with distress at the thought. Yet today, she was so readily agreeable. What scheme was Qiao Xingran concocting this time? Chapter 3. Qiao Xingran has gone mad. Mr. Yi. The madam has amended the terms for asset division. The lawyer's words interrupted Yi Yuchen's thoughts. She seeks to portray herself as a victim, aiming for a clean break? He scoffed. This was Qiao Xingran's style, cleverly scheming while feigning an innocent demeanor. It was truly vexing. "No, the madam finds your offered sum insufficient," the lawyer awkwardly clarified before handing the divorce agreement to him. Yi Yuchen took the document, reading the lines inscribed upon it. 3 additional houses, 1 for personal residence, 2 for rental, and a monthly alimony in 6 figures. By the way, the houses I refer to are grand villas. He enunciated each demand. Qiao Xingran was indeed unyielding. Just yesterday, she had adamantly refused a divorce, yet now, with the promise of financial compensation, she was ready to part ways? Such principles she held, no matter how much she professed her love for him, even claiming she would sacrifice herself for him. Nothing could outweigh the allure of wealth. Her affection was rendered worthless in the face of monetary gain. The lawyer cautiously stole glances at Yi Yuchen's expression, hesitant to utter a word. Logically, the signing of the divorce by the madam should warrant a celebration for Mr. Yi, especially after such a prolonged entanglement. Or was it that Mr. Yi was reluctant to part with 3 properties? The wealthier one becomes, the more miserly they tend to be, the lawyer mused inwardly. He refrained from voicing his doubts, unwilling to believe that Qiao Xingran would simply walk away with the money. After all, she had once gone to great lengths to marry him. No, the lawyer snapped back to reality, hastily shaking his head in response. Yi Yuchen grasped the divorce agreement with a firm hand, an inexplicable agitation gnawing at him, a feeling he had never experienced before. After the lawyer's departure, He sat alone in the office, his gaze devoid of warmth. The transformation from last night to today was astounding. He cast another glance at the divorce agreement, confirming his signature, yet a sense of joy eluded him. The document was tossed aside and picked up repeatedly. After a prolonged moment, Yuchen coldly remarked, "The handwriting is truly atrocious." Subsequently, he tugged at his tie and buried himself in work, dismissing the matter from his mind. Suddenly, a spray of crimson blood erupted from Qiao Xingran as she coughed violently. She was trapped, her strength depleted, unable to escape her confines. Her body felt alarmingly frail, but her will was resolute. She sensed that Bai Yi knew she was still alive. The assassins who sought her demise would inevitably return. She must fortify her body. She could not afford to die again. With determination, she leaned against the wall and made her way to the kitchen. Opening the refrigerator, she gasped in delight. The provisions far surpassed those on her home planet. The taste of meat beckoned her. Grabbing a piece of raw beef, she was about to take a bite when the chef rushed in, snatching the meat away. "Madam, you are too precious to cook for yourself," he admonished. She then reached for a chicken breast, only to have it taken from her as well. Steaks, pork chops, and Australian lobsters were all seized from her grasp. When the last egg was snatched away, Qiao Xingran erupted in frustration. "Even if I am not favored, surely I deserve some meat," she lamented. "Madam, are you hungry?" The chef inquired. "Of course. Who comes to the kitchen to bathe, if not hungry?" She snapped, feeling her strength wane, as if she might collapse at any moment. The body she inhabited was in dire straits. "These ingredients are raw. I will cook for you. Please wait outside," the chef said cautiously, occasionally glancing at Qiao Xingran. After all, rumors abounded that her husband, driven mad by her antics, was seeking a divorce. Others speculated that she was feigning insanity to avoid the divorce. Initially skeptical, she now found herself questioning the veracity of such claims. Qiao Xingran had forgotten that food here required preparation. "I will wait for you," she replied, returning to the dining table, slumping like a defeated creature. As the enticing aromas wafted through the air, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. 1 dish, 2 dishes, 3 or 4. The table was soon piled high with plates, leaving the maids in astonishment. With a contented burp, Qiao Xingran felt satiated. Having eaten her fill, sleep beckoned. Rising, she gave a chef a thumbs up. "Continue this standard in the future." "Oh, but no need. I'm divorcing tomorrow." "What a pity, for you shall no longer cook for me." She retreated to her room to rest. "The madam has lost her mind." The maids gasped, their surprise mirrored not only in their faces but also in the man watching the video. Chapter 4. The Hand-Torn Little Hussy. Yuchen replayed the video repeatedly. Was Qiao Xingran human or a pig? In the past, dining with him was a leisurely affair, akin to counting grains of rice. Now, he appears ready to devour the bowl whole. After signing the divorce agreement, the lady's appetite has notably improved. Suddenly, Assistant Ding Weihuan remarked. And though Yuchen's expression remained largely inscrutable, a trace of gloom was discernible. Nevertheless, the sight of this woman voraciously consuming her meal was quite unforgettable. Suddenly, a memory struck. Having once witnessed Qiao Xingran mistreating her grandparents on surveillance footage, his expression hardened. "Investigate Qiao Xingran for me. I wish to know her every move over the past month," Yuchen commanded coldly. "Yes." Ding Weihuan promptly departed to conduct the investigation. Yuchen was determined to uncover Qiao Xingran's intentions, eager to ascertain whether that woman had remained obedient since that incident. In the early morning, Qiao Xingran felt somewhat revitalized. After her morning routine and applying a light touch of makeup, she grabbed her identification and arrived at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Time passed, and by 9:30, Yuchen was still nowhere to be seen. Another hour slipped by, yet still no sign of him. Anxious about the divorce, she found herself unable to reach him by phone. By noon, with the Civil Affairs Bureau staff having finished for the day, she had yet to see Yuchen. Frustrated, she relied on the original owner's memories to make her way to the Yi group. At the front desk, Sun Xiaoli feigned a stumble as she noticed Qiao Xingran's presence. The original owner had been the target of Sun Xiaoli's cruel pranks before. She would often send humiliating photos to her journalist friends, tarnishing the reputation of Mrs. Yi. As a result, Yuchen had nearly barred Qiao Xingran from the company altogether. The scoundrel despised her for the embarrassment, yet failed to reprimand the true instigator. Truly despicable. Occupying the original owner's body, indulging in her delicacies, and sharing the bed with her unfaithful husband, a reckoning was due. Qiao Xingran set her bag down and lifted the coffee table. In the next moment, she brought it crashing down onto Sun Xiaoli's foot. A piercing scream echoed through the office. "This is a workplace. Spare me your theatrics," Qiao Xingran remarked coldly, her gaze filled with disdain. "Get out. You're not allowed in. Seeing you makes Mr. Yi nauseous," Sun Xiaoli retorted, retracting her injured foot, revealing a bleeding wound. "Is one wound insufficient? I can help you with a few more," she warned. After her declaration, Qiao Xingran strode past her. Sun Xiaoli, dragging her bleeding leg, attempted to block her again. "You should know that I decide who gets in. Mr. Yi listens to me," she boasted. How deeply insecure had the original owner been? Allowing a mere receptionist to act with such arrogance? Or was it Yi Yuchen's indulgence? "I'm doing you a favor," Qiao Xingran replied with a playful smile. Yet her eyes radiated a terrifying light. Sun Xiaoli leaned backward and fell to the ground. "Madam, the CEO is indeed in a meeting. Please wait a moment. You will be allowed in shortly. If you are still unsatisfied, feel free to continue hitting me. I can endure it," she said, tears cascading down her cheeks. Truly a sight to behold. Slap, slap, slap. 3 resounding slaps echoed in the air, followed by Qiao Xingran twisting Sun Xiaoli's faux chin, feeling it misalign. "Though I possess a cruel nature, I am also remarkably kind-hearted. I will certainly fulfill your requests. Should I continue to strike you?" she teased. Sun Xiaoli trembled. Her voice quivering, "CEO, I am fine. It is my fault." She lifted her gaze to see Yi Yuchen striding towards her, his face darkened. The man observed everything with a magnetic yet displeased voice. "Qiao Xingran, who permitted you to act in such a manner? Are your eyes and ears blind and deaf? Did you not hear that she instructed me to strike her?" She retorted with bravado. "CEO, it hurts." Sun Xiaoli convulsed, her small hands clutching the man's ankle. As long as she could touch any part of his body, she felt a sense of fulfillment. "What brings you here?" Yi Yuchen shifted his foot closer to Qiao Xingran. Sun Xiaoli missed her grasp. However, Qiao Xingran disdainfully stepped back, widening the distance between them. Chapter 5. Do not say you cannot bear part with me. Yi Yuchen's eyes radiated skepticism. Was Qiao Xingran looking down upon him? Since when did it become her right to do so? If she truly disdained him, why was last night merely a task? Qiao Xingran coldly shot him a significant glare. Accusing, "I have come to ask you to divorce me. Were we not supposed to meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 8:30? I have been waiting for you all morning." Prior to this, Yi Yuchen had never encountered such an attitude from Qiao Xingran. She had always been gentle. This current demeanor was indeed somewhat unsettling. Why the urgency now? Where were you when I wanted a divorce? Yi Yuchen felt an inexplicable surge of anger. "You said that was in the past. I was foolish then, believing that by fawning over you, I could win your heart, convinced you were exceptional in every way. However, after yesterday, I genuinely believe you are quite ordinary in certain aspects. Despairing, I no longer wish to continue. We are adults, after all, you understand." Qiao Xingran's indifferent and contemptuous gaze pierced through him like a sharp blade, striking directly at his heart. This foolish man dared to find fault with her in bed. Divorce. Stop dragging it out like a woman. Finish your meal, and let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Qiao Xingran said, her patience wearing thin. "What is your purpose?" Yi Yuchen inquired, stepping closer to confront her. "As you wish," she replied, coldly and simply. Indeed, divorce was his desire. Yet, witnessing the man's hesitation, Qiao Xingran mocked. "What? Are you reluctant at a crucial moment? Have you suddenly realized the merits of having me as a wife? Do you wish to rekindle our past? Huh. 3 years of love could not win your heart back. Do you expect one night to change that? Scoundrel. Men are truly despicable. When loving him, she failed to cherish him. When she no longer loved him, she found it hard to let go. If this were on our planet, such a man would be submerged in a pig's trough. Are you truly intent on divorcing me? You desire nothing but money?" The cold, hard voice of Yi Yuchen resonated. Despite his eagerness for divorce, a flicker of emotion stirred within him. "What? Do you expect me to want you instead of money?" she retorted sarcastically. Qiao Xingran would not be as foolish as the original owner, chasing after ephemeral love. What she sought was tangible wealth. Each word she uttered was resolute and sincere, devoid of any pretense. Yi Yuchen's inner turmoil intensified, becoming increasingly oppressive, his fists unconsciously clenching. Is it true? The fallen lady wishes for a divorce? Has her mind gone awry? It must be a ploy, a fake heiress marrying into the Yi family. longing to remain there for life. Would she truly part ways? I refuse to believe it. I heard the lady has been keeping a young man on the side, allegedly a high school student, younger than Yi, certainly in good shape. The employees were gossiping eagerly. Sun Xiaoli felt a surge of delight. She must secure that divorce. Ding Weihan, having been by Yi Yuchen's side for so many years, understood his thoughts thoroughly. He replied loudly, "Miss Qiao, rest assured, we will arrive punctually this afternoon." Indeed, it must be that Yi is simply too joyous to respond. He was acutely aware of Ye's desire for divorce. "Very well, let us have a farewell meal together. You are unworthy. Inform security that anyone causing a disturbance in the company will be directly sent to the police station." Yi Yuchen cast this remark without even glancing at her. Retreating to his office, "Petty," Qiao Xingran scoffed. With the curious gazes of the onlookers upon her, she departed gracefully. "Time to eat," she declared. "Miss Sun, you are terminated," the HR department stated coldly. "Me?" The woman pointed to herself and replied with a laugh. "Impossible. This cannot be a direct order from Yi. Who would dare offend Madame Yi, even if she is not favored?" The other party reiterated each word. Yi Yuchen stands up for Qiao Xingran? That is inconceivable. Chapter 6. An embrace of affection. It was only after Sun Xiaoli was thrown out of the company with her belongings that she believed Yi Yuchen had dismissed her for Qiao Xingran. Tears eluded her. Outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, "Damn it. Yi Yuchen, you have stood me up again." Qiao Xingran waited once more after work. Yet that scoundrel did not appear. The crucial matter was that she had spent all her money during lunch. Penniless, she walked 2 hours home in high heels. Hungry. Food, meat, food. Qiao Xingran had never called for sustenance with such urgency. Just as she was about to enter the living room, Xiao Hu appeared, escorting a woman in her 50s, blocking the doorway. "Aunt, you must advocate for me. Not only has she struck me, but she also intends to dismiss us. Since when has this forsaken woman dictated the affairs of the Yi family?" Little Hu, in a pitiful display, draws attention. Steward Liu, with a piercing gaze, scrutinizes Qiao Xingran. "Madam should have informed us in advance that she wouldn't be dining at home. Just look at this disgraceful scene. It truly lacks decorum." Silence. "You will none. Serve the food. I demand meat," she shouted towards the kitchen. "If I do not eat soon, this frail body shall surely succumb. Once, I could go 30 days without sustenance. Now, I am utterly useless." Upon hearing the words, "old nun," Steward Liu's expression shifted dramatically, and with fervor, he commanded, strike her hard." The maids surged forward. After all, within the Yi household, Steward Liu's authority far surpassed that of Qiao Xingran. Without nourishment, Qiao Xingran could scarcely exert any strength. How pitiful. Seizing the moment, Little Hu grasped a vase. With a resounding crash, chaos erupted. Meanwhile, Yi Yuchen returned home, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. "What are you doing?" His mere utterance rendered everyone motionless. "Mr. Yi, what brings you back?" Steward Liu's voice quivered with anxiety. In the 3 years of marriage, Yi Yuchen's visits were few and far between, and he always announced his return in advance. This was the first unexpected arrival. The man strode over to Qiao Xingran, enveloping her in his embrace. His large hand rested on the back of her head. What was this sticky sensation? Was it blood? Gasps echoed from the crowd. How could Mr. Yi touch Qiao Xingran? A ploy of feigned suffering. When in contact with this man, Qiao Xingran distinctly felt a warm current coursing through every cell of her being, gradually restoring her strength. Even the pain from a maid's blows dulled somewhat. Their energies harmonized perfectly. This man seemed capable of revitalizing her very essence. "Is there no blood?" Yi Yuchen questioned it, extending his hand in confusion. Qiao Xingran paid no heed to the surroundings. In the midst of the crowd, she boldly pinned the man beneath her. "Qiao Xingran, what are you doing? Have you no shame?" Yi Yuchen's expression was one of utmost disdain. When did she become so fond of asserting dominance? Recharging, Qiao Xingran shed her earlier arrogance, resembling a wounded kitten, soft, tender, and somewhat amusing. Astonishingly, he allowed her to maintain her position atop him. Minutes passed before she finally rose from Yi Yuchen's side, feeling significantly improved. "I'm hungry. They want tea, let me eat?" With that, Qiao Xingran burst into tears. Once, she had fought valiantly for 3 days and nights without shedding a single tear, yet now, she wept for the sake of a meal. What a disgrace! Yet this body, alas, demands nourishment. When has the Yi family ever denied the mistress her meals? The man's authoritative presence instilled trepidation among the onlookers. Soon, a lavish feast commenced. Observing Qiao Xingran as she dined, one could only marvel. Yuchen covered his face with one hand, exclaiming, "Slow down. Are you from the era of famine?" Indeed, she was. She hailed from the planet of scarcity. However, Qiao Xingran could not voice this truth, and instead swallowed several pieces of meat, casting a disdainful glance at the group of maids. "You ought to reflect on how your family has mistreated me. If word gets out, who will be the more embarrassed? Is this how you treat the lady of the house in my absence?" Yuchen's piercing gaze radiated a chilling intensity. It appeared that the reports from Butler Liu and the surveillance footage might not convey the entire truth. Had there been a misunderstanding regarding Qiao Xingran? Chapter 7. An ambiguous atmosphere with a resounding slap. Butler Liu struck Xiao, whose face hard. "She is the lady of the house. Even if her conduct is somewhat inappropriate, it is not your place to reprimand her. Never forget your own position." This old monk possesses considerable authority. Seemingly chastising the maid, he was in fact declaring his innocence. Xiao, who, quick to grasp the situation, lamented, "I only sought to protect Mr. Ye's reputation. Who could have known that the lady would not appreciate my intentions and even threaten to toss me into the sea to feed the sharks?" Another slap from Butler Liu silenced her. "Who permitted you to plead your case before Mr. Yi? Even if the lady demands your demise, you must comply. She is the lady of the house, and until the divorce is finalized, she remains your master. Now, kneel and apologize." Xiao, who, tearfully compliant, sank to her knees. Yuchen turned to Qiao Xingran and asked, "Qiao Xingran, Butler Liu has served the Yi family for 30 years. I trust her. What's transpired today? Is that to imply you do not trust me?" She set down her chopsticks, her icy, composed gaze fixed on him. The man furrowed his brow, a hint of doubt crossing his features. In the past, Qiao Xingran would have wept and expressed her grievances. However, she was now entirely transformed. "Did you not witness their assault upon my entry? What further explanation do you require?" Her beautiful eyes scrutinized his face. "That is because," Butler Liu began to clarify, but was interrupted by her. "Because no one is permitted to lay a hand on me. As Butler Liu stated, I am the lady of the house. It is not for you to discipline me. Anyone who dares to touch my maid tonight will be cast into the sea to feed the sharks." The original body was frail, but once she regained her strength, she would personally see to it. Her temper was exceedingly poor, and she adhered firmly to her principles. She meant what she said. Yet, Yuchen remained unfazed. Qiao Xingran's anger flared. A useless man, a man who cannot even protect his own wife, hardly deserves the title. He should be castrated and become a eunuch. She then turned to the maids. "You would do well to hide from me. Should I encounter you, I shall undoubtedly feed you to the sharks." With that, she strode away. The man grasped her wrist, but she recoiled as if shocked, her indifferent eyes coldly meeting his. "Mr. Yi, we have already signed the divorce papers. Please ensure you arrive at the Civil Affairs Bureau on time tomorrow to finalize our separation. I find myself nauseated by your presence, even for an additional second." Once she had eaten her fill and replenished her energy, Yuchen held no value for her. The satisfaction of confrontation was all she sought. The inexplicable agitation within Yuchen continued to grow. How had Qiao Xingran become so disobedient? He found her utterly inscrutable. Chase Fink, Yuchen commanded. The bodyguard, Chase Feng, entered. "Sir, how may I assist you?" According to the lady's instructions, throw them into the sea to feed the sharks. The maids were rendered speechless. It was only when the person was taken away that Butler Liu finally reacted. "Sir, she is my woman. Even if she is irredeemably wicked, it is not your place to punish her." After speaking, Yuchen rose and left. Just as he ascended a couple of steps, he paused again. "You haven't touched the surveillance, have you?" No, Butler Liu's fist clenched tightly, desperately holding on. He refrained from pressing further and headed upstairs. Quickly retreating to the backyard, Butler Liu took out his phone, stating, "The sir has grown suspicious and intends to toss Xiao Hu and the others into the sea for the sharks, all because of Qiao Xingran's words." Yuchen tugged at his tie, growing increasingly irritated at the thought of the woman. Upon returning to his room, he lifted his gaze to find Qiao Xingran draped across his large bed, wearing his white shirt. Her long, straight, snow-white legs swayed gently, the hint of her undergarments casting an intimate atmosphere. Her long, dark hair cascaded down, and she playfully tossed it back. with a pair of alluring eyes. She gazed at him. The next moment, Qiao Xingran parted her red lips. Get lost. Chapter 8. Who is he? Yuchen did not halt his steps. Instead, he removed his coat and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his white shirt. The enticing expanse of his chest, illuminated by the light, appeared even more captivating. Exuding an aura of restraint, it grew increasingly intense. His heated gaze assessed Qiao Xingran, teasingly retorting, Get lost? Are you not dressed like this to entice me? Huh, same old game. Nevertheless, Qiao Xingran's attempt at seduction this time was the most successful in 3 years. A stark contrast to the leopard print dresses and sultry eye makeup she previously donned. Me? Enticing you? Even without a mirror, I know better. I've grown weary of you over the past 3 years. Qiao Xingran shot back unceremoniously. Yuchen's anger slowly simmered. We have signed the divorce agreement. There is no relation between us. Kindly sleep in the adjacent room. If you dare to stand me up tomorrow, I'll make you regret it. Good riddance. She expressed her disdain. Suddenly, Yuchen pressed his entire body against hers, his hands trapping her. Qiao Xingran struggled desperately, yet it was futile. Where was her strength? Why couldn't she summon it? What kind of man bullies a woman? You shouldn't be called Yuchen. You should be dubbed Knight Grandpa. Qiao Xingran scolded. What is your objective? What trickery are you playing? Yuchen bellowed it. She attempted to flip over forcefully, seeking escape. But the man was quick, pinning her down again. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, gazes locked. Was it him? Was he the one who incited you to act this way? The man's crimson eyes resembled those of an enraged leopard. The fury emanating from him was a stark contrast to his icy demeanor during the day. What madness had overtaken him? The he that Yuchen referred to? Who could it possibly be? Was it Qiao Xingran? With no answers forthcoming, the man's ire intensified. Just as she was about to erupt, a surge of true energy coursed through her. What could she possibly love about someone so despicable, yet so explosive? She was aware that this was the original owner's sentiment at play, and she muttered her displeasure softly. What? Yuchen roared, unable to catch her words. With little ability to fully control this body, Qiao Xingran found herself compelled to relent. One must bow their head beneath the eaves. The seductive king was at it again. A few crystalline tears fell, ticking away like a clock. Why are you so fierce? Can we talk about this nicely? My hand is hurting from your grip, and the places where they struck me still ache. Want to you me rub them? She appeared pitiful and enchanting, embodying the essence of Qiao Xingran. Was this truly her? In the past, Qiao Xingran would sob with convulsions, her face a mess of snot and tears, a sight that always brought her annoyance. Now, however, she wept with a touch of coquetry and accusation, each tear falling with perfect timing. It is no exaggeration to say that Yuchen felt guilt blossom within him, extinguishing his anger. He moved away from her, his voice gentle. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Qiao Xingran's thumb pressed against his neck, and the man collapsed into a deep slumber. Do you wish to share a bed and dream with me? She wiped her tears and rose. Focusing her energy, she effortlessly lifted Yuchen into her arms. Oddly enough, she felt an unusual strength at that moment. Without further thought, she carried the man and unceremoniously tossed him into the guest room. Returning to the master bedroom, she locked the door and sank into the soft embrace of the bed, feeling utterly at ease. Who was he? With such confusion in her mind, Qiao Xingran drifted off to sleep. The following day, Yuchen awoke in the guest room, his expression darkening. How had he ended up here? Did yesterday's events lead to this? With that thought, he retrieved his phone and stated, Find Star as soon as possible. I fear I may not hold out much longer. After ending the call, he composed himself and descended the stairs. Qiao Xingran had readied herself for battle, yet Yuchen seemed to disregard her presence entirely, elegantly partaking in breakfast. Could he possibly be delusional? I've been quite busy lately, the man remarked, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Huh? Qiao Xingran was perplexed by his seemingly disjointed statement. What I mean is, once I finish my tasks, I will inform you of the divorce, Yuchen declared, rising and striding away with his long legs. Chapter 9. Lin Qingqing. Qiao Xingran quickly stood to block his path. Yuchen, in turn, seized her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. The scent unique to him enveloped her. Just as she prepared to struggle, his expression remained inscrutable, and his cool voice revealed a hint of temptation. I will certainly divorce. But the decision must be mine. I prefer to take the initiative. In marriage, the woman calls the shots. But for divorce, she must listen to me. Why should he comply? He refuses to part ways. On the exquisite visage of Qiao Xingran, a hint of mockery danced, truly breathtaking. Proactive? After 3 years of marriage. Where has your initiative been? Is it that you cannot take the lead, or simply lack the ability to do so? Yi Yuchen's expression gradually darkened. Provide me with a definitive timeline. Dragging out a divorce like this. Are you even a man? I refuse to linger by your side for another 3 years. After all, you are remarkably ordinary. Qiao Xingran retorted through gritted teeth. Yi Yuchen replied, Qiao Xingran, you have truly crossed a line. In the past, this woman would stutter if they locked eyes for 3 seconds. Yet now she dared to humiliate him with such ease. What a venomous tongue. Yi Yuchen chose not to respond further, coldly stating, just wait. Before releasing her hand, Qiao Xingran stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Is this man capable of domestic violence as well? At that moment, a woman clad in revealing attire stood at the door. Witnessing Yi Yuchen's aggressive behavior ignited a thrill within her. She yearned to rush forward and offer him an 8-meter-long blade to assist in dispatching Qiao Xingran. Yet, reason prevailed. Chun, let's discuss this calmly. Don't resort to violence. Ranran has never been particularly bright. She does not mean to provoke your ire. The woman hurriedly intervened, placing herself between them. Qiao Xingran rolled her eyes, genuinely grateful to this woman, who resembled a nightclub madam. Thank you for your intervention. Thank you to your entire family. Yi Yuchen disregarded the woman entirely. A cold glint fell upon Qiao Xingran's face. Without uttering a word, he strode away with his long legs. Once the door closed, Lin Qingqing smugly proclaimed, I knew Chun would show me respect. Lin Qingqing, the daughter brought in by the stepmother, had taken residence in the Qiao household. Not only did she usurp the space, but she also relentlessly stabbed Qiao Xingran in the back, slandering her mercilessly. The torment inflicted upon Qiao Xingran was utterly cruel. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, she would not hold back her ruthlessness. What are you staring at? Fool, worthless trash. If you dare to provoke him again, I will skin you alive. I truly do not understand how the esteemed Mr. Yi could ever find you appealing, Lin Qingqing scolded her. However, one must concede that today, Qiao Xingran's departure from her usual attire was truly stunning. A tinge of jealousy crept into the woman's voice, sharpening its edge. I won't waste my breath on you any longer. Hand over 100,000. See, the audacity to be brazenly self-righteous. The original owner was always willing to oblige her family, even resorting to high-interest loans to provide for them. Truly foolish. Wouldn't it be more gratifying to keep the money for oneself? Qiao Xingran paid her no mind and turned away. Fool, I'm speaking to you. Lin Qingqing's hand barely touched her shoulder when Qiao Xingran executed a shoulder throw. The woman soared through the air, then bang. She landed with a thud. Qiao Xingran lifted her leg and struck fiercely at Lin Qingqing's abdomen. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Qingqing's internal organs were displaced, causing her immense pain. Is she even human? Can she speak like one? It seems she requires a complete overhaul. Qiao Xingran observed coldly. Do you dare to strike me? Do you even realize the consequences? With that, she lifted her foot and forcefully stamped it upon Lin Qingqing's incessantly chattering mouth. Ugh. It was not until a front tooth was dislodged that Qiao Xingran withdrew her foot. Crouching down, she seized Lin Qingqing's hair. You consume my resources, you drink my offerings. You dare to insult me? Did you not check the calendar before stepping out? Perhaps your demise is imminent. Dare to strike you? I would not hesitate to end you. The woman trembled. Fear etched across her face as she gazed at Qiao Xingran. How has this woman transformed into such a creature? Get out of here. I mean it, roll away. Should you dare to show your face here again, I will dismember you. Qiao Xingran was not jesting. Lin Qingqing, timid as a mouse, nodded repeatedly and scurried away from the Yi residence. 10 minutes later, Qiao Xingran's phone rang. Qiao Xingran, you better leave Qiao's house tonight, or I will flay you alive. Chapter 10. Investigating the paramour, Qiao Xingran paid no heed and promptly hung up the phone. Since leaving was not an option for the time, being and idleness bred boredom, she resolved to reclaim everything for the original owner and exact vengeance. At the Yi Corporation, Ding Weihuan knocked and entered, his expression grave. Speak, Yi Yuchen replied, his demeanor devoid of any discernible emotion. I have been tracking the lady's recent whereabouts. There was one day I could not trace her movements, much like the last time. I suspect she is concealing something, though I dare not voice my suspicions. It was evident that Qiao Xingran adored Yi Yuchen deeply, to the extent of sacrificing her own life. Yet, who was the man she kept hidden? Even he could not uncover this mystery, suggesting a formidable adversary. Yi Yuchen scoffed derisively. No wonder she is so eager for a divorce. She likely wishes to indulge in romance with another man. He then coldly inquired, "Have you not yet discovered his identity?" "Not yet," Ding Weihuan replied apologetically. It was Butler Liu who had informed him of Qiao Xingran's alleged infidelity, prompting the divorce proposal, which had been rejected by the grandfather on the grounds of insufficient evidence. Yi Yuchen confronted Qiao Xingran, yet she staunchly denied the accusations. Since then, he had been conducting an investigation, but with no progress. Find out who he is. I must uncover that man. Yi Yuchen's eyes sharpened with determination. When I do, I will ensure they meet their demise. Suddenly, an image of Qiao Xingran's alluring yet innocent visage from the previous night flashed across his mind. After 3 years of marriage, he was discovering his wife's charm for the first time. The thought that such beauty belonged to another man ignited a fire of rage within him, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of suffocation. It is only natural for a woman so charming and delightful to attract admirers, especially after her divorce from you. A chilling glint of menace appeared. Ding Weihuan hesitated to continue. Charming? Delightful? Are you praising her? Yi Yuchen mocked, leaving no room for response. I once considered her a mere ornament, but it seems she is a pot, rough and venomous. He tugged at his tie, his disdain palpable. She is so unworthy, yet she initiated the divorce. Why did the Yi family not agree? Is it love? Ding Weihuan retorted with a smile. Love? Me? Love Qiao Xingran? Yi Yuchen's dark eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery. He would never fall for that woman. Then why, pray tell, would he not seek a divorce? The complexity and darkness in his gaze deepened. Because the green light shines too brightly, the weight of the green hat is too burdensome. They are far too audacious. Dreaming of a double romance? Over my dead body, ensure more people shadow her. I want a list of all the men she has come in contact with. Understood. Ding Weihuan rose to leave, but paused at the door, hesitating for a moment. Mr. Yi, the lady is rather pitiable. Considering her deep affection for you, please spare her life. With that, she closed the door behind her. Pitiable? Does she truly love him? Qiao Xingran's thoughts, with their dual faces, would eventually be unveiled. As dusk fell, at the Qiao residence, Lin Qingqing trembled with agitation. Dad, I merely warned her not to provoke Mr. Yi. Yet she struck me with such force that she knocked out 2 of my front teeth. Even if I am not her biological sister, we have lived together for so many years. Her cruelty is beyond measure. She concluded her lament with sobs. Qiao Jianya slammed his hand on the marble table in fury. You insolent wretch, showing no regard for rank. Qingqing, rest assured, I will seek justice for you. Could it be a misunderstanding? That child, Ran, is well-mannered and never raises her voice. How could she possibly resort to violence? The gentle voice of stepmother Wang Chu-mei was laced with doubt. Raised in the countryside, that little brat has a fundamentally flawed character. She is quite wicked. You have spoiled her too much. Do not defend her. Although Qiao Jianya spoke loudly, not a single word of reproach escaped his lips. Wang Chu-mei found herself in a difficult position. Meanwhile, Qiao Xingran entered the living room. Chapter 11. Slap in the face. Wang Chu-mei hurried over, affectionately linking her arm with Qiao Xingran's, presenting a facade of maternal affection. Had the original owner been here, she would have responded warmly. Instead, she shot a cold glance. Did I permit you to touch me? Wang Chu-mei, heralded by all as the exemplary stepmother, outwardly favored Qiao Xingran, yet beneath the surface, she was skilled at undermining her while whispering sweet nothings to Qiao Jianya. Her heart was filled with malice. Wang Chu-mei froze in surprise, awkwardly retracting her hand, and despite her inner displeasure, she maintained a smiling facade. Ran, why have you returned? Are you missing your mother? Were it not for her being Yi Yuchen's wife and holding shares of the Qiao family's original stock, Wang Chu-mei would have undoubtedly slapped her. Did you not insist that I return? Qiao Xingran replied with amusement, adding, if I were to miss my mother, I would pay my respects at her grave. Wang Chu-mei's face paled, frozen in shock. Lin Qingqing, upon hearing this, felt her stomach churn with rage. In times like these, she had to restrain her anger. Trembling, she feigned vulnerability, Dad, I'm scared. My sister is so fierce. Mother treats her so well, yet she still retaliates. I should not have meddled. My sister was right to teach me a lesson. Indeed, it is my lack of proper upbringing, Wang Chumei echoed. Two innocent little white rabbits apologized, instantly igniting Qiao Jianya's protective instincts. He slammed his hand on the table, scolding, Ran, kneel and apologize. Qiao Xingran strode over, boldly occupying the sofa. Crossing her legs, you want me to kneel before them? Aren't you afraid it might shorten their lives? Before Qiao Jianya could respond, Wang Chumei pulled Lin Qingqing down to their knees. Stop arguing. Harmony is key to prosperity. We will kneel. The more pitiful she acted, the angrier Qiao Jianya became. Indeed, the man's face hardened. Qiao Xingran, how have you become like this? Your sister is looking out for you. What is wrong with her teaching you a lesson? And your mother, my mother is dead. Don't you remember? Qiao Xingran interrupted, her tone icy. The atmosphere grew tense. I answered your call to come home. What is wrong with them seeing me kneeling and bowing? That's their issue, not mine. She remained unyieldingly cold. Did you hit your sister? Qiao Jianya could only question her in response. Qiao Xingran nodded in acknowledgement. Woo-woo. Lin Qingqing trembled. Dad, let's just drop it. As long as my sister promises not to hit anyone in the future, you must apologize to Qingqing, and only when she forgives you can you be excused. Don't think that being Mrs. Yi gives you the right to disregard hierarchy. I have the final say in this household. Qiao Jianya's demeanor was truly nauseating. Is that so? What if I refuse to apologize? Qiao Xingran smiled. What is wrong with you today? Aren't you usually well behaved? Do you want your father to resort to violence? Wang Chumei feigned support, secretly wishing Qiao Jianya would strike her down. Suddenly, she pulled out a stack of bills from her bag and tossed them. Lin Qingqing is addicted to gambling, owing over $1 million outside, and when she couldn't pay, she borrowed money under the guise of being Aunt Yi. I warned her several times, and instead of changing, she became even bolder. I was so furious that I lost my temper. Because of this, Yuchen was also upset with me. It took a long time to placate him. And now she is turning the tables on me? Qiao Xingran felt wronged. Green tea, right? Who doesn't know how to play that game? Qiao Jianya glanced at the bills, knowing Lin Qingqing's gambling problem, and his expression shifted dramatically. Before they could react, Wang Chumei slapped her face. You ungrateful wretch. I knew you were lying. Ran is so well behaved. How could she possibly hit you? Go to the backyard and kneel. Don't you dare stand until I say so. Just kneel. If that method worked, Lin Qingqing wouldn't have reached this point. Qiao Xingran retorted sarcastically. Dad, Mom, I'm being wronged. I shut up. These are all solid evidence. No one would wrong you. Ran, what do you think should be done? I really tried my best. Wang Chumei began to weep in despair. Chapter 12. A husband defending his own. Qiao Jianya hurriedly embraced Wang Chumei, feeling heartbroken. Mimi, your heart, isn't well. Don't cry. I know you've done your best. This incident was indeed Qingqing's fault, but she lost her father at a young age, so she was already sobbing uncontrollably. Yes, it's settled then. Qingqing, there shall be no next time. In an instant, Qiao Jianya's heart softened. Thank you, Dad. Lin Qingqing trembled, yet her eyes sparkled with a triumphant glimmer. What of gambling? What of debts? After all, Qiao Jianya favored her and her mother. How infuriating for Qiao Xingran. That old man is truly cunning. Lin Qingqing had been beaten, scolded, yet now, when she caused trouble, it was brushed aside. Truly a commendable father. Had the original owner been in her place, she would have endured in silence. Apologies, but that is not her way. Indeed, with a stepmother comes a stepfather. Lin Qingqing makes such a blunder, and yet there is not even an apology forthcoming. She has been wronged, and it will all be forgotten. Should outsiders learn of the grievances endured by me, Mrs. Yi, they would surely be astonished, mused Qiao Xingran with sarcasm. Owing millions in gambling debts, toying with the reputations of the Qiao and Yi families, and yet, Mrs. Wang merely shed a few tears and moved on. Dad, those two useless women have ruined the Qiao family, and you remain indifferent, do you? Planning to beg alongside them in your old age? She continued, her voice filled with ire. Qiao Jianya's expression darkened. This is the Qiao family, not the Lin family or the Wang family. Even a dog raised here would guard the house. What service do they provide? Do not presume that Mrs. Wang's bearing of a daughter makes her a benefactor. Let's not forget, she brought along two burdens. Qiao Xingran's incisive words struck hard. Wang Chumei brought a son and a daughter to the Qiao family, and even bore a daughter for Qiao Jianya. But so what? This home belongs to Qiao Xingran. It was forged through her mother's tireless efforts. Why should it be relinquished to them? Cough, cough. How can you speak of me in such a manner? I have regarded you as my own daughter since childhood. These years, though I may not have achieved great deeds, I have certainly endured hardships. Wang Chumei gasped, her hand clutching her chest in distress. What had gone awry with Qiao Xingran? How had she become this way? No, I refuse to accept a mother like you. Achievements and hardships? Have you forgotten I grew up in the countryside? Even if you cared for me, it was your duty. One cannot simply eat without working for it. Even a dog has its responsibilities. She retorted coldly. I am my wit's end. It is my failure to educate Ranran properly. My fault. Wang Chumei trembled, tears streaming down her face. Qiao Xingran shrugged. Short-lived. You deserved it. You have gone too far. Apologize to me. Qiao, Jianya bellowed in anger. What? Am I to apologize so she can live? If I had such power, I would simply go to the hospital to deliver my apologies. She refused vehemently. You insolent wretch. I will strike you down. Qiao Jianye raised his hand. Strike. And this wretched girl, Qiao Xingran. Both Wang Chumei and Lin Qingqing thought in unison. In the moment before the slap fell, Yi Yuchen's voice rang out. Father-in-law, are you about to strike my wife? Qiao Jianye's hand froze midair, awkwardly retracting as his voice trembled. Mr. Yi, how did you come here? After all, this was his first visit to the Qiao family after 3 years of marriage to Qiao Xingran. The crowd was filled with perplexity. Yi Yuchen paid no heed to them and walked directly to Qiao Xingran, observing her disdainful and indifferent expression with a slight furrow of his brow. He had heard her recent harsh words. Why was she so heartless towards her own family? Hadn't she previously enjoyed a close relationship with them? Chun, don't blame Ranran. She's just a bit willful. For my sake, let it go, Lin Qingqing said, biting her crimson lip and twisting her waist in a coy manner. Yi Yuchen regarded her with curiosity. And you are? Chapter 13. An intrusion. Lin Qingqing was momentarily taken aback before shyly retorting. How rude. You're teasing me again. Ugh. Qiao Xingran felt nauseated. She may not have acquired other skills, but she had certainly mastered the ancestral art of seduction. I am not familiar with you. I truly do not know you, Yi Yuchen replied, delivering a direct blow to Lin Qingqing's pride. She felt humiliated and wished for a hole to hide in. The man sat beside Qiao Xingran, who shifted slightly away from him. Was she distancing herself from him? In light of the onlookers, he chose to ignore it and calmly inquired, What has my wife done to provoke you to strike her? Just as Qiao Jinya prepared to interject, the feeble Wang Churen, in a weakened tone, said, It's nothing, merely a misunderstanding. Mr. Yi, it is your first visit. Let us not dampen the mood. The more understanding she was, the more Qiao Jinya's heart ached. Then, she purposefully added, Mr. Yi, we know you care for Ranran, but do not spoil her too much. I fear that her behavior, influenced by your indulgence, could reflect poorly on the Yi family. Qiao Xingran raised an eyebrow, amused. How audacious to invoke the Yi family. The truth was, Yi Yuchen had neither pampered nor indulged her. Very well, so what if I have spoiled her? He countered. The three of them wore awkward expressions. Was it possible? Yi Yuchen was defending Qiao Xingran. Their marital relationship was supposed to be strained. Yi Yuchen wrapped his arm around Qiao Xingran's shoulder and stated emphatically, There will be no second chance. Anyone who dares to harm my wife is opposing me. Anyone dissatisfied with her should come to me. I indulge her. She is my woman, and it is not for outsiders to bully. Qiao Jianya clenched his fists but still respectfully echoed, Indeed, indeed. Ranran is fortunate to have Mr. Ye's affection. I feel reassured. Wang Churen and Lin Qingqing were seething with rage. Qiao Xingran shot a glance at Yi Yuchen. What was he implying? Why was he defending her? Was he merely taking advantage of her? Wang Churen, fearing the situation would escalate, pinched her arm sharply and let out a shriek, fainting dramatically. The scene descended into chaos once more. Qiao Xingran let out a cold laugh and stood up. Yi Yuchen grasped her wrist. Aren't you going to check on her? What if something is amiss? What? If she were to have an issue, would my mere glance revive her? She retorted, shaking off his icy grip. Why are you so heartless? Yi Yuchen tugged at his tie, a hint of displeasure evident on his features. He felt an inexplicable unease regarding his family's cold-heartedness. My blood and heart have once burned with warmth, yet no one seems to cherish it. Qiao Xingran offered a bitter smile, not for her own plight, but for the sorrow of the original owner. She had devoted herself wholeheartedly to her family, caring for them with genuine affection. To her husband, she had given everything, loving him with a fervor that bordered on madness. In return, she was met with nothing but coldness. As Yuchen observed the fleeting smile on her lips, a sense of suffocation enveloped him. Was she accusing him? Please, we are on the brink of divorce. There is no need for warmth now. You may continue to be as heartless as you once were. I never expected you to be fervent towards me. Qiao Xingran rose and walked away, her words dripping with finality, her departure marked by an unmistakable rift. Did this woman truly no longer love him? Chun. Lin Qingqing interrupted as they were about to enter the car, rushing out. What did you call me? Yuchen's sharp gaze fell upon her. The jealousy that consumed her at the sight of his favoritism towards Qiao Xingran drove her to madness. Clenching her fists, she spoke softly, Mr. Yi. As Qiao Xingran's sister, I must remind you that if you hadn't indulged her so, she would never have dared to mistreat your grandparents. The thought of them lying in the hospital as mere shells of their former selves pains me, while my sister seems indifferent. With that, Lin Qingqing turned and left, a dark smile playing on her lips. The driver started the engine. Qiao Xingran could feel the chill and fury radiating from Yuchen. As she shifted slightly to the side, he swiftly pulled her back, pressing her against him. Chapter 14. The dog of a man hide? Can you really escape? Yuchen's voice dripped with menace. Qiao Xingran's delicate hand pressed against his firm chest. In her world, such muscles would be put to good use, whether in battle or in labor. She attempted to create distance between them. I'm not hiding. I simply dislike being held and pressed like this. Speak your mind directly. Yuchen's long fingers grasped her chin. Are you now repulsed by me? Have you forgotten what transpired a few days ago? Force you during our marriage? Qiao Xingran thought him rather petty. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she retorted, but you gained nothing. Thus, you two have suffered no loss. Remember, you are my wife. Do not forget, even if it's just an embrace, how could you possibly react? He replied assertively. Is this how a person speaks? You dog a man. We are getting a divorce. Her annoyance was palpable. Where's the divorce certificate? His words left her speechless. Qiao Xingran, considering the harm inflicted upon my grandparents, I could truly wish to end you. Yuchen's large hand fell upon her neck. The delicate, white swan-like neck was a temptation to break. How could he bring himself to harm those who adored her so? The man roared again, his expression filled with hatred. He had been raised by his grandparents, who had always encouraged him to marry Qiao Xingran. As a result, the wolf has been invited into the house. You know I am not the murderer. I have never harmed them, Qiao Xingran explained. Within the memories of the original host, Qiao Xingran awoke to find her grandparents unconscious on the floor. Before she could comprehend the situation, she was immediately branded as the culprit. Had it not been for the police's inability to present concrete evidence, she would undoubtedly be imprisoned by now. Regardless, she is determined to uncover the true perpetrator. She will vindicate herself and deliver a resounding blow to those who have wronged her. Who else but you? She demanded. I heard your cruel words directed at your own family. Your malice is beyond doubt. It is you who is to blame. Yuchen, with his tie clenched tightly, exuded an aura of terrifying anger. Bang! He slammed his fist down on the seat. Was this an intimidation tactic? Qiao Xingran scrutinized him intently. Could he be unwell? He had just offended her, and now he was acting this way? Did he suffer from some affliction that arose at night? She had no time to ponder this. Her piercing gaze fixed on his turbulent emotions. Yuchen, you know it wasn't me, she stated, her tone steady and unwavering. If you truly believed I was the murderer, with your temperament, you would have already torn me to shreds. You know I am innocent. You are merely blinded by your hatred. Huh, what gives you such confidence? He retorted sarcastically. If I were the killer, why wouldn't you agree to divorce me? Don't tell me it's out of love, Qiao Xingran replied, amusement lacing her voice. Veins throbbed in Yuchen's neck. Qiao Xingran's small hand slipped into her pocket. The blade she carried was razor sharp. Ah, that hurts, she winced. It was the original host's lingering influence at play. She must avoid provoking this man. Hiss! Yuchen sealed her lips with his, fervently kissing her. Qiao Xingran pressed her thumb against his neck with force, rendering him unconscious in an instant. She pushed him aside and drew out her blade. Just as she was about to act, a wave of pain surged through her. Frustrated, she discarded the blade and glared at Yuchen. Sooner or later, she would eliminate him. The torment from the original host's thoughts had left her exhausted and weary. Though reluctant, she found herself lying obediently atop him. Wow, this feels delightful. The power bank is truly effective. The following day, Yuchen awoke to find himself in the car. A slight movement sent waves of discomfort through his back. "How'd I end up here?" he inquired. The driver, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Madam said you were asleep and forbade anyone from disturbing you, so we dared not move." "What about that woman?" he pressed. "She said she needed her rest and went back to her room," the driver answered timidly. Yuchen tugged at his tie, feeling inexplicably irritated. In the past, Qiao Xingran would have crawled out to bring him back to their room. Now, she had left him here for an entire night without a second thought. At the garden, he leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, seeking temporary respite, his expression weary. Miss Yi is returning. Chapter 15. The Murder of Grandfather and Grandmother. As Yuchen remained silent, the driver cautiously stole glances at the man through the rearview mirror. He was asleep. They would wait until Yuchen awoke to discuss matters further. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Qiao Xingran, guided by the memories of the original owner, made her way to the hospital. If she could awaken her grandparents, the truth would inevitably surface, allowing her to deliver a resounding blow to that despicable man. Aware that Yuchen forbade her from visiting her grandparents, Qiao Xingran had prepared herself early, donning a nurse's uniform and a mask, boldly entering the ward. "Why are you only just arriving for your shift? I am exhausted from taking care of these two useless patrons." The nurse did not even lift her head. Barking into her phone, "Are you all blind? Can't you assist me?" "Useless. What are their stats today?" she coldly inquired. Such a person was unworthy of being in the medical profession. "They won't die. Just keep them alive. The boss will be here around 10, so stay alert." "I'm leaving," the nurse continued, her complaints echoing as she departed. With a sigh, Qiao Xingran approached the two elderly figures and lifted her hand to check their pulses. In truth, the original owner possessed medical skills and was renowned as a miraculous healer, but she had forsaken her talents for the sake of family. Nevertheless, the original owner's abilities fell short of saving her grandparents. Yet she could, drawing a silver needle pouch from her chest. She meticulously located the acupoints and began her acupuncture. Simultaneously, she massaged them with her hands. After 40 minutes, Qiao Xingran felt utterly drained, akin to a lifeless dog. In the past, she could work for 40 hours without issue. After storing the silver needles, she weakly declared, "Grandfather, grandmother, do not worry. I will awaken you. If I persist with the acupuncture for 40 minutes each day, you will surely regain consciousness within half a month." Just as she was about to leave, the nurse, who had recently been playing games, barged in with Steward Liu. "Steward Liu, she is impersonating Nurse Zhou and switching shifts with me." Steward Liu advanced menacingly. "Who are you? Why are you pretending to be Nurse Zhou?" With little strength remaining, Qiao Xingran removed her mask. "I came to see my grandparents." "See? You could not possibly have such good intentions. Do you even have a right to visit? You murderer! Notify the doctor immediately. The old man and old woman are in trouble, and you shall pay for it." Steward Liu's face turned frantic. The nurse fled in a hurry, colliding with the door she had just pushed open. "What is happening?" Yuchen's voice pierced the air. The man's indifferent countenance radiated an ominous chill, despite his flawless appearance. The nurse was momentarily entranced by his exquisite features. "Why aren't you off to find Doctor?" Steward Liu wished he could kick the infatuated nurse. As the nurse regained her composure and rushed to find the doctor, Yuchen discovered Qiao Xingran sprawled on the sofa, the nurse he had noticed before. To be fair, her fitted nurse's uniform accentuated her alluring figure. No wonder so many were captivated by uniforms. Steward Liu knelt down abruptly, jolting Yuchen back to reality. "The night is fraught with tension. I believed that by assigning someone a guard, with nurses taking shifts day and night, I could evade her. Yet she is, after all, the lady of the house. After the incidents involving Xiao Hu and her associates, I dared not offend her. I never anticipated she would dare to act brazenly." Tears of grievance welled in my eyes. "Indeed, it is your fault," Qiao Xingran replied coldly. "If the nurses you hired were truly diligent, how could I have gotten in? I've been here for nearly an hour, and only now do you notice? This job truly demands responsibility." "Ah, what is happening to the old lady?" Butler Liu exclaimed in panic. Qiao Xingran rolled her eyes in disdain. "I merely gave her a massage. Her legs are cramping, which is a good sign." Knight Yuchen, witnessing her demeanor, strode over with determination. He seized her hand, lifting her up. "Why are your hands so cold? Are you on the verge of death?" Qiao Xingran felt the need for warmth and leaned against him. But Knight Yuchen evaded her, coldly stating, "Your time has come." Chapter 16. The Dog of a Man. May he not rest in peace. With her other hand, Qiao Xingran fiercely grasped Knight Yuchen's arm. Although her strength paled in comparison to his, it was sufficient for her defense. "You wretched man, may you not find peace in death," she cursed. "You?" he retorted. "Do you have any sense? I've been here for a full hour. If I truly wished to harm my grandparents, would I have waited until now?" Qiao Xingran rebuked him vehemently. "Madam, you should acknowledge your wrongdoing. To recognize one's faults is to pave the way for forgiveness. Your stubbornness will lead to no salvation. You cannot escape this time," Butler Lu advised earnestly. In truth, he wished for Knight Yuchen to eliminate this woman on the spot. At that moment, the doctor entered to conduct an examination. Butler Lu seized the opportunity. "Mr. Yi, Nurse Lin has cared for the elderly couple for a year, always with utmost dedication. There have been no mistakes during this time. Now that an incident has occurred, it is not slander against the lady. She is undoubtedly involved." Upon hearing the word incident, the nurse trembled in fear. Nodding vigorously, it was her. Qiao Xingran couldn't suppress a smile and looked up at Knight Yuchen. "Do you believe me when I say I didn't do it?" "I only trust what I see," he replied coldly and mercilessly. "They've been fine for a year. Trouble arises the moment she appears. How can this not involve her?" Yet, witnessing Qiao Xingran's scornful smile stirred some dissatisfaction within him, prompting him to ask instinctively, "Could it be that you are wronged?" "Huh, indeed. That dog of a man possesses no other talent. He does know how to frame her perfectly," Qiao Xingran declared vehemently. She then pulled out her phone. "Why did you take so long to switch shifts? I'm utterly exhausted caring for these two useless patrons. Are you all blind? Don't you know to assist me? Useless. How are their indicators today? They won't die. They'll just be kept alive. Mr. Yi arrives at 10, so stay alert. I'm leaving now." The recording, it was exposed. The nurse fell to her knees, utterly finished. "Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I will never dare again. Butler Lu, please save me." The steward, Lu, swiftly regained his composure and delivered 2 resounding slaps to her face. "How could I have trusted you so completely, only for you to treat the elderly so callously? Leave this city at once, and do not let me catch sight of you again. Otherwise, your entire family shall share your fate." At the mention of her family, the nurse hesitated, gripped by fear. "Find a cool place to lay down with your family," Yi Yuchen said ominously. Mr. Yi, considering her 3 years of service. In an instant, the other party fell silent. "No, madam, I was wrong. Please spare me this once," the nurse pleaded. Qiao Xingran turned her cheek, as if she had not heard. Thus, the individual was dragged away. Lu clenched his fists, his head bowed in frustration. Another ally had been rendered powerless by Qiao Xingran. Hatred consumed him. After the doctor conducted his examination, he approached Yi Yuchen, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Yi, I have assessed the situation. The elderly couple's condition was caused by her actions. She intended to harm them. It is my fault for failing to care for them properly. I offer my life in atonement." Upon finishing, Lu rose and attempted to crash into the wall. "Madam, you have worked hard," the doctor remarked. The atmosphere in the ward shifted. "Mr. Yi, I have checked thoroughly. The old lady is not in any life-threatening condition. Her convulsions were a result of the massage administered by the madam, which improved blood circulation, a positive sign," the doctor clarified. Yi Yuchen paused, the sting of humiliation evident. He stood awkwardly, unable to utter a word. It was Lu who first regained his composure, delivering another slap that echoed in the room. "Mr. Yi, it was my anxiety that led to this misunderstanding. I am to blame. Madam, feel free to strike me." Yi Yuchen managed to utter. Qiao Xingran abruptly wrenched her hand from his grip, her expression cold and disdainful. "Hasten the divorce. Do not utter another word." She then departed with heavy footsteps. Watching her retreating figure, the man felt a deep sense of unease. She no longer cared. Once, she had valued his opinion greatly. "Mr. Yi, I hope you remain uninvolved in this matter. Otherwise, your later years will be in jeopardy. You need not take responsibility here," Lu warned, as Yi Yuchen pursued Qiao Xingran. After the door closed, Lu's crimson eyes turned toward the elderly couple of the Yi family. Chapter 17. Calling another man's name, Lu approached the bedside step by step, her hands subtly rising. Just then, the door to the ward swung open. She quickly retracted her hands, her expression shifting in an instant as she feigned tears. "My dear sir, madam, I shall return to visit you." Under the watchful gaze of the bodyguards, Lu timidly exited. Yi Yuchen strode to Qiao Xingran's side, seizing her wrist and, without hesitation, pulling her into the car. Their eyes met in silence within the confines of the vehicle. Ahem. The man cleared his throat twice. An attempt to dispel the awkward atmosphere. If you're unwell, see a doctor. Do not infect me. Qiao Xingran recoiled, her face a mask of disdain. I am perfectly healthy. He retorted, stiffly adding, I am not targeting you. I merely intend to warn anyone who might endanger my grandparents. The night seemed to be explaining itself to me. Could it be that it intends to apologize? She cast a sardonic glance in his direction. Would Yi Yuchen ever apologize to Qiao Xingran? Absolutely not. She had long since gleaned from the original owner's memories the depths of his unscrupulousness. My apologies. I have wronged you without discernment. Yi Yuchen's cold voice bore no trace of warmth, yet it was indeed an apology. A slap in the face. Qiao Xingran was momentarily taken aback. Her large, watery eyes flicked towards him a few times before drifting to the window. I'm speaking to you. After delivering the apology, he felt a wave of regret and embarrassment wash over him. What was he thinking? How could he possibly apologize to her? Perhaps the sun had risen from the west. She scoffed, then shrugged dismissively. I have no interest in your apology. If you genuinely feel remorse, then head to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now. Had this been the original owner, upon hearing Yi Yuchen's apology, she would have undoubtedly leaped into his arms, showering him with countless declarations of love. But she was solely focused on divorce. Yi Yuchen's deep gaze fell upon her face. Do you truly wish to divorce? I. The driver slammed on the brakes. Qiao Xingran tumbled into the man's embrace. Wow, the sensation of charging was exhilarating. She greedily wrapped her arms around his sturdy waist, her soft body pressed closely against him. Yi Yuchen lowered his gaze at the woman in his arms. You speak of wanting a divorce while simultaneously seeking my embrace. Qiao Xingran, are you employing a strategy of feigned retreat? He nearly instructed the driver to change course to the Civil Affairs Bureau. However, at that moment, Qiao Xingran was utterly exhausted, and sleepiness began to envelop her. She shot him a sharp glare before closing her eyes. In a daze, she muttered softly, once I discover a better means of recharging, I shall certainly kick you to the curb. Clearly, Yi Yuchen had not heard her. The faint fragrance emanating from Qiao Xingran was undeniably soothing. Drive slowly, he surprisingly uttered. Perhaps fearing the driver might misunderstand, he resumed his indifferent demeanor. I fear I may experience motion sickness. It felt as if he were trying to bury the truth beneath layers of misleading words. Upon returning home, Yi Yuchen carried Qiao Xingran to the bedroom. The maid stood frozen in place, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief as a flurry of whispers filled the air. No way. Is the madam trying to win his favor? Of course she is. Mr. Yi would never have paid her any mind before. We're doomed. Have we treated the madam so poorly? One maid secretly hid in a corner, clenching her fists, her face contorted with rage. Inside the room, Yi Yuchen gently placed the woman on the grand bed. For the first time, he truly observed her face. Her skin was as smooth as a freshly shelled egg, her curled lashes thick and lush. And her glossy red lips were enchanting. Under the soft glow of the light, she resembled a porcelain doll. Had she undergone cosmetic surgery behind his back? The former Qiao Xingran had been plain and unattractive. You dog a man. I would never love you. The woman on the bed turned over, clutching a pillow and muttering angrily. A dog a man? Was he truly that? Her alluring lips parted once more. Bai Yi. Who was Bai Yi? Yi Yuchen's expression darkened abruptly. It was that wild man accompanying Qiao Xingran, his icy gaze fixated on her, a glimmer of coldness capable of shattering her into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 18. Don't let my ex-wife distract me, Bai Yi. Qiao Xingran dared to call out again. Unafraid of death, Yi Yuchen raised his large hand. Watch me not kill you. This complete statement saved her from the venomous tone filled with hatred. It was evident that Qiao Xingran despised Bai Yi. Withdrawing his hand, Yi Yuchen reverted to his usual impassive demeanor. The man who lingered in her dreams was enough to incite his discontent. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the air. Immediately after, Yi Yuchen strode away with his long legs. As dusk descended, Qiao Xingran groggily opened her eyes, her body aching all over. How on earth did she end up on the floor? With her grumbling stomach, she descended the stairs and sat at the dining table, inquiring, Yi Yuchen, how'd I end up sleeping on the floor? And why do I feel so sore? Tell me, Did you engage in some twisted behavior? Well, I threw you off the bed, and you slept like a pig regardless, the man replied, elegantly savoring his dish, yet his words were sharp. Are you a pervert? Abusive man. Just wait until I gather evidence to take you down. She picked up her chopsticks, indignantly devouring the braised pork. Yuchen hesitated for a moment before lowering his voice to ask, Who is Bai Yi? You called for him twice in your sleep. Qiao Xingran shot him a fierce glare. He is a beast much like you, someone I wish to stab. Very well, as long as he is an enemy. You're my wife, Qiao Xingran. Can't you eat more gracefully? If outsiders see this, they might think our family is bankrupt. Aren't you afraid of losing face? Yuchen observed her devour several pieces of braised pork, offering her a cup of water as a reminder. Was she released from a hunger prison? Qiao Xingran continued to eat voraciously, smiling as she said, Sorry, I want to care about others if I'm enjoying my meal. If you, Mr. Yi, find me distasteful, I have two options for you to choose from. Speak. Divorce. After the divorce, I could swallow an elephant, and it wouldn't concern you at all. She mentioned divorce again. My ex-wife will inevitably affect me. Yuchen continued to sip his soup with elegance. Qiao Xingran chuckled humorlessly. That is easily solved. Simply donate your retina. Firstly, you want to have to see my ugly side, and secondly, it would benefit others. A win-win situation. You might want to consider it. Seeing the man fall silent, she continued, If you refuse, you will have to witness me in this state day and night. Yuchen ignored her and quickly finished his meal. Wiping his mouth, he asked, Do you truly wish to divorce? He sought a sign of reluctance from Qiao Xingran. Of course. I wish I could move the Civil Affairs Bureau right in front of you, she retorted, showing no signs of attachment. Yuchen suppressed his inner rage. Divorce is not out of the question. Tomorrow is my brother's birthday. If you behave well, I can expedite the divorce process. He had already risen and departed without giving her a chance to speak. A birthday banquet? Brother Yi Lingfeng was relatively courteous to the original owner. However, sister-in-law Xia Paya was far from benevolent. She treated the original owner like a maid and even forced her to drink her foot-washing water. Tomorrow, I will make Xia Paya drink toilet water. Chef, I need more food, please. Qiao Xingran shouted loudly. The new round of feasting continued. After enjoying a hearty meal, Qiao Xingran made her way to the empty backyard. She glanced around to ensure no one was present, her small hand resting on her chest. She sought everything through her thoughts. Find her, locate Qiao Xingran, show no mercy. This plan must succeed, echoed the voice of Bai Yi. She was able to hear all of this through her mental focus. What plan? Just as she yearned to continue, the clarity faded. My stamina is limited, nonetheless. I shall uncover the truth behind everything. Qiao Xingran caressed her belly and wobbled away. In the study on the third floor, Yuchen fixated on the footage displayed on the screen. Although the sound was inaudible, every action was vividly captured. Was Qiao Xingran performing a spell? Suddenly, the phone rang. Seeing the caller ID as Xie Yun, he answered the call. Chapter 19. Drinking toilet water the next day, as dusk descended, Qiao Xingran fiddled with her phone, tapping her foot in impatience. Wasn't there a birthday banquet? Y&T dog returned to fetch her. Butler Lu glared at her with disdain, sneering. What are you waiting for, madam? Surely you don't think the master will come and pick you up, do you? Here is the address. If you don't hurry, you'll be late. Damn it. Why didn't you say so sooner? In her desire to expedite the divorce, Qiao Xingran temporarily endured the situation. Upon arriving at the banquet hall, the aroma of cake and fruits wafted through the air. She was famished. Yet, before she could reach the dining area, she was intercepted. It's really you, Qiao Xingran. Sister-in-law Xia Paya confirmed with astonishment. Today, Qiao Xingran donned a white evening gown, her long black hair cascading in glamorous waves over her shoulders, her exquisite beauty undoubtedly making her the belle of the ball. She looked far more stunning than in her previous morning attire. Where did she find this makeup artist? Their skills were remarkable. Casting a glance at the ostentatiously adorned woman before her, Qiao Xingran replied coolly, It's me. Oh, sister-in-law, another guest has arrived at the banquet? TSK. Even dressed like that, you can't win Yuchen's heart. How dare you show your face here? That outfit must be a knockoff, right? Xiao Paya mocked. Qiao Xingran, you have the thickest skin I've ever seen. If my husband treated me like that, I would never step foot in such a gathering. You look like a seductress. How disgusting. No matter how beautiful, if your husband doesn't love you, you've failed as a woman. The wealthy matrons covered their mouths and erupted into laughter. You are old, unrefined, and unattractive, yet you shamelessly attend the banquet. Why, with my beauty and youthful vigor? Should I feel any shame in coming? Qiao Xingran's lips curled into a smile, stunningly exquisite. The women's expressions darkened, resembling forlorn Christmas trees on sale. Perhaps they should take some time to learn about fashion, the unsophisticated ones. She unleashed her tirade. Xiaopaya, enraged, raised her hand and struck down. But Qiao Xingran deftly evaded. You insolent wretch, they're my guests. Who permitted you to speak so recklessly? Apologize to them at once. Kneel and beg for forgiveness. Or, pain, pain. The sound of her pitiful pleas echoed. Qiao Xingran seized her wrist and dragged her to the restroom, forcefully shoving her head into the toilet. You wretched creature, what are you doing? Gurgle, gurgle. Your mouth is foul. It needs a good cleaning. One must fulfill the promise of making her drink from the toilet. The wealthy ladies covered their mouths, struck dumb. Was Qiao Xingran out of her mind? Help me. Someone save me. Cough, 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 Xiaopaya cried out. Who dares? Qiao Xingran retorted sharply, her piercing gaze sweeping over the affluent women. We are both daughters-in-law of the Yi family. Why should I be bullied by you? You dare not offend the young Master Yi, yet my husband would not hesitate to confront you? Anyone who approaches will meet the same fate as Xiaopaya. Her voice was soft, but carried an undeniable weight of intimidation. The wealthy ladies remained motionless. Xiaopaya, having ingested several mouthfuls of toilet water, sobbed her apologies. I was wrong, Qiao Xingran. I truly regret it. I will never dare again. Qiao Xingran grasped her, warning, dare to bully me again. And see what happens. I hope my sister-in-law enjoys this birthday gift. She released her, washed her hands, and confidently made her way to the dining area. Xiaopaya felt utterly humiliated. The former Qiao Xingran would have allowed her to bully her, but today marked a turning point. Just wait. She would not let Qiao Xingran off easily. Meanwhile, Qiao Xingran savored her cake, sipping fruit wine with delight. Suddenly, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Isn't that Miss Yun? Why is she back? Miss Yun, an international superstar, certainly had the favor of Madame Yi. To take photographs at a banquet hosted by the Yi family, one must be reckless. Qiao Xingran took a bite of her ice cream and glanced toward the entrance. What a perfect example of cosmetic surgery. The man she was linked with was the young Master Yi. Chapter 20. The young Master Yi attends the banquet with a scandalous woman in an instant. The onlookers regarded Qiao Xingran with pity and curiosity, gossip bubbling to the surface. Indeed, her husband had appeared with another woman. Anyone would feel sympathy for her and be intrigued by her reaction. Qiao Xingran swallowed another mouthful of ice cream and mused. This ice cream is delightful. She would not flee in shame like the original owner of her identity. It was not she who brought a man along. She feared neither the scoundrel nor the woman. She cared not a whit. As Yuchen approached Qiao Xingran, he was accompanied by a woman. Miss Qiao, allow me to introduce myself. I am Yuchen, she declared, extending her hand in a warm greeting. Qiao Xingran, seemingly oblivious, took another bite of her ice cream, creating an awkward atmosphere. She's addressing you, Yuchen remarked, instinctively brushing his thumb against the corner of Qiao Xingran's mouth, gently caressing it. Such poor manners. Is it not? I did not hear anyone calling me Mrs. Yi. Qiao Xingran swatted his hand away, retreating slightly, her demeanor as cold as frost. He withdrew his hand, feeling embarrassed. Was her reaction a sign of jealousy? Unbeknownst to him, a fleeting smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Yuchen observed the man's actions and reactions, a sense of unease creeping in her heart. The title Mrs. Yi had already triumphed. Yet she maintained her smile. Mrs. Yi, I must have been too nervous and misspoken. Please do not misunderstand. My intention in appearing alongside my husband at the banquet was precisely to invite speculation. Qiao Xingran, struggling to suppress her inner turmoil, questioned, why bind oneself to a married man if one fears misunderstanding? The pain, akin to a dagger, was the result of the original owner's lingering thoughts. For this scoundrel, such suffering was unwarranted. If pain was to be endured, it should be inflicted upon him and the other woman. What skill was there in tormenting oneself? Yunchen's eyes brimmed with tears. Chun, I did not intend to. Do you think everyone is blind? What need is there for support? Qiao Xingran's words were icily dismissive. Yuchen began to speak, but was interrupted by Xiaopaya. Leave matters concerning women to me. Your elder brother awaits you in the study. Having changed her outfit, she emerged and, upon seeing Yuchen return, felt invigorated. Ye Yuchen nodded, casting a glance at Qiao Xingran. Let us discuss this later. Big sister, happy birthday. Here is a gift for you, Yun Jinjin said thoughtfully. Jinjin, you are truly considerate. Xiao Paya responded with satisfaction. She then turned her gaze back to Qiao Xingran. Jinjin, had it not been for certain individuals employing unscrupulous means to secure this marriage, you and Qin would not have been separated all these years. He has never forgotten you. How long will you stay this time? A sardonic laugh escaped her lips. Certain individuals clearly referred to Qiao Xingran. I am not leaving. Chen wishes me to stay, and he has even established a film company for me, not wanting me to be in the spotlight. Yun Jinjin boasted intentionally. He truly loves you, Xiao Paya concurred, both women aiming to provoke Qiao Xingran. Turning away, they found Qiao Xingran savoring chocolate, her face radiant with satisfaction, eyes gleaming. Big sister, did you not say she? Xiao Paya pulled Yun Jinjin aside. She seems transformed. It is perplexing. However, Chen bringing you here is testament enough to your status. I desire to be a sister-in-law to someone of your stature. What is the nature of your relationship with Chen? The woman lowered her gaze, covering her lips with a smile, but as she glanced at Qiao Xingran, her expression gradually darkened. This woman is far more beautiful than she ever imagined. The crux of the matter is that Yi Yuchen must, by all means, be won over by her. I have a good rapport with him, yet I fear Miss Qiao may refuse to divorce, sighed Yun Jinjin pitifully. Regardless of her willingness, as long as Chen consents, it's sufficient, Xiaopaya reassured. The two of them began to conspire. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Qiao Xingran awaited Yi Dog. She wished to inquire whether her performance had been satisfactory and if a divorce was indeed possible. However, Yun Jinjin approached her. Madam Yi, you may leave. Chun is to accompany me tonight. Chapter 21. Caught in the act accompany you? Are you admitting to an affair with my husband? Qiao Xingran retorted. Why must Yi Dog perform for her to consider divorce? Proving his infidelity during marriage could just as well serve as grounds for divorce. After fiddling with her phone, she began recording. Miss Qiao, you know he loves me. Our relationship is not mere dalliance, but genuine affection. I hope you can let go. In matters of love, it is the one unloved who assumes the role of the mistress, Yun Jinjin whispered. And how long have you two been together? Qiao Xingran inquired. Longer than you and he. Every night he wasn't home was spent with me, the woman stated emphatically. Well, this recording suffices, Qiao Xingran smiled, then delivered a sharp slap. Yun Jinjin's ears rang from the impact. Mistress, inform Yi Dog to meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Qiao Xingran left with a cold smirk. As long as it facilitated their divorce, the sting of that slap was not in vain. A Maybach was parked at the entrance. A man, wearing silver-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of elegance. Observing Qiao Xingran's retreating figure, he remarked, the little girl has grown. Yi Yuchen has indeed failed to protect her well. The first utterance was one of indulgence, the second, foreboding. Young Master Fu, it is said they're in the process of getting a divorce, the assistant reported. Isn't that better? Arrange to meet her at our usual place. I have missed her, the man said gently, adjusting his glasses. As the car rolled away, Yi Yuchen, having conferred with his elder brother, stepped out and headed directly to the dining area in search of Qiao Xingran. After a thorough search, he found no trace of her. Where is she? Chun, Miss Qiao has left. It seems she misunderstood us. No matter how I explain, it's futile, she even mentioned. Yun Jinjin's voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes as she appeared utterly aggrieved. What happened to your face? Did she hit you? What did she say? Ye Yuchen skazedarkinit. The woman hurriedly covered her cheek. No, I just bumped into something. Standing nearby, Xiaopaya interjected, Jinjin, why are you being so kind? It was clearly Qiao Xingran who struck you. No, it wasn't, Yun Jinjin continued to deny. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Qiao Xingran hit you and cursed at you, urging you to divorce without regard for today's occasion. Such a woman is utterly lacking in manners, Xiaopaya mocked. Miss Qiao was merely careless. Chun, please do not blame her. Yun Jinjin, the pure white lotus, began to bloom. Manners? Do you possess any? Yi Yuchen glared at Xiaopaya, the atmosphere plummeting to an icy silence. Sister-in-law, are you not going to see your elder brother? Yun Jinjin reminded her. Though Xiaopaya was infuriated, she dared not offend him and rose to depart. Do not take it to heart. My sister-in-law is quite straightforward. Since Miss Qiao has taken the initiative to propose a divorce, I shall accompany you to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow, Yuchen extended her hand. Yet, before she could touch the man's arm, he coldly recoiled. Mind your own business. Chun, you do not love her. Had she not resorted to cunning to marry you, we would not be in this situation. I do not love you either. I have told you countless times that my feelings for you are rooted solely in gratitude, not affection, he replied, enunciating each word. Hearing this, Yuchen felt her heart bleed, her nails digging into her palm. Nevertheless, she maintained a smile. All right, I shall remember this. Please take me home. She was willing to wait, employing retreat as a strategy. You shall call her Mrs. Yi, Yuchen reminded her. A pang of pain shot through Yunchen's heart, yet she nodded. Yes, I remember. Mrs. Yi is not as you have described. We must interact more in the future. Just as Yuchen was about to speak, the phone rang. Yezong, madame. Ding Weihuan hesitated. Speak. Someone has arranged to meet madam in the presidential suite 888 at the Crown Hotel. It is him. The voice on the other end grew noticeably subdued. I am heading over now. Seal off all exits at the hotel. Yuchen hung up and strode away. Chapter 22. A familiar face half an hour later. Yuchen stood before the door of the presidential suite 888, holding a room card. He emanated an ominous chill. Ding Weihuan attempted to speak several times, but swallowed his words. After all, it is difficult to soothe one who has been wronged. Suddenly, laughter from Qiao Xingran echoed from within the room. The man's expression darkened further. Excellent. The paramour can bring her such joy. Let us hope she can still laugh later. Get out. Yuchen finally spoke. Qiao Xingran is shameless. I will not tolerate this. Ding Weihuan waved his hand, and the bodyguards rose to leave. Once in the elevator, he issued a cold warning. If anyone dares to utter a word about today's events, they shall perish. Understood. The bodyguards nodded in unison. Yuchen confirmed that no one was around. With a beep, he swiped the card and entered. Qiao Xingran, clad in a bathrobe, gulped down another mouthful of whiskey. What fine, potent drink. She called out to the bathroom door, I have long wished to divorce that dog. Seeing his insufferable face makes me want to smash his head with a stick. He does not love me. Why should I look at him? Rest assured, this time I am not foolish. I will demand a hefty sum before the divorce, and then I shall live freely. Clearly, Qiao Xingran had indulged too much. While venting about her lover to the man currently bathing, her body swayed unsteadily. Moreover, she remained oblivious to the presence behind her. Is he still bathing? It should not have begun yet. A sudden surge of inexplicable rage ignited within her. He is still in the shower. Yet you are so eager to change into a bathrobe. You are quite the sycophant with everyone. Qiao Xingran turned around in astonishment. Night dog, you. The man seized her arm with a firm grip, effortlessly pushing her onto the bed. A fleeting glance at her bathrobe revealed it to be empty. How did you get in here? Let me go, or I'll call the police. Qiao Xingran had consumed several glasses of whiskey, and her head was slightly spinning. Call the police? How dare she shout? Yuchen gazed at her alluring lips, which opened and closed enticingly, before leaning down to bite her fiercely. Qiao Xingran, you and your lover are doomed today. It hurts, she mumbled in distress. Faced with this scoundrel, her strength seemed to vanish. Scoundrel! The pain of his bite was unbearable. Only when he drew blood from her crimson lips did Yuchen relent. His large hand gripped her chin, both of them panting heavily. Didn't you say you loved me? Why betray me? I want to see who your lover is. Dream on if you think you can elope with him. I will never divorce. He appeared somewhat aggrieved. With her love so fickle? What is your name? Haven't you been unfaithful? Isn't that woman truly yours? She admitted it herself, and I have the evidence on my phone. At this moment, Qiao Xingran was thoroughly infuriated, shouting loudly. Ran, what's wrong? As Moon Wan rushed out in her bathrobe, she halted abruptly upon witnessing the intimate scene before her. You? Yuchen said, in confusion. Is she your lover? Huh, a familiar face for a lover. Wow, are you trying to take advantage of her while she's intoxicated? You beast. Moon Wan stepped forward to intervene. Such a thing was something only she would do. After saying that, he began searching the entire room. Ran, are you all right? When did your tolerance for alcohol become so poor? Monian nian gently petted Qiao Xingran's cheek. Nuan, the second princess of the Mu family. Qiao Xingran's only best friend. She had just returned to the country today and suggested they drink together. Meanwhile, Yuchen had thoroughly searched the room. Apart from these two women, there were no other men. Soon, he assigned a task to Ding Weihuan. 2 minutes later, Mr. Yi, the surveillance is complete and authentic. It is indeed Moon Wan who met with the lady. Is it possible that he is actually a woman? Ding Weihuan asked fearlessly. Yi Yuchen abruptly hung up the phone. Seeing the man's demeanor, Moon Wan snorted. Are you here to catch someone cheating? When he remained silent, she exploded with anger. When did you lose your mind? With so much money, why not seek treatment? You don't know how much Ran loves you? How can you suspect her of infidelity? She deserves to divorce you. You must not speak ill of him. Before Moon Wan could finish her tirade, Qiao Xingran shouted to stop her. He treats you this way, and you still protect him? What's so good about him? She cast a disdainful glance at Yi Yuchen. Isn't he just handsome, with a perfect physique and a wealthy family? What does that matter? He is utterly worthless to Qiao Xingran. You must not speak ill of him, Qiao Xingran repeated. The gloom that had enveloped Yi Yuchen for hours dissipated in that moment. It seemed he had misunderstood her. If this were in the past, Yi Yuchen often harbored disdain for Qiao Xingran's support. Yet this time he found himself somewhat touched. Just as he was still basking in this emotion, Qiao Xingran spoke up. You think you're handsome? Let me tell you, I've encountered and touched countless attractive men. You wouldn't even make the cut among them. The queen unleashed her scorn. Yi Yuchen's expression gradually darkened. As Qiao Xingran scrutinized him, she snorted derisively. You're only good at digging through dung. Do you possess any other merits? After 3 years of this, how many more years do you expect to waste on me? Moon Wan covered her mouth in shock. The implications were heavy. She had anticipated that despite Yi Yuchen's imposing stature, he would prove to be inadequate. Who knew about that other man? Qiao Xingran seethed, barely containing her rage. Cherish life and distance yourself from that dog. Divorce is imperative. Do you still suspect my fidelity? As if I would betray you. Before she could finish, Yi Yuchen draped his coat over her shoulders and hoisted her onto his shoulder. What are you doing? Put her down, or I'll call the police. Moon Wan interdicted. Go ahead and report it. Let us see who can stop me from taking my wife home. If necessary, I'll have him come discuss it with you, the man retorted before departing. Ran, you'd better watch out, he warned. Mentioning that other man made Moon Wan falter. Once inside the car, Qiao Xingran continued to fuss, but as the vehicle started moving, she drifted off to sleep. Upon reaching the Yi residence, Yi Yuchen carried her inside. Both Butler Liu and Yunjinjin were taken aback. He hastily left the banquet without so much as a word. Just to find Qiao Xingran, Yunjinjin gazed at the exquisite woman in his arms, consumed by jealousy and a desire to tear her apart. Yet, she quickly softened her tone. Chun, is Madame Qiao, all right? What brings you here? Yi Yuchen replied curtly, I'm not pleased. I fear Madame might be unwell. You should take her to her room. I'll prepare some tea to help her sober up, Yunjinjin suggested, feeling uneasy. She is in pain, Qiao Xingran grimaced. Clutching her abdomen. Suffering, are you? The man cursed, yet his pace quickened nonetheless. Yunjinjin was suffocated by jealousy, feeling bitter and wronged. I never expected their relationship to be so strong. Perhaps I shouldn't have returned. Miss Yin, please don't think that way. Madame is merely a troublemaker. She is doing this on purpose. For 3 years post-marriage, the gentleman hasn't shared a room with her. Butler Liu hastily reassured her. 3 years without intimacy? She found it hard to believe. Chapter 23. He put in great effort last night. Indeed, Butler Liu affirmed. Yunjinjin smiled. He truly speaks and acts with conviction. Of course, he loves you the most, she remarked. Soon after, she cautioned, Miss Yun, you have already been ensnared by that woman once. You must not fall for her tricks again. Each time the gentleman returns, it's to discuss divorce, and now that you have returned. With the master and madam in a stupor, this marriage is destined to end. He will only marry you. You know he treats the Yun family differently. Butler Liu's words eased her anxious heart somewhat. Very well, prepare some hangover tea, and I shall deliver it to her, she said gently. Miss Yun, the lady is quite wicked. Your kindness may lead to her taking advantage of you, sighed Butler Liu as he made his way to the kitchen. Yunjinjin's tender smile faded, leaving only resentment in her gaze. Qiao Xingran reclined on the grand bed, her bathrobe slightly loosened, her alabaster skin appearing even more alluring under the light. The fullness of her beauty was subtly revealed, her hair cascading in disarray, and her enticing lips gently licking. As her enchanting eyes fluttered open, she playfully tugged at Yi Yuchen's tie, their noses nearly touching. Qiao Xingran, are you certain you are not attempting to seduce me? The man furrowed his brow, suppressing his emotions. She groaned intermittently, her stomach discomforting her. Yi Yuchen's face darkened. Serve you right for drinking. Let's see if you dare indulge again. He raised his hand in exasperation, then gently placed it on her abdomen, offering a soothing massage. After a while, Qiao Xingran felt significantly better and opened her eyes, her smile radiant. He was momentarily entranced. Her beauty was almost terrifying. How delightful, she said softly as she sat up, her bathrobe slipping down to reveal her fragrant shoulders. Qiao Xingran wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning close to his lips. Can you guess what I wish to do now? What she intended was a mystery to him, but his own desires were clear. Suddenly, he realized he had overlooked a rare treasure beside him. Your tenderness towards me makes me want to vomit. Ugh. True to her word, she did. Qiao Xingran treated him as if he were a refuse bin. In that moment, all of Yi Yuchen's passions dissipated. After she was finished, she kicked him away and covered her nose. I once thought you were a vile creature, but now I see you're simply disgusting. Qiao Xingran, I shall kill you. He bellowed in fury. He had a penchant for cleanliness, and this wretched woman was infuriating. Yuchen had previously harbored concerns about their solitude, but upon hearing his roar, a smirk crept upon her lips. Entering the room, she said, Oh, Chun, perhaps you should shower and change. I will prepare some hangover tea for Mrs. Yi. Her attire is rather soiled, and I shall assist her. As she turned to leave, Yi Yuchen refused her offer. It's not necessary, he began, but his sharp gaze silenced her. Yuchen awkwardly smiled, placing the tea down. Then please take good care of her. Call me if needed. As she closed the door, her fury reached a peak. She was determined to expel Qiao Xingran. After an hour of showering, Yi Yuchen emerged, still seething. He had intended to awaken Qiao Xingran, but upon seeing her serene beauty in slumber, he ultimately chose to change her clothes and let her rest. The following day, Yuchen was aware of Yi Yuchen's routine of exercising. Once he departed, she entered the room, drawing back the curtains to let in the blinding sunlight. Qiao Xingran begrudgingly sat up, displeased. The last person who disturbed my sleep was fed to the sharks. As she gazed at the discarded garments adorning her body, Yuchen felt a wave of envy almost overwhelm her. Apart from Yi Yuchen, there was no one else. She composed herself and let out a slight hum. Mrs. Yi, do you intend to retain a man with such tactics for eternity? Qiao Xingran turned to her, hurling a pillow with great force. The impact sent Yuchen tumbling to the floor. Get lost, she exclaimed, her morning irritability evident. The one who should leave is you. Chun loves me. Do you have any idea how fervently he treated me last night? Yuchen stood up, her voice a blend of fury and desperation. Qiao Xingran's mood for sleep was thoroughly disrupted. She threw off the blanket and strode over to Yuchen, her long legs carrying her purposefully. With one hand, she lifted Yuchen and flung her harshly against the ground, then kicked her in the abdomen. A piercing scream escaped Yuchen's lips. I have not sought you out. Yet you, the mistress, dare confront me? Do you truly think me easy prey? Come, enlighten me about how passionately he treated you. Was it as exhilarating as this? Qiao Xingran raised her again, sending her crashing to the floor once more. The room echoed with a cacophony of sounds. Just then, Yi Yuchen and Butler Lu entered, taken aback by the scene. Yuchen coughed up blood, gasping, It's all right, Mrs. Yi didn't mean it. I shouldn't have appeared in this household. But Chun and I are merely friends. I have reiterated this countless times. Please do not misunderstand again. If this continues, I might very well be beaten to death. Wasn't it said that Qiao Xingran was a fool? She was on the verge of being incapacitated. Butler Lu scooped her into his arms, his voice laced with fury. Madam, you have gone too far. Every guest deserves respect. How could you act in such a manner? If this news spreads, what will become of the Yi family's reputation? Chun, I'm fine. Let us not escalate this matter. She feigned understanding. Yi Yuchen approached Qiao Xingran step by step. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You see her being struck, and yet you question why? Qiao Xingran brushed her hands together, rolling her eyes at them. I haven't had my fill of this yet. She could press charges for intentional harm. How can you maintain such an attitude after assaulting her? He gripped her wrist, his voice frigid. Qiao Xingran met his gaze with her beautiful eyes. So, my husband has hastily concluded that I am at fault without inquiry? Are you not curious as to why I struck her? Violence is inexcusable, regardless of the circumstances, he replied coldly. Ha, you dog a man. Upon hearing this, Yuchen's lips curled into a smile. She was certain that Yi Yuchen loved her and favored her. Cough, cough, while I silence shameless mistress. Qiao Xingran bellowed with authority. Everyone stood in stunned silence. I struck her because she deserved it. The moment she entered, she flaunted your passionate night, taunting me with every word. If I did not retaliate, how can I hold my head high? I refuse to be like the original owner, apologizing at the slightest provocation, nor will I bottle up my feelings. I did not, Mrs. Yi. I have forgiven you for your assault. Why do you continue to slander me? My innocence has been utterly destroyed by you. Regardless, you must apologize to me today. Yuchen, trembling, leaned toward Yi Yuchen, but the man evaded her. Qiao Xingran, uninterested in idle chatter, directly retrieved her phone. Madam Yi, do you intend to keep using such tactics to retain a man? As the recording played, Yuchen's face turned ashen. When did this wretched woman record this? If it continued to play, Yi Yuchen would undoubtedly harbor suspicions. With a spurt of blood, Yuchen fainted. Sir, I shall escort Miss Yun to the hospital, said Butler Liu, a keen observer who recognized that at this juncture. Departure was the wisest course of action. Once he left, the expansive room was left with only the two of them. Yi Yuchen furrowed his brow, seemingly wronging Qiao Xingran once again. Chapter 24. Qiao Xingran weeps like a dog seeing Yi Yuchen standing before her like a wooden post. Qiao Xingran's exquisite face bore a hint of mockery. Isn't it time you went to tend to your precious one? If she were to perish, would I be held accountable? Yi Yuchen's expression hardened, his voice tinged with a degree of stiffness. Is this your attitude toward the one who took care of you all night? All night? She laughed out loud, casting him a disdainful glance. Do you possess the art of duplication? The mistress herself claimed. I know not what she uttered, but the one who cared for you throughout the night was I. You vomited all over me. Had I not changed your clothes, you would be reeking now. Yi Yuchen interrupted her words with an explanation. Qiao Xingran was taken aback, glancing down at her attire in astonishment. What? You changed my clothes? Of course. He retorted with an expressionless face. Qiao Xingran was stunned. How outrageous! She seized a pillow and hurled it at him. Who permitted you to touch me? Yi Yuchen snatched the pillow away and tossed it to the ground, expressing his dissatisfaction. What pretense is this? Have you forgotten that you overstepped that night? Damn, that was merely the original's will at play. It had nothing to do with me. However, the previous night, that dog of a man. You. Qiao Xingran clenched her delicate fists, grasping his arm, regulating her breath as she persevered. Let us divorce. We shall do so immediately. Yi Yuchen grasped her wrist and forcefully pushed her down onto the bed. You took advantage of me once. I shall return the favor. It is only fair. Moreover, I merely changed your clothes last night. Why the urgency? His tone remained icy. Qiao Xingran struggled fiercely, but to no avail. I have nothing further to say to you aside from divorce. She wished she could summon the Civil Affairs Bureau right then and there. Divorce? Yi Yuchen mocked. Your performance at last night's family banquet was quite lacking. The divorce must wait a while longer. It matters not. I possess evidence of your infidelity, and I will sue you. She raised her foot and kicked fiercely. The man stood and dodged. Oh, really? Let me see your evidence. Qiao Xingran fumbled with her phone. All photos and recordings were blank. Did you delete my evidence? She was furious. Qiao Xingran, I have made it clear that the pace of our divorce is solely my decision. Until then, you must obey and refrain from any reckless behavior. You should understand that unless I desire otherwise, this marriage cannot be dissolved. Yi Yuchen's dark expression plummeted. What a contemptible man. He dares to threaten her. Though Qiao Xingran hesitated to admit it, the truth was undeniable. In terms of physical strength, wealth, and influence, she felt woefully inadequate in this realm. To secure a smooth divorce, she must exert greater effort. Noticing Qiao Xingran's silence, Yi Yuchen's mellifluous voice resonated once more. You need not take Yuchen's words to heart. Therefore, the reason you deleted those recordings was not a reluctance to divorce, but rather to protect that mistress. Is it? She glared at him, indignant. Yuchen is not a mistress. Yi Yuchen's justifications, from Qiao Xingran's perspective, only served to reinforce his defense of her. A sharp pang of anguish struck her chest, and the original owner's sentiments began to stir within her. Yi Yuchen, I could graciously facilitate your union. I have endured your presence for 3 years. How much longer must I endure? You trample upon my love without a shred of remorse. Her voice quivered. It was not her. It was the original owner. She sought to suppress her emotions, yet tears cascaded down her cheeks. Yi Yuchen had witnessed Qiao Xingran weep before, but now, despite the tears, her gaze bore a fierce contempt for him, both aggrieved and resolute. An inexplicable surge of compassion welled within him. As he raised his hand, intending to touch her cheek, Qiao Xingran retaliated with a fierce kick to his abdomen. I will undoubtedly divorce you. I refuse to love you as I once did. Go tell your mistress that if she dares provoke me again, I will retaliate. She wiped her tears away, exuding an air of defiance. You should also maintain your composure. If I catch him, I will not spare you either, he cautioned. Qiao Xingran narrowed her eyes at him. Please, expedite your search for him. I am equally eager to discover his identity. She denied him the opportunity to respond. After drying her tears, she lay down on the bed to sleep. The man took a shower and departed without lingering. Upon Yi Yuchen's arrival at the office, Yun Jinjin was already present. She weakly rose, looking pitiful as she said, Chun, I am sorry. I did not realize how deeply Mrs. Yi harbored animosity towards me. I will find a time to thoroughly explain everything and hope for her forgiveness. What did you say to her? His piercing gaze fell upon her face. Yun Jinjin clenched her delicate fists, her body trembling slightly. The previous Yi Yuchen would never have probed into such matters, nor would he have regarded her with such suspicion. Yet now, he doubted her for that wretched woman. Chun, do you suspect me? Do you not know what kind of person I am? If I truly intended to resort to such means, would I have waited 3 years? Tears streamed down Yun Jinjin's face, filled with indignation. What if Qiao Xingran has endured all of this alone for 3 years? Or do you wish to imply that the recording is fabricated? Yi Yuchen sat across from her, countering her question. Uttering those words left him feeling suffocated with unease. If he has truly guessed correctly, how has Qiao Xingran endured these 3 years? It is untrue. I have never uttered such words. If you doubt my sincerity, I am willing to confront you now. I do not wish for you to be caught in the middle, which does not imply my guilt. Yun Jinjin articulated with deliberate clarity. She continued, You know well the integrity of the Yun family. We do not resort to such despicable tactics. Having distanced herself from the Yun family, she understood that any mention of them would compel Yi Yuchen to trust her unconditionally. As expected, the man exhaled deeply, stating, Do not visit the house anymore. Although Yun Jinjin felt dissatisfaction, she obediently nodded, understood. But when did she become so irritable? I nearly faced dire consequences. The man offered no reply. Chun, you will divorce her, won't you? She ventured cautiously. Yi Yuchen looked up at her, issuing a cold warning. Stay out of matters that do not concern you. I do not intend to interfere, but I hope you can regain your freedom. After all, this marriage has only brought you suffering. She has already hurt Grandpa and Grandma, and I fear that keeping her in the Yi family will lead to further complications. Understanding and empathetic, Yun Jinjin feared displeasing the man and continued, All right, I shall refrain from mentioning this matter again. You know how to handle it. However, since I remain in the country, I will inevitably encounter her, and I do not wish for things to become overly tense. Yi Yuchen resumed his perusal of documents. Handle it as you see fit. Do not provoke her unnecessarily. With those words, Yun Jinjin felt invigorated. Rest assured, I will exercise discretion. I shall take my leave to rest now. You have your work. Qiao Xingran, what you possess to rival me? Just watch. I will not let you off easily. The moment the door closed, Yi Yuchen's mind was filled with the image of Qiao Xingran's stubborn tears, leaving him feeling unsettled. Separation. This marriage must end sooner or later. By midday, Qiao Xingran finally rose from bed. After finishing her meal, she returned to her room. To pursue a divorce, one must grow strong. Physical strength cannot be rushed. It requires gradual enhancement. However, financial resources must be acquired swiftly, before becoming ensnared in love. The original owner had considerable capabilities. According to her memories, she entered a website named Shui Phone, logging in with the ID, willing to pluck the stars for you. The original owner was evidently concerned that others might not recognize her as someone infatuated with love. After some contemplation, she altered it to slaughtering all dogs across the world. This site specializes in resolving significant challenges across various industries. The higher the price, the greater the difficulty. The original owner had once earned as much as 3 million. Qiao Xingran scrolled through the posts, clicking on a task offered at 30 million. Chapter 25, Slaughtering All Dogs Across the World, Task. Cybersecurity, specific tasks are confidential. Interested parties may contact the phone number below. A reminder, If you recklessly accept orders without assurance, you will face penalties. The person posting the task seemed to possess a temper. Qiao Xingran clicked to accept the order. In the dimly lit ambience of the night, a message arrived. A task had been accepted. Ding Wei Huan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, yet soon followed with a tone of disappointment, lamenting that her account level was insufficient. The code was dispatched. Yi Yuqing's voice remained steady and unperturbed. Ding Wei Huan sent the code, while Qiao Xingran scoffed, dismissing the task as trivial. Within 5 seconds, it was cracked. Ding Wei Huan stood in stunned silence, exclaiming, Yizong, Yizong. In disbelief, she implored, if it fails, do as you see fit. Yi Yuqing, still not lifting his gaze, presumed failure was inevitable. Yet it was accomplished within a mere 5 seconds. Ding Wei Huan, filled with exuberance, declared this feat. This revelation piqued Yi Yuqing's interest. After all, he had spent half an hour on the very same code, a task that even the world's elite hackers would take several minutes to complete. Yet, the counterpart had achieved it in 5 seconds. Send the task, Yi Yuqing commanded. Upon reviewing the task details, Qiao Xingran responded, I'll take it. Does completion truly yield 30 million? Indeed, once the task is completed, the fund will be directly deposited into your account for you to withdraw at your convenience. Ding Wei Huan replied, then inquired, how many days will you need? Days. Are you insulting someone? She retorted, I'll have it done in an hour. With that, she lowered her head to commence the task. An hour? Ding Wei Huan echoed, astonished. Yizong, did she just say an hour? This task has been open for nearly a month with many takers, yet none succeeded. Is she merely boasting? Investigate who she is, Yi Yuqing instructed. After a brief search, Ding Wei Huan reported, no luck. Apart from knowing she goes by slaughtering all dogs across the world, there are no useful leads. Her firewall is formidable. Despite being one of the top 10 hackers globally, Ding Wei Huan could uncover no information on her. It appeared that this individual was indeed a heavyweight in the realm of hacking. 1 hour will reveal the truth, Yi Yuqing mused, returning to his work. 45 minutes later, a notification chimed. Ding Wei Huan approached Yi Yuqing, stating, Yizong, slaughtering all dogs across the world has succeeded. The mere mention of dogs brought to mind Qiao Xingran, the woman he had briefly thought of. They opened the completed task and marveled at the outcome. It was done, achieved in just 45 minutes. Ding Wei Huan expressed her excitement. Yes, transfer the funds and inquire if she is interested in joining us, Yi Yuqing instructed, clearly valuing talent. Slaughtering all dogs across the world. The funds have been transferred to your account. Please check. Following the withdrawal instructions, Qiao Xingran confirmed receipt. Thank you. Our boss values your capabilities. Are you interested in joining us? You are truly a master, and I hold great admiration for you. Ding Wei Huan, not one to idolize easily. Only the boss and this master had earned her respect, awaited a response. Not interested. Contact me again for the next task. She logged off. 30 million. First, she would purchase new clothes, then buy a house and move out to live separately. Ding Wei Huan expressed regret, saying, President Yi, she has rejected us. This remarkable individual is truly formidable. Let's send out the latest recruitment notice. With 3 billion at stake, if she can still manage it, I shall definitely extend a sincere invitation for her to join us. Yi Yuqing cast a glance at the ID, his eyes deep with contemplation. Indeed, President Yi, if the opportunity arises, we must meet this extraordinary person. Soon, they returned to their work. Qiao Xingran strolled through a luxury goods store, savoring a candied hawthorn. Wasn't it said that the venue was booked exclusively? Why are there still people inside, dressed so poorly? The wealthy lady fumed. Oh, isn't that Mrs. Yi? Upon hearing the name, Xiao Paya raised her head. The memory of being forced to drink toilet water at the banquet ignited a fire within her. To silence the wealthy ladies from spreading rumors, she had intentionally booked the venue to entertain them. Now, with Qiao Xingran before her, all she desired was to tear this wretched person apart. How is this mall managed? Can anyone just stroll in? Xiao Paya approached Qiao Xingran with displeasure. Is my sister-in-law a dog or a cat? Qiao Xingran teased, gazing at her playfully. Xiao Paya's face turned ashen. Qiao Xingran, do you truly consider yourself significant? Believing you are Mrs. Yi, your family is on the brink of bankruptcy. If it weren't for your scheming to entangle my uncle, how could a pauper like you afford to shop here? Xiao Paya shouted angrily. Are you implying that the financially disadvantaged are unworthy of shopping here? This mall is a paradise for individuals like us, elevated above the rest. You poor souls, mere laborers, Do you even belong? She interrupted Qiao Xingran, continuing her tirade. Qiao Xingran looked at the idle wealthy ladies and asked, do you all believe that ordinary people are unworthy of visiting malls? Shouldn't you be confined to street stalls? Accompanying us only in and out? Can you truly afford garments worth thousands? Or are you merely here to browse? A wholesale market is more suited for you commoners. Laborers are meant to labor. With a cold smile, Qiao Xingran nodded. Very well, I shall take my leave. Enjoy your shopping, but do make the most of your time, for opportunities will soon vanish. Stop right there. My shoelace has come undone. Will you assist me? Xiao Paya attempted to salvage her lost dignity from yesterday. Are you thirsty? There's plenty of toilet water to drink, she retorted coldly. Xiao Paya rushed forward, grasping Qiao Xingran's wrist. Wretched girl, Jinjin has returned, and soon the Yi family will cast you out. At that time, I shall ensure you meet your end in a pit of filth. What? Sister-in-law, have you consumed excrement? No wonder your mouth is so repulsive. Perhaps you should brush your teeth more often. Qiao Xingran expressed her disdain. Wretched girl you, without allowing her to finish. Qiao Xingran shook her head. It's too foul. I might vomit. After a few dry heaves, she departed. Indeed, Mrs. Yi possessed remarkable skill, rendering the young mistress speechless. At this rate, could the young mistress still hold the position of matriarch? The chatter of voices behind her filled the air. Xiao Pai's nails dug into her palm. She was determined to be the sole matriarch. Qiao Xingran, await your demise. Stepping out of the mall. Qiao Xingran had just posted the words of those affluent ladies online and had also hired some online influencers. Soon, the topic erupted into a frenzy. In the Yi household, Yi Shihao pounded the table and pointed at Xiao Paya. Are you devoid of reason? How dare you speak such nonsense? Our entire industry is facing a boycott, and the mall has been vandalized with paint. My husband and I didn't mean to. This is clearly a scheme orchestrated by Qiao Xingran to frame me. Xiao Paya sobbed, utterly aggrieved. That wretched Qiao Xingran. I never imagined she would resort to such underhanded tactics. She then turned to Yi Yuchen, second brother. This mess was instigated by Qiao Xingran. You cannot expect me to bear the blame alone. Yunjin hurried to support Xiao Paya. Sister-in-law, please try to remain calm. Your heart isn't strong. The priority now is to devise a strategy, not to call Qiao Xingran. Where is she? I'll contact her. Yi Yuchen took out his phone. Qiao Xingran, with such a significant incident at home, why haven't you shown up? Where are you? Come to the Yi residence immediately. As he sent the message, the expression on his face shifted. Yunjin, puzzled, asked, Chun, is she refusing to come? Yi Yuchen stared at the red exclamation mark, uncertain if she would respond. What was clear, however, was that he had been blocked. Chapter 26. The seductress makes a scene. Xiao Paya trembled, tears streaming down her face. Feeling utterly wronged. Am I to blame for this? If anyone is to be blamed, it should be the one who brought her into our home. A troublemaker who harms others. As the door opened, Qiao Xingran entered and overheard her words. Instead of retorting, she cast a cold, indifferent glance. She then shot a fierce glare at Yi Yuchen. What kind of man is he if he cannot even protect his own wife? Seeing Qiao Xingran, Yunjin coughed a few times, her frail body swaying precariously. Xiao Paya quickly steadied her and turned to Yi Yuchen. Chun, how can you allow Junjin to be bullied like this? Sister-in-law, I'm fine. Then she looked at Qiao Xingran. Mrs. Yi, those videos concerning my sister-in-law should have nothing to do with you, right? You understand that the mall belongs to the Yi family, don't you? This entire situation is a misunderstanding, correct? Yunjin spoke with utmost gentleness. Who are you? Qiao Xingran retorted, glancing at her. Her face turned pale. You are Jinjin, right? What is it? Qiao Xingran interrupted Xiao Paya's probing. Is it that I am my husband as mistress? My rival? The third party in my marriage? With a barrage of questions, Yunjin could utter not a single word, only gazing at Yi Yuchen with tear-filled eyes, choked up. Chun, others may not know, but you understand me. I am not that kind of person. Qiao Xingran mockingly rested her chin on her hand, laughing. Are you trying to seduce my husband? Have you no shame? I am not. Yunjin cried, feeling wronged. Didn't they say Qiao Xingran was a useless waste? How is she so formidable? She always leaves me speechless. The crucial point is, Yi Yuchen isn't even defending me. Did you summon me here to attend a funeral? Why is everyone crying so sorrowfully? She mocked. You still know how to come? Knight Yuchen finally spoke up, still engulfed in the fury of being blacklisted. Shall I take my leave then? As she spoke, she rose from her seat. Qiao Xingran's attitude had reached an unprecedented level of arrogance. Knight Yuchen slammed his phone down onto the coffee table, his expression dark and brooding. Yuchen, witnessing this, softly advised, "Madam Knight, perhaps you should apologize. We would all forgive you." Though she uttered these words, deep down she secretly wished for the Knight family to seize this opportunity to cast her out. "Qiao Xingran, we have discovered that it was you who posted your sister-in-law's remarks online. Do you have any idea how much damage your actions have inflicted upon the Knight family? What a profound impact it has had on the company." Knight Shuho, for Knight Yuchen's sake, struggled to restrain his voice from rising in anger. The evidence was irrefutable. Qiao Xingran did not deny it. "Yes, it was me who posted it." "I knew it was you, wretched creature," Xiao Paya retorted, her gaze shifting between the two men's piercing stares, hastily redirecting her accusation. "It's her fault. She is to blame. Madam Knight, regardless of your discord with your sister-in-law, one cannot jest with the Knight family. What shall we do now?" Yuchen appeared anxious, yet in truth, she relished the unfolding drama. "How about I post on Weibo to clarify things? My fans will still believe me," she proposed, seemingly taking the initiative. "This is clearly Qiao Xingran's fault. Why should we bear the burden? If she is not expelled from the Knight family today, we shall have no way to justify this." Xiao Paya suddenly found her confidence renewed. Qiao Xingran let out a laugh, but the next moment, her demeanor turned cold and serious. "Words spoken from your mouth. Must we still debate who is at fault?" Her voice was filled with conviction, her eyes scanning the room with an unspoken authority. "Are you implying that if I hadn't posted it online, there would be no issue?" Qiao Xingran continued to counter. Xiao Paya was momentarily struck speechless. Yuchen interjected. "If you hadn't posted it, none of this would have happened. Your sister-in-law often speaks without thinking. Has this not happened before? If lessons are not learned this time, it will only escalate further. No wonder she feels emboldened to speak so carelessly. It's all due to your favoritism." In that moment, Qiao Xingran chastised the two formidable men of the Knight family as if they were mere children. This was indeed not the first occurrence. Previously, such matters had been suppressed, but now it had erupted. Xiao Paya certainly needed a lesson. "What do you propose we do?" Knight Yuchen's voice was cold, akin to the chilling waters of a dark abyss. Qiao Xingran moved to sit beside him, her luscious, glossy lips lightly brushing against his ear. "If I resolve this matter, will you agree to divorce me?" Yuchen, witnessing this scene, felt her nails dig into her palm in frustration. A vixen, displaying her allure in public. The warmth of her breath, the intoxicating scent of womanhood, momentarily left Knight Yuchen in disarray. Was she trying to seduce him? Would he agree? Her delicate, snow-white hands grasped his arm, her voice transforming into a sweet, honeyed tone. Knight Yuchen's Adam's apple bobbed. Indeed, Qiao Xingran was indeed enticing him. The man pressed her hands down with a cold grip, exclaiming, "Dream on." How outrageous, she thought, feeling violated. Instantly, Qiao Xingran regained her composure and shifted her body aside. "What benefits can the Yi family offer if I resolve this crisis?" She countered. "Madam Yi, you must be jesting. You are an integral part of the Yi family. Moreover, you are indeed responsible for this matter." Yuchen interjected, her words trailing off. Qiao Xingran stood up and walked outside. "Qiao Xingran," Yi Yuchen called after her. "An outsider continually interrupting my discourse. Must I endure this? Since the mistress is so self-assured, let her handle this matter. Once she succeeds, she could potentially replace me." She rolled her eyes, indifferent to the outcome. "Very well, I shall resolve this issue alongside my sister-in-law. Yuchen, why don't you check on Madame Yi? She truly harbors a deep resentment toward the Yi family." Yuchen seized this opportunity, having already devised a strategy. Once she successfully navigated this situation, the contrast between her and Qiao Xingran would become even more pronounced. At that time, the Yi family would undoubtedly choose her. Yuchen's words were left unspoken as Yi Yuchen turned to leave. Her expression twisted in anger. "Yuchen, if you can assist in resolving this matter, I will wholeheartedly support Yi Yuchen's divorce and your marriage into the family. I need a sister-in-law like you," Xiao Paya urged, grasping her hand excitedly. Yuchen's sweet smile returned as she looked toward Yi Shuhua. "Eldest brother will speak on my behalf, won't he?" "Indeed," he assured her, bringing her comfort. Yi Yuchen emerged, grasping Qiao Xingran's hand, drawing her into his embrace, his long fingers resting possessively on her slender waist. The woman struggled fiercely, Weren't you just so adept at seduction? He taunted, relishing the game of pursuit and retreat. He had to admit, Qiao Xingran's allure was growing increasingly formidable. How tiresome, Qiao Xingran scoffed. I will manage this matter. You must cooperate with me regarding the Yi family. I shall not assist you in any endeavor, nor do I believe I am at fault. Should you wish to expel me from the Yi family, I am indifferent. By the way, the Yi family's public relations tactics will eventually lead to its downfall. Qiao Xingran interrupted, firmly refusing his proposition. You may discuss your plan. Your precious one has taken the initiative. How could I possibly compete with her? Don't say I didn't warn you. Aside from me, no one else can resolve this matter. Her confident smile was particularly enchanting, captivating Yi Yuchen. His gaze was fervent as he slowly approached her. Chapter 27. A gentleman speaks rather than acts, yet he speaks. Qiao Xingran's fist struck his chest, halting his advance. If you dare to harass me again, I shall blind you, she warned. In what way have I harassed you? Yi Yuchen invited, perplied. Even a lustful gaze is unacceptable. With that, she turned to leave. But after just a few steps, Qiao Xingran paused, looking back at him. Do you trust me? Shall I be blamed? The question came as an unexpected shock, leaving the man momentarily speechless. You do not trust me, you do not love me, and yet you blame me, do you? Qiao Xingran sneered. She would never stoop to ask such trivial questions. It was undoubtedly the original owner's desire for self-torment resurfacing. Yi Yuchen, you're my husband. You should believe in me and love me at all times. Before she could finish her thought, the man stormed towards her in a fit of rage. Goodness, surely, this man would not resort to domestic violence against her. Hey, a gentleman uses words, not fists. Qiao Xingran widened her eyes, her long, thick eyelashes fluttering. The scoundrel dared to bite her. Yi Yuchen's large hand gripped the back of her neck, deepening the kiss. Her lips, soft and sweet like ripe cherries, were intoxicating. He found himself becoming addicted. Yuchen happened to walk by at that moment and stumbled back in shock at the sight before her. Were they kissing? Qiao Xingran snapped back to reality and raised her hand to struggle. Dare to resist again, and I shall sever your tongue, she murmured indistinctly before biting down hard. Damn, that hurt. Her hands were pinned down, and the kiss continued. It was Yi Yuchen's initiative. Yuchen now saw everything clearly. In the next moment, she fainted. The sound of her falling to the ground was what finally made them stop. Night dog, Qiao Xingran exclaimed in exasperation. You see, a gentleman uses words, not fists. Yi Yuchen regained his composure and approached Yuchen. You, a good woman, does not contend with a dog. Qiao Xingran wiped her mouth in anger and stormed off. As Yuchen lay on the ground, she felt someone lift her up. She knew that Yi Yuchen cared for her. That kiss must have been instigated by Qiao Xingran. Chung, it feels much better with you holding me. She slowly opened her eyes, speaking with affectionate longing. But upon seeing the burly security guard, her face turned pale. Miss Yin, rest assured, we shall take you to the hospital immediately, the security guard said, his words spewing saliva. Yuchen looked around. Where was Yi Yuchen? Put me down, she struggled. No, the CEO instructed us to take you to the hospital. Yuchen jumped down from him and glared fiercely. You think you're worthy of holding me? A toad wishing to eat swan meat? Go take a look at yourself. The security guard's face turned ashen upon hearing this. Where's the CEO? She demanded imperiously. He has left, the guard replied. Furious, Yuchen stomped her foot and kicked the guard hard. After venting her anger, she coldly huffed, Mind your words, or I shall make you regret it. Watching the woman's retreating figure, the guard clenched his fists, his voice dark and menacing. You arrogant wench, does wealth make you superior? Don't let me catch you, or I'll make you pay. Qiao Xingran sat in the car, her small hand fiercely rubbing her red lips, the flames of her anger igniting within her. How had she ever endured such humiliation? What a stroke of misfortune to end up here, encountering such a despicable man. The phone rang. Warm. Qiao Xingran shouted in frustration. What's wrong? I feel like I could kill someone. Moon Wan chuckled and replied. Ah, but murder is a crime here. The law is what saved the night dog. She sighed in resignation. Ha ha. Why are you so adorable now, my dear? Killing is illegal everywhere, and no man is worth it. The woman laughed heartily. Did you seek me out for something? I've heard about a newly opened club, reputed to be the most upscale in the city. Come on, let us go indulge ourselves. Are you in? Not just a drink, but I'll introduce you to some charming young men. You might just kick that old guard dog of yours to the curb. What do you think? Moon Wan inquired. Do you have any idea how much Knight Yuchen is worth? Qiao Xingran posed an unrelated question. What? Are you trying to show off? Her friend teased. No, I genuinely want to know. Qiao Xingran expressed her curiosity about the fortune required to rise above the man and successfully divorce him. 10 billion, came the response. Damn, I only have 30 million. It seems this path is unfeasible. Well then, let us go. Let us head to the bar. Qiao Xingran declared. Still skeptical. And a divorce isn't impossible. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the club's entrance. Moon Wan stood with hands on her hips, exuding confidence. 5 minutes passed when the security guard, devoid of expression, stated, even if you curse all night, it's futile. Young Master Fu has rules. His club does not admit any women. Qiao Xingran shot them a glance. Are you discriminating against women? No, it's simply because young Master Fu doesn't tea like women. The guard explained helplessly. What the hell? He doesn't tea like them at all? Not his mother, grandmother, sister, or any women in his family. She exclaimed. That's a conversation we can't pursue. The guard thought to himself. As Fu Zibao held a glass of red wine and gazed out the window, he smiled upon spotting Qiao Xingran. Inform everyone. Henceforth, no one is to obstruct Qiao Xingran on my premises. Also, she is to enjoy complimentary services for life. He instructed his assistant, Arun. Understood. Arun approached the entrance, respectfully addressing the two women. Ladies, my apologies for the oversight. Please come in. Young Master Fu has arranged to cover all your expenses for tonight. The security guard paused, then quietly stepped aside. Qiao Xingran smiled. Young Master Fu is truly a perceptive man. Thank you. The two women entered with beaming faces. Arun instructed the guard from now on, do not impede their entry. Yes, sir. The two women settled in the heart of the club. Moon Wan was nearly drooling, surrounded by handsome men. Ran, what do you think of that man over there? She asked. Qiao Xingran shook her head. His face is so pale. He looks quite frail. Which one do you fancy? Her friend inquired curiously. None of them appeal to me. What I truly desire is wealth, ample power, and the ability to rise above those who scorn me. Qiao Xingran was brimming with ambition. Yet, reality proved to be cruel. Today, I shall attempt to use my restless wife to provoke Yi Yuchen into discarding her. Is that my sister-in-law? Chu Nanfeng thought he had misseen, but upon focusing, he realized it was indeed Qiao Xingran. A woman who rarely ventured out had unexpectedly appeared here. A remarkable spectacle indeed. The attendees, including Xiao Beicheng, Nangong Xiang, and Sidu Jin, all turned their gazes in her direction. Infu Xiao Siriam. The presence of women was strictly prohibited. Could that other one be Mu Nuanyuan? Mu Nuanyuan adores me like a devoted follower. She is in no way connected to Fu Xiao, Xiao Beicheng asserted. Thus, Fu Xiao has taken an interest in my sister-in-law. Sidu Jin deliberately raised his voice. Yi Yuchen appeared unfazed, yet he couldn't help but cast a glance. It truly was Qiao Xingran. What was her purpose for being here? What connection did she have with Fu Zibo? He downed a glass of strong liquor, feeling increasingly ensnared by Qiao Xingran's presence. Mr. Yi, I apologize for the oversight. Please do not take offense, Fu Zibo, as the host, said while holding a glass of red wine. Yi Yuchen remained seated, his voice cold. Do you know Qiao? He paused, then continued swiftly. Do you know my wife, Qiao Xingran? Chapter 28. Fu Zibo is interested in Qiao Xingran's wife? The men present were momentarily stunned. This was the first time Yi Yuchen had referred to Qiao Xingran in such a manner. Previously, she had merely been that woman. I would very much like to get acquainted. I certainly will, for she's utterly charming and fits my type. Fu Zibo unabashedly expressed his sentiments. Yi Yuchen rose abruptly. Does Fu Xiao fancy this sort? An aura of frost enveloped him, making the atmosphere feel frigid. The others felt a tinge of fear. It had been years since they had witnessed Yi Yuchen's fury. Does the president truly love her? Fu Zibo's smile held a hint of mockery. The two men locked eyes. Mu Nuanyuan, with her legs crossed, continued her search for prey. Upon turning her head, she beheld the scene before her. Xiao Beicheng beckoned with his hand. Mu Nuanyuan hesitated for a moment, but then pulled Qiao Xingran towards them. Truly, destiny is a narrow path. Qiao Xingran could only respond with a cold glare. Yet, Yi Yuchen approached her, his large hand resting on her shoulder, gently pulling her closer. Fu Xiao, allow me to introduce my wife, Qiao Xingran. Just as Qiao Xingran was about to resist, the man's seductive lips brushed against her delicate earlobe, whispering temptingly, be obedient. The scene was charged with an unmistakable tension. Fu Zibo lowered his gaze, a smile gracing his lips as he extended his hand. Qiao Xingran, I am Fu Zibo. You must remember my name, for I have returned. His deep-set eyes searched Qiao Xingran's, seeking any flicker of change within her gaze, but his efforts were in vain. Qiao Xingran politely extended her hand. The outcome. Knight Yuchen took the initiative to grasp her hand, apologizing. I beg your pardon, but my wife has a rather poor memory, aside from myself. She cannot recall any other man. Their hands remained firmly clasped, engaged in a subtle contest of strength. Qiao Xingran pressed her small hand against her chest, cautiously surveying the surroundings. The members of Bei were lurking nearby. She sensed an impending encounter. Without a backward glance, she departed. The two instantly released each other's hands. Enjoy yourself, Knight. Fu Zibai turned, his expression darkening. Do they know each other? Knight Yuchen inquired, casting a glance at Moon Wan. Scoundrel. She would never betray her best friend. Xiao Beicheng, handle your woman, he said with displeasure. Upon hearing the term your woman, Moon Wan adorably replied. If you want Xiao Beicheng to admit this fact verbally, I can certainly assist. Xiao Beicheng frowned. Have some dignity. In your presence, I can't help it, Cheng. I still love you. I'm not interested in those younger fellows. She pouted and swayed her waist. I enjoy looking at handsome men. Loving Xiao Beicheng, and this does not contradict. Xiao Beicheng, Knight Yuchen called out again, annoyed. Indeed, Moon Wan is my woman. For the sake of friendship, I sacrifice everything. Moon Wan smiled contentedly, coldly retorting. You are well aware of how much Ran loves you. In her eyes, no other man exists. She does not know Fu Xiao, and as for whether Fu Xiao knows Ran, I cannot say. Knight Yuchen felt that Fu Zibai's feelings for Qiao Xingran were rather peculiar. What? Are you jealous? She teased. Me? Jealous of her? The man found it amusing. It's for the best. Ran is so exceptional. Once you divorce her, spring will surely come. Just don't. A loud bang abruptly interrupted her words. All the lights in the club went out. Be cautious of ambush, Nangong Xiang shouted. Moon Wan was terrified. Xiao Beicheng swiftly pulled her into his embrace. Stay close to me. Do not fear. The sounds of gunfire erupted incessantly. Though Qiao Xingran had already departed, she heard the commotion and felt an instinctive pull to return. In the darkness, she recognized the insignia that only members of Bei possessed. Only she could see it. How did they arrive here? Qiao Xingran tore off her sleeve to use as a mask, picking up a gun from the ground and firing at their emblem. The leader paused momentarily. It's the queen. Only she possesses such skills. Capture her without mercy. A bullet hurtled toward Knight Yuchen. Qiao Xingran seized his wrist and pulled him away, firing into the darkness. She could vaguely discern that the shooter was a woman. Her stance remarkably professional. Her scent is somewhat reminiscent of Qiao Xingran. This was impossible. That woman could not possess such prowess. Another bullet whizzed by, and Qiao Xingran kicked Knight Yuchen aside. The man's head struck the ground, rendering him unconscious. She could not afford to linger, swiftly making her escape. Those behind her followed closely. They found themselves in a desolate ruin. Qiao Xingran's body had begun to weaken. She would perish if she did not recharge. Your Majesty, is it truly you? In what form do you currently exist? We have no intention of taking your life. We merely wish for you to return with us willingly. The voices of the men drew closer. Your Majesty, you cannot endure much longer. Why cling to this? Do you wish to understand why you are here? With all her strength, Qiao Xingran fired 4 bullets. The men screamed in agony. Seizing the moment, she fled. Yi Yuchen, I need you. Master, we have located the queen, but due to the darkness, we cannot ascertain her identity. Nonetheless, her power remains formidable, one man stated as he picked up the phone. What was said on the other end remains unknown. Understood. Withdraw for now. Do not alert the enemy. Yi Yuchen opened his eyes to see Yun Jinjin before him. Shun, you have finally awakened. You terrified me. The doctor assured me you are fine, and no one was injured at the club. They have all returned home. So do not worry. She reached out to assist him, but he rejected her. Yun Jinjin felt a pang in her heart, yet she remained gentle. Shun, how could this happen to you? Where is Qiao Xingran? He inquired. The hospital tried to reach her, but there was no answer. Alas, Mrs. Yi has gone too far. As your wife, she should not neglect you like this. Perhaps she is out shopping? Yun Jinjin seized the opportunity to cast suspicion. I am here. Qiao Xingran, pale-faced, managed to approach with great difficulty. Yuchen swiftly blocked her path. Mrs. Yi, Chen nearly lost his life. How could you get lost? Qiao Xingran had no strength left. Were you the one who saved me? Yuchen asked. He continued to probe. Do you know how to use a gun? You speak too much nonsense. Come here and hold me, she said, half crouched on the ground, weary. Yuchen frowned. Chen, have you lost your senses? How could she possibly know how to use a gun? The one who saved you must be someone else. Suddenly, Qiao Xingran coughed up blood. Yuchen, alarmit, rose hurriedly and caught her before she fell. Qiao Xingran felt a sense of relief in his embrace, but darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. Chen, I leave, Yuchen said coldly. Yuchen, filled with reluctance yet powerless, nodded slightly. Please take good care of Mrs. Yi. I shall take my leave for now and return tomorrow. As she closed the door, she pondered, could Qiao Xingran actually know how to use a gun? I must investigate this thoroughly. Yuchen held Qiao Xingran tightly, feeling her body warming in his embrace, and he tightened his hold. After a long while, the person in his arms stirred. Awake? He asked. Though Qiao Xingran wished to kick him away, this man was her sustenance. She could only endure the discomfort of his embrace. Did you save me? The injury on your wrist, was it incurred while saving me? Yuchen commented it. Chapter 29. I do not love you, but I adore your body. Indeed, Qiao Xingran replied candidly. Gazing at him, Knight Yuchen furrowed his brows, unable to believe his ears. You can use a gun? She, with a pallid face yet a trace of a smile, looked at him and replied, Do you think I could win Grandpa's approval for our marriage with mere words? He was a soldier in his youth. Is it so strange that I can handle a firearm to please him? Her words convinced him. After all, Qiao Xingran was willing to risk everything for their union. Knight Yuchen grasped her chin firmly, questioning, Why save me? If I perish, you would directly inherit my fortune. This woman must still harbor feelings for him, or else she would not have risked her life to rescue him. In response, Qiao Xingran smacked her forehead in frustration, lamenting, Ah, how thoughtless of me. Had I known this would be the outcome, I wouldn't have saved you. You can just die again. Upon hearing this, the man's face turned pale. How could she wish for his demise, yet cling to him in such a manner? Knight Yuchen stood up, intent on leaving. However, Qiao Xingran, her soft form wrapping around him from behind, whined playfully, Don't go. I still need to recharge. With a sudden pull, she brought him back onto the bed, clinging to him like an octopus. Rest assured, I won't love you as I once did. I'm merely coveting your body, she explained with utmost seriousness. Oh, if only you were a dog, then I could recharge whenever I pleased. Knight Yuchen's expression darkened, and after a long pause, he said, I genuinely appreciate your regard. Is it not a bit unfair for you to embrace me while claiming you do not love me? For reasons unknown. Every time he heard Qiao Xingran insist she did not love him, a flicker of something unusual crossed his heart, stirring feelings of annoyance and discontent within him. Not unfair at all, she tightened her embrace. If you were to die, could your ashes still provide me with energy? Probably not. Sigh, I have so many matters unresolved. I cannot afford to die. Thus, I must protect this man's life. Qiao Xingran nestled against his neck like a kitten, imploring, You cannot die. You must take good care of yourself. Knight Yuchen was taken aback. He thought he understood this naive girl well, yet he now found her thoughts utterly inscrutable. Recalling Fuzabao, he raised an eyebrow and asked, Do you know Fuzabao? Qiao Xingran looked at him with a flirtatious smile. Why? Are you suddenly interested in men? It's understandable. He has a delicate appearance, but regrettably, I'm not acquainted with him. If you wish to pursue him, feel free to reach out. Knight Yuchen's expression darkened instantly. Is my sexual orientation in question? Must I prove it right now? No, I don't care, she replied, solely focused on recharging. You're not involved with Fuzabao, are you? He inquired, gazing intently into her beautiful eyes. After all, he was still her legal husband, and he had the right to ask. Qiao Xingran tucked a stray hair behind her ear, her small hand resting on his chest, teasingly tracing patterns. Mr. Yi, don't tell me you're jealous? Have you truly come to appreciate me after our divorce? Feeling regretful? Yuchen's indifferent face was momentarily graced by a cold smile as he seized her flailing hand. Jealous? You? Do you think you are worthy of that sentiment? Qiao Xingran, we are not yet divorced. I cannot possibly remain oblivious while being betrayed. He continued, If you desire it, we can divorce at any time. While issuing this warning, he seemed reluctant to part ways. Mr. Yi, I genuinely wish to glimpse into your heart to ascertain whether you have truly fallen for me. The woman's laughter sparkled like a brilliant star, captivating all attention. I have warned you before. If I uncover evidence of your infidelity within our marriage, you shall come to regret it. Noticing her flushed complexion, Yuchen adjusted his attire and prepared to depart. Can you identify the mastermind behind this assassination attempt? Qiao Xingran sat up, her tone grave and anxious. There are no definitive results yet, he replied. Inform me as soon as you have any findings, she instructed. With a hint of doubt, Yuchen inquired, why are you so eager to know? To prevent others from further persecuting me. Qiao Xingran fabricated a casual excuse. The man merely grunted in response before leaving. She reclined back onto the bed, her suspicions lingering that Bai Yi, like her, had also arrived in this place. It was imperative to investigate the identities of those present last night. Only then could she trace Bai Yi's whereabouts. She resolved to conserve her energy and soon succumbed to a drowsy haze. In the office, Yuchen found himself inexplicably perturbed by Qiao Xingran's declaration of not loving him. Xiao Beicheng presented a document. There are still no concrete updates. I will inform you as soon as there is news. The man responded dismissively. I heard from Wan that Mrs. Yi wishes to divorce you. Are you refusing? Xiao Beicheng's inquiries were as tactless as they were persistent. Upon hearing the word divorce, Yuchen's countenance darkened instantly. It is not a matter of refusal. I am merely delayed by certain affairs. Rest assured, once the time is right, I will proceed with the divorce. The right time? Is it for Yunjinjin? You are divorcing for her, aren't you? He dared to press further. Tell Moonwan to refrain from gossiping. Our marital matters are to be resolved by us alone. Yuchen refrained from directly addressing the question. However, Xiao Beicheng concluded that his divorce was indeed for Yunjinjin. After all, the Yun family had previously held significant influence over Yuchen. Yunjinjin seems to be in trouble. She defended your business, but has faced a backlash online, leading to a press conference that exacerbated the situation. This matter appears delicate. It seems you must intervene, Xiao Beicheng remarked. Only I, Qiao Xingran, can resolve this issue. Her confident voice echoed in his ears. Yuchen furrowed his brow and replied coolly, I will handle it. Yet, he took no immediate action. In the Yi residence, Yunjinjin clutched a napkin, her body trembling. Sister-in-law, I have truly done my best. I did not anticipate this situation to escalate so dramatically due to Mrs. Yi. What are we to do now? Xiao Paya hurried to console her. Those commoners know nothing. If this market fails, so be it. Jinjin, I apologize for the burden. I am indifferent to my own plight. I merely worry about the Yi family. She was on the verge of losing her temper, having expected a degree of sympathy from netizens. The situation has escalated to the point of utter chaos. Now, a simple search of her name yields nothing but calls for her expulsion from the entertainment industry. The carefully cultivated persona she maintained for years has been utterly shattered, all thanks to that wretched individual. It is truly lamentable, and Xiao Paya has begun to feel anxious. What if the repercussions are indeed dire? She might even lose her position as Mrs. Yi. Yun Jinjin blinked and whispered, Didn't Mrs. Yi say she could handle this? Perhaps we should leave it to her. She has no faith that Qiao Xingran can resolve this matter, especially since she has already been dragged into this predicament. Qiao Xingran cannot simply extricate herself from the consequences. Indeed, the chaos originated from that vile person. If she manages to resolve it, it would be an opportunity for redemption. But if she fails, the blame lies squarely on her shoulders, absolving us of any responsibility. Xiao Paya chuckled. Had I known it would come to this, I would never have waded into this murky water. I truly regret it. Let us have a conversation with her, sister-in-law. You are the matriarch of the Yi family. If she refuses, you must assert your authority, she reminded. Xiao Paya nodded vigorously. She has no choice now. If this matter is not resolved, I shall expel her from the Yi family. Chapter 30. Separation in the Yi household. Qiao Xingran lounged nonchalantly while gnawing on an apple. With a loud clap, Xiao Paya struck the table. Are you deaf? I am speaking to you. You claimed you could resolve this, so now I entrust this matter to you. If you fail, you shall be cast out of the Yi family. Qiao Xingran scoffed dismissively. What is that attitude? I am your sister-in-law. How can I have a sister-in-law like you? You will eventually be expelled from the Yi family. Xiao Paya seethed, trembling with anger as she hurled insults. Just as she finished her apple, Qiao Xingran tossed it directly at her, hitting her squarely on the nose. Trash belongs in the trash bin. What do you mean by that? Xiao Paya covered her nose, thoroughly exasperated. Do you feel nothing when I strike you? Shall I try again? She approached menacingly. Yun Zhenjin intervened. This mess began with you. You must bear full responsibility. Sanner, you were so confident that day. I thought victory was in your grasp. How quickly you have fallen. Qiao Xingran shook her head in disdain. Sanya? Only the unloved are considered the third party. I am with Chun. A resounding slap echoed through the room. You hit me? Yun Zhenjin gasped in shock. This isn't the first time I've struck you, so why act so surprised? I warned you long ago. Every time you show your face in the Yi family, I will strike you. Until the divorce is finalized, you are the third party and deserve it. Qiao Xingran's sharp gaze conveyed her warning. She was not the original owner. She would not allow herself to be belittled in the face of Yi Yuchen's rumored girlfriend. Sanner, I truly do not wish to make this difficult for you. Instead of plotting against me, why not persuade Yi Yuchen to agree to the divorce? Trust me, I desire to part ways with him more than you do. I no longer love him. Qiao Xingran revealed, her heart laid bare. Coincidentally, Yi Yuchen entered just in time to hear her declaration of indifference. An inexplicable irritation began to stir within him. Who gave you the right to lay a hand on me? He entered, his voice devoid of warmth. Yun Zhenjin this time refrained from defending Qiao Xingran and instead wept like a pear blossom in the rain. What? Supporting the mistress against the wife? She retorted. If you've harmed someone, you ought to apologize, replied Yi Yuchen. Qiao Xingran ignored him, turning her gaze to Xiao Paya. If I can resolve this matter, I will kneel in apology. However, if I cannot, you should leave the Yi family. She did not believe this woman possessed the capability to do so. She truly wished to depart from the Yi household. Yet even more, she desired to witness you kneel before me. Just wait. Qiao Xingran returned to her room. Yun Zhenjin trembled. Chun, I'm fine. Please do not blame Mrs. Ye. No one blames her. Have I not asked you not to come to the house? Yi Yuchen had no intention of comforting her and felt a hint of displeasure. I am sorry, Chun. My face hurts so much from the slap. She feigned a sultry tone. If you're unwell, seek a doctor. I cannot assist you. The man said, tugging at his tie in irritation. Yun Zhenjin stood awkwardly, her fingertips digging into her palms. Yi Yuchen had never treated her this way before. Are you blaming me for Mrs. Ye's sake? She asked, tears streaming down her cheeks. If you know she is Mrs. Yi, you ought to be aware of your own standing. Yun Zhenjin, I have stated many times that I do not like you. He laid his feelings bare. Yun Zhenjin bit her red lip, suppressing her inner bitterness. Do you love Qiao Xingran? She asked through gritted teeth. It has been resolved. Qiao Xingran has indeed handled everything. Xiao Paya exclaimed while holding her phone. Resolved? So quickly? Yun Zhenjin was left speechless. The result was that the wretched woman had sorted it all out in mere minutes. Indeed, Qiao Xingran informed the public that this was a drill for our mall, showcasing how to handle demanding clients. Multiple videos depicting both resolved and unresolved situations were shared, along with our charitable projects, and she promised that all profit from the mall over the next 3 months would be donated to those in need. Furthermore, for the next 3 months, everything in the mall would be half price. And now the netizens have relented. Xiao Paya articulated each word. Donated entirely? Half price for everything? This is still a loss. Yun Zhenjin disagreed. A gold cup and a silver cup are not as valuable as the goodwill of the people. The money lost can be earned back later. If the mall shuts down, there will be no future. Yi, are you satisfied with this resolution? Qiao Xingran inquired as she descended the stairs. Yi Yuchen's approval silenced the other two women. An appreciative gaze fell upon Qiao Xingran's face. In his memory, she was merely a useless housewife, good for nothing but her love for him. Yet now, she had managed to resolve such a significant issue. Was it that he had misunderstood Qiao Xingran, or was this woman simply too skilled at concealing her true self? Kneel, said the eldest sister-in-law, Qiao Xingran's smile particularly dazzling. Xiao Paya, however, was not about to agree, sneering slightly. We are all working for the Yi family. You have 3 options. First, kneel and apologize. Second, give me your card. I wish to indulge in some shopping. Third, I will make matters more serious. You know I have the ability to do so. She smiled sweetly at the woman. Xiao Paya had previously maxed out the original owner's card, reinforcing Yi Yuchen's belief that she had married into the Yi family solely for monetary gain. Now she had returned, resigned to her fate, as Yi Yuchen remarked. Willing to gamble, willing to lose. Xiao Paya, after contemplating for a moment, handed it over to her. I choose to. Qiao Xingran, holding the card, chuckled. It can't be just a few thousand, can it? Who do you look down upon? There are 9 digits in this card. She retorted, a hint of annoyance in her voice. The woman adorably shook her head, while Yi Yuchen's deep gaze was filled with the image of Qiao Xingran, suddenly finding her irresistibly charming. Without delay, Qiao Xingran took out her phone. "Hello, it's me. I want that apartment. Bring the contract to my home now." Xiao Paya stumbled onto the sofa, astonished. "You're buying a house?" "Yes, thank you, sister-in-law," she replied sweetly. Yi Yuchen's lips curled into a subtle smile, oblivious to the effect it had. Yet Yun Jinjin saw it all too clearly. He was actually smiling at Qiao Xingran. "What do you need a house for?" Xiao Paya pressed her hand against her chest, feeling a pang of heartache. Separation? In an instant, Yi Yuchen's smile vanished, and Qiao Xingran transformed from charming to detestable. Yet Yun Jinjin felt a flicker of joy within. Xiao Paya initially intended to reclaim the card but reconsidered. If Qiao Xingran and Yi Yuchen truly divorced, she could deal with the situation later. Soon, the agent arrived with the contract and card reader. "Miss Qiao, I've given you a 9.5 discount, totaling 80 million. Please sign, and after payment, you can collect the keys," the agent announced. 80 million. Xiao Paya suppressed her inner turmoil, knowing she would reclaim it all eventually. With the keys in hand, the agent departed. Qiao Xingran returned the card to Xiao Paya. Once they left, only the two of them remained in the living room. Separation? Yi Yuchen's cold voice sliced through the air like winter's chill, sending shivers down spine. "I cannot engage in a constant battle with the mistress. Separation is for the best for both of us. Don't forget, it was you who proposed the divorce. Pack your things. I will be moving out," Qiao Xingran declared. Rising to leave, the man tugged at his tie just as his phone rang. "All right, I'll be right there." In the private room of the club, Yi Yuchen downed 3 glasses in succession, his aura intimidating. "Are you all right?" Xiao Beiqing inquired. "Separation? She actually mentioned separation?" He tugged at his tie, visibly displeased. Chapter 31. Aside from divorce, do not seek me for anything else. The crowd fell silent. Nangong Xiang smirked knowingly. "Did you come to drown your sorrows because your sister-in-law wants a separation?" "Because of my sister-in-law?" Last time at the club, he had shown a different demeanor towards Qiao Xingran. This time, it further confirmed his suspicions. Separation? It must be a tactic to entice him back. I remember she caused quite a stir once before, even alarming the old man. "Have you forgotten?" Xiao Beiqing remarked. "I haven't forgotten. Because of that incident, I received a harsh reprimand from my grandfather. It's still a painful memory." Upon contemplating this matter, Yi Yuqing's sinister visage exhibited a slight alteration, employing the same old trick. His slender fingers rhythmically tapped against the glass, his smile exuding a charming malevolence. "I wager 5 dimes that she would never truly consider separation. You need not worry. Rest assured 100-fold. Nangong Xiang chimed in. The man, with a hint of arrogance, retorted, "Am I truly concerned?" The two men exchanged knowing glances. Indeed. Your lack of concern is noted. It is we who bear the worry." "But what about Yun Jinjin?" Xiao Beiqing countered. Yi Yuqing furrowed his brow. "Yun Jinjin? Does she have any bearing on my marriage? What of love? What shall be done?" Reflecting upon the certainty that Qiao Xingran would not depart, his spirits lifted as he resumed his drinking. Yet, in Xiao Beiqing's eyes, he was merely drowning his indecision in liquor for the sake of love. The Yi residence. Qiao Xingran had neatly packed her belongings and sat on the grand bed, surveying her surroundings. The original occupant had been wed to Yi Yuqing for 3 years. Before organizing her items, she had anticipated it would take a day or 2. Yet, it turned out to be just this one box for 3 years. She had lived like a guest. Departing, she thought, "This is the last glance. I shall not return. Let the places that cause you pain be left behind." She gently touched her chest, a rare tenderness enveloping her. In the next moment, she exclaimed, "Hooray! I can finally leave this wretched place. Goodbye to the E-Dog." Grasping her box, she joyfully descended the stairs. But she was intercepted by Butler Liu. "Madam, what are you doing? Why are you taking our possessions?" "Your possessions? Are you implying that you are the mistress of this house? Do you intend to inspect my box?" She retorted with a cold laugh. "I am the steward here, and I have the duty and responsibility to safeguard the estate's assets. Should anything go missing, it would not bode well for me with the master." Butler Liu asserted with an air of superiority, advancing toward the box. "If you dare to touch it, I shall sever your hand," Qiao Xingran warned. "Indeed, he dare not move. Convey to Yi Yuqing that I have moved out. Aside from discussing the divorce, do not seek me. Oh, and Butler Liu, come closer. I must express my gratitude for your care over the past 3 years." With a smile, Qiao Xingran set her box aside. Her voluntary departure was a boon for Butler Lu. Since the madam is so inclined, I shall graciously accept. Over these 3 years, I have indeed toiled, even Before Butler Lu could finish his sentence, a scream pierced the air. Qiao Xingran had lifted her and discarded her, raining down blows with fervor. Madam, I implore you, spare me. I was wrong, I was wrong. Butler Lu pleaded humbly, feeling as though his frail bones might shatter. With a resounding thud, she slammed him to the ground, her foot pressing harshly against his back. I shall not forget the humiliation and lessons you have inflicted upon me these past 3 years. Nor shall I forget your scheming and malicious entrapment. Behave yourself, or each encounter shall warrant a beating. With that, she stepped over him, clutching her box, and departed without a backward glance. A severance devoid of compassion. Help! Is there anyone to save me? Butler Lu weakly called out. Late into the night, Yuchen, somewhat inebriated, returned home. He pushed open the door to the room, only to find that the woman was inexplicably absent at such a late hour. Where could she have gone? Qiao Xingran, he whispered, yet no response came. Suddenly, a chill seized his heart. Knight Yuchen hastened to the wardrobe, discovering it contained only his clothes, nothing else. This cannot be true. Qiao Xingran would not simply leave. After searching the entire room, he found that all of her belongings had vanished. Anyone? Knight Yuchen shouted, his composure slipping. Butler Lu appeared, dragging his injured body, and before Knight Yuchen could inquire, a wretched sobbing reached his ears. Sir, you must take charge. The lady, before she left, struck me fiercely. I can barely endure this. Left? Where is Qiao Xingran gone? He tugged at his tie, an inexplicable agitation swelling within him. Shouldn't we check on her injuries? He pondered aloud. She took her suitcase. Didn't the lady mention wanting to separate? Butler Lu whispered. Knight Yuchen narrowed his eyes, darkening his expression. Everyone leave. Sir, the lady. Butler Lu tried to continue, but a cold, piercing glance from Knight Yuchen silenced him instantly. Once the room was cleared, Knight Yuchen tugged at his tie, offering a bitter smile. He had always believed Qiao Xingran would never act in such a manner, yet she had resolutely departed. She had indeed changed. After a prolonged hesitation, he retrieved his phone to call Qiao Xingran, only to find she had blocked him. All means of communication, WeChat, calls, texts, had been severed. Well done, he muttered. He dialed again, seeking to ascertain the location of the house she had purchased today. 5 minutes later, Ding Wei Huan sent the address to Knight Yuchen's phone. Just as he rose, a wave of dizziness overtook him. Having drunk too much, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Butler Lu returned to his room and made a phone call. Yuchen, believing she had misheard, confirmed thrice. Has Lady Knight really moved out? Is she just throwing a fit and temporarily leaving home? No. I checked the room. All her belongings are gone. She must genuinely wish to separate from Mr. Knight. Before she left, she gave me a thorough beating, Butler Lu lamented. Who cares about that? Yuchen sought to glean more information, recognizing the potential to utilize the situation. Butler Lu, you have truly endured much. I shall provide you with a compensation fee shortly. Has Mr. Knight gone to find her? Thoughts of Knight Yuchen's shifting attitude towards Qiao Xingran ignited a burning jealousy within her. No, Mr. Knight has already retired for the night. He would relish the opportunity to divorce that woman. His wish has been fulfilled. Why would he seek her out? Butler Lu replied with a laugh. Yuchen, brimming with excitement, felt the urge to spin around but maintained her composure. He truly hasn't gone to find her? I've been watching the door. He hasn't left. Butler Lu assured her. The corners of Yuchen's mouth lifted, though her tone remained somber. I truly hope they part ways amicably. Miss Yun, you have lost weight. Why not move into the Yi residence? That room has remained unoccupied, reserved solely for you. Butler Lu's voice trailed off. Yuchen's expression twisted in fury, but she soon regained her composure. I appreciate Butler Lu's kindness, yet I fear that she may not approve. She maintained her gentle demeanor. This is a decision for Miss Yun to make. I believe this is a rare opportunity. It is getting late. I shall take my leave now. It pains me. With that, Butler Lu ended the call. After transferring a sum of money, Yuchen clenched her delicate fists. Qiao Xingran, I shall see if you're truly leaving or merely pretending. That position as Mrs. Yi shall belong to her. Tomorrow, I will visit the Yi residence. The next day, Yuchen rose and prepared himself, leaving with a dark expression. No sooner had he departed than Yuchen's car pulled into the Yi residence. She roamed through the entire house. Qiao Xingran had indeed vacated. "Miss Yun, this is the master bedroom. It shall be yours from now on," Butler Liu flattered. Chapter 32. The divorce is yet to occur. Yun Jinjin sat upon the grand bed, her fingertips gliding over the sheets. The fabric still bore a remnant warmth. It belonged to Yi Yuchen. She closed her eyes and inhaled softly. It was the essence of that man. She was consumed by a frenzied desire to possess it. The divorce is not yet transpired? Yin San'er, you are quite hasty. What expression was that just now? What fantasies occupy your mind? Qiao Xingran entered, laced with sarcasm. She truly wished to never return to this cursed place. Yet, she had forgotten her documents. Consequently, upon entering, the mistress had already taken residence. San'er and a dog. It made her want to retch. Yun Jinjin strode over in her high heels, confronting her. "Miss Qiao, do not linger in the latrine without relieving yourself." "Ha ha. Are you implying that Yi Yuchen is the latrine? Or perhaps he is excrement? Truly, only a mistress would describe him so." Qiao Xingran laughed heartily. "You." The woman raised her hand in anger. Slap, slap, slap. 5 resounding slaps landed. Once again, she was struck by Qiao Xingran. To act first is not a skill. True prowess lies in the aftermath. "If I do not yield, you shall forever remain the mistress." After warning her, Qiao Xingran retrieved her documents from the drawer. Yun Jinjin covered her cheek and rushed forward. Just as she touched her shoulder, a beautiful shoulder throw sent the woman crashing to the floor. At that moment, Yi Yuchen entered, witnessing the entire scene unfold. It hurt. Yun Jinjin wept. Qiao Xingran placed a foot upon her abdomen. "Ah!" A cry echoed. Yun Jinjin writhed in pain, struggling to crawl to the man's feet, grasping his ankles. "Chun, do not blame Mrs. Yi. It was unintentional. I genuinely hope Mrs. Yi does not act out of anger. I wish to retain her. I am fine, it does not hurt." Following this, she covered her face and wept bitterly. The underlying message was clear. "I've been harmed. Stand up for me." She had anticipated that Yi Yuchen would lift her up and embrace her in consolation. Yet, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, no such response came. With a feigned effort to dry her tears, she noticed the man striding towards Qiao Xingran. Damn it! Qiao Xingran must perish. Yi Yuchen harbored a smoldering anger over Qiao Xingran's departure. Now, upon seeing her, he expressed his displeasure. "Did you not leave? What brings you back?" That wretched man, had he intruded upon their moment? She took what she needed and intended to depart, never to return. Not a moment longer did she wish to linger. Yet, as she attempted to pass the man, her wrist was seized. If you lay a hand on someone, an apology is in order. This is not your first offense. Yi Yuchen grasped her wrist, thwarting her escape. Yun Jinjin paused momentarily, then slowly rose. "Never mind. Let us not put Lady Yi in a difficult position. I am not in pain." She recognized that Yi Yuchen cared for her. The fact that he was standing up for her brought her immense joy. Qiao Xingran flashed a charming smile. "Did you hear that? She doesn't team mind. So why do you feel the need to defend her? Do you think I should not strike her? Should she be struck?" The man retorted. "Indeed, we are not yet divorced, and she anxiously seeks to choose a room, even provoking me, the rightful wife. As I have stated, I'm not easily trifled with. If you wish to protect the mistress from grievances, then expedite the divorce." She attempted to wrench her hand free to leave. However, Yi Yuchen's strength was too great. She could not struggle away. "Strike her. Give Qiao Xingran a good slap." But the man remained unresponsive. Yun Jinjin, feeling exasperated, remarked, "Enough. Let us not blame Lady Yi. A simple apology will suffice." "What are you doing?" She was taken aback. What was this woman intending? She saw Qiao Xingran, like a pliable figure, leaning into Yi Yuchen's embrace, her delicate, snow-white hands encircling his neck. Rising on her toes, she pressed close to his alluring lips, gently brushing against his nose. Seduction, publicly enticing Yi Yuchen. "Chin, can you truly bear to harm me for her sake? Can you genuinely bring yourself to strike me? Can you truly blame me?" Qiao Xingran pouted her crimson lips, blinking her eyes, appearing utterly pitiable. Yi Yuchen furrowed his brow, clearly in distress. "Between her and me, whom do you choose?" Her elongated fingertip traced down the man's cheek to his enticing lips, then provocatively glanced at Yun Jinjin. This woman was like an indestructible cockroach. Clearly, brute force would not suffice. If that were the case, Qiao Xingran would use Yi Yuchen to resolve matters. After all, Why should women make things difficult for one another? Yuchen bit her red lip and spoke deliberately. Lady Yi, why must you threaten Chun? Threaten? Chun? I believe we are merely flirting. Do you perceive it as a threat? Qiao Xingran continued to poke playfully. Yi Yuchen, fearing a loss of control, seized her hand. I choose you. Yuchen, unable to maintain her balance, collapsed to the ground. Qiao Xingran laughed triumphantly. But Lulu, why have you not escorted Miss Yun away? From now on, without my or my lady's consent, entry is forbidden. This is our home, not a hotel, Yi Yuchen stated coldly. What can Steward Lu do? Ultimately, he supported Yuchen. Seeing her restless, Steward Lu hastily reminded her, that wretched woman is flaunting herself. Even men cannot resist. At this moment, any action you take would be futile. It would be best to leave for now. Yuchen gritted her teeth. Chun, I shall not disturb your marital bliss any longer. I can only hope that Madame Yi truly has a change of heart. She shall not have it easy. Qiao Xingran will not find delight either. As the door closed, Qiao Xingran, having completed her task, released Yi Yuchen. Yet, the man forcefully pushed her onto the bed, pinning her down. I choose you. Yi Yuchen earnestly articulated, word by word. She was taken aback, retorting, Are you serious? The man furrowed his brow, puzzled. What do you mean? Wasn't Qiao Xingran the one who asked him to make a choice? He had chosen. I did it to make the mistress retreat. I am weary of her incessant wailing, as if she has lost her father. My words hold no weight, but your involvement changes everything. After finishing her statement, she attempted to rise, only to have Yi Yuchen firmly grasp her hands, restraining her. Are you merely using me? He was serious about not wanting a divorce. However, Qiao Xingran's inner discontent became increasingly uncontrollable. You cannot be serious. She laughed. Say it again. Men are truly despicable. When you love, you disregard them entirely. Once you cease to love, they feign deep affection. Yi Yuchen remained silent, his expression darkening. Your state of arousal is quite amusing, she mocked. He had never faced such humiliation, especially not from Qiao Xingran, the woman who once adored him fervently. I will not love you, he stated emphatically. Nor will I love you. Since I agreed to the divorce and proposed separation, I shall never turn back. I hope you remain steadfast as before. Mr. Yi, do you intend to suppress my feelings further? I might just burst into laughter, Qiao Xingran derided. Yi Yuchen released her, and Qiao Xingran felt a sharp pang in her heart. Once again, it was the original owner. What was there to mourn for this scoundrel? Had she not encountered a man in ages? Notify me when you decide to divorce, she declared, clutching her chest as she departed. Yi Yuchen clenched his fists, veins protruding. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Very well, as you wish, Qiao Xingran. Divorce. He was about to call his lawyer when Ding Weihan's call came through. Mr. Yi, regarding the shopping mall matter, Mr. Fu has contributed significantly, and he's been investigating your marital status with Madam. Are you implying that the man Qiao Xingran is protecting is Fu Zibao? Yi Yuchen's cold demeanor grew even darker at that moment. Chapter 33. Divorce and seek again. No wonder Qiao Xingran dared to resolutely insist on the divorce. It turned out that her supporter was Fu Zibao. Ding Weihang hurriedly shook his head in denial. Mr. Yi, that is not what I meant. Immediately following, he remarked, I have investigated their past, and it appears that all of this has been a one-sided investment by young Master Fu, unbeknownst to the lady. Furthermore, during the days of her disappearance, young Master Fu was abroad. I can ascertain that the person she is protecting is not young Master Fu. So what? He has yet to uncover the identity of the individual. Another name surfaced, Fu Zibao, the enchanting Qiao Xingran. Continue the investigation, Yi Yuchen commanded, pausing briefly. Check if there are any rental properties available in the ladies' community. Young Master Yi, you seem confused. The entire community belongs to you, Ding Weihuan interjected. A flicker of change crossed Yi Yuchen's eyes, a cold smirk forming on his lips. There is a matter that requires your attention. After hearing the entire account, Ding Weihuan displayed a look of dilemma. Yet, since the other party was the boss, he could only nod in compliance. Understood, young Master Yi. I shall attend to it immediately. By the way, today is Mr. Qiao's birthday. I made a few calls inviting you to attend, but I declined. The man did not respond, suddenly inquiring, will the lady return? Ding Weihuan was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for the question. Yi Yuchen, too, experienced a moment of astonishment. He would inquire about Qiao Xingran? How peculiar. Without waiting for a response, he turned and left, effectively ending the conversation. Qiao Xingran lay on her bed, contemplating the modest earnings from her orders, planning to indulge herself with a delightful meal. However, her phone rang. It was Qiao Jianya. Upon answering, he said, Ran, today marks my 55th birthday, and many prominent figures from the business community will attend my birthday banquet. Will your husband, young Master Yi, be present? Ever since young Master Yi's last visit, Qiao Jianya had boasted to others that Yi Yuchen would surely attend his birthday. Consequently, upon hearing that Yi Yuchen might come, many business magnates had accepted the invitation. Regardless, maintaining face was paramount today. Qiao Xingran bit her lip and replied, I am in the midst of a divorce with him. He likely won't come. The other party was evidently taken aback, remaining silent for quite some time. If that's the case, I shall hang up, Qiao Xingran stated, preparing to end the call. Divorce is simply divorce. We don't yearn for a man who does not love you. Ran, rest assured, home will always be your sanctuary. Move back in, and I shall take care of you, Qiao Jianya declared, embodying the image of a loving father. Home, sanctuary, take care of her. Hearing such words from Qiao Jianya was truly astonishing. Noting Qiao Xingran's silence, he continued, Ran, your father is growing old, and my only wish is for you both to be healthy and happy. Come home tonight, and let's have a good talk, shall we? Qiao Xingran smiled sarcastically, choosing not to expose his facade, and simply nodded. All right, see you tonight. After hanging up, Wang Chumei grasped her hand and asked, Divorce? I just heard her mention divorce. Is it true? Is she really divorcing young Master Yi? Yes, she remarked, indicating that a divorce was imminent. From her tone, it seemed certain that this marriage was destined to dissolve. I must relay this news to Qingqing, so she can adequately prepare for the evening. As for Qiao Xingran's future, I remain indifferent. However, you must undeniably become my son-in-law. After Qiao Jianya expressed his thoughts, he began to rise. Yet, Wang Chumei pressed his hand down, saying no. We cannot inform Qingqing. We cannot let our resources benefit outsiders. The Yi family represents a substantial opportunity that cannot be squandered on others. I'm aware, but we both understand Qingqing's shortcomings. Even with our assistance, her relationship with Yi will not endure. The Yi family desires a well-educated and accomplished wife. Does Qingqing fit that description? Wang Chumei interjected. Though Lin Qingqing is her own daughter, she is acutely aware of her limitations. The esteemed position of Mrs. Yi can only be held securely by her younger daughter, Qiao Miru. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jianya concurred. We cannot allow this to be bestowed upon anyone else. Have you forgotten that Miru returns next month? Wang Chumei reminded him. Qiao Jianya's eyes lit up. Indeed, I had entirely overlooked that. It seems we must delay for a month. Once Miru returns to take her place, we shall consent to their divorce. Otherwise, there are many who would seize the opportunity. Even if Yi Yuchen is seeking a second marriage, he remains quite desirable. We must remain vigilant. Wang Chumei was already devising plans for the future. We need to find a way to have Qiao Xingran move back home. Then, under the pretext of discussing the divorce, we can invite Yi to our residence to foster a closer relationship. All right, I will heed your counsel. He nodded in agreement. By the way, didn't Ran mention that she would gift you shares as a birthday present? Recalling this, she inquired further. Yes, I have prepared the share transfer documents. Once she signs, I will possess all her shares, making me the largest shareholder of the company. Henceforth, I will have sole authority over its affairs. Qiao Jianya felt overjoyed at this double fortune. Regardless, the forsaken woman is quite pitiable. We must ensure that Ran feels the warmth of home. Wang Chumei feigned benevolence. You're always so kind. I only hope she does not descend into madness as she did previously. Handle it as you see fit. I must go inspect the venue. I cannot neglect our guest tonight. With that, Qiao Jianya departed. Wang Chumei's false smile vanished instantly. Kind, she would relish tearing Qiao Xingran apart. Yet, she was apprehensive that at a critical moment, that wretched woman would refuse to comply with the divorce, potentially tarnishing Qiao Miru's reputation. Thus, she resolved to put on an act until the day Qiao Miru became Mrs. Yi. Then, she would ensure that the little vixen would face dire consequences. As dusk descended, Qiao Xingran arrived at the venue based on the address provided. Wang Chumei seized her, secretly dabbing her eyes. My father has passed away. She raised an eyebrow and asked. Today is Qiao Jianya's birthday. Wang Chumei awkwardly replied, furrowing her brow at Qiao Xingran's grave words. Your father is well. I have heard about your situation, and I feel for you, having gone through a divorce at such a young age. As the clock ticked, a few tears fell. Those who know it are aware of my father's birthday. Those who do not might mistakenly believe it is the anniversary of his passing. Crying incessantly, is it bothersome? Does my divorce concern you? Or do you simply wish for me to return to the Qiao family? Qiao Xingran distanced herself, feeling disdain. Wang Chumei was truly exasperating her. This little wretch has become quite difficult to deal with. How could it be? The Qiao family is your eternal haven. My room is all tidied up. After dinner, I will return home, and if anything arises, I will certainly inform my mother. Wang Chumei gently grasped her little hand. Qiao Xingran withdrew her hand and cast a glance at the dining area. My mother has already passed away. With that, she turned to eat. Wang Chumei felt as if she might bleed 2 pounds. Where is Ran? I am waiting for her signature. Has Mr. Yi not arrived? Qiao Jianya looked around, glancing about. Mr. Yi has not come. Ran is over there eating. Her mood isn't very good. You must accommodate her, Wang Chumei advised. The couple made their way to the dining area. Qiao Jianya handed a document to Qiao Xingran. Ran, you mentioned last time that on my birthday, you would transfer all your shares to me. This is the transfer document. Please sign it. Chapter 34. Late affection is worth less than weeds. Qiao Xingran took the share transfer document and frowned at its contents. She did not agree to the transfer. The original owner had consented. The original owner held 63 of the shares. Previously, 30 had already been transferred to Qiao Jianya. Now, they sought the remainder. They truly had the audacity. Qiao Xingran smiled, deliberately raising her voice, and inquired, You still want my shares? If I transfer them all to you, what will I do? The company was left to me by my mother, and now you hold it. When do you plan to return it to me? The crowd began to murmur. I heard that Qiao Jianya has complete control over the company, and the original daughter is not allowed to return. Indeed, the stepmother, along with her children, is present. Yet the biological daughter is absent. Once a stepmother appears, a stepfather follows. Wang Chumei, upon hearing these comments, felt an overwhelming urge to strike Qiao Xingran down. However, due to the occasion, she forced a smile. Ran is dutiful, insisting on transferring the shares to Jianya. The company matters are complex, and now that she is married, she must balance her family. So, let's allow her to rest. Is that so? Weren't the shares requested by you? Wasn't the company arranged by you? She tilted her head, feigning innocence. Slap, slap, slap. An online face slap. Ran, you truly know how to jest. What your mother left for you will always belong to you. We're merely safeguarding it for now. With so many industry veterans present today, let us not provide them with a spectacle. Wang Chumei suppressed her inner fury, enduring it. Qiao Xingran smiled, looking at Qiao Jianya. Dad, is it true? What my mother bequeathed to me is still mine. Given the multitude of onlookers, Qiao Jianya, though reluctant to admit it, found himself at a loss at this moment and ultimately conceded, It is yours. Qiao Xingran had indeed changed. Is it possible that the impact of the divorce has been too great? If so, please return my mother's belongings to me today. I am now married, an adult, and no longer require your guardianship. Qiao Xingran articulated each word with precision. Today, not only would she refrain from transferring shares to Qiao Jianya, but she would also reclaim all that rightfully belonged to her. The couple was taken aback, rendered momentarily speechless. Ran, let us not discuss work on your father's birthday. They urged. I want my shares, Qiao Xingran replied, extending her hand toward them. The atmosphere of the banquet gradually shifted, with onlookers eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Lin Qingqing, having observed the situation, let out a scoff. Sister, our father raised you, whether through merit or hardship. You owe him at least this small amount of shares as a gesture of filial piety. Why must you put us in such an awkward position? Miss Lin does have a point. After all, he is your father and would not truly deprive you, others murmured. Indeed, with Mr. Yi's wealth, would he truly care about such a trivial share? I heard Mr. Yi and Mrs. Ye's marriage is merely a facade, and now she desires to reclaim her shares. Likely due to financial difficulties, came another voice. Encouraged by these remarks, Lin Qingqing pressed on. It's your father's birthday. Not only do you come empty-handed, but you also seek to reclaim what is his. Is that truly appropriate? Qiao Xingran took a sip of fruit wine, slowly setting down her glass with a smile. Sister, what you say is quite eloquent. So, should we not discuss how the Qiao family has sustained you, an outsider, for so many years? Perhaps you might consider contributing some of your shares to our father and me, and what of your mother and brother, who have feasted upon our generosity without offering anything in return. At this, Wang Chumei felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to bury this insufferable girl. Qiao Xingran's piercing gaze fell upon them, her voice cold and commanding. I am not here to negotiate with you, but to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Must you truly tarnish a celebratory occasion with such disgraceful behavior? You're the unfilial daughter here. Lin Qingqing raised her hand in anger. Qiao Xingran seized her wrist. Who are you to reprimand me? Answer me succinctly. Will you return the shares or not? Lin Qingqing's other hand rose, ready to strike. Just then, Yuchen entered the room and witnessed this scene. He stepped forward, intending to intervene, only to see Qiao Xingran twisting Lin Qingqing's arms and forcefully throwing her to the ground. With a resounding thud, Lin Qingqing landed like a fish, utterly immobilized. Yuchen halted, having forgotten just how formidable Qiao Xingran could be. I am the sole daughter of the Qiao family and the wife of Mr. Yi. Do you dare lay a hand on me? What's your standing? Qiao Xingran asserted, her foot firmly pressing on Lin Qingqing's chest. Ran, she is your sister. You cannot resort to violence. Wang Chumei cried out in distress. If you had intervened earlier to stop her, I would have held back. Father, I demand that you return my shares to me immediately. Qiao Xingran was not jesting. Qiao Jianya clenched his fists on the verge of anger. When Yuchen cleared his throat and approached Qiao Xingran's side, with a firm grip around her shoulders, he leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear as his magnetic voice resonated. Today is your father-in-law's birthday. What has caused you to be so irate? She wished to struggle, yet his strength was overwhelming, rendering her powerless against his hold. Didn't they say their marital relationship was strained? How is it so harmonious now? Knight's return for this birthday celebration speaks volumes about Mrs. Knight's stature. One cannot afford to offend Mrs. Knight. The rumors regarding their marital discord were, at this moment, effortlessly dispelled. Qiao Jianya observed the envious and jealous gazes of his peers, feeling an instant surge of pride. Good son-in-law, why have you arrived so late? Come, let me introduce you to a few friends. He laughed heartily. Not so fast. First, return my wife's shares to her. Everything she desires must be granted. And is there a lawyer present? Knight Yuchen stated coldly. Yes, I am a lawyer. A man timidly stepped forward. Prepare the share transfer documents for both parties to sign. His words were succinct. Qiao Jianya contemplated refusing, but with Knight Yuchen personally interjecting, he had no choice but to comply. Is there anything else you require besides the shares? Knight Yuchen inquired gently, his gaze softening as it met Qiao Xingran's. Late affection is less valuable than grass. Qiao Xingran would not be so naive as to think this was genuine sentiment from Knight Yuchen. She longed to slap his face, yet with so many onlookers, she could only feign a smile and play along. Not for now. Soon, the lawyer presented the share transfer contract, handing it to the father and daughter. In front of all, Qiao Jianya relinquished all of Qiao Xingran's shares back to her. Wang Chumei clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Sooner or later, she would eliminate that wretched woman. Thank you, Dad, for safeguarding them for so long. Rest assured, I will return to the company when I have the time. Everyone, continue to enjoy yourselves, Qiao Xingran said, and resumed indulging in cake. Qiao Jianya suffered a significant loss, yet out of respect for Knight Yuchen, he maintained a smile through it all. Though he had lost the shares, with Knight Yuchen as his son-in-law, he had salvaged some dignity. Mom, Mr. Knight truly loves that wretched woman. I feel so wronged. You must devise a plan for me. Lin Qingqing lamented, tears welling in her eyes. Chapter 35. Knight's unreservedness. Wang Chumei firmly grasped her chin, scrutinizing her intently. Mom, you're hurting me, she protested. Wang Chumei had come to a realization. Over the past month, she could not afford to remain idle while waiting for Qiao Muru's return. Otherwise, she would be trampled by Qiao Xingran. What if that wretched woman refused to divorce? Although Lin Qingqing might not be suitable as Mrs. Knight, her alluring and seductive visage could easily captivate a man. She needed to prepare herself for both outcomes. Qingqing, tonight, I will ensure Mr. Knight stays at home to rest. You must seize this opportunity. Wang Chumei pulled her aside in a secluded corner, whispering, Mom, do you mean to say that you want me to sleep with Mr. Yi? You don't wish to marry him? Wang Chumei raised an eyebrow. Of course I do. Every woman dreams of marrying a man of Mr. Ye's caliber. However, he is not someone I can simply bet at will. Lin Qingqing confessed, having long desired to draw closer to a man like Yuchen. Yet, when the opportunity finally presented itself, She found herself inexplicably timid. After all, Qiao Xingran was no longer the same as before. I heard from your father that they are amidst a divorce. Alas, Mr. Yi is such an admirable man, and Xingran fails to appreciate him. I feel for him and thought you might comfort him, Wang Chumei murmured softly. Divorce? Is that true? Are you certain? Lin Qingqing's excitement was palpable. Qingqing, you know how well I treat Xingran, yet you have witnessed her attitude toward me. I am genuinely disappointed. Mom has sacrificed too much for your father, and this time, I will assist you, she said gently. All right, Mom, what should I do? The woman was enthusiastic. As long as you can spend a night with Yi Yuchen, you will surely ascend to a favorable position. After that, we can deal with that wretched Qiao Xingran. You are no longer a child, so I shall speak plainly. Men, after all, cannot suppress their desires. Here is a certain substance that will undoubtedly excite him. Just be more proactive, Wang Chumei instructed, handing her the drug. Understood. Lin Qingqing was about to leave when Wang Chumei quickly halted her. Wait, this is a new type of camera. Capture everything on film. In the end, Yi Yuchen will certainly take responsibility. Having completed her preparations, Lin Qingqing departed. Wang Chumei laughed coldly before re-entering the banquet, as though nothing had transpired. Yi Yuchen's deep gaze fell upon Qiao Xingran. He had never realized how voracious she was, akin to someone emerging from starvation prison. Look at her. If it weren't for the exquisite food here, she would truly wish to leave. At last, the man rose and strode to her side. After a brief hesitation, Yi Yuchen tugged at his tie and lowered his voice, saying, "Move back." The woman ignored him entirely. Suppressing his inner fury, the man seized her wrist firmly. Qiao Xingran lost her balance and fell into his embrace. The scent of her body was intoxicating, a fragrance that lingered and captivated. Just as Yi Yuchen was about to speak, Qiao Xingran delivered a sharp punch to his chest. It truly hurt. This woman was surprisingly fierce. Are you attempting to murder your husband? Have you forgotten who helped you reclaim your shares just now? He expressed his discontent. Qiao Xingran scoffed coldly. Did I ask for your help? Are you even my husband? I have made myself abundantly clear. Aside from divorce, I have nothing further to say to you. If you refuse to agree to a divorce, that is of no consequence. We shall meet in court. My conscience has been devoured by dogs. Qiao Xingran articulated each word with precision. She remained unconvinced. After all, how can a marriage be unbreakable? Yi Yuchen, firm die Einigkeit herweist. Pressing down with intensity. Do not provoke me. You know I possess numerous methods to ensure your compliance. Before he could finish his thoughts, Wang Chumei approached with a smile. It is rather late, and it is raining outside. Why not return home to rest? Qiao Xingran was determined to reclaim everything from the Qiao family, and naturally, she intended to return to the Qiao residence. She nodded readily. As for Yi Yuchen returning to the Qiao family, dream on. The original owner had pleaded with him more than once. Regardless, she would not concern herself with the outcome. Noticing Yi Yuchen's silence, Qiao Xingran scoffed. Mr. Yi is always so busy. When would he have the time to accompany me home? Let's not impose on one another. Yi Yuchen smirked mischievously, enveloping her small hand in his. Is my dear wife upset with me? Very well. I shall accompany you home, and will heed your wishes from now on. He leaned close to Qiao Xingran, whispering heatedly, their intimacy palpable. This marriage would undoubtedly be dictated by his whims. No need, she retorted. Yi Yuchen playfully nipped her earlobe. Instantly, Qiao Xingran's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. Obey, or I shall ensure you relinquish all the shares you have reclaimed, he declared, grasping her hand as they departed. You dog. Qiao Xingran mentally cursed him hundreds of times. Wang Chumei concealed her laughter, her expression brimming with delight. Upon returning to the Qiao residence, just as Qiao Xingran was about to speak, Yi Yuchen forcefully pushed her onto the large bed, looming over her. She quickly raised her hands, and they engaged in a playful struggle. Yet, it was Yi Yuchen who swiftly overpowered her. I did not realize you possessed some skill, he mused, observing her with intrigue. It dawned on him that he truly knew very little about Qiao Xingran. She was as enigmatic as a riddle. Mr. Yi, you propose a divorce. And now that I agree, you refuse. What exactly do you desire? Qiao Xingran inquired, perplexed. Yi Yuchen's long fingers gently traced her cheek, gradually moving to her collarbone, igniting a smoldering tension between them. If you wish to indulge your desires, seek out Yun Sanner. Do not waste time here, she retorted, displeased. As long as we are not divorced, You and I remain married, and you have both the obligation and responsibility to accompany me. Moreover, since you have consented to share a room with me, you ought to anticipate what will transpire next, he teased. He added with a smirk, "It is too late to feign modesty. If you are unwell, seek a doctor." Qiao Xingran exploded. "Being your wife is nothing short of misfortune. Am I not actively preparing for our divorce? The wife is unwilling. Your insistence is a violation of the law. Let me make this clear. Your return to the Qiao family is of no concern to me. What I feel towards you is not modesty, but rather revulsion." Yuchen tugged at his tie, visibly displeased. The former Qiao Xingran was easily manageable, yet now she seemed utterly uncontrollable. At first, he genuinely suspected that Qiao Xingran was employing a strategy of feigned indifference. However, the more he interacted with her, the clearer it became that she truly no longer loved him. "Spare me your moral high ground. Did I say anything when you exerted your strength against me?" He coldly reminded her. "Mr. Yi, I do not wish to delve too deeply into this matter. Just tell me the truth. What must happen for you to agree to a divorce?" Qiao Xingran was eager to end this protracted situation. Yuchen grasped Herchin, narrowing his eyes. "Tell me, who is he? I could divorce you right now." Chapter 36. Do you believe I've been unfaithful? Qiao Xingran was about to erupt in anger when an inopportune knock echoed through the room. Both of them paused. Yi Yuchen's face darkened, revealing his displeasure. "Who is it?" "Mr. Yi, I apologize for the interruption. I need to discuss some matters regarding shares with Xingxing. If it is inconvenient, we could speak tomorrow," Qiao Jianya stated, preparing to leave. Qiao Xingran forcefully pushed Yi Yuchen away, unwilling to linger another second. "I will come over now," she declared, rising to head towards the door. A familiar pain began to throb in her chest. She stifled her inner anguish and turned to face the man. "Yi Yuchen, you may doubt everything, but you must never question my love. My affection for you is the loyalty I have bestowed upon you. Yet ultimately, our sincerity has been squandered by you." She bore the weight of her emotions, but his existence was undeniable. Yi Yuchen's face remained cold and displeased. "Who on earth is he? I must uncover his identity. Then wait. I will find the evidence and present it to your loathsome face. Will you regret it then?" With that parting remark, Qiao Xingran left without looking back. Yi Yuchen let out a soft scoff. If Qiao Xingran truly managed to acquire evidence to prove her innocence, the more he thought about it, the more unsettled he became. What if all previous accusations against Qiao Xingran were unfounded? The very thought was discomforting. Rising, he took his clothes and entered the bathroom. Wang Chumei surveyed the surroundings and urged, "Hurry up, don't be shy. Just strip down and do it. Your time is limited. If worse comes to worst, just take the initiative." She had a firm grip on Qiao Jianya, not merely through cunning, but also through skill in the bedroom. Men, after all, are easily swayed when well served. Now, she imparted all her knowledge to Lin Qingqing. "Mother, rest assured." Lin Qingqing donned sheer, sultry lingerie, her alluring curves enticing. "Go ahead." Thus, the mother-daughter duo's scheme commenced. Yi Yuchen emerged from the bathroom to find the room enveloped in darkness, with a figure lying on the bed. Qiao Xingran has returned. As she settled down on the edge of the bed, a figure gradually approached her. Lin Qingqing inhaled the scent of Yi Yuchen, and her senses melted away. A fervor ignited within her. Just as she was about to continue, Yi Yuchen seized her hand and executed a shoulder throw, resulting in a resounding crash. Lin Qingqing winced in pain, her face turning pale. The room erupted in a cacophony. Hearing the commotion, Qiao Xingran rose, but Qiao Jianya blocked her. "Xingxing, let it be. I step aside. Did you not hear the noise from my room?" She retorted. "Is there?" "I hear nothing," he denied, his evasion betraying his nervousness. Qiao Xingran strode back into the room, with Qiao Jianya and Wang Chumei closely following. Upon opening the door and switching on the light, they beheld Lin Qingqing, clad in provocative sleepwear, sprawled on the floor, unable to move. Qiao Xingran comprehended immediately. The Jiao family truly kept their affairs within their own ranks. Even if she intended to divorce the scoundrel Yi, it did not grant them the liberty to act so recklessly. Entering the room with a darkened expression, she inquired, "What is the meaning of this? Is Lin Qingqing attempting to seduce my husband? How could that be? There must be some misunderstanding." Qiao Jianya chuckled. "Misunderstanding? You think it's a misunderstanding that she's in my room dressed like this? Does a mistress inherit such behavior?" She scoffed. Wang Chumei, who despised the term mistress more than anything, felt a surge of indignation upon hearing it. in a room with a lone man and woman. How can you be so quick to accuse your sister of seduction? Wang Chumei countered. Oh, are you implying that my husband is the one seducing? Without uttering another word, Wang Chumei approached Lin Qingqing, her face a mask of disdain. This useless wretch. My daughter is unmarried, and now she is alone with you in a room. Who would still wish to marry her after this? You must take responsibility. Wang Chumei altered her approach. Regardless of the outcome, Yuchen must be held accountable. What responsibility do I bear for her presence in my room? She has resided in the Zhao household for so long. Surely she knows her way around? Yuchen retorted with sarcasm. Lin Qingqing, nearly overwhelmed by their antics, coughed twice and implored, you cannot treat me this way. It was you who invited me to your room, and you promised to take responsibility. She then began to sob. No matter what, she would first cast blame. Seizing the opportunity, Qiao Xingran declared, this matter concerns my daughter's reputation. You must provide us with an explanation. Given your impending divorce from Qingqing, and with Qingqing being single, I am willing to agree to this union. Indeed, we would still be family. Qingqing is quite admirable, Wang Chumei added with a smile. Their scheming was audibly calculated. Qiao Xingran scoffed, I do not consent. Upon hearing these 4 words, the anger that had simmered within Yuchen throughout the night dissipated. Look, she still cared for him. At this moment, jealousy undoubtedly surged within him. The corners of his mouth subtly curled into a smile, one he was oblivious to. Stars, do you wish for your sister to be utterly disgraced? If there is discord in your marriage, it would be prudent to part ways early. This would be for the benefit of all, Wang Chumei advised earnestly. Anyone can do so, except for the Qiao family. That is the original owner's principle. Qiao Xingran shook her head defiantly, asserting no. From the moment she entered the room dressed like that, she has already crossed the line. She has no shame. Why should I care? What about you? What about me? Aside from the 5 of us, there are no outsiders. Who would leak this information? She continued to press. Our marital issues have nothing to do with you. Why do not desire? Do you have the right to claim? Do you even qualify? Her words dripped with endless humiliation and sarcasm. After finishing, Qiao Xingran slowly approached, crouched down, and raised her hand. Wang Chumei quickly restrained her. What are you doing? Do you intend to resort to violence? This is your true nature, so fierce. Qiao Xingran mocked. It is quite a feat for this woman to have acted for so many years. Mr. Yi, how do you intend to handle this matter? Qiao Jianya inquired once more. Qiao Xingran shook off Wang Chumei's grip and forcefully yanked the miniature camera hidden behind Lin Qingqing's ear. What is this? She demanded. Both mother and daughter turned pale. A hairpin, Lin Qingqing stammered. Wang Chumei reached out to retrieve it, but Qiao Xingran reacted more swiftly, grabbing the laptop from the table. After a brief moment of fiddling, a familiar voice echoed forth. Hurry up. Stop being shy. Strip off your clothes and get on with it. Your time is limited. Just write him. Upon hearing this, Wang Chumei's face drained of color. After a prolonged silence, Yuchen narrowed his eyes, his voice laced with cold menace. Is the Qiao family plotting against me? No, Mr. Yi, this is a misunderstanding. Qiao Jinya humbly bowed his head in apology. A misunderstanding? Is that not your wife's voice? Yushi. Qiao Jinya hesitated and struggled for words, but could not utter a single syllable. Smack. Chapter 37. I listen, my wife. Wang Chumei struck Lin Qingqing harshly across the face and shoved her to the ground. This is all your fault for insisting I do something so shameless. Xingran, you must understand, mother is not this kind of person. I am sorry. What must I do for you to forgive me? To preserve her own safety. She could only sacrifice Lin Qingqing. Yet, how did Qiao Xingran discover the camera? Leave Lin Qingqing at the entrance. Without my permission, she shall not enter. Qiao Xingran commanded with authority. Of course, I could do that, but Qingqing is your sister and a member of the Qiao family. Such actions would not bring you honor. And the Yi family would also be affected. Qiao Jianya pretended to be concerned for her. I am your sister. You cannot treat me this way. Lin Qingqing accused. Huh? Does she still think she has a right to complain? Qiao Xingran nodded. Indeed, you make a valid point. I should not treat you in such a manner. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them exhaled in relief. Qiao Xingran, in her high heels, approached Lin Qingqing and forcefully stepped on her face, ruthlessly trampling her. Qiao Xingran, you cannot act this way. Wang Chumei felt a surge of anger rising within her. Yet, with Yuchen present, she could only suppress her fury. Is it permissible for her to entice my husband? If it were the mistress seducing my father, would Mrs. Wang allow her to go unpunished? Qiao Xingran inquired. The other party remained silent. Double standards. Drag her out, Qiao Xingran disdainfully remarked. But do you care about the reputation of the Yi family? Noticing their inaction, Qiao Xingran turned her gaze to Yi Yuchen. If my wife does not care, then neither shall I. He pronounced the word wife with utmost tenderness and volume. I will only heed my wife's words, Yi Yuchen reiterated. Qiao Xingran smiled broadly, though internally she was seething. What a nuisance. They were on the verge of divorce. Were they not? Yet, for the sake of pretense, she enunciated clearly. Father, you heard that. You wouldn't dare to go against Mr. Yi's wishes, would you? Do you think offending Mr. Yi over Lin Qingqing is a wise transaction? Were they not supposed to be divorcing? Why are they still referring to each other as husband and wife? Naturally, Qiao Jinya dared not offend Yi Yuchen, so he waved his hand dismissively. The security guards dragged Lin Qingqing away. Mother, help me, save me. Lin Qingqing cried out, tears streaming down her face. Wang Chu-mei felt genuine pity, yet was too intimidated to confront the situation head-on. Her expression darkened as she clutched her chest. Ran, we were wrong. For the sake of my ailing heart, please spare us this once. Your health is of no concern to me, Qiao Xingran retorted coldly. She was not the original owner. Compassion was not in her lexicon. Your mother's heart is deteriorating. She must find Star to be saved. Star is a miraculous doctor, but it seems hopeless. Please have mercy. Qiao Jianya pleaded humbly. Star was the original owner. They neglected such a precious individual, yet defended all manner of trash. Qiao Xingran would never extend a hand to save them. What are you waiting for? Drag Wang Chu-mei out. Do you intend to die here? She disdainfully ordered. How can this woman speak so brazenly? They were momentarily at a loss for words. Do you wish for me to summon someone to escort you away? Yi Yuchen's cold voice pierced through the air. And no, we do not dare. We shall return to our room at once, they replied in unison, meekly. As they reached the door, Yi Yuchen's voice rang out again. Mr. Qiao must understand that had it not been for Ran, I would not have set foot in the Qiao residence. You should be clear about who the daughter of the Qiao family is. Qiao Jianya furrowed his brow, instinctively asking, Aren't you supposed to be divorcing? Immediately regretting his words, he added, Mr. Yi, I have heard Ran mention your marriage. I am genuinely concerned. She spoke in a fit of anger, not intending for her words to be taken seriously. Remember, apart from her, I desire no one. Leave. The two individuals at the door swiftly departed. Qiao Xingran watched them retreat in defeat, unable to suppress a smile. The light cascaded upon her face, revealing an exquisite beauty. It was the first time he witnessed such a genuine smile from her, radiant and dazzling, captivating to the extent that one could not look away. Amidst the divorce, he discovered the allure of this woman. Yi Yuchen grasped her wrist firmly, drawing her into his embrace. Qiao Xingran found herself seated upon his lap. Yi, stop being so amorous with me. Release me. She struggled to rise, but ended up tumbling onto the bed instead. Once you've had your fun, behave. I recognize this as your ploy to elicit my desire. You were jealous just now, weren't you? Yi Yuchen remarked with a devilish grin, feeling his mood considerably uplifted. Jealous of you? Yi Yuchen, even without a mirror, I can see clearly. You think you're worthy? Qiao Xingran retorted with a sardonic smile. The man's countenance turned pale. I simply don't want the Qiao family to take advantage. Otherwise, would I even bother with you? My feelings for you are truly non-existent. Qiao Xingran yawned, longing for sleep. My heart remains untroubled. It is you who is being overly sentimental. It's too late. I shall not become infatuated with you. With a swift kick to Yi Yuchen's abdomen, she pushed him away and settled into slumber. The fleeting joy he had felt moments ago vanished in an instant. Is this how you respond to jealousy? Yi Yuchen's strong arms enveloped her. As long as we are not divorced, you're still my wife. Behave yourself, or you shall regret it. Qiao Xingran, I genuinely feel sorry for you having to act for so long. I never anticipated your talent and performance. His tone dripped with sarcasm. It is not my acting skills. It is that you have never paid me any heed. Yi Yuchen, I once felt jealousy so intense it nearly pained my very soul. Did you ever care? Have your tabloid escapades ceased? I am weary. I no longer wish to endure this. Qiao Xingran spoke icily, conveying the grievances of the original owner. He had no retort, his silence betraying his unease. Qiao Xingran turned to meet his gaze. I am tired. Let us sleep this way. I warn you, should you dare to touch me inappropriately, I shall not hesitate to tear you apart. With that, she closed her eyes, surrendering to fatigue. Yi Yuchen's words hovered on the brink of his lips. Yet he refrained from speaking. He raised his hand, wishing to place it down gently, but hesitated. Soon enough, the sound of her steady breathing reached him. He tightened his embrace around her, yet a sense of inexplicable agitation churned within him. How could he make Qiao Xingran obedient once more? How could he rekindle the love she once had for him? Meanwhile, Wang Chumei watched as Lin Qingqing was surrounded by onlookers, her hands clenched in a deep-seated hatred. Yet she dared not utter a word. Tears streamed down her face like rain on pear blossoms. My dear, your heart is fragile. Do not cry. I apologize. It is all my fault. I'm the useless one, Qiao Jianya expressed regretfully. She truly wished to unleash her fury upon the man. No, it is not your fault. It is Ranran who seeks vengeance upon us, Wang Chumei whispered, suppressing the rage within her. That wretched creature has deceived us. Not only swallowing the shares, but also subjecting Qingqing to such humiliation, nearly offending the Knight General. What are we to do? Qiao Jianya expressed his concern. Alas, Ranran harbors such deep hostility towards us that the Knight General would never come to our aid. What shall we do in the future? She lamented bitterly. Chapter 38, Knight. Have you fallen for me? There were certain words that Wang Chumei insisted Qiao Jianya articulate. Indeed, that contemptible person has utterly changed. The Qiao family must rely on our children. Rest assured, Yi Yuchen is trustworthy. In that moment, Qiao Jianya solidified this belief. Let Ranran move back in. I wish to rekindle some feelings with her. The Knight General is so busy, he should not relocate to the Qiao family. Wang Chumei began to devise her plan. Under her watchful gaze, she was eager to see what audacity Qiao Xingran might display. Seeing Wang Chumei in her delicate state pained Qiao Jianya deeply. He embraced her tenderly and said, All right, I will heed your wishes. You must take care of yourself. Your heart is fragile. Wang Chumei coughed a couple of times, nestling into his arms, weeping, without star to treat me, I cannot accompany you for long. If the Knight General could assist, perhaps I might be saved. But with Ranran's current disposition, she likely will not help me. I do not fear death, yet I cannot bear to leave you. In an instant, Qiao Jianya's protective instincts ignited. Rest assured, I will never condone Qiao Xing's arrogance. I am the head of the Qiao family. I am aware of certain matters, and I will ensure the Knight General helps find Star to save you. With tenderness in her eyes, Wang Chumei nodded, finding solace in his embrace, though her gaze darkened with rising anger. After the Knight General departed the Yi family, she contemplated how to deal with that wretched Qiao Xingran. The following day, Yi Yuchen opened his eyes to behold the exquisite visage of Qiao Xingran. This must have been the first time he shared a bed with her willingly. Once more, he discovered that Qiao Xingran was not as detestable as he had thought. Rather, she possessed a certain beauty. Unable to restrain himself, he raised his hand. But she furrowed her brow, still keeping her eyes closed, and spoke first. Knight General, can you inquire of your own heart? The man was taken aback. In the next moment, he withdrew his hand and sat up. Only then did Qiao Xingran slowly open her beautiful eyes and, word by word, asked him, Have you fallen in love with me? Yi Yuchen donned his clothing and replied coldly, Qiao Xingran, spare me your melodrama and your provocative tactics. She gradually sat up, her straps slipping from her shoulder, sunlight cascading upon her, resembling a sleeping beauty. Qiao Xingran swept back her long hair, her fingertips grazing her collarbone, exuding an irresistible allure. With my beauty, is it so difficult for you to fall for me? This woman possesses an unparalleled ability to seduce, igniting within him an inexplicable desire. No, such a reaction must not be attributed to Qiao Xingran. Rather, it is a natural response of a man. After all, it was similarly so this morning. I find no need to provoke you. My curiosity is simply piqued. Why do you refuse to divorce me? You incessantly speak of a paramour. But with your capabilities, if you cannot find such a person, can you truly assert their existence? Her melodious voice is so enchanting that it can elevate one's mood for an entire day. Indeed, if he cannot locate this alleged paramour, can one be certain of their existence? Could it be that Qiao Xingran has been unjustly accused in this matter? The thought caused Yi Yuchen to feel a twinge of guilt. He donned his clothes and departed without a backward glance. Qiao Xingran rolled her eyes. She had no desire to fathom Yi Yuchen's thoughts. All she wished was to vex that dog of a man. Upon seeing him leave, She, still weary, resumed her slumber. Qiao Jianya stealthily leaned against the window. After witnessing Yi Yucheng's exit, he and Wang Chumei brought Lin Qingqing back to the room. Once dressed, Lin Qingqing, unable to endure the humiliation, threw herself against the wall. Qingqing, do not act this way. The ordeal is behind us, Wang Chumei consoled her. Mother, I did as you instructed. Why did you not protect me? With so many people surrounding me, how will I ever find someone again? What is the point of my existence? Lin Qingqing's eyes were like pearls severed from their string, weeping uncontrollably. Her phone incessantly chimed. Without even glancing at it, she could surmise it was inquiries from others. She felt as if her dignity had been utterly obliterated. Qingqing, I too did not foresee that Ran would act thus. I am sorry. It is my inadequacy as a mother that failed to shield you. If you wish to die, I shall accompany you. Wang Chumei wept while embracing Lin Qingqing. The pitiable sight of mother and daughter was indeed heart-wrenching. It is not your fault. It is that scoundrel Qiao Xingran who seeks to disgrace our family. Since she shows no mercy, do not blame me for my lack of compassion. Qiao Jianya furiously declared as he strode away. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chumei gently cupped Lin Qingqing's face and said, if you were to perish, these scandals would remain, and the mockery would not cease, ultimately benefiting Qiao Xingran. Are you truly prepared for that? With tear-filled eyes, Lin Qingqing gazed at Wang Chumei in silence. Only by surviving can you ensure those who have wronged you face their due punishment. By securing Yi Yucheng's affection, you shall have the means to vanquish Qiao Xingran. Once you become Mrs. Yi, who would dare to bring up these matters, would they not? Wang Chumei softly reassured her. Gradually, Lin Qingqing found her composure. She clenched her fists, wiped away her tears, and with a renewed sense of hatred and resolve declared, yes, everything that transpired today is Qiao Xingran's fault. I cannot die. I must live to bring that wretched woman to her end. Mother, assist me. Yes, I shall help you. But with Yi Yucheng present, it will be quite challenging. Lin Qingqing's delicate hand gently rested on Wang Chumei's chest. Mom, does your heart feel like Qiao Xingran's? If a heart transplant is needed, can she donate hers? Upon hearing this, Wang Chumei paused for a moment, a sinister glint slowly emerging in her eyes. Rest assured, the Qiao family belongs solely to us, mother and daughter. I will ensure Qiao Xingran meets her demise. Do not dwell on despair. Come, let us seek vengeance. The two of them stepped outside. Qiao Jianya forcefully kicked open Qiao Xingran's door. You insolent wretch, how can you still be asleep? Get up. Qiao Xingran, who had just fallen asleep, was jolted awake once more, visibly annoyed. Why is it that some people fail to respect others? Why must they always disturb her slumber? She rose, tousled her hair, and replied with displeasure. Do you not understand the most basic courtesy of knocking before entering? This is the Qiao family. The rules and etiquette are set by me. Apologize to your sister, or I shall not be polite. Qiao Jianya shouted loudly. Huh? When Yi Yucheng was here yesterday, you behaved like a well-trained dog. Now that he has left, your demeanor has changed instantly. Just as well. Qiao Xingran also wished to settle accounts with them. An apology, is it? Very well, wait downstairs. I shall freshen up first, shall I? She said with a smile. Seeing her amiable attitude, the other three descended the stairs. Qiao Xingran picked up the phone and, after giving her instructions, leisurely attended to her grooming before heading downstairs. Lin Qingqing, feeling aggrieved, pointed at her. Qiao Xingran, I am your sister. How can you treat me this way? If you do not give me an explanation today, I will die in front of you. Go on, die if you must. Qiao Xingran replied, her words deliberate and measured. The three were taken aback, not expecting her to utter such remarks. Chapter 39. The night dog is quite effective. Just talk without action is mere bluff. Let one of us die for all to see, Qiao Xingran retorted. You me, Lin Qingqing wailed, determined not to perish herself, but wishing for Qiao Xingran, that vile person, to die. Ignoring her, Qiao Xingran's sharp gaze fell upon Qiao Jianya's face. Did you not say you would apologize? I am waiting. Who will be first? Qiao Jianya looked perplexed. Apologize? Was Qiao Xingran out of her mind? Shouldn't she be the one apologizing? You are the one who should apologize to us and return my shares. You shall no longer take them. This is the Qiao family, and you have no authority here. Do not think you can leverage Yi to intimidate us. Qiao Jianya rebuked. Qiao Xingran smiled and countered. Do I appear to be someone easy to deal with? With a sudden clap, Qiao Jianya stood up, pointing at her. Try it if you dare. If you wish to try, then so be it. I fear you may not be able to handle the consequences, she replied with a playful smile. You. Before Qiao Xingran could finish, the doorbell rang. The maid opened the door, and several construction workers entered with hammers in hand. What are you doing? This is a private residence. Please leave, the maids exclaimed. It was I who summoned the workers, Qiao Xingran stated, subsequently gesturing towards the 2 rooms on the far right. Master, please connect these 2 rooms for me. Xingran, what are you doing? That is my room, Lin Qingqing interjected, rising to block her. Your room? She scoffed coldly. That is my room. After my marriage, you all occupied it without my consent. Am I not entitled to reclaim it? After the original owner wed, the room and the dressing area were usurped by them. Each time she faced grievances at the Yi family, she could only sit briefly at the Qiao residence, with nowhere to rest. Truly, it echoed the adage. Once a woman marries, she has no home. In her in-laws' house, she is a stranger. In her parental home, merely a guest. The original owner was willing to endure. However, Qiao Xingran would not. It was time to reclaim what was rightfully hers. Xingran, there are other rooms in the house. Qingqing has grown accustomed to hers. Let's not disturb it. Moreover, there is a room reserved for Ruru, who will return next month. Creating a ruckus would only complicate matters. Wang Chumei spoke gently. Oh, is that so? Then where shall I sleep? Qiao Xingran inquired, a playful smile gracing her lips. Air. The entire house leaves only a storage room. Wang Chumei hesitated to articulate. Witnessing this, Qiao Xingran took the initiative. You can temporarily stay in the storage room. Are you suggesting that Mrs. Yi sleep in the storage room? Is that how you perceive her standing? Qiao Xingran countered. Mentioning Yi Yuchen indeed posed a dilemma for them. Noticing the silence among the 3, Qiao Xingran declared assertively, Go, demolish those 2 rooms for me. Qiao Xingran. Lin Qingqing screamed in anguish. This is the Qiao family. I bear the surname Qiao, while you are Lin. What do you intend to do? Do you wish for the sole heirs of the Qiao family to sleep in a storage room, allowing outsiders to usurp our domain? She retorted, each word laced with defiance. She continued, create a scene, make it a spectacle. The more commotion, the clearer our family matters become to outsiders. I am eager to see, father. We will hide your old face. With every utterance, Qiao Xingran left them speechless. If force failed, perhaps gentleness would suffice. Xingran, just sleep in the storage room for now. I will prepare a room for you soon, all right? Wang Chumei persisted softly. Why don't you let your daughter sleep in the storage room? You truly are a splendid stepmother. Mark my words, this is unacceptable. Qiao Xingran coldly refused. The 3 exchanged glances when suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the door was struck. Lin Qingqing dashed forward, cursing, Qiao Xingran, you have gone too far. After treating me like that yesterday, do you still dare to act recklessly? I shall teach you a lesson as your elder sister. A slap landed. Qiao Xingran seized her wrist, gripping it fiercely. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Lin Qingqing cried out. With a swift motion, Qiao Xingran executed a shoulder throw, sending Lin Qingqing crashing to the ground, her slippers landing upon Lin Qingqing's face. How dare you, an outsider, presume to teach me a lesson? Regardless of my identity as Lady Yi, my status as the eldest daughter of the Qiao family alone is sufficient to crush you. Do you still have the audacity to strike me? A lack of memory can lead to dire consequences. Qiao Xingran once again knocked out her opponent's prominent tooth. How can you behave in such a manner? Qiao Xingran was truly astonished. When did Qiao Xingran become so formidable? Wang Chumei was genuinely stunned, her heart suddenly aching. Ran, we are family. Your actions could lead to her demise. Very well, the room is yours. Please cease this violence. Her plea was one of genuine desperation. Family? A family that seizes my room and refuses to return it? A family that monopolizes all that is mine? Mrs. Wang, I have warned you. If you cannot educate your daughter, I shall take matters into my own hands. Qiao Xingran declared with great authority. You, father, please bear with it for now. Once I divorce Yi Yuchen, you may deal with me as you wish. You must understand, Mr. Yi will be visiting tonight, and I shall inform him of today's events. Should he become enraged, are you prepared to face the consequences? Although I desire to divorce that wretched man, there are moments when it may be advantageous to mention it, for he is quite useful. Indeed, upon hearing the name Yi Yuchen, they exchanged glances filled with unuttered indignation. My return to the Qiao family is an unequivocal assertion of freedom. Do not use your position as the head of the family to suppress me. for you lack the credentials to claim such a title. Qiao Xingran fixed her sharp gaze upon Qiao Jianya. This worthless father deserves some retribution. He is so concerned for that mother-daughter pair. Very well, I shall ensure they suffer, causing him immense heartache. If outsiders dare to bully me, I shall confront them repeatedly until they learn to comply. Mrs. Wang, even if you are favored, remember that a mistress should not be overly arrogant. The legitimate daughter is not to be trifled with. Qiao Xingran mocked. Once again, the term mistress erupted from her lips, pushing Wang Chumei to the brink of explosion. I was with your father after your mother's passing. Do you not fear my mother seeking vengeance upon you in the dead of night? The ghost festival approaches. Be cautious. Qiao Xingran cautioned them, her own frustration mounting. Very well, I shall endure. Once Qiao Xingran is divorced, without Yuchen as my shield, I shall ensure this little wretch meets her demise. At that point, all that belongs to the Qiao family shall be mine. My dear, Ranran's emotions are unstable. We should not hold her actions against her. It is our own shortcomings. Wang Chumei intervened as Qiao Jianya prepared to erupt in anger. True to form, Qiao Jianya heeded her words. In an effort to stabilize the situation, he cleared his throat. Qing, do you not stand and apologize to Ranran? Should you ever act out again, you are to leave the Qiao family. Oh, another change in strategy, is it? Very well. I shall engage in this game to the fullest. Lin Qing, having been in a foul mood since yesterday, now found herself without a room. She cried out, if the Qiao family cannot accommodate me, then I shall take my leave. Should outsiders learn of your mistreatment of a stepdaughter, it would tarnish the Qiao family's reputation. A daughter of the Qiao family speaking like a shrew. How would that reflect on our name? Chapter 40, Kneel Down, Play her little game. After years of mingling in high society, if the Qiao family truly mistreated you, would you be treated in such a manner? The kindness shown to you by the Qiao family is well known. If you were to utter a word against them, outsiders would merely perceive you as an ungrateful wretch. Why not give it a try? Qiao Xingran finds such scum effortlessly manageable. I, Lin Qing, am left utterly speechless. Aunt Zhou, why are you standing there in a daze? Miss Lin intends to leave the Qiao family. Should you not begin packing her belongings? She spoke up. Aunt Zhou stood rooted to the spot, hesitant to move. After all, the Qiao family had always been ruled by Mr. and Mrs. Qiao, with the young lady subservient and meek. Now, it felt as though the tables had turned, and she was faced with a dilemma. Whose orders should she heed? Qiao Xingran gently swung her legs, a light laugh escaping her lips. What is the matter? Is my word ineffective? Aunt Zhou, have you forgotten who the true mistress of the Qiao family is? Upon seeing that neither Mr. nor Mrs. Qiao had spoken, Aunt Zhou suddenly grasped the shift in power dynamics and hurriedly nodded. Yes, miss, I shall attend to it at once. With that, she rose and hurried away. Lin Qing merely sought to use this incident to suppress Qiao Xingran. She had no genuine intention of leaving the Qiao family. Yet, her attempt to assert dominance backfired, and she found herself on the verge of expulsion. No, I absolutely cannot allow that wretched Qiao Xingran to succeed. Father, mother, please help me. I do not wish to leave the Qiao family. Lin Qing tugged at their hands, pleading through tears. Qiao Jianya and Wang Chumei were utterly powerless at this moment. Completely under Qiao Xingran's control. Ranran, Qing acknowledges her mistakes. Please grant her another chance. I have a voice in the Qiao family. Do not be too harsh. Qiao Jianya clenched his teeth, stifling his inner fury. This was entirely different from what he had anticipated that morning. Too harsh. Father, the Qiao family is mine. Everything you possess now belongs to me. You are merely a custodian. Should I desire it, you must return it to me at any moment, she coldly reminded him. For so many years, Qiao Xingran had refrained from mentioning such matters. Gradually, Qiao Jianya had come to believe that the Qiao family was his. Now, however, he was jolted back to reality. Indeed, he was merely a custodian. Once Qiao Xingran laid claim to what was hers, he would be left with nothing. At that moment, he felt a murderous intent toward Qiao Xingran. Had he known she would be so troublesome, he should have resolved this issue in her childhood. I have financially supported you. Yet you use my money to maintain your mistress and her family. Who is truly being excessive here? Qiao Xingran's words struck with piercing clarity. Qiao Jianya, chastised by his daughter, felt utterly humiliated. Wang Chumei felt as though her chest might crack from the pressure. The indignation was overwhelming. Yet in this moment, compromise was necessary. Qing, listen to your father. Go and plead with Ran, quickly apologized to her. The Qiao family belongs to her. Wang Chumei gasped for breath. Her husband's heart aching for their predicament. For now, he could only endure, but he vowed that he would eventually eliminate Qiao Xingran. Lin Qingqing would not relent. It had always been she who tormented this woman. Now, she was expected to plead with her. Observing Lin Qingqing's profoundly aggrieved expression, Qiao Xingran jested, when one seeks assistance, one must adopt the demeanor of supplicant. If you are unwilling, then depart. I am sorry, Lin Qingqing pouted, her reluctance palpable. What? She exclaimed loudly, unable to hear. Kneel. Qiao Xingran commanded with undeniable authority. Kneel? Me kneel for you? No. Lin Qingqing absolutely refused. Did your mother not compel you to kneel last time? Why then, when it comes to me, do you hesitate? Kneeling may not guarantee your stay in the Qiao household, yet refusing will undoubtedly result in your expulsion. Weigh your options carefully. The smile dancing in her eyes pierced through each onlooker like a dagger. Lin Qingqing bit her lip until it bled. Yet her parents were utterly subdued, leaving her powerless. Thud! She fell to her knees before Qiao Xingran. Ran, I apologize. My attitude was inappropriate. I was wrong, she offered, her voice dripping with humility. Is Ran how you address me? Call me Miss Qiao, Qiao Xingran admonished. Yes, Miss Qiao. Lin Qingqing complied obediently. Qiao Xingran gently lifted her chin, smiling as she said, My family does not harbor incompetence. If you wish to remain in the Qiao household, you must contribute meaningfully. I require someone to assist with the cleaning. Will you do it? You what? If you wish to stay, then work. If not, leave. Qiao Xingran found it effortless to dismiss Lin Qingqing. However, they were unwilling to depart, yearning to remain in the Qiao household. She did not ruthlessly expel them. For after all, staying would allow her to exact her vengeance upon them, avenging the original owner's grievances. Lin Qingqing cast a pleading glance at her parents, seeking their aid. Yet, her parents were equally ensnared and could offer no assistance. In a desperate bid to remain in the Qiao household, Lin Qingqing's tears flowed freely as she choked out. I will do it. I will obey. Qiao Xingran smiled in satisfaction. Addressing the maid, take all of Lin Qingqing's belongings and toss them into the storage room. No one may enter my room without my permission. Let us gather Ru's belongings as well, she added. Madam Wang, mind your phrasing in the Qiao household. Only my possessions matter. Everything you own is mine to bestow or withhold. Do you understand? She retorted. Wang Chumei, astute as she was, certainly comprehended. Lin Qingqing could be overlooked, but Ru's belongings must be fiercely contested. The Qiao household belonged to Ru, just as Yuchen did. Yes, but Ru is your biological sister. You were once quite close, and everything in her room was prepared by me. It is inappropriate for you to keep it. If you desire it, I shall purchase replacements for you, shall I? Wang Chumei feigned the demeanor of a caring mother. Biological sister? Does she deserve that title? What is inappropriate is that I paid for it. It is mine, Qiao Xingran decisively rejected. She was an only child. There were no siblings to soften her heart. My heart aches terribly. Jianya, I fear I may not endure much longer. My only wish is to die outside. Wang Chumei lamented, but Qiao Xingran coldly interrupted her. Continuing on, have the medical expenses that the Qiao family has squandered on you over the years gone to the dogs? If such efforts still yield no results, perhaps it is time to consider relinquishing hope. After employing such a painful strategy for so long, isn't it time for a change? I find it utterly nauseating. Alas, they have failed in their attacks from every conceivable angle. You are well aware of your aunt's condition. We must locate the star. So what are you doing idling at home? This is none of my concern. Qiao Xingran rolled her eyes and continued before my return. Ensure everything is done as I instructed. Otherwise, you may leave. Grabbing her bag, she departed with an air of nonchalance. The moment the door slammed shut, the three of them erupted in fury, particularly Qiao Jianya and Lin Qingqing, who violently smashed the items on the table. Wang Chumei did not intervene. Once they had vented their frustrations, Qiao Jianya clenched his fists and declared, Fine, if Qiao Xingran wishes to play this game, we shall see it through to the end. My dear, Ran has changed. Confronting her head-on will only exacerbate the situation. We must adopt a more conciliatory approach. Wang Chumei had already devised a plan. In the past, they could deceive Qiao Xingran, and surely they could do so again in the future. As long as the method is correct, success is inevitable. But how long must we endure this? Are we to suffocate under strain? Lin Qingqing expressed her discontent. Chapter 41. Held firmly by a man, we have shown due respect. If Ran continues to make things difficult for us, then the fault lies with her. Moreover, grandmother is coming to the house in a few days. Let us not escalate matters too far, Wang Chumei reassured them. Indeed, if they behave themselves, Qiao Xingran remains aggressive. Then we can manipulate public opinion to bring that wretched girl down. Besides, the grandmother harbors a deep-seated hatred for Qiao Xingran. In due time, we shall enlist others to suppress her. They can reap the benefits while we do the dirty work. Yes, she currently resides in the Qiao household, and it is unavoidable that Yi Zong will come around. Offending her is one thing, but angering the Yi family could spell disaster for us all. We must exercise patience. Rest assured, the Qiao family is ours to command, Qiao Jinya vowed. Though still reluctant, they had no better options at this moment. Lin Qingqing had no choice but to concede. Fine, let us wait for grandmother's arrival. Even if we cannot crush Qiao Xingran, are they truly getting a divorce? Regarding the divorce, their couple was equally in the dark. Yi Yuchen seemed disinterested in separation. It must be an illusion. Qiao Jinya clenched his fists angrily. Even if they do not divorce now, they must in the future. The Yi family cannot serve as Qiao Xingran's support. Otherwise, we are all doomed. Their goal was unified, to see Qiao Xingran perish. Qiao Xingran, guided by the memories of her predecessor, arrived at her destination. She entered by inputting a password. The spacious office was filled with equipment for researching pharmaceuticals. This was the predecessor's secret base for developing new medications. In her quest to cure Wang Chumei's heart condition, the predecessor had truly invested heavily, not merely in finances, but also in efforts. Ultimately, she toiled day and night. Then she developed cancer. Goodness, I almost forgot that her life could be at stake. After painstakingly being reborn, she could not afford to die, especially not for those wretched creatures. Oh my, Xiranran, am I not mistaken? Is it truly you? What brings you here? The man, clad in a flamboyant red suit and purple trousers, covered his mouth, his expression exaggerated to the extreme. Red paired with purple is utterly ridiculous. It is blinding. Lu Yunting, a prodigy in the medical field, is the senior of the original owner. Their collaboration is deemed a match made in heaven. However, later on, the original owner, fearing that Yigo might feel jealous, chose to assert her independence. In truth, Yigo was never concerned, was he? People ought to possess self-awareness, a quality the original owner fell short of. I wish to return and collaborate with you, Qiao Xingran said. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunting lunged forward, embracing her tightly. Goodness, were it not for the ostentatious attire of this man, she would have accused him of sexual harassment. Qiao Xingran patted his back soothingly. Do not be overly excited. I have returned. Now let go of me. I have matters to discuss. No, what if you escape again? He insisted, holding her firmly. They remained in that embrace for an extended period. Ultimately, Qiao Xingran lost her patience and raised her hand. With a resounding crack, Lu Yunting dislocated his wrist. Oh dear, why are you so ruthless now? My hand is in agony. Do you not understand the value of tenderness? The man lamented, feeling wronged. Such a man, whining like a child. If this were on my planet, I would have certainly knocked him out. What progress have we made with the heart disease medication? Qiao Xingran inquired seriously. It is nearly complete. All current users are doing well. In a week, we will have results. If all goes well, you can present it to your stepmother. This medication allows for a normal life without surgery, but requires long-term use, Lu Yunting explained. Give it to her. Am I worthy of that? Qiao Xingran scoffed. What is going on here? I toiled relentlessly for my stepmother's sake, and now it is denied? Lu Yunting questioned in confusion. After all the money and effort we invested in this research, are we to give it to her for free? Do I appear to be that accommodating? Qiao Xingran rolled her eyes. I would rather feed it to the dogs than offer it to her. Of course, if the payment is adequate, we can discuss it. And how do you intend to proceed? Lu Yunting asked, puzzled. By selling it at a high price. He pays, I provide the medication, and everyone gets what they need. She declared. She would find a way to earn money. No opportunity for profit would escape her grasp. Oh, my little Xiranran has finally seen the light. How much do you propose? He inquired. 100 million, Qiao Xingran stated. Lu Yunting was left speechless. 100 million? Would they truly be willing to pay that? How can one know without trying? Is it not worth 100 million to exchange for a single life? Qiao Xingran chuckled. Everything belonging to the Qiao family is under her name. Reclaiming it from Qiao Jianya is merely a matter of time. However, the original owner had previously gifted him 100 million, making retrieval somewhat challenging. The only way to compel him to relinquish it is through such means. What if they refuse to purchase? Lu Yunting countered. Have you lost your senses? If they do not buy, we shall sell to those in need. Do you truly fear that it will not sell? Qiao Xingran playfully tapped his head, offering a reminder. Something feels amiss. This woman is behaving unusually today. Lu Yunting leaned closer, scrutinizing her eyes. Are you all right? Is your mental state stable? Qiao Xingran, with a serious expression, furrowed her brow. No. Quickly. Check my body and see how much I've deteriorated since the last examination. Although she possessed remarkable medical skills and was confident in curing her comatose grandparents, she could not diagnose herself. It is truly perplexing. The mysteries within her body must be unraveled. Lu Yunting took her pulse, his expression growing increasingly grave, and he sighed. This is bad. The worst reaction from a doctor. Qiao Xingran furrowed her brow tightly, suppressing her inner fear, and asked, How long do I have left to live? Your health has improved significantly compared to before. Xiao Ranyan, have you developed a new medication? Lu Yunting inquired, astonished. Qiao Xingran indeed had a talent for researching new drugs. If she could truly develop a cure for terminal illnesses, it would be magnificent. Medication? Qiao Xingran was certain she had not taken any, yet her health had improved. Could it be due to the night dog? Perhaps their contact had nourished her body, gradually alleviating her condition. The night dog has its merits. That man does have some utility. Let's arrange a time for a comprehensive examination. We can review the medical records then. Are you certain you want to return? No longer to be a devoted wife and mother? Lu Yunting expressed skepticism. After all, Qiao Xingran seemed utterly infatuated, her mind solely occupied with Yuchen. Would she not return for just a couple of days before abandoning him again? No, I intend to divorce him. Qiao Xingran asserted with utmost seriousness. Divorce? My dear Ranyan is willing to divorce. To be frank, are you out of your mind? Lu Yunting doubted her. Although it is said that one would rather dismantle a temple than break a marriage, Qiao Xingran's marital life has been nothing short of tragic and humble. He could not bear to see her suffer so, having counseled her numerous times to let go. Yet, she remained obstinate. Now, however, a divorce. Chapter 42. Your wife dining with another in the past. There were pitfalls, but now tears have filled those voids. Loving him has been both painfully exhausting, and I cannot spend my life tethered to him. Divorce is the wisest choice. Qiao Xingran lowered her gaze, her words laced with profound bitterness. The atmosphere was tinged with an inexplicable sorrow. Lu Yunting was about to offer her comfort when Qiao Xingran smirked playfully. I assent to earning money delightful? With wealth, what man could I possibly lack? If one does not resonate with my heart, I can easily find 10 more. What is Yuchen other than rich, handsome, and powerful? A worthless waste. Lu Yunting felt somewhat insulted. If possessing wealth, beauty, and power makes one a worthless waste, then what does that make him? Xingran, you have wounded me. However, I am not angered by your return. Come, allow me to treat you to a meal to celebrate your new life. By the way, are you considering resuming your practice? Lu Yunting inquired. Star is renowned as a miraculous healer, with many willing to pay handsomely for her services. Yet, after marrying Yuchen, she had put her practice on hold. Regardless, all of Qiao Xingran's shining moments were invariably overshadowed by the man who did not love her. What is this notion of being infatuated? To him, it merely signifies a lack of sense. Now, does a return signify everything? Lu Yunting harbored doubts. Of course, I shall resume my practice, but on my terms, triple the price, Qiao Xingran declared boldly. 3 times? Xingran, do not jest. We are speaking of renminbi, not ghost money. Do not casually throw around figures in the tens of millions. Lu Yunting exclaimed, taken aback. I possess the capability. Those with wealth seek my expertise. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Why not embrace it? I refuse to operate at anything less than triple, she asserted. The original individual may not have commanded such a premium, but Qiao Xingran certainly does. Lu Yunting did not object, but nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall announce your return to practice immediately. However, if potential clients find your fees exorbitant, you may need to reconsider your pricing. The market has seen several new miraculous healers emerge, and competition is fierce. He then busied himself at the computer. I will not lower my prices. If the funds are insufficient, I shall not accept any orders. I will not budge an inch. Qiao Xingran firmly stated, her boundaries clearly defined. Moreover, she was resolute in her belief that those with genuine talent will always find their market. All right, I hope those clients remember you and are willing to engage your services. Lu Yunting remarked with a hint of exasperation. Qiao Xingran was not the same as before. However, he found himself more fond of the confident and spirited Qiao Xingran of the present. There was an inexplicable allure to her. Qiao Xingran raised an eyebrow. Pausing momentarily, does it not feel as though our conversation has taken an unseemly turn? One might mistake this flamboyant man for a madam, and she, unrepentantly so. 2 minutes later, the announcement of Star S return to practice was sent out. Ding, ding, ding. Messages poured in incessantly. Lu Yunting gazed at the plethora of information and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. A divine doctor is indeed a divine doctor. The moment they open for business, they are inundated with orders. Am I mistaken? He exclaimed in astonishment. Qiao Xingran rolled her eyes, exasperated by the dramatic reaction of the man. She yearned to strike him. Calmly, she inquired. Who? Your husband. He is unwell and seeks your treatment, Lu Yunting replied. What? He truly is ill? What ailment does he have? Qiao Xingran's reaction was even more animated than his. While she had suspected that Yi Go was ill, there was no evidence. Now, however, the proof was irrefutable. This could be entertaining. He refrained from detailing the specifics of his condition, suggesting they discuss it in person. Will you accept this case? Lu Yunting asked, a teasing glint in his eyes. How much is it? Qiao Xingran prioritized monetary matters. 300 million. 300 million? Qiao Xingran scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. A person worth billions offers a mere 300 million? How stingy. Does he believe his life is only worth that much? That man is my ex-husband, not my husband. Does he deserve it? If I take this case, the price doubles. 600 million. Qiao Xingran asserted with confidence. A day of marriage begets 100 days of affection. Lu Yunting reminded her. If it had been in the past, upon learning of Yi Yuchen's illness, Qiao Xingran would have rushed to his aid without hesitation, willing to risk her life for his. Yet now, she was raising her price. I'm sorry, but I share only a 1,000-day grudge with him. My willingness to extend help is already a great act of mercy. 600 million is my final offer. Take it or leave it. Qiao Xingran stood her ground resolutely. Very well, we shall proceed as you say. We will wait for his response. Now, let me treat you to a delightful meal, Lu Yunting proposed. Upon hearing the words delicious meal, Qiao Xingran's eyes lit up. Let us go, but it better be the most exquisite beef. I want to indulge in meat. She asserted her request. Certainly, I will take you to the finest steakhouse. Lu Yunting led the way. Inside the Haishan Western restaurant, dim lighting and a tranquil atmosphere enveloped them. But the large plate contained only a small piece of steak, hardly enough to satisfy. How is it? Do you like it? Lu Yunting asked, swirling his wine with a smile. Qiao Xingran clenched her fists, fury evident on her face. If you lack funds, I shall pay. Does this establishment not have enough to cover its electricity bills? Are they not afraid of the darkness swallowing their meals? She was acutely aware that this was what they termed romance, yet it felt exceedingly bleak. She had grown weary of the shadows, craving brightness in every place she visited. Lu Yunting appeared speechless. Do you think this small piece of steak will fill me? Bring me 100 portions, thank you. She swallowed the tiny morsel in one bite, longing to devour meat heartily. The notion of elegance could wait. 100 portions. Can you even finish that? Little junior sister, were you not once quite particular about elegance? What has changed? I was concerned about preserving Yi Yuchen's dignity back then. Now, I no longer care for him or his reputation. Just bring me the meat. I crave meat, and also, please illuminate that lamp for me. At this moment, Qiao Xingran's mind was solely preoccupied with thoughts of meat. Lu Yunting playfully pinched her nose and lovingly remarked, You seem like a different person. Very well, I shall fulfill all your wishes. The money was in place, the light was brightened, and the meat arrived in succession. Qiao Xingran was not one to merely talk. She devoured piece after piece. Lu Yunting was taken aback. Oh dear, take your time, don't choke. I have plenty of money. I could afford to feed you 10 cows. He gently wiped the corners of her mouth. Qiao Xingran, with utmost seriousness, declared, That's meat. Is that your sister-in-law? Who is that flamboyant man? Siep Beicheng commented with a smirk while setting down his glass of red wine. The other men at the table cast their gazes in that direction. Is me sister-in-law blind? Why choose someone like that flamboyant man? Rong Chu expressed his disdain. Look at that man's attire, red paired with purple. It's truly more revolting than dog feces. Lu Ziqian also disapproved. Come on. Given how Yi Yuchen treats her, isn't infidelity quite normal? I could have a whole crowd on the side. After saying this, Xie Beicheng took out his phone. After a couple of beeps, Yi Yuchen's voice resonated. Speak. Are you coming over for steak? It's quite delicious, he teased. If it's trivial, don't call me again. The other party was about to hang up. Your wife Ran is also here, and she is with a man, Xie Beicheng said leisurely. Chapter 43. Beware of night dogs taking an interest in you indeed. Just as Yi Yuchen was about to hang up, he halted. Who is she with? He inquired, his voice low and displeased. I don't know, but their relationship is certainly extraordinary. That man has just wiped her mouth. Now he is patting her head. And now he is feeding her meat. Before he could finish, Yi Yuchen coldly commanded, send me the address. Sunhai Western Restaurant. Block them for me. With that, Yi Yuchen rose to leave. Little did he know, Qiao Xingran's romantic fortunes were flourishing, with one man after another vying for her attention. This little blossom of romance, he thought, as he severed her peach tree. As she devoured 100 servings of steak, Qiao Xingran took a sip of red wine and exclaimed, wow, this is delicious. I want more. Lu Yunting observed the towering stack of plates, astonished. Stinky darling, are you still not full? Does the Yi family not feed you? Let me do it. My heart aches for you. Just as he raised his hand, his wrist was seized. Without lifting his head, Lu Yunting swung his hand away. Stinky darling, I genuinely feel for you. His large hand continued, but this time it was not merely a gentle grip. It felt as though he might crush her wrist. Lu Yunting winced and looked up, ready to express his anger. But he was captivated by the breathtakingly handsome man before him. He had encountered countless unsavory men, but none as striking as this one. This brother, what brings you to me? You're so handsome. Which family do you belong to? What is your name? How come I've never seen you before? Lu Yunting was overly captivated by his own handsome appearance, temporarily forgetting the pain in his wrist. Qiao Xingran rolled her eyes and took a bite of dessert. He's my dreadful scoundrel of an ex-husband, nearly calling him out loud. However, due to the presence of so many people, she paused and introduced, this is my ex-husband, Yi Yuchen. Yi Yuchen? The man whom Qiao Xingran adored to the core? No wonder he was so handsome. Yet, thinking of the pain this man had inflicted upon her, an immediate displeasure arose. A heartless facade. Lu Yunting forcibly withdrew his hand, his face contorted in disdain, a stark contrast to his previous infatuated demeanor. Damn, my wrist truly hurts. He is my husband. We are still legally married. Yi Yuchen corrected word by word. The other men erupted in laughter. The former Yi Yuchen would never have bothered to clarify such semantics. How amusing. Then, with a piercing gaze, he addressed Lu Yunting. And you are, who exactly? Did my dear not inform you of our relationship? Oh, but I suppose, given the nature of your connection, how could you possibly know? I apologize, but we are dining. Please leave us, Lu Yunting ordered. Casting a glance at the menacing figures surrounding him, each standing like a warrior, exuding an intimidating aura that suggested they could devour him whole. Qiao Xingran. Yi Yuchen called out. Why did the other men refer to her as dear, and she accepted it so willingly? Since his entrance, Qiao Xingran hadn't spared him a single glance. Yi Yuchen perceived that she was not deliberately ignoring him, but rather responding instinctively. In the past, his mere presence would have captivated her gaze entirely. Now, having separated, she was off dating. This woman was truly flourishing. Yeah. Do you really need to control every meal she shares with another? Or have you developed an interest in him? Qiao Xingran teased in return. The expression of the man changed dramatically. How could this woman possibly consider that he would fancy such a flamboyant fellow? Was she blind? Qiao Xingran's tender gaze fell upon Lu Yunting, and she spoke earnestly. You must be cautious. My ex-husband is male and prefers men. Be wary of him swallowing you whole. Lu Yunting covered his mouth, astonished. No way. Does he have so many male lovers and still wish to target me? The other men looked on. Yi Yuchen seized Qiao Xingran's wrist. Lu Yunting intervened, restraining his wrist. Yi, you are already divorced. Are we? Would you like me to fling the marriage certificate in your face? Do you even deserve that? He scoffed. Qiao Xingran forcefully shook him off. Yi, what are you planning? I will sue you for defamation. Yi Yuchen tugged at her wrist and pulled her into his embrace with a forceful yank. We are not divorced yet, and you are so eager to pin a label on me? If you wish for death, just say so. He watched their intimate interaction, a fiery rage inexplicably igniting within him. Qiao Xingran, this foolish woman. I only wish to divorce you. Qiao Xingran struggled. Release me, you wretched man. Lu Yunting aspired to play the hero, yet found himself encircled by several men. What do you intend to do? Violence is a crime, and striking me would only bruise my dignity, he shouted. Were they merely affluent second-generation elites? They appeared more like thugs. Yuchen grasped Qiao Xingran's hand, preparing to depart when his phone vibrated. He retrieved it to find Yun's name on the caller ID. Upon answering, Yunjinjin's anxious voice resonated, Chun at the hospital. Before she could finish, Yuchen interjected, I will be there shortly. He hung up and made a leave, but Qiao Xingran snatched his phone away. What are you doing? Return my phone. Yuchen admonishit. You must not go. Stay with me. Qiao Xingran's demeanor softened, her eyes shimmering with affection. The original host was spiraling into self-destruction once more. What could she do? Endure. Yuchen hesitated for a fleeting moment before reclaiming his phone. Yet Qiao Xingran remained tenacious. Clutching his wrist, do not leave. I can go with you. Yuchen, I have granted you numerous chances. You cannot squander them each time. Who will you choose? Me or Yunjinjin? Though her words suggested otherwise, she yearned to shatter the original host's consciousness. How long would it take to seize control over her thoughts? As Yuchen gazed into Qiao Xingran's earnest eyes, he was about to speak when his phone vibrated again. He coldly wrenched his hand from hers and departed without a backward glance. He had chosen Yunjinjin. A pang of sorrow pierced her heart, leading to tears and an overwhelming breakdown. Though Qiao Xingran did not wish for it, her emotions spiraled out of control. Thoughts echoed in her mind. Yuchen, I love you. I would sacrifice my life for you. Just choose me once, only once. Yuchen, if you refuse to return, I shall take my own life. Do you not care for my existence? Everything I do is out of love for you. Qiao Xingran, I do not love you. I find you repugnant. Qiao Xingran wept profusely, as if mourning a deceased father, her sorrow rivaling that of any Ming family daughter. The men were taken aback, sighing in resignation. I thought my sister-in-law had truly found enlightenment, ready to embark on a new chapter, only to realize she seeks to win Yuchen back through such means, Lu Ziqin lamented. Alas, enduring long suffering is worse than a swift end. Witnessing my sister-in-law weep so pitifully, I instead wish for her to divorce quickly. Xiao Beiqing felt a twinge of guilt. Had he known, he would have refrained from that call. Who could have guessed that Qiao Xingran still harbored such love? Chapter 44. A humiliation of fatal proportions. Observing Qiao Xingran weep as if mourning a lost father, Lu Yunting felt a pang of compassion. He struggled free from the men's encirclement. Lu Yunting gently embraced Qiao Xingran, soothing her with tender words. My dear, do not weep. Let those men perish, one by one. The scoundrels and rascals. Yet, he himself was a man, wasn't he? Damn it. Qiao Xingran wished to cease her tears, but they flowed uncontrollably. It was only upon entering the car that her emotions began to ease. Observing her distress, Lu Yunting earnestly advised, if you cannot bear to part, then do not sacrifice your own well-being. Take a bold leap. She yearned to escape a loveless marriage, yet witnessing her anguish softened his heart. Lu Yunting, after a hearty meal, take me to the most vibrant bar in the city for a night of revelry. At last, the original owner had finished crying. She was ready to embark on a journey towards happiness. Drowning her sorrows in alcohol seemed more agonizing. Enough chatter, let us enjoy ourselves. Her world revolved solely around taverns. The bar was intriguing. All right, Lu Yunting responded, leading her to the establishment. The deafening music did not unsettle Qiao Xingran. Rather, it ignited an inexplicable fighting spirit within her, reminiscent of the fervor felt on a battlefield. As she gazed down upon the throngs in the dance floor, swaying and bobbing their heads, she wondered, what is this? Lu Yunting firmly pressed her head down, imposing his hand upon her shoulder. My dear, there is no need to feign strength in my presence. If you wish to cry, let it flow. How flirtatious, yet he is genuinely caring. I swear I'm not distressed. Do you believe me? Qiao Xingran asserted earnestly. Not distressed. Your earlier weeping was truly heart-wrenching. It could convince anyone that you had lost your husband. Before me, there is no need for pretense. Weep freely. Lu Yunting remained unconvinced by her words. Just as Qiao Xingran was about to respond, the door to the private room was kicked open. A provocatively dressed woman, nearly exposing herself, cast a scornful glance at Lu Yunting. Oh, I assent this, Lord Lu? Is this a date or merely a trick for a fling? Does she know you lack prowess? Lu Yunting's expression darkened. Turning his face away, he chose not to engage further and coldly instructed, "Please leave." The woman, undeterred, strode closer. Her eyes landing on Qiao Xingran, and laughed. "Oh, I thought I recognized you. It's the discarded woman. Are you two together now? Embracing in tears, I presume?" "Ha." The menacing figures behind her joined in her laughter. A discarded woman and a transgender person. Quite the pair. "Enough." Lu Yunting rose. Displeased. "I will not allow you to speak of Qiao Xingran in such a manner." Startled, Qiao Xingran had not anticipated his fierce reaction. She had silently endured such humiliations from others. Yet when it came to her, this man's anger flared. He truly cared for her. In this life, those who were kind to the original owner, those who were kind to her, were now firmly protected by Qiao Xingran. "Are you in Qiao?" Qiao Xingran inquired after observing the woman for a long moment. It was not due to the original owner's memories that she failed to recognize her, but rather, "Have you had plastic surgery?" she inquired again, with a flush of embarrassment. When Qiao retorted sharply, "It's merely a minor adjustment. You wouldn't understand." "A minor adjustment? If you returned home like this, your own parents wouldn't recognize you. If this is a minor adjustment, then cosmetic surgery no longer exists." Qiao Xingran answered with a sardonic smile. "What about you?" "I am beautiful. Indeed, not only beautiful, but naturally so. No matter how you alter yourself, you can never compare to my beauty." Utterly hideous, she scoffed mockingly. Laughter suppressed among the onlookers. When Qiao, unable to maintain her composure, seized a wine glass and hurled it. Lu Yunting attempted to embrace her, but Qiao Xingran dashed in front of him and caught the glass. In an instant, she flung it back, striking Qiao on the forehead, blood oozing forth. Qiao was Lu Yunting's half-sister, who had bullied him since childhood. The man he had become was largely due to her influence. It was one thing to torment him, but she had not spared his friends either. Gradually, he lost all companionship. Today, with their paths crossing, Qiao Xingran showed no mercy. There were several teacups on the coffee table, which she threw, each one landing squarely on Qiao's forehead. Every throw was a perfect hit. Came the shriek. "Blood! It was blood! You wretched girl! How dare you strike me? Why are you all just standing there? Attack me! And you, transgender freak, join in the assault." Qiao pressed her hand to her forehead, screaming vehemently at those behind her. "Call the police! I'm calling the police!" Upon witnessing her fervor, Lu Yunting fumbled for his phone, trembling with fear amidst the crowd. Qiao Xingran rose like a warrior, addressing the group of black-clad men. "If you kill me, who will bear the responsibility?" Such audacious words from a woman elicited laughter from them. "You are truly bold to say that. Come on, if you could defeat us, we will take our own lives. Killing us will be on your conscience." The men jeered. Qiao Xingran strode forward, locking the door to the private room. Her darkened gaze radiated a terrifying light. "Then let us see who dies." With a leap, Qiao Xingran landed on one of the men's shoulders, her hands gripping fiercely. He cried out in agony. The woman charged toward the men, unleashing a flurry of blows. Within 5 minutes, all the black-clad men lay sprawled on the ground. What on earth just happened? How could Qiao Xingran be so formidable? What kind of potion has she taken to transform? Qiao Xingran's gaze fell on Qiao as she approached her. Panic gripped Qiao. "Get up, you lot. Stop playing dead." "Qiao Xingran, dare you lay a finger on me? I am your elder sister. How could you treat me this way?" Just as she began to speak, her words hung in the air. A stinging slap from Qiao Xingran landed fiercely. Qiao's eyes widened in disbelief at the unexpected blow. The force was jarring. Her hair caught in a vicious grip. "If you dare insult Lu Yunting again, I shall ensure you undergo a complete transformation," Qiao Xingran warned coldly. "Remember, when you encounter him in the future, you will either bow in submission or take a detour. For each provocation, there will be a corresponding consequence." Within a mere 10 minutes, Qiao faced an unparalleled humiliation and assault. Even now, she refused to concede, her fierce gaze fixed on Qiao Xingran. "You vile creature, do you think this will suffice?" My nose. Not only her nose, but also her chin and forehead were painfully gripped, the implants shifting out of place. In agony, Qiao screamed. Yet, Qiao Xingran showed no intention of relenting. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Qiao exclaimed, "I was wrong. I will never act this way again. I am sorry." She was still held tightly. Throughout her life, She had always bullied Lu Yunting, never knowing defeat. Now, to be forced into an apology? Absolutely not. Was she still desperately resisting? A fool's errand. With a fierce exertion, Qiao Xingran tightened her grip. Chapter 45. The husband's fury when Xiao knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Sorry, Lu Yunting. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please let me go. For the first time, she uttered an apology that reached Lu Yunting's ears, bringing him a sense of satisfaction. He cast a disdainful glance, replying, "Scram. Go fix your face, plastic girl." Qiao Xingran lifted her foot and delivered a powerful kick, striking directly at Xiao's front teeth. Two of her teeth fell out. "If you dare to bully him again, I will ensure you undergo a complete restoration," she roared with authority. When Xiao crawled away, while the other dark-clad individuals scrambled to exit. Once back in the car, her face contorted into a frightening expression, fists clenched in hatred. "Lu Yunting, Qiao Xingran, just wait. I will ensure your downfall." Yet, how had the discarded woman become so formidable? This perplexity was shared not only by her, but also by Lu Yunting. "Sweetheart, how did you become so powerful?" he asked, bewildered. Qiao Xingran shrugged. "From now on, I will always be this formidable. Fear not. I will not allow anyone to bully us." With a sudden burst of emotion, Lu Yunting cried out, Ran, I am so touched. With you by my side, no one will dare to harm me. Isn't it better if we are a bit manly?" Qiao Xingran patted his shoulder. "All right, stick with me, and you need not fear." Before she could finish her sentence, the door was kicked open. A rotund man, adorned with a large gold chain and smoking a cigar, glared at them menacingly. "Is it just you two causing trouble? Quite the audacity. Do you know whose territory this is?" Qiao Xingran stepped protectively in front of Lu Yunting and addressed the man. "We have resolved our issues and are willing to compensate for any damages." "Will that suffice?" "No, you have frightened my guests. You will cover the entire bill tonight, or you shan't leave this place." The man obstructed the entire room, a group of individuals brandishing weapons. Money can resolve matters without resorting to violence. One cannot fight against overwhelming odds, Lu Yunting whispered to Qiao Xingran, concerned that she might not withstand the situation after their earlier encounter. "Money? No, I must save it for my divorce. Has your husband not provided you with funds? What about the card?" "The card?" Qiao Xingran furrowed her brows in contemplation. It seemed there was indeed a card, one with an unlimited limit. However, the original owner was inexplicably proud and refused to spend a single cent of her husband's money. Such a mindset was detrimental. If she wouldn't spend her husband's funds, surely there were others who would. Rather than allowing someone else to benefit, she ought to indulge herself. Until the divorce, she remained Mrs. Yi. Spend. Qiao Xingran began rummaging through her bag in search of the card. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yunting sighed in resignation. Truly, the wealthier one is, the more miserly they become. "How much is it?" "I will cover the bill." 3 million, the man audaciously demanded. Just as he was about to swipe his card, Qiao Xingran found hers. "I shall pay. Announce to everyone that Miss Qiao is covering the bill tonight. Order another round. The password is 802314, she declared with flair. 802,314? What does that password signify? The man, who had just moments ago seemed ferocious, now appeared as docile as a kitten. Grinning widely as he said, "I thank Miss Qiao on behalf of everyone. Tonight, your bill is waived." He promptly went to process the payment. "Is there a military training base here?" Qiao Xingran inquired. Lu Yunting replied, "There is a shooting range, a boxing gym, judo, taekwondo," but before he could finish, Qiao Xingran interrupted. "All right, take me there later. Let us compete in martial arts." "Martial arts? My dear, that is akin to dancing. Are you certain you wish to dance?" Lu Yunting asked incredulously. At that moment, an invigorating piece of ancient music began to play. Qiao Xingran seemed transported back to a time of battle, closing her eyes and rhythmically moving her fists with vigor. Initially, the crowd laughed, deeming her eccentric. Yet, gradually, her movements became increasingly rhythmic, reminiscent of a valiant warrior, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo of cheers and shouts. Lu Yunting was astonished. What had Qiao Xingran consumed? How many more surprises lay hidden from his knowledge? The bar was alive with excitement. Meanwhile, Yuchen exited the hospital, seated in his car, gently massaging his temples. Yin Jinjin's petite hand rested on his arm. But before she could speak, he withdrew, his voice icy as he stated, "I'll have the driver take you home. I appreciate your assistance today." "Chun, must we speak in such terms?" Rest assured, with our efforts, success will come swiftly, he replied, unable to continue, merely offering a faint smile. Let the driver take you first. She yearned to remain with Yuchen for every fleeting moment. Be careful on your way back, he replied coldly. What do you mean? Before Yuchen could voice her thoughts, the driver opened the door. She intended for Yuchen to return home first, while she followed afterward. However, as soon as Yuchen alighted from the car, her legs weakened, and the driver hurried to support her. Miss Yun, are you all right? I'm fine. I can manage. She feigned strength. Upon witnessing this, Yuchen was about to speak when a message chimed on his phone. He paused momentarily upon reading the contents. 3 million? Ruekai bar? Who? Glancing at the last few digits of the card, he recalled that it was given to Qiao Xingran. Yet, throughout their marriage, that woman had never spent a single penny. Now, to squander 3 million at a bar? What on earth had she consumed to justify such an expense? He was not particularly concerned about the money. Rather, he had assumed Qiao Xingran was too grief-stricken to function. He never anticipated that she might be drowning her sorrows in a bar. Yuchen was still awaiting Yuchen's response, yet there was silence. The driver, supporting her, felt an awkward tension and finally ventured, Mr. Yi, it seems Miss Yun is feeling unwell. Should I take her home? Yuchen decisively stepped out of the car. His voice icy. Take her back. Where are you going? Yuchen had not finished her sentence before he had already departed, getting into another vehicle. She then retrieved a stack of money from her bag and instructed the driver, follow Mr. Yi, and do not inform anyone else. Rest assured, there will be a final payment. The driver eyed the wad of cash, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. The car closely tailed Yuchen's vehicle. Inside Ruekai bar, Yuchen entered to find a throng of people gathered in the center of the dance floor. Oh no! Another one down. The chorus of voices echoed around him. As he approached, he was rendered speechless by the spectacle before him. Qiao Xingran, had this woman lost her mind? He watched as man after man stepped onto the stage to confront her, only to be swiftly taken down. Come on, everyone, Qiao Xingran called out boldly. The commanding presence she exuded was truly intimidating. The men present were thoroughly frightened, retreating in haste. Lu Yunting covered his face, utterly astonished by her audacity. She was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Damn, this woman is like a thorny rose. I genuinely wish I could pluck her, one man mused. Who wouldn't? Unfortunately, I can't compete with her. I thought her dancing was exceptional, but her martial prowess is even more formidable. Is she just as fierce in bed, I wonder? I would love to indulge in some fun with her. A few men lewdly joked, chuckling to themselves. Yuchen clenched his fists, striding step by step toward the stage. Chapter 46. Slapping her curvaceous rear, Yuchen exuded an overwhelming aura, emanating a chilling presence that instantly captured the attention of those around him. Who is this man? He seems formidable. Can this woman prevail? He looks so familiar, as if I have encountered him before. Damn it. Why can't I recall at such a critical moment? Lu Yunting raised his head, observing Yuchen's sudden dark expression. What the hell? Why is he here? This is a disaster. My dear, stop causing a scene and come down quickly. The man rose, casting a discreet glance toward Qiao Xingran. However, Qiao Xingran was completely engrossed in her game, oblivious to Yuchen's arrival until he stood before her. How'd he get here? Yuchen approached her step by step, his cold voice resonating. You are having such a splendid time here. Did you think I would squander 3 million just to accompany you? For this bunch? How petty. To chase me down for a mere 3 million. Qiao Xingran swayed her alluring figure, stepping closer to him, flashing a seductive smile. I'm sorry, but this is my arena. Only by defeating me can you speak to me. However, it's 3 million for a match. These people truly are extravagant. She had amassed tens of millions in a single night. This was indeed her pathway to wealth. She planned to return each night, soon to become affluent and then smoothly divorce that dog of a man. 3 million per match? Are these people truly here for a duel? Qiao Xingran, the enchanting flower, indeed possessed a sharp business acumen, turning 3 million into such substantial profits. Yuchen's smile was wickedly captivating, yet somewhat frightening as he continued to advance. I'm afraid you must pay first, Qiao Xingran began, but her words were cut short as the man lunged forward. Without allowing her to finish, he hoisted her onto his shoulder. What the heck? What does this mean? Suspended in this manner, Qiao Xingran felt dizzy, her body yearning to escape this predicament. Yet she lacked the strength. Just moments ago, She had taken on 10 warriors single-handedly, but in the face of Yi Yuchen, she felt utterly powerless. The crowd held their breath, anticipating Qiao Xingran's counterattack. Yet, aside from her hands slapping at his waist, she had no other recourse. Strike. Show us your prowess. Encountering a handsome man, and yet you can't retaliate. What a waste. Damn it, refund our money. The audience expressed their discontent. Yi Yuchen's piercing gaze swept across the crowd, his thin lips uttering a single word, scram. Who the hell are you to command us to leave? We won't budge. Yes, come and challenge us. Several drunken men swayed provocatively. Yi Yuchen, carrying Qiao Xingran, surged toward them. In mere seconds, he had brought several men to their knees at his feet. Will you leave or not? He bellowed once more. Vitne sink Yi Yuchen se ferocity. The crowd began to retreat timidly. Do not leave. Our contest is yet unfinished. Night dog, hindering my ability to earn is akin to murdering my parents. I shall end you, Qiao Xingran declared, filled with indignation. The one who fled was not a person, but wealth itself. Smack! Yi Yuchen's robust palm struck Qiao Xingran's rear indecisively, rendering her body rigid. Lu Yunting stood frozen in shock. This was rather scandalous. Mr. Yi, please put Ran down. I will escort her home, he pleaded, only to find himself unceremoniously kicked to the ground by Yi Yuchen. Dare to touch him, and I shall fight you to the bitter end, Qiao Xingran warned coldly as he prepared to advance once more. Very well, threatening him for the sake of another man. In the past, Yi Yuchen would never have heeded her, but now, if you ever bring my wife to such a place again, I will tear you apart, he declared with authority before striding away. Lu Yunting struggled on the ground for a full 5 minutes before managing to rise. Qiao Xingran had fallen into Yi Yuchen's grasp. She truly ought to seek her own fortune. Bang! Qiao Xingran found herself pinned against the car, as Yi Yuchen grasped her chin with a firm grip. Move again, and I shall strip you bare and cast you out. Listen to yourself. Is this how a person speaks? Qiao Xingran narrowed her eyes, filled with disdain. You better not fall into my hands, otherwise I will castrate you. Mr. Yi, I will only become more relentless if you do not wish to be tormented by me. Sign the divorce papers. Otherwise, MMM. Yi Yuchen began to kiss her forcefully once more. Hiss. Their crimson lips bore the marks of their mutual aggression. Before Yi Yuchen could finish his thought, the urgent ringing of his phone interrupted him. It would be best if it were Yun Shaoxin calling. Then she would be free. As he glanced at the caller ID, Yi Yuchen furrowed his brows, hesitating before answering. Dad, Mom, what is it? What did Qiao Xingran intend? Were they planning a rebellion? Bring her back to the Yi residence at once. The displeasure in his father, Yi Feng's voice, was palpable. Has the incident at the bar been exposed so quickly? Dad, it's too late. Let us discuss this tomorrow. Yi Yuchen, Dejvinet. In the past, he would not have cared for Qiao Xingran's well-being. Yet now, he wished to shield her from public scorn. Very well, we shall head to the Yi residence. We will wait for you. Without allowing him to respond, his father hung up. Yi Feng's voice was thunderous, and every word rang clearly in Qiao Xingran's ears. The treatment received from her in-laws was truly unbearable. She did not seek trouble, but should such individuals come knocking, she would fearlessly confront them. While Yi Yuchen pondered strategies, Qiao Xingran spoke first. If we cannot escape, we must confront it. Rest assured, no one in this world can harm me any longer. This statement, was she asserting her strength, claiming she cannot be hurt? Or did it mean that her heart had grown indifferent, leaving her impervious to pain? After all, the ones who inflict the deepest wounds are invariably those whom we love the most. A reminder once again of her indifference. Yi Yuchen had yet to utter a word. Qiao Xingran pushed him aside, took the driver's seat, and fastened her seatbelt. Drive slowly. A man bellowed. Qiao Xingran merely scoffed. This is basic competence. Subsequently, a car sped past, violating traffic regulations. Inside the vehicle, Yun Jinjin had followed Yi Yuchen to the bar. After capturing Qiao Xingran's erratic behavior on camera, she made her way to the Yi household and subsequently got into the car. Observing the furious expressions of Ye's parents, tears streamed down her face. Uncle, Auntie, it is all my fault. I should not have disclosed this matter to you. Chen will surely blame me, and Madam, you will scold me. This revelation caught their attention. Did she strike you? Inquired Madame Yi, Yang Xiuhui, gripping Yun Jinjin's hand. No, Jinjin, if you deceive me, it will pain me dearly. Be a good child and share everything you know with us, she said gently. Yuchen bit her crimson lip, hesitating for a moment, her expression one of distress. Madame Yi is quite formidable. I advised her to behave and not tarnish Chun and the Yi family's reputation, but she not only disregarded my counsel, but also struck me. I heard that she even went to the hospital. She paused, letting out a soft sigh, before continuing. She went to the hospital intending to harm Grandpa and Grandma. Thankfully, Chun discovered her plans. Otherwise, it would have led to a grave mistake. Hearing this, Yi Feng slammed his hand down, exclaiming, "What a wretched creature. We've only been abroad for a few months, and she has become this audacious. This time, we must ensure they divorce. Indeed, she is unworthy of my son." Yang Xiaohui concurred. Chapter 47. My husband is not a man. The couple had initially chosen the daughter of the Yun family as their daughter-in-law. However, their parents insisted on selecting the powerless Qiao family. Had Qiao Xingran been obedient and sensible, it might have been tolerable. Instead, that woman harbored a malicious heart, causing considerable harm. Their disdain for her was profound. Now, upon hearing Yuchen words, their resolve solidified. They were determined to expel Qiao Xingran. Chun, out of respect for Grandpa and Grandma, has always given Madame Yi face. Uncle and Auntie, please do not mention that today's events were disclosed by me. I fear it may affect my relationship with Chun, Yuchen pleaded. Rest assured, we understand, replied the Yi couple. Yuchen nodded, outwardly appearing troubled, yet inwardly reveling in delight. Qiao Xingran, you shall await your demise. At the Yi household, time ticked away. The couple had already waited for 3 hours, their expressions growing increasingly grave and their faces darkening. Yuchen, clutching her phone, timidly returned, letting out a soft sigh. Uncle, Auntie, Chun still hasn't answered my calls. He must be delayed due to unforeseen circumstances. It's quite late. Perhaps you should return home. Your health is paramount. With a resounding clap, Yi Feng and Yang Xiaohui struck the marble coffee table simultaneously. Chun would never be late. He has become this disgraceful only by associating with Qiao Xingran, Yang Xiaohui declared, her face a mask of disdain. Her son had always been her pride, and she would never allow a worthless woman to tarnish that. This marriage must end tonight. Yuchen gazed at the door, anticipating the return of Qiao Xingran to face her reckoning. At that moment, Yi Yuchen and Qiao Xingran remained oblivious to the turmoil at home, seated together at the precinct. After receiving a lecture, Qiao Xingran earnestly declared, rest assured, I shall not repeat such a rudimentary mistake. I was unaware that overtaking was prohibited. This display of sincerity prompted a nod from the law enforcement officer. Yet he remained puzzled, asking, we believe in your commitment to not err again, but how did you obtain your driver's license? Is it not common knowledge that overtaking is a violation? Qiao Xingran paused, then with an innocent expression, pointed at Yi Yuchen with her slender fingers, saying, I was unwell previously and have forgotten much. You may inquire of my husband. What a deft shift of blame. Yi Yuchen, uninterested in further dialogue, grasped Qiao Xingran's wrist and left without a backward glance. Hey, could you exhibit a modicum of respect for those who protect our homeland? What are you doing? Put me down, she shouted. Yi Yuchen ignored her protests, tossing her into the vehicle, enveloping them in silence. 20 minutes later, they returned to the Yi household. As they entered, a fruit platter was hurled towards them. Instinctively, Yi Yuchen pulled Qiao Xingran into his embrace, the platter striking his back with a resounding thud. Qiao Xingran was momentarily taken aback, gazing up at the man, her heart fluttering. Would Yi Yuchen truly protect her? It felt surreal. The Yi parents were equally startled. Observing the scene, Yuchen called out, Chun, are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital? Yi Yuchen paid no heed, instead taking Qiao Xingran's hand and sitting down on the sofa. Have you lost your mind? Injured for her sake? Are you unaware of her true identity? Ye think admonishit. She is my wife. Do you expect me to stand by while you harm her? Yi Yuchen retorted, each word deliberate. This revelation left everyone momentarily speechless. Had he ever cared for Qiao Xingran before? Father, mother, it's late. If there is something to discuss, please proceed, he coldly inquired, disregarding their incredulous gazes. Divorce. You must divorce Qiao Xingran. Yang Xiaohui was unsettled by her son's sudden change in demeanor. Could it be that he had fallen for Qiao Xingran? Our marital issues do not require your involvement. Yi Yuchen replied icily, still holding onto Qiao Xingran's hand. What did he mean by that? Marital issues? She disgraced the Yi family with her actions in the bar, Yi Feng challenged. Qiao Xingran raised her head with a playful smile, gazing at Yi Feng and Yang Xiuhui. What have I done? She asked, her tone light. Merely entering the bar is a mistake. There is no right in your actions. If you do not initiate a divorce, then leave the Yi family. We have no need for a daughter-in-law like you. The night breeze encountered Qiao Xingran and erupted with fervor. In the past, Qiao Xingran was merely annoying, but now, the desire to strike her was overwhelming. There was an undeniable sense that this woman had transformed, becoming unrecognizable. Before departing from the Yi family, she must kneel in atonement. Kneel down, Yang Xiuhui admonished. Indeed, every visit to their home resulted in the original owner being forced to kneel, enduring this punishment for an entire day. Now, every gust of wind or rain brought pain to her knees. The original owner accepted this fate, but could she? Qiao Xingran lounged on the sofa, crossing her legs. If you enjoy kneeling, then by all means do it. I have no such inclination. These words left everyone in shock. Yi Yuchen furrowed his brows in discontent, speaking softly. Qiao Xingran. Madam Yi, they are Chun's parents and our elders. How can you speak so disrespectfully? Yin Jinjin interjected. You have committed a wrongdoing. Not only do you refuse to apologize, but you also display such audacity. This is truly excessive. Chun, did you hear what she said? Do you want us to endure such indignities? Ye feng iklimet passionate. Indignity? What grievances do you suffer? Qiao Xingran retorted defiantly. Madam Yi, please refrain from further provocation. Yin Jinjin started, but was interrupted as a cushion was hurled her way. When a Yi family speaks, it is not for outsiders like you to interject. If you seek to provoke, know that next time at 1T be a mere cushion, Qiao Xingran warned with authority. As Yin Jinjin attempted to counter, she caught a glimpse of the Yi couple and fell silent, resorting to tears. Qiao Xingran, you wretch, how dare you treat Jinjin this way in our presence? What will you do in private? Chun, are you going to remain indifferent? If so, don't blame me for taking matters into my own hands. Butler Liu, enforce the family law. Yang Xiuhui declared. Butler Liu stood by, brimming with excitement. After enduring so much humiliation, he finally heard the command. He hastily fetched an iron rod. Yi Yuchen turned to Qiao Xingran. Those are my parents. Do not bring upon yourself needless humiliation. Apologize. Needless humiliation? She scoffed. His parents were prepared to enforce the family law against her. Yet she was expected to apologize? Qiao Xingran laughed coldly. I have reiterated my sentiments time and again. Yet I cannot help but express that as a man, if you cannot protect your own wife, you are unworthy of the title. Bring the iron rod, swiftly. Yi Feng only wished to shatter her defiance. The Yi family had yet to reach a point where Qiao Xingran could brazenly challenge them. Dare to strike me. I welcome the challenge. Qiao Xingran remained resolute. Do you think I wouldn't? I have always shown respect to both of you elders. Yet what do you offer in return? Upon entering the Yi household, I am met with punishment. What wrongdoing have I committed to warrant such coercion to kneel for an entire day? She was ready to settle the score. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuchen was taken aback. Was this true? How had he been unaware? This is family law. What family law? Who decreed such a law? Besides me, who has ever been subjected to such treatment? Qiao Xingran inquired softly. Chapter 48. I shall no longer serve the elders of the Yi family clench their fists, rendered speechless by the rebuke. So, the so-called family rules are established solely for me. Qiao Xingran, you truly overestimate my significance. Her eyes gleamed with a profound irony. Before the Yi couple could respond, Qiao Xingran continued her tirade. If the outside world were to learn that your esteemed family enforces such rules, and that they're directed solely at a delicate young lady like myself, how would that reflect upon you? Yun Jinjin, upon hearing the phrase, delicate young lady, was left utterly bewildered. Qiao Xingran, delicate? When she unleashed her fury, where was the delicacy? The expressions on the faces of the Yi couple were nothing short of mortifying. They opened their mouths, yet no words emerged. I haven't accused your family of mistreating me, yet you dare to come here and make threats? Who do you think you are? Qiao Xingran scoffed at the three of them. Where's the ambulance? The Yi couple felt as though they might burst from rage. They were in desperate need of assistance. Give me an iron rod. Yi Feng yearned to smash Qiao Xingran's head. Butler Liu sprinted over with the speed of 100 meters, delivering the iron rod into the hands of the master. You dare utter a single word outside? I will ensure that the Qiao family has no standing in this city. Go ahead, test me. Yi Feng brandished the iron rod. Qiao Xingran did not flinch. Meeting his gaze defiantly, dare to lay a finger on me, and I shall convene a press conference to unveil my plight to the world. The Qiao family? Do you think I care? My only concern is for myself. She was not jesting. In her previous life, she had been overly concerned with others, allowing herself to be threatened, only to ultimately neglect her own well-being. She would never allow history to repeat itself. Qiao Xingran's eyes sparkled with determination as she coldly retorted, I fear no embarrassment. Do you, ye family? If outsiders were to discover that your esteemed selves are so brutal behind closed doors, your reputation would inevitably shatter. Yi Yuchen furrowed his brows tightly, casting a fierce glare as he lowered his voice. Can you not utter a single kind word? This woman must truly be insane. Do they even deserve her? Qiao Xingran rolled her eyes. Mrs. Yi, I can no longer bear to listen. Uncle and Auntie are such wonderful people, yet you slander them. No one will believe you. You should apologize immediately. Yuchen declared fearlessly. Is that so? Father, mother, can you enlighten me on what other matters besides visiting bars warrant your use of family rules against me? Qiao Xingran asked playfully. Visiting bars alone is sufficient grounds for enforcing family rules. Yang Xiaohui truly despised this woman. Yi Yuchen also went. Does he too deserve to be subjected to family rules? She drags men down with her. You wretched creature, it is solely you. Yi Feng roared in frustration like a wild beast. What? Is Yi Yuchen not human? Or do you harbor a disdain for women? I recall that a significant portion of a Yi family's business is primarily run by women. If they were to discover your blatant sexism, would it not? Shut your mouth. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? Yi Feng's fist struck the coffee table. I wish to clarify a few matters. I, Qiao Xingran, am not to be trifled with. Your son brought his mistress home, and you chose to defend her. Heartbroken, I sought solace in a bar, and yet I am met with threats of violence. Qiao Xingran admonished the four of them. Very well, if you feel so aggrieved, then why not proceed with a divorce? Am I the one clinging to your son? Who does he think he is? I have waited for him at the Civil Affairs Bureau several times, yet he stubbornly refuses to part ways. What am I to do? Instead of plotting against me, you would do better to persuade him to divorce me, as I am no longer at your service. With that, Qiao Xingran turned with an air of authority. The night wind pressed against her chest as a metal rod swung toward her. In that split second, Qiao Xingran caught it with remarkable poise and deftly redirected it. The rod landed squarely in the trash bin. Such skill was extraordinary. Yi Yuchen, you are responsible for managing them. Do not force my hand against them. Qiao Xingran declared before retreating to her room. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. When did Qiao Xingran become so formidable? Yang Xiuhui exclaimed in disbelief. Yuchen trembled, feeling wronged, and said, Uncle, Annie, she has always been this formidable. Zheng. Yi Yuchen rose to his feet. Zheng, go and bring her down. We must assert ourselves and ensure Xinjin receives an explanation. We cannot allow her to be bullied. Yang Xiuhui insisted earnestly. Yuchen quickly shook her head. It's all right. I did not intend to speak ill of Mrs. Yi. However, it is truly excessive to treat an elder this way. Zheng, you must not condone this behavior. Regardless, she must come down and apologize to Uncle and Annie today. Divorce. What is there to cling to with such a woman? Night wind seethed with unexpressed fury. Yi Yuchen's icy gaze fell upon the three of them. Father, mother, do you often force Qiao Xingran to kneel? Do you pressure her in my absence? He spoke up. The Yi couple were taken aback, unable to respond to such accusations. I did not marry her for you to mistreat her, even if our relationship is not particularly affectionate. Yi Yuchen's tone grew increasingly frigid. That is Qiao Xingran. What right do you have to question her? Is there a problem? What if I have? We have never been satisfied with her. Night Wind stated bluntly, no longer concealing his disdain. My dissatisfaction is for me to address. It has nothing to do with you. This matter ends here. If it continues, you may find yourselves embarrassed when the truth comes to light. Yi Yuchen warned coldly. What do you mean? Are you defending her mother? Does she deserve it? Yang Xiuhui was genuinely astonished. Butler Liu escorted the elder couple home, cautioning, do not let me hear of you bullying my wife again. He too retreated to his room. As he reached the staircase, he paused, turning back to face them. This is not a discussion. It is a warning. Should there be a next time, do not blame me for my wrath, he cautioned before departing. Night Wind and Yang Xiuhui exchanged glances, their expressions gradually contorting into rage, while Yuchen and Butler Liu remained calm. Uncle, Aunt, please do not be upset. Qiao Xingran possesses some skills. We must not rush this matter. Let us observe further. Yuchen wore an expression of helplessness. Not in a hurry. In a couple of days, the Knight family will heed Qiao Xingran's words, and Yang Xiuhui's influence will cease. Her gaze fell upon Yuchen's face. Xingran, starting today, you shall reside here, nurturing your relationship with Chun. We consent to your marriage. She began to implement her plans. The arrival of happiness felt rather sudden. Yuchen was so elated that she nearly twirled in delight. Yet, a look of concern crossed her face as she expressed her fear. This cannot be right. Madam, you will surely punish me severely. We will install cameras in the house. Should she truly strike you, we will possess evidence to protect you. You know, Madam Yi is merely a member of the Yun family. I refuse to believe that a discarded woman can soar to great heights. Yang Xiuhui narrowed her eyes in sarcasm. Chapter 49. Another attempt to force his divorce. Yuchen feigned hesitation once more. After a long pause, she slowly nodded in agreement. Very well. All that we do is for the Knight family, for Chun. Butler Liu, keep a vigilant watch over this household. Uncover Qiao Xingran's weaknesses, and you shall reap the benefits. Yi Feng tossed her a check. Master, I have something to say, but I am unsure if I should. Butler Liu seized the opportunity to speak. Yi Feng quickly inquired, what is it? Speak. Butler Liu furrowed his brow, hesitated for a long while, and then lowered his voice to say, I have discovered that Madam Yi seems to have a man outside. What? The shocked exclamations echoed. Master, Madam, please do not react so strongly. I have yet to gather evidence. I wish to investigate earlier, but Master Yi did not agree. Shall I proceed? Butler Liu asked quietly. The elder members of the Knight family clutched their chests, overwhelmed by the revelation, feeling as though Qiao Xingran could strike them dead at any moment. Investigate, and when the evidence is irrefutable, I will ensure that vile woman pays dearly. When did Chen's relationship with her become so close? Yang Xiuhui's expression was filled with confusion. They were unable to respond. Enough, enough. Let us wait for evidence before proceeding. We are all exhausted. Let us return for the night. Yi Feng left with an expression of fatigue. Yuchen smiled, surveying the living room. Soon, she would become the mistress of this abode. In the room, Qiao Xingran lay on a large bed in loose pajamas. Not lifting her head, her face darkened. Leave. You may speak to me, Yi Yuchen said stiffly, sitting beside her. Had it not been for her inquiries today, he would have remained oblivious to the injustices Qiao Xingran endured within the Knight family. She scoffed derisively, ignoring him, as she scrolled through her phone in search of more upscale bars. Do not disturb her path to wealth. I am unaware of your grievances, he repeated. In the future, my parents will not come uninvited, nor will there be any so-called family discipline. Yi Yuchen was not one to explain himself. Yet now he found himself articulating his thoughts. Truly, this is surreal. Have you finished with your needless chatter? You are unaware that all my grievances stem from you. If you were to divorce me, would I still harbor these grievances? If you truly feel remorseful towards me, then divorce. Qiao Xingran interrupted him, insisting on the divorce. Yi Yuchen furrowed his brow tightly, tugging at his tie. My patience is not boundless. Who, pray tell, is this effeminate man you are with today? I had contemplated informing you that you chose Yuchen. Do you truly believe I would remain stationary, waiting for you indefinitely? She coldly mocked, striking at his vulnerabilities. Let us hasten the divorce. Your stamina may withstand my retorts, but I fear your parents might not be so resilient. I worry I might inadvertently send them to the mortuary. Qiao Xingran spoke with utmost seriousness. Heaven forbid, should the divorce fail and cost them their lives. It would be a tremendous loss. This matter I shall handle. Refrain from visiting bars in the future. If you're short on funds, I can provide for you. As my husband, do not bring shame upon me. He recalled Qiao Xingran at the bar, drawing everyone's attention, and his inner fury began to brew. Has she become increasingly alluring? Before he could finish his thoughts, a knock resounded at the door. Chun, are you asleep? Came Yuchen's voice. Qiao Xingran shouted. I am not asleep. Come in. After a moment's hesitation, Yuchen pushed the door open and entered. So obedient. You really came in when I told you to? Speak. What business do you have with my husband? Or do you wish for a beating? Qiao Xingran remarked with a playful smile. Chun, I'm feeling unwell today. Could you keep me company? By the way, Uncle and Anne have asked me to stay here temporarily, which put me in a difficult position. Yuchen feigned helplessness. Is that so? Truly difficult? Can society force one to drink from a cow's head? Qiao Xingran scoffed. If uncle and aunt request such, I genuinely have no choice, she said, her eyes reddening with extreme grievance. Enough. The mistress is not deserving of pity, and I do not believe your crocodile tears. Have I not reminded you? Each time you appear in my room, I shall strike you. Qiao Xingran swept her hair aside, a seductive smile gracing her lips. Yuchen heart raced at the sight. Not to mention the men. Chun, you know I am helpless. Those are your parents, and it would be unwise to defy them, correct? Yuchen pleaded with Yi Yuchen for assistance. My hands itch with the desire to act, but until I rid myself of this dog of a man, I shall not spare the mistress. Qiao Xingran closed the distance, swiftly moving before the woman. Before they could react, she raised her delicate foot and kicked her in the abdomen. Then, she unleashed a flurry of blows upon Yuchen. Ah, help me, save me. The woman's cries grew increasingly feeble. Yi Yuchen was taken aback. If Qiao Xingran possessed such physical prowess, how was she unable to retaliate in the bar? Was it a matter of feigned desire? With a splatter, Yuchen's blood sprayed forth. Yi Yuchen quickly regained his senses, grasping Qiao Xingran's arm. Are you insane? Have you lost your mind? Am I insane? Is it not you who is unwell? She replied with a playful smile. They gazed into each other's eyes, and the meaning behind her words was clear. Qiao Xingran, the woman you once knew is dead, killed by your own hands. The person before you now is a completely new Qiao Xingran. Divorce is the only path forward. Otherwise, you will visit the mortuary to see the one you claim to protect, Qiao Xingran declared earnestly. Their eyes locked, igniting a spark that had never existed before. The former Qiao Xingran was indeed gone. She was different now. Save me, came the frail voice of Yuchen. Yi Yuchen fixed his sharp, icy gaze upon Qiao Xingran, warning her, you had better hope she remains unharmed. Otherwise, I will not spare you. I wish for her death, Qiao Xingran replied, clutching her bag as she headed for the door. Where are you going? I'm heading to hell to inquire of King Yama why he hasn't taken you. The wretched dog of the night. Humans are under his jurisdiction. What are the beasts? She scoffed, departing without a backward glance. Qiao Xingran truly is something else. Chung, I'm in pain, Yuchen cried out. In less than a week, she had been violently beaten by Qiao Xingran multiple times, each encounter leaving her on the brink of death. Damn it, is no one going to intervene? If you wish to live, do not remain in the Yi household. I have told you, I harbor no feelings for you. Even with a divorce, there is no future for us, Yi Yuchen reiterated coldly. Tears streamed down Yuchen's face as she choked out. It was Uncle and Annie who urged me to do this. They are exploiting you, and you remain oblivious? He questioned. Yuchen knew full well, but did not care. To her, being with Yi Yuchen was all that mattered. Being used meant she had value. You deliberately allowed them to exploit you? The man's expression darkened. Chapter 50. To ruin Qiao Xingran's reputation, no, I wouldn't dare. Yuchen shook her head in denial. Do not let me see you in the Yi household again. Otherwise, you will return to your rightful place. Yi Yuchen placed her in the guest room and called for a doctor before leaving without a glance back. Yuchen clenched her fists, her eyes burning with rage. Qiao Xingran, you wretched woman, I will make sure you pay. Her phone buzzed with a reminder. Cheng's birthday. Tomorrow was Yi Yuchen's birthday. And Yuchen felt compelled to act. She had to either successfully seduce him or ensure everyone recognized her as Mrs. Yi. Yet, she understood that whether through seduction or publicly claiming her position, her ultimate goal was Qiao Xingran's demise. Coughing violently, pain coursed through her body. Qiao Xingran, I will take your life, but before I do, I will make you suffer as I have. The torment I endure will be returned to you tenfold. Yuchen bit her lip in anguish. Yi Yuchen had made it abundantly clear. Even with a divorce, there remained no hope for them. Ku Yun firmly believed that as long as she eliminated Qiao Xingran, they would undoubtedly be together. Ah, the human capacity for self-deception is truly remarkable. Yi Yuchen followed Qiao Xingran in his car. Upon witnessing her vehicle arrive at the Qiao residence, he inexplicably sighed in relief. Was he truly engaged in an act of infidelity? Just a month prior, he yearned to gather evidence of Qiao Xingran's betrayal to facilitate a divorce. Yet now, his desires seemed to have shifted. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his head, as if it were about to explode. With a sudden brake, he collided with the steering wheel. Another episode struck him. Just before losing consciousness, a figure filled with expectation approached him step by step. It was her. I finally awaited your arrival, Please do not leave me again, Yuchen murmured before darkness enveloped him. Qiao Xingran opened the car door. Gazing at the man, slumped over the steering wheel. Yuchen? She grasped his hair, scrutinizing his face. Indeed, it was that scoundrel. What was he doing here instead of accompanying his little paramour at home? With a firm tug at his hair, she yanked him a few times. The man remained unresponsive. She delivered 2 forceful kicks, releasing her pent-up frustration. Still, he showed no reaction. She nearly forgot about his illness. Qiao Xingran glanced around, then kicked him into the passenger seat before entering the car herself. She took his wrist to check his pulse. He was gravely ill, producing a pill. She grasped his jaw, intending to feed it to him. Yet, as it neared his lips, all her actions came to an abrupt halt. 300 million was quite enticing, perhaps even more. With this thought, Qiao Xingran forcefully released his head, causing it to thud against the seat. Yet he remained unconscious. Qiao Xingran opened the car door and left with a flourish, leaving Yuchen alone in the vehicle, enduring the biting cold. She hummed a tune as she leisurely made her way inside. Lin Qingqing was lounging on the sofa, indulging in cherries while humming along. Upon seeing Qiao Xingran, she dismissed her presence. This woman truly had a short memory for pain. I'm back. Please bring me some hot water. This water has gone cold. Lin Qingqing remarked with a sidelong glance. At that moment, she was absorbed in her show, oblivious to Qiao Xingran's current prowess. Indeed, in her previous life, the original owner had catered to each of them, serving them as if they were lords. Was that still feasible now? Noticing Qiao Xingran's silence, Lin Qingqing tossed a cherry at her. Are you foolish? Why are you standing there? Hurry and come serve me. Seeking death again. Qiao Xingran crouched down beside Lin Qingqing. This is too amusing. Move faster, you slowpoke. Lin Qingqing laughed heartily at the television drama. Suddenly, a basin of water splashed down upon her. Lin Qingqing was taken aback. You little wretch. Qiao Xingran fed the remaining foot-soaking water to her mouth, choking on it. Qiao Xingran, let me go, or I will scream for help. Lin Qingqing cried out with desperation. Scream, and I shall see who will come to your rescue. Lin Qingqing, I have allowed you to stay as a maid. Have you forgotten your station? How dare you command me to pour you foot-soaking water? Do you need a beating to remember? She mocked with a cold smile. Lin Qingqing immediately regained her senses. Yes, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Go, fetch me the foot-soaking water and prepare the fruit to serve me. Qiao Xingran instructed, enunciating each word clearly. Naturally, Lin Qingqing was reluctant, yet given Qiao Xingran's current strength, she complied obediently. Soon, she returned with the foot-soaking water and fruit. After placing them down, she attempted to leave, but was halted by Qiao Xingran's voice. I am a master. You are the servant. If I have not dismissed you, you must stand. These words Lin Qingqing had once uttered to her. She never imagined that one day, Qiao Xingran would speak them back to her. Lin Qingqing stood still, unable to move. Subsequently, she was directed by Qiao Xingran to prepare a late-night snack and tidy up the room. By the time all tasks were completed, it was already 2 a.m. Lin Qingqing entered the cramped storage room, lying on a hard bed, her inner fury igniting once more. Having endured this life for just one day, she felt she could hardly bear it any longer. If Qiao Xingran continued to treat her this way, how could she survive? What was she to do? The door creaked open. Wang Chumei entered, carrying a quilt. Mom, you must save me. Qiao Xingran just, hush, don't make a sound. If you disturb her, she will certainly continue to torment you. Mom, you are powerless. Why not wait for your brother to return before discussing this? Wang Chumei countered. Can I afford to wait? Qiao Xingran wants me dead. In a few days, you'll be cleaning up after me, Mom. I know I'm not as capable as Ruru, but I've always taken care of you. You cannot turn a blind eye to my suffering. Lin Qingqing pleaded tearfully. Wang Chumei felt a pang in her heart. All right, don't cry. Ultimately, it's still Yi Zong supporting Qiao Xingran from behind. They are not yet divorced, and we cannot exploit that angle. Wang Chumei had a plan forming in her mind, but needed to ensure she wouldn't be dragged into the mess. Could Lin Qingqing grasp the implication? I recall tomorrow is Yi Zong's birthday. If I can publicly humiliate Qiao Xingran, making Yi Zong and the Yi family lose face, would he still want her? Lin Qingqing smirked coldly. Wang Chumei exhaled in relief. Thankfully, she wasn't entirely foolish. This was indeed a plan worth considering. She nodded in agreement. I don't mind losing sleep over Yi Zong. It's acceptable if someone else sleeps with Qiao Xingran. Mom, I remember Grandpa Zhu has shown quite an interest in Qiao Xingran, hasn't he? Lin Qingqing's face contorted with malice. Wang Chumei hesitated for a long while. Perhaps it would be best to wait a little longer. What if? Mom, I cannot wait a single second. Rest assured, if anything goes awry, I will never drag you into it. I refuse to believe that Qiao Xingran possesses such extraordinary luck, winning every single time. Lin Qingqing must take a bold step forward. She cannot afford to lose. Chapter 51. The Desolation of Yi Yuchen. This is Grandpa Zhu's contact information. Please exercise caution. Don't worry, everything will be all right when your brother returns. Wang Chumei gently reassured her. Lin Qingqing smiled. Qiao Xingran, you wretched person, just wait. I shall not let you off the hook. Even if I cannot attain Mr. Yi, you will not reign over me. The show is just beginning, with various schemes unfolding within the room. Meanwhile, Yi Yuchen lay idly in the car. What significance does a discarded woman hold? Why must she create trouble in the dead of night? She deserves to be abandoned by her husband. A maid scoffed, discarding a bucket of water. One day, when she manages to secure a wealthy patron, she too will flaunt her power, trampling the Qiao family beneath her feet. Just as she was about to return indoors, she spotted a luxury car parked at the entrance. It appeared to belong to Mr. Yi. The maid hurried over, and upon seeing Yi Yuchen's handsome face, she was momentarily captivated. Gradually, she approached. It was her first opportunity to gaze upon him in such a manner, truly breathtaking. Mr. Yi, she softly called out, but he did not respond. As she drew closer, a heat enveloped her entire being. No wonder Miss Qiao was reluctant to divorce. If she were in her shoes, she would never let go. Mr. Yi, she inhaled deeply, her delicate hand raised, just about to touch him when a man abruptly opened his eyes, his piercing gaze locking onto her face. Their eyes met. Were you the one who saved me? Yi Yuchen inquired softly. I saved him? If she could be considered Mr. Yi's savior, surely she would not still be toiling as a maid. Casting a timid glance around to confirm their solitude, she clenched her fist and summoned her courage. Yes, it was I who saved you. Did Madame Qiao not come out to check on me? Yi Yuchen lowered his voice, inquiring. The maid shook her head. Madame Qiao was just inside, indulging in fruits while watching a drama. Excellent, he replied. Here I am, nearly dying outside, and that woman is still engrossed in her show. Truly, she is very much like Qiao Xingran. Yi Yuchen produced a check, waving it grandly. This is your reward. He handed it to her, and in the next moment, he drove away. The maid picked up the check to examine it. So many zeros. She needed to count them carefully. Goodness, 7 figures. It would take a lifetime of working as a maid to earn such a sum, wouldn't it? If only she could seize this opportunity with Yi Yuchen. She would become Madame Yi in the future. Clutching the check tightly, she resolved to strive and fight for her dreams. She could do it. Upon returning home, Yi Yuchen laid down on the bed, a grimace crossing his face as pain coursed through his body. He had experienced ailments before, but never had he felt such agony. What could be the cause this time? Lowering his head, he noticed a footprint on his abdomen. He discarded his shirt, revealing a flawless physique to the air. Approaching the bathroom, he gazed into the mirror at his own reflection. Where did those bruises come from? Had he been assaulted? Were the maid's words true? Who had ultimately rescued him? The following day, the morning sunlight streamed in. Qiao Xingran appeared utterly dispirited, languid, and unwell. Yet, she was acutely aware that she was not ill. What was amiss with her body? What mischief was the original owner up to? A series of knocks echoed at the door. Come in, she called. Lin Qingqing entered, bowing respectfully. Miss Qiao, breakfast is ready. You may descend to dine. By the way, do you remember Grandfather Zhu? Grandfather Zhu? A fleeting memory of the original owner crossed her mind. That old lecher. He was indeed the grandfather of Zhu Dongliang, with whom they shared a close relationship. Lin Qingqing kindly reminded her. Close relationship? An old lecher and a young wolf. Before marrying Yi Yuchen, the Zhu family duo had been incessantly fixated on Qiao Xingran, covertly attempting to ensnare her. It was only after her marriage that she managed to evade their grasp. Now, with Lin Qingqing bringing it up, it was evident she intended to ensnare her once more. Qiao Xingran stretched lazily, refraining from any retaliatory action, and merely hummed. I remember. And then? Today is Grandfather Zhu's 76th birthday, and he has invited our family to the banquet. Are you available? She inquired anxiously. She had contemplated drugging Qiao Xingran and abducting her, but feared the repercussions if the outcome was unsatisfactory. She wanted to ensure that all who viewed the limited edition video would believe it was Qiao Xingran who had initiated the scandal herself. As long as she could lure Qiao Xingran to the event, she had a plan to administer the drug. Qiao Xingran's piercing gaze fell upon Lin Qingqing's face. "If you do not wish to attend, it is of no consequence," she remarked, as Lin Qingqing nervously averted her eyes. Qiao Xingran flashed a seductive smile and beckoned her with a finger. Bathed in sunlight, the woman radiated a captivating allure that could enchant anyone. Even Lin Qingqing found it hard to withstand. Despite her reluctance, she obediently approached. Qiao Xingran grasped her chin gently, lifting it to scrutinize her face intently. Initially, it was tolerable, but as she continued to gaze, Lin Qingqing felt an increasing sensation of unease creeping over her. "In truth, you are quite beautiful," Qiao Xingran stated. Rather abruptly, Lin Qingqing appeared bewildered. "I have no other engagements tonight. I shall attend," she readily agreed. "Really?" The woman's excitement bubbled forth, but she quickly suppressed her exuberance. "Father will surely be delighted." "You seem even more thrilled?" Qiao Xingran teased. "You do not intend to harm me, do you, Lin Qingqing?" Qiao Xingran was acutely aware that Lin Qingqing would undoubtedly take action that evening. "Grandfather's you?" She had an inkling of the unfolding narrative. Her question served merely as an implicit hint for the dim-witted Lin Qingqing. Should Lin Qingqing fail to temper her ambitions, the evening promised to be quite the spectacle. With a sudden thud, Lin Qingqing decisively knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "No, how could I dare? I know your strength. Qiao Xingran, just wait. When you face disgrace and ruin, I will ensure you kneel before me. Get up." Qiao Xingran rose from the bed. "Alas, why is my mood so bleak again? Damn it." Her dismal spirits were mirrored by Yuchen, who sat in his office, emanating a chilling aura, his sharp gaze fixed intently on his phone. In the past, Qiao Xingran would have sent him heartfelt birthday wishes and penned a multitude of affectionate messages. After a long day, as evening approached, he received not a single message from her. Had she forgotten him? Or was she deliberately trying to provoke his attention? Did she think it unnecessary to reach out? Bang! The door swung open. "Happy birthday. I specially booked the venue to celebrate your 25th birthday," Xie Beiqing proclaimed loudly. "Jin, happy birthday. It's about time. Let us head over," Yun Jinjin said, donning a striking red dress as she approached Yuchen. "Let us go. They're already waiting," Xie Beiqing urged. Yun Jinjin took the initiative to link her arm with Yuchen's, and to her surprise, he did not shake her off. She was certain that Yuchen harbored feelings for her. Upon entering the private room, cheers erupted, snapping Yuchen back to reality. How had he ended up here? Although today was Chun's birthday, he was aware that everyone was joyful, yet he couldn't indulge too much in alcohol due to his health. Yun Jinjin chimed in, adopting the demeanor of a gracious hostess. Moon Wan rolled her eyes to the heavens. If not for the chance to see Xie Beiqing, she would have exploded with rage. This pair of shameless lovers, she felt ready to erupt, unable to contain her frustration any longer. Chapter 52. Provoking her jealousy, is he mute? Wouldn't he speak up about his health? Moon scoffed, had anoyanje palpable. If you treasure him so dearly, why venture out at all? You ought to lie in a coffin and rest properly. Yun Jinjin's face turned ashen, her voice trembling with indignation. "Miss Mu, are you intentionally targeting me? Am I not allowed to? The man you cling to is my best friend's husband. I've already shown you grace by not confronting you, and yet you act so pretentiously?" Moon Wan retorted, her tone sharp. "Is being a mistress justified? Spare me the theatrics. Shameless couple." Upon hearing the word cling, Yuchen looked down, realizing that Yun Jinjin had indeed latched onto his arm. He promptly released her, a gesture that prompted another cold snort from Moon Wan. "Oh, truly putting Mr. Yi in a difficult position, having to shake off his little lover after hearing my words. We are not lovers. I merely wish to celebrate Chun's birthday. What wrong have I committed?" Yun Jinjin exclaimed, her voice choked with emotion. "Moon Wan, I brought you here to the birthday party, not to cause a scene. Apologize to them immediately, or leave," Xie Beiqing said, displeasure evident in his voice. "What do you mean? Are you siding with them against me? What kind of morals do you all possess?" Moon Wan erupted in fury. "Why is Qiao Xingran taking so long? As I await her arrival, I feel compelled to confront this group of worthless individuals. In this moment, even my beloved Xiao Beiqing seems like a mere nuisance. Miss Mu, let me pose a question to you. What does it signify when Qiao Xingran, as Chen's wife, fails to appear at his birthday celebration? Has someone already supplanted Chen's place in her heart? Yin Jinjin retorted. Although unspoken, it was evident that the men who had recently frequented Qiao Xingran's company were now absent from her husband's birthday gathering. The implication of infidelity loomed over her. As Qiao Xingran stood at the entrance, she overheard these words. No wonder her mood had been inexplicably heavy and uncomfortable throughout the day. So it was indeed the birthday of that scoundrel. You treacherous couple have betrayed my dear Ran, and yet you dare to turn the tables on her? I could easily obliterate you. Moon Wanwan exclaimed, leaping forward. Ye Yuchen graspet hadidist, defending Yun Zhenzen. Upon witnessing this, Yun Jinjin lifted her hand. But before the slap could land, Qiao Xingran appeared, seizing her wrist and forcefully pushing her away. Yun Jinjin was sent sprawling to the ground. With another swift motion, Qiao Xingran pulled Moon Wanwan into her embrace, exuding both grace and authority. Ran, if you were a man, I would undoubtedly marry you, Moon Wanwan gushed. If you were a woman, I would still marry you, as long as you consent, Qiao Xingran replied earnestly, their eyes locking in a moment of understanding. Xiao Beicheng, with a decisive tug, pulled Moon Wanwan behind him, warning, don't twist her affections. Are you jealous? You are, aren't you? Moon Wanwan's voice bubbled with excitement. Jealousy? In the past, Qiao Xingran was indeed prone to jealousy. Even a few casual words exchanged with Butler Liu would leave her sulking for hours. The sight of other women beside him would provoke her ire to the point of turning her face a deep shade of purple. Now, Qiao Xingran's piercing gaze fell upon Yun Jinjin. Are you made of steel? How can you withstand such blows? I have no desire to strike you. So why do you provoke me so? Yi Yuchen stood resolutely before Yun Jinjin, proclaiming, dare to touch her, and you'll regret it. Could Qiao Xingran truly be envious? A smirk of triumph danced upon Yun Jinjin's lips at Yi Yuchen's public display of protection. From this day forth, her status would be undeniable. If you harm her, will you divorce me? The mere mention of divorce irked Yi Yuchen, who sank into a chair, icy demeanor prevailing. Everyone, please take a seat. As Qiao Xingran prepared to leave, Moon Wanwan grasped her hand, imploring, what if they conspire against me while you're gone? With a resigned sigh, she sat down to indulge in a delectable slice of cake. Seizing this opportunity, Yun Jinjin deliberately inched closer to Yi Yuchen, their movements laden with suggestive intimacy. Hey, enough of this. Do you not see that Ran is here? Moon Wanwan could hardly tolerate their closeness. Yet Qiao Xingran simply waved her hand, her expression remarkably placid. I am indifferent. Do as you please. I remain here solely to accompany you. Mrs. Yi, do you realize today is Chen's birthday? If it were not for Miss Mu, would you leave? Yin Jinjin whispered. Sitting in the corner, Shun Man could hardly bear to listen and interjected. Miss Yun, do not play coy after having taken advantage. Your closeness with Chun leaves Qiao Xingran in a difficult position. Moon Wanwan nodded vigorously, finally feeling understood. If it weren't for my meticulous organization of this party, Chen's birthday would have gone unnoticed. Do you think I would remain oblivious? Qiao Xingran set down her cake and asked. Yi Yuchen's deep gaze shifted slightly, though the change was fleeting. However, the dissatisfaction and anger that had brewed within him began to dissipate upon hearing Qiao Xingran's words. The crowd quietly indulged in the unfolding drama. Qiao Xingran certainly knew. After all, she had once loved Yi Yuchen deeply. Before Yun Jinjin could respond, Qiao Xingran continued, I truly do not recall. Yi Yuchen, the crowd. Yi Yuchen's birthday, orchestrated by Yun Jinjin. Should I remember? I used to, but did Yi Yuchen ever care? I believe his most desired birthday gift would be my absence. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Yi? She inquired calmly. Yet, her tranquility was perceived by others as bitterness and complaint. Yi Yuchen's gaze fixed on Qiao Xingran's face as he stated, word by word, Yun Jinjin is not a mistress. Even now, he defends her. Seizing the moment with friends and family present, she spoke bluntly, as long as you do not divorce, the Yun Jinjin you protect will always remain a mistress. I will once again urge you to divorce. With that, she turned to Moon Wanwan. Moon Wanwan, refrain from attending such gatherings in the future. If you do not summon me. I have no time to waste on their antics. Qiao Xingran rose with authority and made her exit. At the door, her steps faltered, and she turned back to Yi Yuchen, saying, Yi Yuchen, do not let me share a screen with Yun Jinjin again. If I see her once more, I will strike. I mean what I say. Bound by the original owner's sentiments, Qiao Xingran had tolerated much, but her patience was wearing thin. It is not an exaggeration to say she wished to incapacitate Yuchen at that moment. "I have not provoked you," Yuchen scoffed. In response, Qiao Xingran flicked her left hand back. With a shriek, a dart pierced through Yuchen's ear. "I warned you not to provoke me lightly. Otherwise, I can take your life at any moment. Even with Yuchen protecting you, I can deal with you. If you dare to act recklessly again, the next target will not be your ear," Qiao Xingran retorted coldly, leaving with an air of dominance. The entire room was left in shock. Such prowess from Qiao Xingran left the men present feeling inadequate. It was truly astonishing. Moon could not help but laugh heartily. "One ear, are you all right?" "Chun, you must take my side," Yuchen whimpered, nestling into his embrace. Chapter 53. The legend of self-inflicted suffering. "My wife is Qiao Xingran. From now on, do not meddle in matters that are not yours," Yuchen stated earnestly before the crowd. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, when Qiao Xingran was present, he did not deny the nature of his relationship with Yuchen. Now that he has departed, does he seek to distance himself from her? Is it not a tad too late? Chun Yuchen, feeling bitter and wronged, exclaimed, "You know very well that I do not harbor feelings for you. If you are unclear, let me clarify. Yuchen, I do not like you. My potential relationship with Qiao Xingran has no bearing on you. I shall never marry you. Do you understand?" Yuchen spoke with an unsettling calmness, delivering the coldest of truths. Yuchen's face turned a ghastly green, her mouth agape, yet unable to utter a single word. The surrounding crowd exchanged glances, engulfed in a palpable awkwardness. They had not anticipated that what was meant to be a joyous birthday celebration would devolve into such chaos. As the silence enveloped them, allowing each heartbeat to echo, a melodious voice broke through. "Today is a good day. All that you wish for shall come to fruition. Today and tomorrow are both splendid days." Xiao Beiqing shot a sharp glare at Moon Wan, yet he found himself stifling laughter. This woman truly possessed a certain charm. Did she sing it incorrectly? Oh, she did. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you," she sang cutely while clapping her hands. Noticing the lack of response from the crowd, she questioned, "Why aren't you all singing along? Isn't at Yuchen's birthday? Should we wish him a happy birthday?" "Mind your woman," Yuchen said darkly, directing his gaze at Xiao Beiqing. Did he appear to be enjoying himself? Catastrophe loomed. Xiao Beiqing felt the tempest approaching and grasped Moon Wan's hand, pulling her outside. Others hastily followed suit. Yuchen trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks as she choked out, "I didn't mean it that way. Mrs. Yi has truly misunderstood me." Then refrain from actions that might lead to such misunderstandings. "You are well aware of why I keep you close. As I have stated, should you overstep, I would not hesitate to let you go," Yuchen replied, tugging at his tie with evident displeasure. Qiao Xingran's words lingered in his mind like a persistent slap, igniting feelings of irritation and dissatisfaction. Any sweetness he felt towards Yuchen elicited no reaction from Qiao Xingran, which only aggravated Yuchen further. His emotions were never swayed by anyone, yet now they seemed altered by Qiao Xingran. "And what of you? Your tenderness towards me, your public defense of me. Isn't that a misunderstanding?" Yuchen retorted. Yuchen narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. Yuchen, staring at him, suddenly stood up, a flicker of astonishment crossing her face as she covered her mouth in disbelief. "You used me? You sought to provoke Qiao Xingran as feelings? You wish for her to feel jealousy? You wanted her to care for you? You desired her to love you as she once did, didn't you? Is that the truth?" Yuchen remained silent, unable to respond, for he himself could not discern the truth of his own heart. "Have you fallen for Qiao Xingran?" Yuchen's shock was palpable. Without a moment's thought, Yuchen shook his head, denying it. "No, I have not fallen for her. Indeed, he must not have fallen in love with Qiao Xingran. He merely finds himself unaccustomed to the sudden transformation of Qiao Xingran, unaccustomed to the woman who once adored him to the point of obsession, now no longer orbiting around him. The woman who once lived solely for him now relentlessly demands a divorce. The woman who once appeared ordinary, even somewhat unattractive, now shines like a dazzling star." Observing Qiao Xingran's metamorphosis, Yuchen finds it difficult to assure himself that his heart remains untouched by tumult. Yet, he is certain this is not love. It is a mere discomfort. Perhaps, once he acclimatizes to Qiao Xingran's unfamiliarity, things will improve. To put it bluntly, this could be termed self-deprecation. Yun Jinjin gazed intently into Yi Yucheng's eyes, repeatedly seeking confirmation of his sincerity before she exhaled in relief. Rising, she grasped his sleeve with delicate fingers, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she humbly implored, "Why can't I? You know that if you wish, I can abide by your words. I could even." Yi Yucheng forcefully shook off her hand, his cold gaze falling sharply. In an instant, Yun Jinjin dared not pursue the topic further, her trembling lips whispering, "I meant no other intentions. As long as you mean no harm, that suffices. You are well aware that if it were not for the Yun family, I would not permit your presence here," Yi Yucheng stated, turning away without a backward glance. She reached out, but her grasp met only emptiness. Was it truly because of the Yin family? Their fortune and misfortune intertwined with that name. No, it was because of Qiao Xingran. That wretched woman had disrupted the progress she and Yucheng had made before her arrival. Qiao Xingran provocatively enticed Yi Yucheng in a most contemptible manner. Darn it! She must eliminate that despicable Qiao Xingran. Having resolved matters, Qiao Xingran entered the private room. "Ran, you've arrived. Grandpa Zhu has been waiting for you." Quickly, sit beside him, Lin Qingqing greeted with enthusiasm. Come, Ran. Zhu Jian waved his trembling hand, appearing frail, yet his eyes gleamed with a fervent light. "Is it just the three of us?" Qiao Xingran inquired. "What about the other two nuisances?" "Nuisances ought to be returned to the recycling bin." Lin Qingqing replied with a smile. "Dad, Mom, there is something we juniors ought to attend to. Come, sit down." Lin Qingqing continued. "Attend to filial piety? Very well. Grant her this opportunity." As soon as Qiao Xingran took her seat, Zhu Jian's aged hand lifted. Just as it descended upon her shoulder, a crack echoed. Zhu Jian's old bones had broken. "What are you doing?" He winced, looking at Qiao Xingran with pained inquiry. "You old fool, what do you think you are doing? Do you not realize you are half in the grave? Still wish to lay a hand on me?" Qiao Xingran retorted fiercely, spitting noblias antrias. Cough. Zhu Jian coughed violently. Lin Qingqing hurriedly pressed Qiao Xingran down, whispering, "Grandpa Zhu is of advanced age. You mustn't provoke him. He merely adores you too much. Albeit his way of expressing it is misguided. Do not take it to heart. Here, drink some water to calm your anger. This water must be tainted." Qiao Xingran smiled knowingly, but did not refuse, downing it in one gulp. Lin Qingqing was so excited that she nearly leapt from her seat. Yet she restrained herself. "Grandpa Zhu, please do not be angry. There will be delightful dishes soon." Upon hearing this, Zhu Jian understood. The thought of soon acquiring Qiao Xingran allowed him to endure the pain. "You've worked so hard. You should have a drink." She smiled. All right, Lin Qingqing echoed, lifting her glass to sip some wine. Soon, Qiao Xingran collapsed onto her seat. To simplify matters, Lin Qingqing had arranged a private room within the dining area. She carried Qiao Xingran back to the large bed in the room and said to Zhu Jian with a smile, "Old Master Zhu, she will wake up soon and will go wild. Can you handle it?" "Do not worry, I have taken my medicine. I am quite formidable," Zhu Jian replied with confidence. As he handed Lin Qingqing a check, a subtle sensation blossomed the moment their hands touched. Chapter 54. Qiao Xingran was seduced, Zhu Jian and Lin Qingqing touched again, and the feeling intensified, leading them to lose control. Suddenly, Zhu Jian grasped Lin Qingqing's hand, gazing into her eyes, his breath quickening. "You are quite lovely yourself." This sentiment struck a familiar chord. Lin Qingqing's rational mind cautioned her against it. However, the heat and desire within her were overwhelming. Abruptly, Zhu Jian pushed her onto the large bed, and Lin Qingqing responded with fervor. After a long slumber, Qiao Xingran opened her beautiful eyes, her smile captivating. "Qiao, how did you wake up? You weren't supposed to." Lin Qingqing was shocked, unable to utter the words about being drugged. How could one miss such a passionate scene? TSK. Lin Qingqing, he is 76 years old, and you can still engage with him. His grandson is older than you. Qiao Xingran mocked. You drugged me, didn't you? You vile woman." Lin Qingqing shouted in agitation. She attempted to push the man off her. But the moment her small hands touched his skin, the fire within her could no longer be contained. Her body felt utterly pliable, ensnared in the moment. Qiao Xingran paid her no mind, turning on the camera Lin Qingqing had prepared. "Once I press record, you are finished," she said with a smile. "Please, Qiao Xingran, you cannot do this. I will kill you. Lin Qingqing protested. Though her body could not resist, her mind remained clear. If the outside world learned of this situation, her future would be ruined. Everything had been arranged for Qiao Xingran, yet it had now fallen upon her. Where had it all gone wrong? Kill me? Can you really? Lin Qingqing, being defiant will not save you. Qiao Xingran remarked playfully. I was wrong. Please, save me. Lin Qingqing cried, pleading. I have told you. I am not one to be trifled with. Does begging me mean anything? She raised her hand, poised to press record. You wretched woman, abandoned and twisted. I will not let you go. Even if I fail this time, I will drag you down with me next time. Just wait. Realizing that her plea for help was futile, Lin Qingqing resorted to curses. Admit it, today was your deliberate design against me. Did you wish for this old lecher to take advantage of me? Qiao Xingran's icy gaze fixed upon her. Indeed, I desire to see you utterly disgraced on the birthday of Yi Yuchen. I want everyone to revile you. In a fit of madness, she unleashed a torrent of curses. It is you who shall be disgraced. Lin Qingqing relished this night. Qiao Xingran pressed the camera shutter and departed without a backward glance. The two individuals on the grand bed collided with fervor. At the Qiao residence, Wang Chumei received news of Lin Qingqing's success and swiftly deleted it, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Hours passed. Surely, Qiao Xingran had been compromised and utterly disgraced by now. She retrieved her phone, poised to inquire about the situation. Qiao Jianya, his face darkened with anger, stormed downstairs. Has it truly come to fruition? He had seen the limited video of Qiao Xingran and Zhu Jian online. How have you educated your daughter to engage in such shameless acts? My phone has been bombarded. The entire world knows my daughter is entangled with an old man. It's utterly repugnant. Qiao Jianya fumed, nearly stuttering with rage. Indeed, it has come to pass. Wang Chumei secretly rejoiced. Yet, tears cascaded down her cheeks. I have exerted every effort, but she refuses to listen. Who could have foreseen her dalliance with Zhu Jian? She is too shameful. The Qiao family cannot harbor her. She must be expelled. Expelled? Qiao Xingran stepped into the living room and inquired. Ran, why do you still wear that nonchalant demeanor? Why aren't you on your knees apologizing? Wang Chumei grasped her hand, feigning concern. Isn't it just a heart issue? When did your mind also falter? She scoffed. What you say about Zhu Jian is nonsense. It is your daughter Lin Qingqing who is involved with him. Qiao Jianya retorted irritably. Qingqing? Wang Chumei's voice escalated several decibels. How can that be? Her face had turned a dreadful shade of green. Madam Wang, you haven't even viewed the video. How can you presume it to be me? Qiao Xingran raised an eyebrow and asked. Wang Chumei dared not respond carelessly. That useless Lin Qingqing, did she truly succeed? How could this happen? While Wang Chumei pondered, Lin Qingqing's anguished voice echoed from outside. Upon seeing Qiao Xingran's beaming smile and recalling the recent events, her entire demeanor twisted into a grotesque snarl as she screamed in madness. It's all you're doing. Qiao Xingran, you deliberately schemed against me. Wang Chumei hurriedly supported Lin Qingqing, inquiring, what do you mean by that? You and Zhu Jian, Dad, Mom. It was Qiao Xingran who slipped a drug into my drink. She activated the camera, allowing this scandal to spread. It's all her doing. Lin Qingqing shouted in agitation. Ran, this matter has nothing to do with you, right? You wouldn't do such a thing, would you? Wang Chumei asked softly. Qiao Jianya directed a murderous glare at Qiao Xingran, questioning, was it you? Qiao Xingran took a bite of the apple in her hand, sneering. You all saw the video clearly. It is Lin Qingqing who flaunts herself shamelessly. What does it have to do with me? You were the one who drugged me. Lin Qingqing's face contorted in rage, her eyes ablaze. Me? Who invited that old lecher? Who reserved the private room? Qiao Xingran jested. What do you mean? Words fail to encapsulate the tumult of emotions, yet I shall allow you to listen. Without further ado, she retrieved her mobile device, and a recording began to play. Do you admit that today you deliberately set me up? Was it your intention for that old lecher to prey upon me? I desire nothing less than your complete ruin on the day of Yi Yuchen's birthday. I want everyone to scorn you. Upon hearing this recording, Lin Qingqing's countenance shifted dramatically. Even if she treated you thusly, you ought not to be so cruel. After uncovering the truth, you could have brought her back for a lesson. Why must you tarnish her reputation? How could she ever establish herself in this city again? Wang Chumei was overcome with tears. Cruelty? Had I not discerned the truth, I would be the one facing scorn now. Would Lin Qingqing have spared me? Once I am branded with such a label, It is not merely my life at stake, but the entire Qiao family. I remain Mrs. Yi. Do you truly believe the Yi family would allow a scandal to persist in this city? The only way to eradicate the scandal is to ensure that all associated individuals vanish. Can you evade this fate? Qiao Xingran chuckled. These fools truly believe they are clever. Noticing their silence, Qiao Xingran continued. If not for Mrs. Wang's indulgence of her daughter, would such an incident have transpired today? Do you still have the audacity to feel wronged? The Qiao family will inevitably meet its downfall at your hands, and lives will be lost in the process. But Qingqing's silence. Qiao, Jianya thundered. We cannot afford to offend the Yi family. Otherwise, we shall all perish. But Qingqing did not act with malice. She too has faced punishment. Please, forgive her this once, Wang Chumei implored, her voice trembling with desperation. Chapter 55. Lin, Qingqing disconnected forgive? After such an occurrence? Even if you kneel and apologize, I would not acquiesce. Qiao Xingran resolutely refused. She has erred. She is your sister. I have no sister by that name. Let Lin Qingqing vanish entirely. Qiao Xingran maintained her icy, resolute demeanor. Vanish? Yes, disappear from this city, sever all ties with the Qiao family. Should Mrs. Wang wish to reach her, let her leave the Qiao family as well. A glance from Qiao Xingran directed towards the maid, and soon Lin Qingqing's belongings were unceremoniously removed. Leave, she issued her decree. Mother, save me. I do not wish to depart. Lin Qingqing pleaded through tears. Wang Chumei fell to her knees, bowing her head in supplication. Please, husband, I beg you, consider the years I have devoted to this family. Forgive Qingqing just this once. Rest assured, she will never again show her face or offend Ran. Let her remain by my side. Qiao Jianya found it difficult to withstand such a plea. His heart softened immediately. Just as he was about to speak, Qiao Xingran interjected, Father, the lifeblood of the Qiao family versus an outsider. Make your choice. She took the last bite of her apple and decisively tossed it into the trash bin. The first piece of refuse has been successfully discarded. Indeed, the lifeblood of the Qiao family must not be jeopardized by Lin Qingqing. Qiao Jianya must not waver. Mrs. Wang, you have so many children. Must all your efforts be squandered on this worthless one? Are you certain she can provide you with everything you desire? Qiao Xingran inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Chumei wavered slightly. Lin Qingqing was so foolish, repeatedly causing such turmoil. If she were to keep her by her side any longer, it might lead to further complications. She could not offend the entire Qiao family for the sake of this worthless individual. The Qiao family and her interests were reliant on Feng'er and Ru'er. Lin Qingqing, understanding Wang Chumei's hesitation, could predict the outcome. No, mother, you cannot treat me this way. If I leave the Qiao family, Qiao Xingran will surely destroy me. Lin Qingqing pleaded humbly. Who dares to let you leave the Qiao family? A commanding voice echoed. A man in his early 20s stepped into the living room, casting a disdainful glance at Qiao Xingran. It was Qiao Feng, the eldest son brought by Wang Chumei. In his early 20s, he was making a name for himself in the business world, being the successor groomed by Qiao Jianya. He was the one who had seized the relics left by the original mistress and had sought to compel the original owner to entertain clients for his business. He had even laid hands on the original owner. Now that this scoundrel had returned, it was time to deal with matters. The Qiao family must rightfully belong to the original owner. Upon seeing Qiao Feng, Lin Qingqing felt a surge of hope and rushed at him frantically. Brother, you're back. You must save me. Qiao Xingran wants to kill me. Qiao Feng gently stroked her hair and reassured her. Do not fear. I am here. He then fixed a sharp gaze on Qiao Xingran. During his business trip, he had received numerous complaints from his mother and sister about Qiao Xingran's transformation. He could not believe that a worthless person could achieve a turnaround. I've already arranged for someone to handle this matter. The video will no longer be circulated. I have also spoken with the Zhu family regarding this embarrassing incident. It will not be mentioned again. Qingqing will remain, Qiao Feng declared with an air of authority. Is that so? Are you certain the video will not resurface? Qiao Xingran asked, smiling. Of course, I am a globally renowned hacker. The posts I delete will never reappear. He replied confidently, but I can still see it on my device. What about you? She inquired, gently shaking her phone. A global hacker? In my presence. What does that amount to? She mused. The content she had posted could not be erased completely unless she chose to delete herself. They all pulled out their phones, and the video continued to play. Qiao Feng, still in disbelief, picked up his computer to investigate further. However, 10 minutes later, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The post was still there. As long as the post remained, the scandal involving Lin Qingqing and the old lecher Zhu would continue to be discussed, and the reputation of the Qiao family would be a subject of ridicule. Qiao Feng, I have heard that your company is preparing to go public soon. Can you withstand such a scandal? Qiao Xingran asked with a smile. Qiao Feng continued to tinker with his device, but the outcome remained unchanged. Although he harbored animosity towards Qiao Xingran, she spoke the truth. If the post was not deleted, people would not forget this incident, making it untenable for Lin Qingqing to stay in the Qiao family. Was it you? Did you ensure the post could not be deleted? Impossible. You lack such abilities. Tell me, who assisted you? Qiao Feng inquired with skepticism. I have the support of Yi Yuchen. Apart from him, who else could possibly aid me? You are a fool to ask such a redundant question, and yet you aspire to inherit the Qiao family? My patience is waning. Should I arrange for Mr. Yi to discuss matters with you? Qiao Xingran retorted. With Yi Yuchen as her trump card, they dared not persist any further. Ultimately, Wang Chumei spoke. Qingqing, do take care of yourself from now on. No, you cannot treat me this way. You cannot abandon me. If it weren't for slap. Qiao Feng's hand struck harshly. Have you not learned to be silent even at this juncture? After leaving the Qiao family, reflect on your actions. Only by surviving can you have the chance to start anew. He then discreetly handed Lin Qingqing a card. At this point, Lin Qingqing felt powerless, tears streaming down her face as she knelt. Father, mother, brother, I am sorry for bringing shame upon you. Rest assured, I will reform and begin again. Wang Chumei turned her face, tears of sorrow cascading down. Lin Qingqing slowly rose and approached Qiao Xingran, sneering coldly. Sister, you should pray for your marriage to be smooth sailing. Once you lose Yi Yuchen, your downfall is inevitable. Your audacity is remarkable. You still concern yourself with me at this moment? Fear not. Even if my family casts me aside, I still possess wealth, whereas you are left with nothing. Qiao Xingran suddenly embraced Lin Qingqing. When I spoke of disappearance, I meant death. I recall you once wished for my demise. Her voice dripped with terror. Without waiting for response, Qiao Xingran shouted, Remove her. No, I was wrong. Qiao Xingran, I promise I will never act this way again. Please give me another chance. Lin Qingqing wailed desperately. Yet, they remained unmoved, and she was taken away. Wang Chumei bit her crimson lip, her voice trembling. Are you satisfied now? Satisfied? Do I appear to be a person filled with satisfaction? This is merely the beginning, Mrs. Wang. How is your heart holding up? Do not indulge too much, or you will raise 3 worthless individuals. Everyone should just rest. Qiao Xingran waved her hand imperiously and departed. Stop, Qiao Feng called out. She rolled her eyes and quickened her pace. You, Qiao Xingran, he shouted, but to no avail. Qiao Feng tugged at his tie, displaying his displeasure. Why is she so formidable now? Who knows? She previously spoke of divorce, yet now she thrives. First it's Qingqing, next it will be Fenger and Ruer, and then it will be us. Qiao Xingran intends to drive us out of the Qiao family. Wang Chumei exclaimed with agitation. Fear not. I have returned and will ensure she does not succeed. This marriage must end. Qiao Feng reassured her. Qiao Jianya rubbed his temples. Fatigue etched on his face. If we don't divorce soon, we will truly perish. Divorcing is not complicated. Qiao Feng's smile hinted at schemes and calculations. Chapter 56. Star has accepted the order. Lin Qingqing dragged her suitcase, clutching the card tightly as she gazed at the empty street. A sense of inexplicable anxiety gripping her heart. After walking for quite a while, she felt somewhat fatigued and vehemently exclaimed, Qiao Xingran, you wretched woman, just you wait. When I return here, I will surely tear you apart. Suddenly, a van came to a halt before Lin Qingqing. Several men disembarked from the vehicle, seizing her by the arms and forcibly dragging her towards the van. What are you doing? Let go of me. She shouted in a frenzy, then cried out loudly, Help! Someone please save me. You little harlot. Weren't you quite bold in bed? Why this pretense now? Come, let us indulge ourselves. The louder you scream, the more exhilarated we become. You have offended someone you should not have, and now you must pay the price. No, please spare me. I can give you money. Is it Qiao Xingran? You wretched creature, I shall kill you. It's all your fault. You have turned me into this. Lin Qingqing wailed, struggling desperately. Yet ultimately, she was dragged into the van. Qiao Xingran, a woman murmured softly, I have heard that tonight's events were orchestrated entirely by her. Lin Qingqing will not survive this. It is her doing. The woman furrowed her brow, displaying a hint of displeasure. Who dares to oppose Yi Yuchen? Let's wait. They will eventually divorce. Preserving Lin Qingqing's life may prove useful to us in the future. Let Qiao Xingran bear the blame for this. With a dismissive wave of her hand, the vehicle roared to life. The entire world awaits the divorce of Yi Yuchen and Qiao Xingran. In the study, Ding Weihuan gazed at the computer, her expression one of disbelief as she repeatedly confirmed the information. Finally, she spoke up. Mr. Yi, Star has accepted the case. But she has raised her diagnostic fee. If she were to treat you, it would require 600 million. Such a bold demand. Ding Weihuan's face darkened. Her audacity to make such a request clearly stemmed from her capabilities. Moreover, having witnessed her medical prowess, I am utterly convinced that this 600 million will not disappoint me. Arrange for a 300 million deposit and request a meeting for tomorrow evening. Yi Yuchen acquiesced. Understood. He typed at the keyboard. Just then, Qiao Xingran happened to be online and saw Yi Yuchen's request for a meeting. Meeting? She had not considered revealing her identity as Star just yet. However, 600 million. How could one pass up such an opportunity? After a moment's contemplation, she replied, No problem. Let us meet at the private room 764 in Yuchen. Remember to bring your 300 million. Yi Yuchen chuckled softly upon reading her message, greedy yet enigmatic. We shall proceed as she suggests. As long as she can heal, money is no object. Ding Weihuan, following instructions, confirmed the meeting time and location. After which Star logged off. Mr. Yi, it's all set, Ding Weihuan announced. Yes, it is getting late. You may leave now. Ding Weihuan nodded, but paused at the doorway. Is there something else? Are you not planning to bring Mrs. Yi back? This separation is not a solution. I have heard about the birthday banquet, Mr. Yi. You aren't planning to engage in some desperate pursuit of your wife, are you? She inquired softly. He has been by Yi Yuchen's side for many years and knows this man quite well. It is evident that Yi Yuchen's attitude towards Qiao Xingran has undergone a transformation. Yet, Yi Yuchen remains oblivious to this change. If this continues, will it lead to a futile pursuit of his wife? Even chasing through an entire cemetery may prove useless. Rise up, Mr. Yi. Are you quite idle these days? Fine. The XT company has developed a medication for heart disease. Assist me in negotiating a partnership. Should you fail, your name will be on the list of the African presidential office. With that, Yi Yuchen departed. What? XT company is notoriously difficult, always choosing their partners. Is Mr. Yi doing this on purpose? Oomph. Mr. Yi, just wait and see. You'll find yourself buried in the crematorium without ever winning back your wife. The next day, Qiao Jianya and Qiao Feng were taken aback. After a long pause, they exclaimed in unison, What? You intend to work at the company? Qiao Xingran drank a glass of milk and earnestly nodded in affirmation. Yes. Are you joking? The company is not your playground. You have no right to meddle. You are Mrs. Yi. Enjoy a life of comfort. Qiao Feng was the first to object. Indeed, my brother and I are managing the company quite well. So why do you feel the need to involve yourself? Rest at home. If money is an issue, we can provide for you. Qiao Jianya naturally disagreed as well. I am not consulting with you, but informing you. Do you think you can stop me? What qualifications do you have to impede me? Qiao Xingran wiped her mouth and smiled. Both men were momentarily stunned. Have you forgotten? This company was left to my mother by my grandparents, and my mother has passed it down to me. Do I need your consent to return to my own company? Her commanding presence and icy gaze sent shivers down their spines. That's enough. Qingqing has already left because of you. Do you still want to pursue this? We are currently discussing company matters. What does this have to do with Lin Qingqing? Qiao Feng, those who achieve great things do not sweat the small details. Do you think your petty mindset will elevate the Qiao family? Qiao Xingran interrupted him with a challenging inquiry. With a loud slap, Qiao Feng stood up, indignantly declaring, No wonder the Qiao family has failed to secure several major deals. How can someone with your volatile and petty personality succeed in significant endeavors? Qiao Feng, let me remind you, you used to be called Lin Feng. She rose, arching an eyebrow. I shall take over Lin Qingqing's position. With that, she strode purposefully towards the exit. Qiao Jianya intended to continue his protest, but Qiao Feng blocked him. Father, Qingqing's project is the most promising, yet also the most challenging for the company. Since Qiao Xingran insists on returning, do not blame me for being unsparing. Qiao Feng said grimly. Fine. He acquiesced. Yet Qiao Xingran's earlier words left him with a lingering discomfort. Perhaps Qiao Feng truly is somewhat petty. The Qiao family must only ascend. There is no room for decline. Qiao Xingran arrived at the company first. A sultry and alluring receptionist stood up, rolling her eyes at the woman beside her and saying, "Are you blind? Can't you see someone has come to the company? Help me peel an orange later." The woman hurriedly rose and bowed, inquiring, "Miss, may I ask whom you are looking for? Do you have an appointment?" "No, I." Before she could finish her sentence, the alluring receptionist interjected, "If you don't have an appointment, why waste time talking to her? Just get lost." "Miss, whom are you seeking?" "I can place a call to inquire," the woman persisted. "Is everyone in this company afflicted with some malaise? Why must they hire such a receptionist? It's the same disarray here as it is over at Night Dog. Must she take matters into her own hands? Is this a company or an improper establishment?" "Please step aside," Qiao Xingran said with a charming smile to the woman. The woman complied without hesitation. The receptionist frowned and displeasedly remarked, "Who do you think you are? Get out of here or else." Qiao Xingran seized her and unleashed a flurry of strikes. The woman standing nearby widened her eyes in shock. Hearing the commotion outside, the employees of the company emerged one after another. Bang! The receptionist was thrown at their feet. "Call the police," she managed to utter. The employees stood frozen, witnessing the unfolding scene in disbelief. Who is this stunning and formidable woman? Qiao Xingran. A sharp female voice pierced the air. Qiao Xingran? That name sounds familiar. She is the daughter of the Qiao family, the wife of the Night CEO, and our boss. What boss? I heard that Qiao Xingran was dismissed for stealing company secrets, and that the Night CEO no longer loves her. She must be living a wretched life. If her life is so miserable, how can she still be so beautiful? Is she the embodiment of the tragic beauty we often hear about? Qiao Xingran narrowed her eyes at the woman before her. Wang Honghong, the company's vice president and a long-standing member of the firm. It was she who had betrayed the company. When the scandal broke, Wang Honghong and her family wept and begged for mercy in front of the original owner. The original owner, soft-hearted, took the blame. Yet, this woman not only showed no gratitude but also stepped on her to rise, gaining favor from Qiao Jianya and Qiao Feng. What use is there in keeping such a treacherous person around? What are you doing here? Do you even have the right to be here? Security, throw her out. If she causes any more trouble, call the police. Wang Honghong shouted. Oh, look at you, old Honghong. Now so esteemed that you dare to address me by name. You ought to refer to me as Director Qiao. Surely you are aware of the matters that others may not be. This company is mine, Qiao Xingran remarked with amusement. The evidence of the betrayal had long since vanished. Otherwise, how could Qiao Xingran have endured her for all these years? And now, a provocation? She hardly regarded it. Wang Honghong laughed heartily, taunting yours? That is truly a grand joke. You betrayed the company, causing us to lose millions. We barely weathered the storm, and you have the audacity to seek a share? What is the matter? Has the Night CEO cast you aside, and now you struggle to make ends meet? How about this? I'll give you a few $100. Look at this worthless person daring to mock the original owner. It truly made the original owner want to kick her a few times. Qiao Xingran, with her cascading waves and high heels, approached Wang Honghong, exuding an overwhelming aura that instilled a sense of intimidation. With a smile that abruptly vanished, she delivered a resounding slap to Wang Honghong's face in front of all the employees, leaving them in shock. You hit me? Wang Honghong gasped, unable to believe her audacity. How could this divorced woman dare to strike her? I hit you, so what? Do you expect me to choose a specific day? Did you not feel my hand upon you? Very well, allow me to assist you, she declared, and with that, 2 more sharp slaps echoed in the air. Wang Honghong erupted in fury, barking like a rabid dog. Security, have her taken away and sent to the police station. As security approached, Qiao Xingran's piercing gaze halted them. Who dares to touch me? I am the Qiao family's daughter, the sole heiress of this company. Come try me. The security guards stood frozen, intimidated by her fierce demeanor. Just as Wang Honghong prepared to charge at her, a voice interrupted. I dare. President Qiao, you must take charge. Qiao Xingran has lost her mind and is attacking people indiscriminately. The receptionist sobbed as she picked herself up, revealing a tattoo on her chest that bore the letter F. How amusing. Qiao Xingran, this is a company, not your playground. Unprovoked assaults on employees warrant legal repercussions. Call the police. Qiao Feng growled, visibly displeased. Wang Honghong and the receptionist exchanged satisfied glances. Shall we discuss this inside? Qiao Xingran retorted. No need as long as I am here. You shall not set foot in this company, he replied. I'm not causing chaos. You are. What is this receptionist to you? With Qiao Feng's lack of shame. She had nothing to fear. As these words left her lips, the onlookers' gazes shifted back to the two of them. I've heard rumors about the receptionist and President Qiao. Could they be true? It must be true. Look at how the receptionist dresses like a lovesick hen, and her audacity. Who is backing her? President Qiao himself has forbidden office romances. Isn't that a contradiction? Qiao Feng's expression darkened, fists clenched as he scolded. What nonsense are you spouting? She wore a top from Ruixin's latest collection, starting in the 5-figure range, and a necklace from GL's new line, also 5 figures. Altogether, her ensemble must cost at least 100,000. I took a glance at her name tag. It's Lin Mimi. I recall that our cleaning lady, Sister Lin, has a daughter named Lin Mimi. They must be mother and daughter, and given Sister Lin's evident financial struggles, how could she possibly afford such new items? She tilted her head, scrutinizing them with a smile. Lin Mimi bit her lip, hesitant to speak further, knowing that such familial ties could be easily substantiated. The key detail was that the fawn on her chest corresponded to the initial of Feng. President Qiao, would you like me to gather more evidence to substantiate your relationship? I have the time. Qiao Xingran replied with a smile. That wretched woman. Qiao Feng's face turned ashen. Qiao Xingran has once again made her presence felt. The company has explicitly forbidden office romances. Yet Qiao, the leader, blatantly disregards this rule. How can he expect to command respect? Lin Mimi has become embroiled in this situation. And despite his desire to handle it privately, he finds himself unable to do so. In an effort to protect his own image within the company, he decisively declares, Lin Mimi, you are terminated. Qiao Xingran, stifling a laugh, retorts, Qiao, I was merely jesting as one might in a television drama. I never imagined Lin Mimi was truly your girlfriend. TSK, your taste is simply abysmal. Qiao Feng clenches his fists, radiating an aura of animosity. He harbors a fierce desire to eliminate this insufferable woman. Feng, you cannot dismiss me. I cannot lose you, Lin Mimi cries, grasping Qiao Feng's hand. Get away from me. Qiao Feng snaps. You cannot treat me this way. You promised. The onlookers, indulging in the unfolding drama, are soon interrupted by Qiao Xingran's booming voice. Enough. Have you completed your work? If you don't want to be here, then leave. The employees timidly retreat to their desks. Father, it's all Qiao Xingran's fault. Qiao Feng exclaims. Your marriage is meant to bring value to the Qiao family. Do you not understand the weight of your responsibilities? If the daughters of our circle discover your relationship with the receptionist, who would ever want you? I have the Yi family backing me. What do you have? Qiao Xingran's words strike a chord with them. Qiao Xingran, disheartened, gazes at Qiao Feng and says with displeasure, resolve this matter, or else leave. He strides away. Qiao Xingran, casting a smile at Qiao Feng, adds, don't worry. Soon, you will be with Lin Mimi. With that, she enters her office. Feng, you cannot be so cruel to me. You must. Return to your place. I will ensure you are compensated, Qiao Feng counters, rushing back to his office. Lin Mimi sobs as she gathers her belongings to depart, standing vacantly at the company entrance. So swiftly has Lin Mimi been vanquished. Qiao Xingran is formidable. A loud clap echoes as Qiao Feng slams his hand on the table, agitated. Qiao Xingran, what is it? She responds. You engage in shameless behavior and wish to blame me? Thankfully, it was I who exposed you. Had it been someone else, how would you justify yourself to the public? She hurls an ashtray at him, striking Qiao Feng squarely on the head. A painful blow indeed. Father, look at Qiao Xingran. She is simply. His words are cut short. Enough. You will cease your associations with such disreputable women. Your marriage is arranged. I have repeated this countless times. No office romances. Do you take me for a fool? This marks the first instance of Qiao Xingran's furious reprimand directed at Qiao Feng. Though displeased, Qiao Feng dares not retaliate. His hands clench tightly as he fantasizes about exacting revenge on Qiao Xingran. It is this wretched woman who has caused him embarrassment and subjected him to his father's scorn. He vows to settle this score in due time. Suppressing his discontent, he reluctantly apologizes. Father, I was momentarily misguided. Rest assured, such an incident will never recur. Seeing Qiao Feng's demeanor, Qiao Xingran softened his heart. Do not err again, Ran. You too. Can't certain matters be resolved privately? I invited Mr. Qiao to come in for a discussion, yet he refused. What can I do? Besides, who could have predicted his poor judgment? Qiao Xingran let out a cold huff. Endure. Qiao Feng smiled faintly. I had underestimated my sister. Stop right there. I am an only child, devoid of siblings. One sister has been expelled by me, while the other is currently gilding herself. We're strangers, no, adversaries. She distanced herself from the relationship. Miss Qiao, I am divorced from Yi Yuchen. You should refer to me as Mrs. Yi. TSK. With your level of intelligence and emotional quotient, how will you manage in the future? Qiao Xingran mocked once more. Qiao Feng found himself at a loss for words. Mrs. Yi, your eloquence is commendable. I hope you do not disappoint expectations in negotiating the project overseen by Lin Qingqing, he said with restraint, handing her a document. Qiao Xingran scanned it swiftly, soon letting out a cold laugh. 13 months, and still no cooperation achieved. Lin Qingqing is quite the 12-point character. Huh, do you have any notion of how challenging this project is to negotiate? My father and I have made several attempts, and the other party wouldn't even meet us. Do not boast carelessly. Qiao Feng chuckled coldly. He had indeed witnessed Qiao Xingran's sharp tongue. However, this project was of paramount importance to the Fu Group. A year had passed without a chosen partner, highlighting the high standards of the opposing party. If one lacks capability, one should admit it rather than blame the project. I shall negotiate. Qiao Xingran took on the project. This is no child's play. Are you certain? Qiao Jianya frowned. When had she become so boastful? The former Qiao Xingran was not like this. Certain. She nodded. This is a significant project for the company. If you boast and fail, what then? Qiao Feng attempted to trap her. She saw through this ruse and retorted with a cold laugh. What consequences would Lin Qingqing face? Speechless. Mr. Qiao, to silence someone, one must leave them with no words to say and no grounds to blame you. With your eloquence, business negotiations would surely collapse. Qiao Xingran shot back. What does being first mean, especially in terms of rhetoric? Tomorrow morning, if I fail to secure the deal, I shall voluntarily resign from the company and never return. However, if I succeed, I shall become your superior. Qiao Xingran stated firmly, word by word. Huh. Before he could respond, Qiao Xingran had already brought this upon herself. If the deal could have been secured, the company would not have had to wait until now. Qiao Feng could not believe it. Very well. We shall await your triumphant news. Qiao Feng acquiesced. What is the name of the other receptionist? I would like her to be my assistant. Is that acceptable? She inquired. Shun Yao Yao. She will be your assistant from now on. Qiao Jianya agreed. Without further ado, Qiao Xingran stood up and departed. Once the door closed, Qiao Jianya furrowed his brow and said, if Qiao Xingran becomes your superior, do not hold it against her. Father, is that even possible? Isn't that a project of the Fu Group? Young Master Fu harbors a deep disdain for women, and Qiao Xingran has barely had the chance to meet him. I suggest she prepares to leave the company by tomorrow morning, chuckled Qiao Feng. Yet she is Mrs. Yi. What if young Master Fu concedes to Mr. Yi? A hint of concern crossed his face. Father, the relationship between Mr. Yi and young Master Fu is one of fierce rivalry. He would hardly extend any courtesy. Have you forgotten? They have been competing for supremacy for years, with Mr. Yi prevailing each time, inciting young Master Fu's ire. Would he offer any leniency? Qiao Feng remarked with a smile. Qiao Jianya chuckled and nodded. I was indeed overthinking. She must not be allowed in the company. And do deal with that woman Lin Mimi swiftly. We cannot afford any more disturbances. Understood. Qiao Xingran, we shall see what unfolds tomorrow. Shun Yao Yao regarded Qiao Xingran with a hint of confusion and inquired. Me? Mrs. Yi, can I truly be your assistant? If I say you can, then you can. You are not merely an assistant. You will also be part of my executive office. Prepare to bask in riches, Qiao Xingran replied with a smile. Wow, such a grand promise. Shun Yao Yao swallowed hard. To be fair, she found herself believing it wholeheartedly and was exceedingly eager. Yes, Mrs. Yi, what is our first project? Shun Yao Yao asked, brimming with anticipation. The Fu Group's project. I wish to arrange a meeting with their person in charge, Qiao Xingran stated. Her expectant expression dimmed gradually. In a tone laden with despair, she uttered, What? The Fu Group's project? Mrs. Yi, this project is doomed. Young Master Fu is unwell. And what does his ailment have to do with business dealings? Qiao Xingran questioned, bewildered. Young Master Fu harbors animosity towards women. He wouldn't even grant you an audience. This project has been abandoned by the company and is now thrust into your hands, clearly indicating. Shun Yao Yao's words trailed off. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, Wang Honghong burst through the door, laughing heartily. I heard you intend to discuss the Fu Group's project? What a sight to behold, Qiao Xingran. Do notiest. He wouldn't spare you a glance. But what if he does? Qiao Xingran asked. All colleagues can attest. If young Master Fu were to meet you, I would willingly serve as a receptionist for a month. How does that sound? Wang Honghong proclaimed loudly. It is impossible for Fu Zibao to meet. When Lin Qingqing was in charge of this project, women of all shapes and sizes were presented before young Master Fu. Yet he dismissed them all. Qiao Xingran, does she possess some charm? A receptionist? Given your looks and age, perhaps a janitor would be more fitting. Qiao Xingran chuckled. After all, she had once sought Wang Honghong's assistance to return to the company, and now that very woman suggested she take on a janitorial role. Fine, I can accept that. Qiao Xingran, expect to be sidelined. Wang Honghong sneered as she departed. Qiao Xingran hummed a tune, preparing to contact the person responsible for the Fu Group's project. Upon hearing her voice, the other party was ready to hang up immediately. Qiao Xingran, instantly displeased, retorted, What does this mean? Does young Master Fu have no female relatives? This sentiment echoed her previous words, and that behavior was indeed very reminiscent of Fu Zibao. Chapter 59. Fu Zibao's charisma, the president of the Fu Corporation? What an unexpected coincidence. Without waiting for a response, Qiao Xingran spoke with utmost seriousness, articulating each word. I am Qiao Xingran, and Fu Zibao should be expecting me. Upon hearing the name Qiao Xingran, the other party was so startled that they leapt from their chair, disbelief evident in their voice as they inquired. You say you are who? This was in stark contrast to their earlier inclination to terminate the call. Qiao Xingran, she reiterated, enunciating each syllable. Yes. Young Master Fu has instructed that any call from Miss Qiao is to be directed to him immediately. Please hold. With that, the call was transferred. Fu Zibao answered, his voice cold and commanding. Speak. Young Master Fu, it is a call from Miss Qiao. She requests to be connected. The urgency in his tone was palpable. The other party hesitated for a moment before complying. Doesn't young Master Fu harbor disdain for women? Why is he treating this Miss Qiao differently? Who exactly is she? Qiao Xingran, you seek me? Fu Zibao's voice was like a gentle breeze, refreshing and soothing. The secretary frowned upon hearing this tone. It was excessively tender, as if they did not deserve such warmth from him. Young Master Fu, I am Qiao Xingran. Today, I represent the Qiao Corporation to discuss the Yao Ming project. I wonder if you have time? I would like to invite you to dinner, Qiao Xingran proposed. I do have time. Did I not provide you with my personal number last time? You can add me on WeChat. We shall converse there. Fu Zibao had already taken out his phone, awaiting her addition. Soon after, Qiao Xingran ended the call and added Fu Zibao on WeChat. His username read, Star Treasure. How adorable. Mr. Fu, tonight at 8 p.m., in the private room 753 at Kaisi Restaurant. See you then. Following this, Qiao Xingran turned off her phone and immersed herself in the project, as she was dissatisfied with the proposal and began to rewrite it on her computer. Meanwhile, Fu Zibao held his phone, a smile of unprecedented happiness gracing his face. Young Master Fu, I'm not trying to dampen your spirits, but you are well aware that she is Mrs. Yi. Your relationship with Mr. Yi has become a battlefield. If you pursue this woman, you may become rivals. Secretary Chun Hao quietly cautioned. Do I appear to care? He retorted. 4-star treasure. Being enemies for eternity is inconsequential. If Yi Yuchen does not value her, why should I? Rest assured, until their marriage is concluded, I shall exercise restraint, he said softly. Yet, Fu Zibao was acutely aware that restraint was a formidable challenge. Do you think she will remember me? He inquired excitedly once more. Chun Hao cleared his throat and remarked, I believe Mr. Yi will certainly not forget you. I couldn't care less. It would be best if you were driven to despair, leaving my star treasure a widow. Thus free, Fu Zibao stated earnestly. Life is tumultuous at the widow's door. Chun Hao replied, Young Master Fu, then you would be the savior of the widow. They exchanged glances. Back to work. They both returned to their tasks. As twilight descended, Qiao Xingran, accompanied by Shun Yaoyao and carrying the project proposal, arrived at their destination. Upon entering the private room, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. With a soft rumble, her stomach growled. Shun Yaoyao, with an adorably perplexed expression, inquired, Mrs. Yi, didn't you consume 10 sushi rolls in the car? How does that relate to my hunger? Qiao Xingran appeared even more bewildered. It seems unrelated? Or perhaps it is. You must be hungry. Please, indulge yourself, Fu Zibao said gently. Shun Yaoyao swallowed nervously, feeling a tinge of anxiety. It was rumored that Mr. Fu harbored resentment towards women, yet here he was exhibiting such tenderness. Had he perhaps slipped something into her food? Caution was paramount. That evening, just as Shun Yaoyao was about to caution Qiao Xingran, the latter had already seated herself at the dining table and begun to eat. Shun Yaoyao awkwardly took a seat. Tugging at Qiao Xingran's sleeve, she whispered, Mrs. Yi, haven't you heard the rumors about Mr. Fu? You should eat less. Qiao Xingran offered her chopsticks with a smile, responding, Mr. Fu would never harm me. We are old acquaintances. With that, Shun Yaoyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was no wonder Mrs. Yi exuded such confidence in securing this project. She picked up her chopsticks and took a couple of bites. Delicious. They both earnestly enjoyed their meal. Half an hour later, having satisfied her appetite, Qiao Xingran presented the project proposal to Fu Zibao. Mr. Fu, I am quite interested in the Yaomeng project. This is my proposal, and I hope to collaborate with you. Although the Qiao group is not very strong, my personal capabilities are considerable. Trust me, I won't let you down. Her confidence was palpable. Fu Zibao set the proposal aside without glancing at it, asking, Are you full? Yes, I am. Please take a look at the proposal, Qiao Xingran replied. No need, he declined. Both women were momentarily taken aback. Just as they were about to speak, Fu Zibao produced a contract. I have drafted the contract, signed it myself. Please review it. If all is in order, we can proceed with the agreement. The Yaomeng project is yours. Qiao Xingran blinked in astonishment. You haven't even reviewed the proposal? Not necessary. If you desire it, I will readily hand over the entire company. Fu Zibao replied with utmost seriousness. This, Mr. Fu, are you confessing your feelings to me? She asked, furrowing her brows. Does it count? The man chuckled. Does it count? The Fu group is valued in the billions, and you wish to give it to Qiao Xingran. Surely, that is a declaration of affection? Shun Yaoyao was bewildered by the world of the affluent. Wait, Qiao Xingran is Mrs. Yi, pursuing a married woman. What an unusual proclivity for the wealthy. Mr. Fu, I'm a married woman, Qiao Xingran stated, although I will soon be divorced. I am currently in a state of matrimony. I know, and so, Fu Zibao smiled. You can't truly be fond of me, a married woman, can you? We have only met once. Love at first sight? But then again, who wouldn't adore someone like me? Qiao Xingran said with unwavering confidence. Indeed, I have long harbored feelings for you. This is no jest, but a sincere sentiment. Of course, signing a contract with you also reflects my faith in your abilities. Would you shy away from signing due to my confession? Fu Zibao queried. She grasped the pen with authority and signed, chuckling when meat is delivered to one's lips. How can one refuse to partake? Apologies, but my allure is too great. After partnering with me, you will find it even harder to extricate yourself. Delighting in this, Qiao Xingran expressed her hopes for a pleasant collaboration. He extended his hand, and just as Qiao Xingran reached out to take it, a loud voice rang from outside. I am Yi Yuchen's woman. Who dares to touch me? The voice belonged to Yun Jinjin. With a loud crash, the door was flung open. Yun Jinjin looked at Qiao Xingran and cried out, Miss Qiao, save me please. Shut your mouth, or I will end you if you don't pay up, the man threatened, brandishing a knife against Yun Jinjin's throat. Help me, she screamed in desperation. Qiao Xingran, nonchalantly crossing her legs, hurled a bottle of red wine, which struck Yun Jinjin squarely on the forehead. Chapter 60. The protection of Fu Zibao. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Get out and close the door, Qiao Xingran commanded coldly. She had stated before that she would strike Yun Jinjin every time they met, and she was not jesting. Aren't you going to save me? Yun Jinjin shouted in agitation. Is it your large face or my foolishness? Why should I rescue you? She gestured for the two robust men. Kindly drag her outside. Do as you please, but do not disturb my meal. The man was not one to be trifled with. With a forceful action, Yun Jinjin began to bleed. Help me, please, I cannot die. She wept in pleading. Qiao Xingran remained silent, appearing to ignore her. If you don't save me, Yi Yuchen will never let you off. He will. Another flying object struck her head, perfectly on target. It would have been better had you not mentioned him. Now I am incensed. Yun Jinjin, when seeking help, one should adopt a humble demeanor. Are you certain you aren't provoking me? Qiao Xingran's gaze was icy and terrifying. If killing were not a crime, you would have died 800 times by now. Enough with your incessant chatter. Perish. The man threatened, raising his hand. Bang! The private room door was kicked open again. Yi Yuchen, quick as lightning, subdued the man. Yuan Jinjin collapsed to the ground, clutching her bleeding neck, choking back tears. Mrs. Yi, is a life so worthless in your eyes? You can just watch me die without a care? Yi Yuchen's gaze fell upon Qiao Xingran. In truth, whether she saved Yuan Jinjin was of little consequence. What mattered was how she was with Fu Zibao. A wave of suppressed emotion rose in his chest. Since when had his feelings become increasingly difficult to control in Qiao Xingran's presence? This sensation was vexing. Yi Yuchen's icy gaze settled on Qiao Xingran's face. A contemptuous smirk gracing his lips. Did I interrupt my wife's date? Qiao Xingran rolled her eyes in mock respect, retorting sarcastically, yes, it greatly affects my date. Please hurry and take your little lover to the hospital, or her wound will heal. A man's fury escalated as he warned, if anything happens to her, I will not spare you. Why should I care? I am the savior. Am I responsible for her life? Have I been compensated? She retorted vehemently. I sought your help, and you expect me to rescue myself? Yuan Jinjin, a life is precious in my eyes, yet you do not count as a human. Should you find yourself in peril again, do not call for me. I will merely applaud. Fu Xiao, I have lost my appetite. I shall settle the bill and depart. Qiao Xingran rose to leave. As she brushed past Yi Yuchen, his strong hand grasped her wrist. She forcefully tried to shake him off, but to no avail. Fu Zibao swiftly approached, his firm hand clasping Yi Yuchen's with an icy tone. Release her. My wife does not require your protection. He growled in displeasure. Wife? Is that so? Then who is that young lady to you? Qiao Xingran argued. She bore no obligation to rescue your mistress. Nor do you have the right to blame your wife. Fu Zibao defended. Outside, Lu Yunting was the second man to stand up for her. However, Qiao Xingran discerned a difference. Her bond with Lu Yunting was merely sibling-like, while Fu Zibao seemed to evoke something more profound. Alas, the burdens of beauty. Yi Yuchen shot a menacing glare at the man. Yet, in the next moment, he released Fu Zibao's grip and coldly addressed Qiao Xingran. If anything happens to her, I will ruin you. If you wish to divorce, return to the Qiao family and await me. Yi Yuchen granted her no chance for rebuttal and took Yuan Jinjin away. Now, aside from divorce, he could no longer hold sway over Qiao Xingran. The pleasant mood of the evening dissipated in an instant. Fu Zibao turned to her, gently patting her shoulder, concern etched in his features. Are you all right? He longed to embrace Qiao Xingran, offering her a modicum of solace. Do you not see me as unworthy, Fu Xiao? Thank you, but I have personal matters to address. Please contact me regarding the project at any time. And kindly ensure Shen Yaoyao is returned home safely. She stood and began to walk away. Fu Zibao watched silently, his compassionate gaze revealing boundless tenderness. But as a thought crossed his mind, his expression grew increasingly frosty. Shen Yaoyao had spent the evening in a state of confusion, expressing her bewilderment. Kulme, I will take you home. The man's words snapped her back to reality. Nodding, she followed closely behind. At the Yi residence, Yi Yuchen emanated an aura of coldness. He had been at the Yi home for over an hour, and Qiao Xingran had yet to return, evidently enjoying her time with Fu Zibao. Yuan Jinjin observed Yi Yuchen's darkening expression with great satisfaction. Brother-in-law, what brings you here? Ran is yet to come home. Xiao Feng interjected almost loudly. Upon hearing the term brother-in-law, Yuan Jinjin's dissatisfaction was palpable. Mr. Qiao, Mrs. Qiao, I must say your daughter has been spoiled. She truly is. A sharp sound interrupted. Yi Yuchen set down his phone, his face cold, call her to return. The Qiao family exchanged glances. Previously, Yi had always defended Qiao Xingran, leading them to believe their relationship was blossoming. Now, however, an opportunity seemed to have arisen for them. As Qiao Jianya was about to make a phone call, the door swung open, and Qiao Xingran walked in. Ran, why do you return so late? President Yi has been waiting for you for over an hour. What have you been up to? Did you provoke him? Qiao Feng questioned loudly. Ran, how many times must I remind you that you are now a married woman? You can no longer behave in the spoiled and willful manner you once did. We may indulge you at home, but that does not apply outside. President Yi, Miss Yun, I apologize. It is I who have pampered her too much, Wang Chumei lamented. Your words sing sweeter than a song. Pampered her? Spare me the nonsense. Qiao Jianya seized the moment, gripping Qiao Xingran's shoulders and giving her a forceful shove. Try touching me again, and see what happens, she retorted, her cold gaze radiating a terrifying light as if she could devour them whole in the next instant. Miss Qiao treats her own father this way. I can only imagine how she would disregard me. The Qiao family has indeed spoiled her excessively. Yun Jinjin shook her head, disappointment etched on her face. I am your father, and it is my rightful duty to educate you. As long as I draw breath, I hold the authority to guide you. Qiao Jianye raised his hand. The pent-up frustration from the previous days surged within him, and in that moment, he yearned to unleash it upon Qiao Xingran with all his might. You have no right to lay a hand on my wife, Yi Yuchen interjected. Qiao Jianye's hand, suspended in midair, awkwardly returned to his side. Qiao Xingran sat across from them, her piercing gaze fixed on Yi Yuchen. Are you here to impose punishment? Madame Ye, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely hope you refrain from being so ruthless. If it were not for Chen's timely arrival, I might have faced dire consequences. You cannot act this way, Yun Jinjin whispered softly. She continued, we do not blame you. We just hope you can show some compassion. It's too late. Qiao Xingran stated abruptly, uttering those 4 words without context. Chapter 61. Yezdog Axe Rogue Yi Yuchen narrowed his eyes, his voice low and somber, apologized to Yun Jinjin. The crowd gasped in unison. Qiao Xingran, unable to contain her fury, splashed a glass of water toward him. She could tolerate no more. This despicable man. Qiao Xingran, have you lost your mind? Who permitted you to treat President Yi this way? Apologize. Yes, I'm sorry. It was Ran who went mad. Please do not take offense. We apologize. They scrambled to pacify him. Qiao Xingran, apologize or get out. The Qiao family erupted in chaos, yet secretly relished the turmoil. They could not manage Qiao Xingran, but Yi Yuchen would certainly deal with her. Yun Jinjin hurriedly grabbed a napkin to wipe the water from Yi Yuchen's forehead, her displeasure evident. Qiao Xingran, do not overstep your bounds. This audacious woman dared to splash water on him. She had truly lost her sense of propriety. You are the one who has overstepped, Yun Jinjin. You orchestrated this trap in my private room, hoping for Yi Yuchen to blame me, didn't you? You wish to witness discord between us as a couple? I have already stated that my relationship with him is strained. You need not go to such lengths. You are merely digging your own grave, Qiao Xingran declared with commanding authority. Upon hearing this, Yun Jinjin vehemently retorted, what scheme? What nonsense are you spouting? Chun, you must stand up for me. Out of all the private rooms, why did you choose mine? You didn't even glance before shouting my name for help. You knew I was here from the very beginning. Qiao Xingran questioned, each word deliberate. I didn't, she stammered. Didn't you? You are Yun Jinjin, an international sensation and rumored girlfriend of Yi Yuchen. Who would dare to make things difficult for you? Your handbag alone costs over $1 million. Are you certain you lack funds? Qiao Xingran retorted. Yi Yuchen, did your billions come from winning the lottery? Do you possess any intelligence? Or has your intellect been sacrificed for beauty, leaving you with nothing but a pretty face and the wit of a pig? Qiao Xingran remarked with a cold smirk. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. That was Yi Yuchen. Could she truly speak to him so? Everyone appeared startled, their expressions grim. In contrast, a faint smile played at the corners of Yi Yuchen's mouth. Was he stunned by her words? Or was this merely the calm before the storm? Qiao Xingran raised her thumb in mock admiration. Your skin is thicker than a city wall. Yun Jinjin's voice snapped her back to reality. Qiao Xingran continued. Those people were sent by Yun Jinjin to feign injury and shift the blame onto me, creating misunderstandings between us. In truth, I disdain explaining myself to you, but I refuse to be wronged. I will acknowledge my actions, but no one shall falsely accuse me of something I did not do. In this lifetime, I will not accept even a hint of blame. Why should I be unjustly accused? Why should I endure suffering? Why should I allow myself to be harmed? Yun Jinjin wept bitterly, choking on her words. Chun, I was almost severed at the artery, my life hanging by a thread. All I wanted was an apology. Is that too much to ask? Miss Yun, that is Mrs. Yi. What if he blames you? They are about to divorce, so stop with the nonsense. Just do as I say, and success will follow. Yun Jinjin snatched the phone from Qiao Xingran's hand, her face draining of color, her mouth opening as if to speak. Yet no words emerged. Qiao Xingran scoffed and turned to leave. The Qiao family, witnessing the scene, quietly departed as well. Yun Jinjin trembled, her voice quaking. Chun, this is a misunderstanding. I truly made a mistake. Please give me a chance. Everything I did was for you. I will have Ding Weihuan take you back to the Yun family. Yi Yuchen rose. Just 1 week. Only a week is needed to resolve everything. Do you wish to throw away all your efforts? I was wrong. I will never again overestimate myself. I will apologize to Mrs. Yi. You know that everything I did was not for my own benefit. She revealed her trump card, adding, the Yin family is also eager for the outcome. Just 1 week. Yi Yuchen replied coldly, do not force yourself into a corner. You cannot win against her. He ascended the stairs. Yun Jinjin bit her lip, tears streaming down. Yet she quickly wiped them away. With a week remaining, even if she had to leave, she would ensure Qiao Xingran paid a heavy price. The crux of the matter is, how did that woman uncover the scheme she meticulously devised? One must not underestimate Qiao Xingran. As Yi Yuchen entered, he shut the door firmly behind him. Qiao Xingran rolled her eyes, expressing her displeasure. You can leave. No need for farewells. The man remained unresponsive and began to remove his clothing. First the suit, then the shirt, followed by the belt. Qiao Xingran extended her hand, her brow furrowed. What are you doing? Are you being lewd? To be frank, Ye's physique was indeed impressive. The man approached her step by step, and before she knew it, she found herself pressed against the bed. Qiao Xingran placed her small hand against his chest, her expression darkening. What are you up to again? In a week's time, I will ensure Yun Jinjin departs from here. Her affairs are of no concern to me. The reason I exposed her was not to resolve the misunderstandings between us, but purely because I refused to take the blame. Where she goes is irrelevant. Regardless, I will confront her each time I see her. She merely wishes to escape this man's control, as it is stifling. Regarding today's events, Stop. I do not require your apology. It is inconsequential to me. I have stated before, aside from divorce, I do not wish to have any interaction with you. Qiao Xingran dismissed him. An apology held no significance for her. Those who had harmed her would never be forgiven, not even once. Fu Zibao is quite fond of you. Has he confessed his feelings? Yi Yuchen nearly ground his teeth as he uttered these words. I am weary of hearing the word beautiful. Is it so difficult to love a face like mine? And why should it concern you? When will you finally agree to divorce me? Qiao Xingran had lost her patience. Let's first attend the Yi family banquet, Yi Yuchen suggested. You want tea delayed again, will you? She retorted with a derisive smile. Suddenly, the man's strong hand grasped her waist. Qiao Xingran, what has caused you to change overnight? Because of your body, it's unacceptable, Yi Yuchen replied. With a swift motion, she kicked him in the abdomen, coolly stating, the Yi family banquet is the final deadline. If by then you still refuse to divorce me, I will vanish completely. She had more pressing matters to attend to and was disinclined to engage in prolonged disputes with him. Dear original owner, I have done all I can for you. Do not blame me, nor inflict pain upon me. Learn from my example. I can forsake the little supplement that nourishes me. Yi Yuchen, you must rise. Yi Yuchen flashed a mischievous smile as he reclined on the large bed. Qiao Xingran furrowed her brow and suddenly sat on him, her hands firmly resting on his shoulders, their actions both intimate and fervent. You're not thinking of forcing me again, are you? Yi Yuchen invited softly. Dream on. Qiao Xingran retorted, leaning closer to his nose. What are you waiting for? Chapter 62. Enough of Yi Yuchen. A flicker of change passed through Yi Yuchen's eyes. Qiao Xingran gazed intently. You wish to divorce, yet you linger. What are you waiting for, Mr. Yi? What is your true intention? You certainly are not waiting for me. What are you awaiting? She blinked, responding with a hint of confusion. The man's thoughts are indeed intricate. Yi Yuchen grasped her chin firmly, lifting it with intensity. Their gazes locked. Keep your distance from Fu Xiao. He is far more complex and ruthless than you can imagine. He has caused women to lose their children. He deftly avoided that topic, having dealt with Fu Zibo. Qiao Xingran shot him a glare, shifting to the far edge of the bed, widening the chasm between them. Mr. Yi, you cannot conceal fire with mere paper. No matter how deeply you bury it, the truth will eventually surface. I advise you, do not provoke me, or you shall come to regret it. In this lifetime, she could readily accept any circumstance, possessing ample capability to cope with it. Noticing Yi Yuchen's silence, Qiao Xingran continued. I hope you can be as heartless as before. There is no need for you to flaunt yourself here. Do not presume that your physique is exceptional. There are countless like you on the streets. Our mutual disdain suffices. Spare me the theatrics. She had said all that needed to be said, and the rest was of no concern to her. Turning away, she added, remember to close the door when you leave. Then she settled down to sleep. Do not think you are so remarkable. Countless others surpass you. Qiao Xingran certainly had a way with words, becoming ever more eloquent. He seized her arm with a powerful grip. Her delicate shoulder was partially exposed, her raven locks cascading freely, her skin like porcelain, truly radiant. Have you encountered many men with better physiques than mine? Yi Yuchen's voice was low and resonant. What? Is that forbidden? Who are you to dictate? When speaking of me, consider your little paramour, you hypocritical fool. With a swift motion, she sprang up from the bed, covering herself with the blanket. The fluidity of her actions astonished him. In the past, Qiao Xingran would embrace him, but now her disdain was palpable. Qiao Xingran, I recall your words. You do not love me, yet you love my body. Yi Yuchen's voice rumbled. The implication was clear. Do you not even desire my body now? Huh, women truly are fickle. The incessant bickering was maddening. Qiao Xingran flipped over and tackled him, wrapping her arms around him. Is this sufficient? Silence now. If I fall asleep, you may depart. She closed her eyes to recharge. Her health had improved significantly. A few embraces like this would likely lead to complete recovery. The utility of Yi Yuchen was being thoroughly exploited. She had expected him to refuse, yet he seemed to relish it. How shameless. The night grew quiet, and Qiao Xingran fell into a deep slumber. Yi Yuchen gazed at her face, his expression dark. For a moment, he hesitated, even contemplating altering his plans, a novel emotion stirring within him. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Yi Yuchen understood that this change was instigated by Qiao Xingran. He raised his hand, then withdrew it. No one could alter his plans. It was merely an adjustment to the unfamiliarity of Qiao Xingran's transformation. With time, he would become accustomed to it. Draped in her attire, she rose to depart. When did he become so obedient? The following day at the Qiao group, Qiao Jianya, Qiao Feng, Qiao Xingran, Wang Honghong, and other senior executives stood at the entrance, anticipating the arrival of young Master Fu. However, after half an hour of waiting, he still had not appeared. Young Master Fu is usually punctual. How can he be delayed for half an hour? Could this be a ruse? Murmured one. It must be a fabrication. After all, sealing a deal worth over 100 million overnight is hardly a trivial matter, another replied. I had thought she was both impressive and bold. Yet it appears she is merely incompetent. Wang Honghong, overhearing the employees' chatter, felt a sense of clarity wash over her. Miss Qiao, how long do you intend to deceive us? Do you take us for fools? Without the capability, one should not attempt the impossible. She spoke up. Qiao Xingran, with her alluring gaze fixed on Wang Honghong, tilted her head mockingly. Monkeys are clever creatures. I would never dare to toy with them. My target is the likes of you, a simpleton. Yao Yao. Fetch a set of cleaning attire for our newly appointed security lady. Wang Honghong, she scoffed. Laughter erupted among the employees behind her. Wang Honghong, her pride wounded, raised her hand and struck down hard. Cursing, you wretched girl, how dare you treat me this way? I swear I'll make you pay for this. Qiao Xingran, lifting her stiletto, delivered a sharp kick to her abdomen. Smack! Wang Honghong collapsed before her. What gives you the right to act so brazenly in my company? Even if I fail to secure the project, I can simply leave. Do you think you can insult me or lay a hand on me? Are you tired of living? I have a soft heart. If you simply apologize and concede, your position as the janitor remains intact. Do you truly wish to forfeit that? Qiao Xingran questioned from her elevated stance. Wang Honghong, eyes ablaze, screamed in anguish. You shall not prevail. Qiao Xingran, what is the meaning of this? This is a company, and so many employees are watching. Qiao Feng reprimanded her. Employees possess eyes and can discern right from wrong. She insulted me first and struck me. Should I stand idly by and accept her blows? As the company owner, your inaction suggests you have often turned a blind eye to such behavior, she retorted fiercely. How audacious of the arrogant sister. One employee whispered. Though her abilities may be lacking, her eloquence is unmatched. She certainly seems to embody justice. If she were part of our team, we would not suffer such indignities. I wish for the toilet Wang Honghong scrubbed to be mine, another added. Qiao Feng's expression darkened upon hearing the employee's remarks. Had he just lost some popularity? Arrogant sister? He frowned, displeased. Yet, you have indeed failed to secure this collaboration. Please honor your promise from yesterday and vacate the premises. Qiao Xingran turned toward the elevator, her sultry lips parting to utter 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The elevator doors slid open. Led by Fu Zibo, a group of individuals strode in with great momentum. It is indeed young Master Fu. He is even more handsome than on television. What the hell? A project that has been stalled for 13 months was resolved by Sister Zhai in just 23 hours? Truly impressive. I take back my previous statement. Sister Zhai is far from incompetent. Sister Zhai is forever my idol. Qiao Xingran quickly regained his composure and hurried over, respectfully stating, "Young Master Fu, thank you for your efforts in coming here." Although Yi Yuchen is his son-in-law, due to Qiao Xingran's lack of favor, the company has not gained any advantages in business. The Qiao Group has stagnated for years, even incurring losses. Securing a partnership with young Master Fu would undoubtedly lead to a remarkable increase in performance. While Fu Zibo may not surpass Yi Yuchen, he's a close second. The Second King. Chapter 63. The indulgent affection of young Master Fu without Yi Yuchen. Fu Zibo is still a prime choice. Qiao Feng was initially taken aback, but quickly turned into a sycophant, bowing deeply. "Young Master Fu, welcome. Your presence here truly elevates our humble establishment." Fu Zibo disregarded them and walked directly to Qiao Xingran, revealing a gentle smile. This smile was like a gentle spring breeze, stirring the hearts of the women present. Who said young Master Fu harbors animosity towards women? His smile is disarmingly tender. "Oh no, I am enchanted. I can't believe I'm not wearing makeup. What a blunder." "Please," young Master Fu is smiling at Sister Zhai. "It has nothing to do with you." Qiao Xingran glanced at the time, her face cold and stern. "Young Master Fu, if you have matters to attend to, it would be courteous to send a text or make a call in advance rather than keeping everyone waiting. Being unpunctual is a grave offense." "It's all right. It's just good that young Master Fu could come." Qiao Xingran smiled obsequiously. Was Qiao Xingran out of her mind? It was fortunate that Fu Zibo could attend. Why was she being so serious? What if he decided to leave in a huff? Wang Honghong struggled to rise, muttering softly. With so many people around, treating young Master Fu in such a manner, just wait until he leaves. However, Fu Zibo not only stayed but also indulged her, saying, "I was momentarily delayed by some unforeseen matters. Here, this is for you." He opened a plastic container filled with steamed dumplings, and the aroma wafted through the air. Instantly, Qiao Xingran's eyes lit up. "This breakfast shop's dumplings are exceptionally delicious. I thought you would enjoy them, so I queued for a while. I promise to inform you ahead of time next time. This was my oversight." Fu Zibo handed her the chopsticks, exhibiting his utmost affection. "Oh my, is this a confession? Young Master Fu is publicly expressing his sentiments for a married woman? For a wealthy individual, even gifting steamed dumplings exudes such class. It feels as though the dumplings have transformed into golden treasures. Qiao Xingran must be quite remarkable, marrying the CEO and still garnering such favoritism from young Master Fu. She could write a book about it. If one looks like her, 2 men are no challenge. Even 20 would be a trifle. I aspire to be like this. I strut with confidence." Qiao Xingran paid no heed to the incessant chatter of her colleagues. She took the chopsticks with a serious demeanor, swallowed hard, and remarked, "Thank you. Young Master Fu, please head to the office first." How delectable! She yearned for dumplings. Fu Zibo trailed closely behind her like an attentive acolyte. Qiao Xingran and Qiao Feng exchanged glances. "Dad, Qiao Xingran is quite the seductress. Has she already ensnared young Master Fu?" Qiao Feng posed a probing question. "Why concern ourselves with such matters? As long as it brings us benefits, she could be a mermaid for all I care. Let us follow her." Qiao Xingran reasoned with clarity. They proceeded after her, with Wang Honghong rising to follow as well. Inside the office, Qiao Xingran savored the dumplings, her face glowing with satisfaction. Observing her, Fu Zibo also exhibited a semblance of joy, his large hand hovering near the corner of her mouth. Yet, as his hand descended, it hesitated in mid-air. A flicker of bittersweet emotion crossed his eyes, and he retracted his hand, offering her a tissue instead. "Take your time. If you enjoy eating, someone will bring them to you every day. Young Master Fu, you wouldn't be attempting to bribe me, would you? Although I have a penchant for food, I am quite meticulous in business. I won't concede an inch." She tilted her head adorably, though her gaze remained earnest. "The entire company could be yours. You dictate the business terms." Fu Zibo was perpetually confessing his feelings to her. "Wake up. I am married," she reminded him as she swallowed another dumpling. "That is inconsequential. By the way, I have reviewed the project proposal and have a couple of points of contention. Take a look." Fu Zibo handed her the documents. Just then, Qiao Feng entered, swiftly seizing them. "Young Master Fu, I am in charge of this project. Ranran has never worked before and is unfamiliar with many matters," he said with a smile. "You understand? If you are so knowledgeable, How did I manage to secure this project? Qiao Xingran retorted coldly, setting down her chopsticks. Qiao Feng's smile faltered. The embarrassment of being publicly rebuffed by Qiao Xingran in front of young Master Fu was palpable. Ran, this project was previously overseen by Qingqing. It does not pertain to you, so why should it be entrusted to you? Qiao Xingran countered assertively. Qiao Feng opened his mouth, but no words emerged. She rolled her eyes, picked up the planning document, and perused her 2 points of feedback, nodding frequently. Your suggestions are quite astute. I wholeheartedly agree. Rest assured, this project will not incur losses. Of course, I have complete faith in you. I am willing to invest an additional 5 billion in this project. Fu Zibo was extravagantly affluent. 5 billion? Even 50 billion for Qiao Xingran, he would be willing. Qiao Jianya and Qiao Feng clenched their fists in unison, their eyes fixed on Qiao Xingran. This woman is truly formidable. 5 billion, a monumental project. Qiao Xingran lightly tapped her fingers, contemplating for a moment. Very well. I am confident that I can quintuple your profits. Quintuple? Just moments ago, I found her admirable, and now she speaks such foolishness. Ran, one should not speak too confidently. Investment carries risks. Achieving a profit is commendable. Even a twofold return is satisfactory. Are you aware of the magnitude of fivefold? Qiao Feng lectured with an air of expertise. Your limitations do not imply mine. Since I have proclaimed it, I shall undoubtedly accomplish it. Young Master Fu, may our collaboration be fruitful. Qiao Xingran extended her hand, her confident smile radiating charm. Fu Zibo enveloped her petite hand within his own, gently squeezing it, his heart racing like an inexperienced youth in love. After further negotiations on the details, Fu Zibo took his leave. Qiao Jianya observed Qiao Xingran with delight, exclaiming, Ran, you are truly remarkable. With this project, the company will surely ascend to new heights. We owe you our gratitude. Am I to require your thanks for earning my own profits? If I do not exert myself for my own company, should I rely on others? She retorted with a teasing glance at Qiao Feng. Although Qiao Feng worked at the Qiao Group, he also managed his own enterprise. The implication in her words was clear, understood by both Qiao Jianya and Qiao Feng. Look at you, so proud over a mere project. Do you even comprehend how you secured it? Qiao Feng shot back once Fu Zibo had departed. I rely on my talent, my abilities, my intellect. You recall what was said yesterday, do you not? I have clinched the project. It is perfectly reasonable for me to be Qiao Feng's superior, is it not? Qiao Xingran raised an eyebrow in inquiry. The entirety of the Qiao family, including Qiao Feng and Qiao Jianya, would gradually be reclaimed by her on behalf of the original owner. No, I will not allow you to stay. My company has little room for you, and your pretentiousness is unwarranted. As for Wang Hong, if she refuses to clean, she should leave as well. Qiao Xingran interrupted him with a commanding presence. Self-awareness is a rare virtue, and it is evident that many on this planet lack it. Father, Qiao Feng called out. Father, I am your biological daughter. By the way, arrange for his name to be reverted. Lin Feng is Lin Feng, incapable of being a member of the Qiao family. Qiao Xingran asserted, leaving them no opportunity for refusal, exuding confidence. Chapter 64. The Pursuit of a Wife. Ran. Your brother has borne that name for many years. Changing it abruptly will undoubtedly invite unfavorable rumors from the outside world. It is merely a surname. You need not concern yourself with it. Qiao Jianya remarked with a conciliatory smile. Merely a surname? Not to care. Then why did you all oppose grandfather's wish to change mine? Spare me your double standards. Furthermore, his face isn't significant enough. No one will care if he changes it. After all those years of exploiting the Qiao family's resources, is that not sufficient? I'm not seeking your agreement. I am issuing a command. She stood her ground resolutely. Qiao Jianya's expression darkened. In previous times, he would have erupted with anger. But now, given Qiao Xingran's success in securing the major deal, he hesitated to act, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Very well. I will schedule an appointment with a lawyer tomorrow to resolve this matter. After a pause, he continued. Ran, your brother and Wang Hong have long been esteemed employees of the company, possessing a deeper understanding of it than you do. For this project, let them collaborate with you. What do you think? Officially, Qiao Feng remains your department manager, yet in reality, your salary surpasses his. Is that acceptable? Qiao Jianya smiled at her. Do you believe I am concerned about that mere sum? She chuckled, then her expression turned icy. Yesterday, it was Qiao Feng who instigated the wager, and Wang Hong was adamant that I would not succeed. Now that I have triumphed, they must accept the consequences of their bet. This commanding demeanor rendered the other three silent. Ultimately, they nodded in resignation, in unison declaring, "Yes, we accept the terms of the wager, and we embrace all that comes with it." Qiao Xingran's lips curved upward. Everything was finally commencing. Qiao Feng clenched his fists tightly. The Qiao group belonged to him and must not be usurped by this wretched woman. Qiao Xingran was doomed. Wang Hong, even more infuriated, thought to herself, "A mere cleaning lady? Damn it. Even if it costs me my life, I will rise. Otherwise, the previous scandals would be revealed, and she would be utterly finished." At the Yi group, Ding Weihuan timidly stepped through the door, standing nervously to one side, resembling a wronged wife. Yi Yuchen raised his gaze to meet hers. Arching an eyebrow in inquiry, "What troubles you?" "It's not me who is troubled. It's Madame Yi." Ding Weihuan hesitated, unsure how to articulate her thoughts. Yi Yuchen set down his documents, his brow furrowing. "What has happened now?" "The project with Yao Meng has been successfully concluded, and young Master Fu has invested an additional 5 billion, Ding Weihuan reported. Yi Yuchen's expression remained impassive, yet his breathing grew noticeably heavier. After a lengthy pause, he declared, 10 billion. Allocate the Huan project to Qiao Xingran and let her choose me." Ah, the Yi chairman has finally come to his senses. Ding Weihuan felt a surge of relief. If action were not taken soon, his wife would truly slip away. "By the way, has our contract with the Qiao group expired?" he inquired. "Chairman Yi, we have not collaborated with the Qiao group," Ding Weihuan replied, continuing, "Madam Yi previously sought your assistance, but you opted to partner with the Yun family. Consequently, all company projects were preferentially assigned to them." Yi Yuchen posed, recalling that Qiao Xingran had indeed broached this topic with him. However, due to certain circumstances at the time, he had decisively declined. Afterward, Qiao Xingran had not revisited the matter, and he had not given it further thought. With so many company projects, it was impossible for him to oversee them all. If not for Ding Weihuan's mention today, he would never have realized that he had granted every project to the Qiao group. "Chairman Yi, now you understand how excessive your actions have been, don't you?" Xiao Zong values reputation and career immensely. Denying the Qiao family even a single project has subjected Madame Yi to considerable distress, Ding Weihuan expressed indignantly. Yi Yuchen furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Why didn't you remind me?" "So this burden has been thrust upon him?" I intended to remind you. But the moment you hear the words Madame Yi, you could become irate," Ding Weihuan stammered. "Is it fair to blame him now? The company is willing to allocate the project to the Qiao group, so let it be given to Qiao Xingran," Knight Yuchen generously declared. "Yes, I will take care of it right away. But why are you suddenly so kind to Mrs. Yi? Has your conscience been stirred?" he inquired softly. A subtle shift occurred in the man's dark, forbidding gaze. Having accompanied him for so many years, Ding Weihuan was well aware of his thoughts. "Mr. Yi, Mrs. You will never accept your form of atonement. Once she learns the truth, with her current disposition, she will fight you fiercely," Ding Weihuan urgently cautioned. Knight Yuchen showed no hesitation and coldly replied, "Proceed as I instructed. Do not concern yourself with anything else." However, a piercing glare from the man silenced Ding Weihuan, who could only sigh in resignation. "Understood. I will take care of it now," he stated, rising to leave. Yet, as he reached the door, he paused. "Mrs. Yi has changed. She will no longer love you as she once did. If this matter erupts, you shall never gain her forgiveness." He had said all that needed to be said. If Knight Yuchen remained obstinate, the heart-wrenching pain he would endure in the future could only be borne in silence. Previously, he thought Knight Yuchen would pursue his wife relentlessly, but now he realized that Knight Yuchen was unworthy of entering that realm of despair. "Leave," Knight Yuchen commanded, his eyes fixed on the documents. Ding Weihuan shook his head in futility. There was no saving him. After Ding Weihuan departed, the man continued to review the materials. But as he did, his emotions became increasingly agitated. Knight Yuchen impatiently tossed aside his pen, tugging at his tie with his long fingers, visibly frustrated. The sound of a notification interrupted his thoughts. Upon answering, he heard, "Mr. Yi, everything is prepared. We can proceed in a week." Knight Yuchen squinted. An inexplicable image of Qiao Xingran flashed through his mind. He was actually thinking of that woman? "Mr. Yi," the caller prompted softly, noticing his silence. "Yes, everything shall proceed as planned," Knight Yuchen articulated with clarity. After hanging up, he exhaled deeply, murmuring, Qiao Xingran, once this is accomplished, I will honor our agreement and divorce you. When Ding Weihuan arrived at the Qiao group with a contract, seeking collaboration, Qiao Jianye was filled with excitement. Unable to suppress a glance at Qiao Xingran, he had to admit that his daughter held some value at this moment. He would need to adjust his attitude henceforth. Just as he was about to speak, Qiao Xingran preemptively addressed him. Thank you for Mr. Ye's kind offer, but for the time being, we do not require it. She had refused. Qiao Jianye was left stunned. Qiao Feng immediately erupted, shouting in agitation. Have you lost your mind? Do you realize how much money these projects could generate? Who allowed you to decline? Ding, the assistant, chimed in. Ran, are you joking? What position do you think you hold regarding these projects? I am your boss. You must heed my words. I will not accept these projects, Qiao Xingran boldly declared. I am the president, and I say we will proceed, Qiao Jianye insisted. But these projects are offered to me, and I say no, she resolutely reiterated. Madam Yi, do you find these projects unworthy? What is it that you desire? Ding Weihuan inquired with a smile. Chapter 65. Meeting as a star divorce. Qiao Xingran, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mirth, declared. Ding Weihuan responded, aside from divorce, I do not wish for anything belonging to Yi Yuchen. Please convey to him that I have no intention of visiting the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce. I do not even wish to see him, let alone accept his charity. I disdain everything he represents. Her cold laughter was laced with unrestrained mockery. Ding Weihuan awkwardly nodded. Yes, Madam Yi, I shall convey your words verbatim. However, these projects hold promising prospects. They are rightfully yours. He wished for Qiao Xingran to benefit financially. Indeed. Mr. Yi has only the best intentions. Ran, do not squander this opportunity, Qiao Jianye suggested. Yes, Ran, do not reject what I desire, Qiao Feng chimed in, almost like a sycophant. Apologies, but these projects are intended for Madam Yi. You two do not possess the qualifications. Ding Weihuan coldly rejected their advances. Their smiles faltered. Qiao Xingran scoffed, I do not want them. Ding Weihuan, Qiao Jianye called in a hushed tone. Qiao Xingran, unfazed, lowered her gaze to the documents, ignoring them. Observing this, Ding Weihuan rose to depart. Ding assistant, shall we continue our discussion? Qiao Feng persisted, yet no one acknowledged him. The office door closed behind them. Frustrated, Qiao Feng shouted, Are you out of your mind? You dismiss so many projects with a mere wave of your hand. Do you have any idea how much the company stands to lose because of your stubbornness? Ran, you're being excessively headstrong. Even if you divorce Mr. Yi, you can still maintain a cordial friendship. He is offering you projects. You are being incredibly ungrateful. Qiao Jianye was equally furious. Father, she is utterly clueless. Keeping her in the company will surely lead to disaster. She must leave. Qiao Feng slammed the table, struggling to contain his emotions. Speak less if you lack wisdom. The Yi Group's projects are nearly all underway. For him to suddenly assign these to me, do you comprehend what that signifies? Qiao Xingran retorted. What does it matter? As long as we secure the projects, we can profit. Businessmen prioritize profit above all else. This profit is a long-term dividend, not a mere pittance, Qiao Xingran replied coldly. These projects are evidently those that Mr. Yi has chosen to terminate midway. And once our Qiao Group takes over, the original companies responsible will become our adversaries. Once the news of my divorce from Mr. Yi is publicized, how do you think they will retaliate against our company? Qiao Xingran raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing them. That scoundrel Yi Yuchen would resort to such tactics? Fortunately, she is astute. Otherwise, she would have been deceived. Nevertheless, this time, she has unjustly accused Yi Yuchen. Qiao Jianye and Qiao Feng exchanged glances, speechless. However, Qiao Xingran's analysis held substantial merit. With Yi Yuchen as their backing, they felt invincible, yet once divorced. The Qiao family could not afford to take risks. The words of Ran carry significant weight. You should take her lessons to heart. Being impulsive will not lead to great achievements, remarked Qiao Jianye with an altered demeanor. Qiao Feng, suppressing his inner dissatisfaction, hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Yes, I acknowledge that my thoughts were not sufficiently thorough, and I shall endeavor to learn diligently. Ran, you truly possess remarkable abilities, Qiao Jianye said with a smile. Qiao Xingran shrugged helplessly. I suddenly understand why my mother is so exceptional. With unreliable men, one must rely on oneself. In an instant, Qiao Jianye's expression turned notably uncomfortable. Being inept is inconsequential to me, but do not presume to be a hindrance. Otherwise, I shall break your legs, she warned sharply. The two men bowed their heads like humble apprentices, outwardly respectful, yet harboring a resolute desire to eliminate Qiao Xingran. Yi Yuqing observed Ding Weihuan's return. Taking a sip of coffee with confidence, she must be quite happy, right? Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi has a message for you, he replied quietly. No need for thanks. Yi Yuqing responded grandly. Ding Weihuan was reluctant to dampen his spirits, but the situation had escalated beyond her control. Mrs. Yi stated that aside from divorce, she desires nothing from you. Please convey to him that if he does not proceed with the divorce at the Civil Affairs Bureau, she has no wish to see him. Nor does she want his charity. She finds it beneath her. Ding Weihuan imitated Qiao Xingran's angry expression, which caused a storm to brew on the man's face. He added, Mrs. Yi has not asked for a single project. Let her have it. I was merely showing her grace. When the time comes for the divorce, it will happen swiftly. Now, go attend to your matters. I have an appointment with Star this evening. In that moment, Yi Yuqing's previously amiable demeanor vanished entirely. This couple was truly extraordinary. As dusk fell, Yi Yuqing arrived at the private room as agreed. The room was enveloped in silence and darkness. After taking a seat, he waited quietly until the door creaked open. In the shadows, he discerned a slender figure, a woman strikingly similar in silhouette to Qiao Xingran. Damn it, it was all too easy to think of that woman now. Star? He inquired in a low, somber tone. Yes, Star replied, igniting a candle. Adorned with a red fox mask and a black lace-eye veil, she was entirely enigmatic, fearing that her voice might betray her identity to Yi Yuqing. Qiao Xingran had temporarily altered her vocal tone with medication. Surely he wouldn't recognize her. Can you cure my ailment? Yi Yuqing asked directly. Whether I can or cannot depends on your sincerity, Mr. Yi, Star replied with a smile. Money can resolve matters in an instant. He placed a card on the table, stating, here is 300 million. Upon successful completion, another 300 million will follow. However, I need to assess your capabilities. Star accepted the card and offered him a pill in return. Take this. Without hesitation, Yi Yuqing swallowed the pill. Wow, you are surprisingly obedient. Why doesn't the original owner eliminate that scoundrel? The throbbing pain in Yi Yuqing's head was suddenly alleviated, as if the meridians throughout his body began to breathe, gradually easing the discomfort, and his spirit felt remarkably uplifted. This medicine will prevent you from relapsing in the short term. Return here in half a month, and I shall provide an alternative treatment plan. Rest assured, your ailment will be resolved within 6 months, Star stated. With Star's reassuring words, Yi Yuqing felt a wave of relief wash over him. By the way, my previous episodes did not lead to significant physical changes, but in the most recent one, I experienced pain and several bruises. What could be the cause? He inquired, perplexed. Perhaps you were struck. She paused before continuing. It seems you might have inflicted harm upon yourself during your episode. Just be cautious in the future. I harmed myself? How can I not recall? Yi Yuqing expressed his confusion. Did he lose his memory during these episodes? Star neatly tucked away her card and spoke clearly. There can be instances of transient amnesia. You may also have numerous enemies, and thus be unaware of being attacked. Just take care moving forward. I must take my leave now. Just as she stood to depart, Yi Yuqing grasped her wrist firmly. Chapter 66. You resemble my wife. Yi Yuqing drew Star closer, a unique floral fragrance enveloping him, inexplicably refreshing his spirit. The scent felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of Qiao Xingran. Qiao Xingran eyed him warily, instinctively asking, what are you doing? Yi, if you continue to tease me like this, it comes at a different price. Yi Yuqing hurriedly released her wrist, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. It's nothing. I was merely reminded of my wife. What a dog of a man. How dare he mention her? Qiao Xingran thought bitterly. Is that so? I envy you, Yi, for having a wife. I, however, am a widow, she retorted coldly. My apologies for bringing up your sorrowful past. I must inquire, do you accept all kinds of cases? Yi Yuqing asked directly. That question seems rather peculiar, she replied. I only acknowledge money. If you compensate adequately, I will accept any case. What ailment are we discussing? Qiao Xingran countered. Once she is treated, I shall provide further details. Rest assured, the payment will be substantial, as long as you can save her, Yi Yuqing articulated with conviction. She? Presumably another woman? Qiao Xingran thought, recalling his earlier mention of his wife, now passionately requesting her to save someone else. Disgusting. She had no desire to delve into the identity of this other woman, calmly nodding, "Very well, contact me whenever." With that, she turned and left without a backward glance. In the darkness, Yuchen watched her retreating figure. As the door closed, Ding Weihuan switched on the light. "What is Qiao Xingran's specialty?" he instinctively asked. "Huh? Don't you think Star bears a striking resemblance to her?" Yuchen remarked. Ding Weihuan was momentarily taken aback, asking, "Her? You're referring to the lady?" "Indeed," the man replied with a slight grunt. Ding Weihuan's mouth fell slightly agape, contemplating for a moment before quickly shaking her head in denial. "Impossible. The madam is an entirely different type. If she were truly a star with her capabilities, would she remain by your side for so long? Would she be bullied by the Xiao family?" This reasoning held considerable weight. However, if the star were indeed the madam, I would broadcast myself performing a striptease. Ding Weihuan remained unconvinced. Yuchen fell silent for a moment. "Investigate. I wish to know everything about her, every detail from her childhood. Not a single trivial matter shall be overlooked." His curiosity towards Qiao Xingran intensified. "Look, it's a classic case of chasing one's wife." "Indeed." Ding Weihuan nodded, then inquired, "Mr. Yi, can the star save her?" "Certainly." Upon finishing his words, Yuchen rose to leave, and she followed closely behind. Qiao Xingran, through her cunning methods, had successfully transferred several billion into her own pocket, leaving her in an inexplicably joyous mood, having devoured several bowls of rice. While Wang Chumei sat weeping and sighing in despair. With a sharp motion, a pair of chopsticks were thrown down. Qiao Xingran, displeased, remarked, "Is it possible for you to eat? If not, kindly leave. Do you not find your lamentations to be an ill omen? If you wish to cry, retreat to your room. None wish to witness your countenance, nor the extent of your distress. Do you not have any self-awareness?" "Qiao Jianya, I did not intend to offend. It is merely that Qingqing has gone missing, and I am quite worried about her. Will my sighing bring her back? However, Mrs. Wang, I must advise you, the Qiao family is not a mere vegetable garden. From the moment you chose to abandon her, you ought to consider her as lost. Should you depart from the Qiao family, you shall not enter its doors again." Qiao Xingran now held the reins of power, and no one dared to act recklessly. Meanwhile, Wang Chumei, amidst her tears, could not help but cast furtive glances at the two men at the dining table. She had initially believed that Qiao Jianya and Qiao Feng would advocate for her, yet both men were too afraid to voice their anger. Mrs. Wang recognized the prevailing dynamics. "In the Qiao family, my word is law, and they are powerless," Qiao Xingran warned. Wang Chumei suppressed her inner fury, and after a considerable time, managed to muster a smile. "Yes, at this moment, I have finally seen the truth. I shall not dare to act recklessly henceforth. By the way, grandmother mentioned she would visit next week. Do you intend to continue residing in the Qiao family? She will be worried. Let Lin Qingqing be gone. She still has Qiao Feng and Ruru." She temporarily withheld her breath, planning to turn the tables and ultimately eliminate this little wretch. "Grandmother? Is that person even worthy? That old wretch Shan Xia has always tormented the original owner. Qiao Xingran would repay cruelty with cruelty. The Qiao family belongs to me. Naturally, I shall reside here." After speaking, she took another few bites of her meal, which she found delectable. Wang Chumei, seizing the moment, picked up her chopsticks, determined to eat. For one must have strength to fight. However, Qiao Xingran interrupted, "Mrs. Wang, have I permitted you to use your chopsticks?" The other three were left dumbfounded. "Ran, this is excessive. Why must we create such an unpleasant atmosphere over a family meal? Are you truly going to let her go hungry?" Qiao Jianya, suppressing his anger, retorted, "Indeed, my mother may not have any merits, yet she has endured hardships. Why then is she forbidden from partaking in a meal with the Qiao family?" Qiao Feng added, equally displeased. Qiao Xingran set down her chopsticks and, with a playful smile, retorted, "Hard work? Does accompanying someone to bed count as hard work? The phrase accompanying to bed truly strikes a chord. Ran, she is my wife. How can you speak like that?" Qiao Jianya felt an overwhelming urge to tear that little brat apart, but he restrained himself for the sake of appearances. Wasn't it all about accompanying her to bed before she became your wife? She truly has good fortune. She accompanied him and rose to prominence. What? Have you forgotten all those days? Mrs. Wang felt fortunate to have birthed a daughter through such companionship. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be worthy of carrying my shoes. Every word from Qiao Xingran was piercing and cold. The trio yearned to retort, but found themselves at a loss for words. Ran, you are still young. I won't be angry. What must I do to have a meal? Wang Chume inquired with a smile. I eat while you watch. I sit while you stand. Can you endure the rules of the Qiao family? Qiao Xingran asked with a hint of amusement. Tsk, tsk, tsk. Wang Chume is truly formidable. Even a ninja turtle couldn't endure as much as she does, right? All right, I will comply, the woman responded cheerfully. Qiao Feng's fist struck the marble dining table, his gaze filled with hatred directed at Qiao Xingran. Lin Feng, is there something you need? You. Learn from your mother. With a daughter lost and a son rendered useless, and you being disciplined to such an extent, yet still wearing a smile, what a remarkable skill that is. The Qiao family has allowed you to fantasize about fortune for so many years. It's time to repay that. If you can endure, then endure. If not, get lost, Qiao Xingran asserted with undeniable authority. Yes, we will obediently listen, Ran. Tomorrow is your third uncle's birthday. As the head of the Qiao family, you will accompany us, won't you? Wang Chume beamed with delight. Third, Uncle Qiaoan? Oh, that creature is still alive? Of course I will attend. With a slight huff, she rose to her feet. Just as she turned, she encountered Yuchen entering the living room, colliding directly with her. Why is he here again? He held a folder. It couldn't possibly be a divorce agreement, could it? It certainly seemed so. Qiao Xingran's smile blossomed instantly as she approached him. Yuchen was immediately captivated by her radiant smile. She was breathtaking, stunning enough to take one's breath away. He glanced behind him. There was no one there. Was she smiling at him? Out of politeness, Yuchen returned her smile. Heaven knows how charming that smile was. Are you here to discuss our divorce? Qiao Xingran asked, her face alight with excitement. Yuchen, the other three, Chapter 67, unable to resist temptation, desiring her. The hidden smile at the corner of Yuchen's mouth vanished the moment he heard those words. His dark, predatory eyes settled on Qiao Xingran's face. Reject all collaborations with Fu Zibao, his commanding voice resonated. So it wasn't about divorce. Qiao Xingran's brilliant smile faded, and she rolled her eyes, brushing past the man. However, her wrist was grasped firmly. I do not wish to repeat myself, Yuchen warned, pulling her close with displeasure. Was that radiant smile truly a result of the prospect of divorce? This woman is undeniably intoxicating. Her scent is reminiscent of familiar floral notes, identical to that of Star. As he was about to broach the subject, Qiao Xingran forcefully shook off his hand and retorted, I have no desire to revisit the topic of divorce. I have already negotiated a collaboration with General Manager Fu. This project represents the future of the Yi Group for the next 5 years, and I will grant it all to you, provided you sever ties with Fu Zibao. Yuchen handed her the documents. 5 years. Qiao Feng's voice trembled. This was a tremendous opportunity. With these projects, the Qiao family could soar to unprecedented heights. He could transcend social strata. Yet, Qiao Xingran did not refuse, readily accepting the folder. The image of the original owner, pleading with Yuchen for the projects, flashed through her mind. In return, she had only received the disdainful remark that her body was not worth such a price, that he found even the thought of her repugnant. Now, she was being offered all 5 years of projects. However, she understood clearly that this offer was merely a means to avoid embarrassment. With a sharp movement, she flung the documents back at Yuchen's face, closing the distance between them. Her teeth clenched as she declared, my body is not worth that price. I do not desire it. The words felt achingly familiar. He recalled them vividly. This was a resounding slap in the face, leaving him momentarily speechless. Standing nearby, Qiao Feng hurriedly interjected, Ran, you mustn't be so unreasonable. General Yi means well. Familiarity is preferable in business. Before he could finish, Qiao Xingran disregarded him entirely and walked away. The other three remained rooted in place, fuming with frustration. Yuchen adjusted his tie and, with a parting remark forbidding interruptions, pursued Qiao Xingran. Wang Chume blinked, a touch of helplessness and bitterness etched on her face as she remarked, Ran is truly a hidden gem. It's no wonder General Yi holds her in such high regard. I fear her capriciousness may lead her astray. Were it Ru, the situation would be vastly different. What a shame. Father, I acknowledge that Qiao Xingran is formidable, but she is not a sustainable solution. For the Qiao family to remain under our control, we must rely on our own people. We must prepare for all contingencies, Qiao Feng asserted. Then let Ru return promptly. Once the opportunity is lost, it will be futile. Strike while the iron is hot, Qiao Jinya advised. Agreed, Wang Chumei nodded. Once my Ru arrives, she will replace Qiao Xingran, and then we shall see how it unfolds. Inside the room, as Qiao Xingran stepped in, a pair of hands encircled her waist. Yi Yuchen's warm body enveloped her from behind. Wow, she felt every cell in her body come alive, pulsating with energy. Huh? Qiao Xingran surprisingly did not resist. Was this woman playing hard to get? Be obedient and cut off all ties with Fuzabao, Yi Yuchen said with rare gentleness. No one can alter my decision, she coldly rejected. Qiao Xingran, I see through your ruse. I admit your transformation has indeed caught my attention. That is sufficient. If you wish to avoid divorce, we can discuss further. After all, even without a mirror, one can still see their reflection. Take a good look. I have stated before that I simply prefer your body. If you do not provide me with some advantage, I would have cast you aside long ago. Were there any other means of fulfillment, I would disregard him entirely. However, it is impossible to remain entangled with Yi Yuchen for this reason. This marriage has been prolonged for far too long. It is time to part ways. I will bring the entire Qiao family to ruin. Yi Yuchen's patience is gradually waning. Then, let it perish in my heart. You have already slaughtered the Qiao family countless times. In the past, I was indifferent, but now, having reached a collaboration with Fu Zibai, why should I still care about you? By what authority do you threaten me? She charged her energy and shook off his hand. Yet, the man approached her once more. As your man, I must remind you, if you do not care about the Qiao family, what of Fu Zibai? You must know that I possess the means to ruin him. Yi Yuchen made a move against that wild man. If Qiao Xingran uttered even a single word more for that man, he would effortlessly flatten the Fu family. So what are we waiting for? Go. Qiao Xingran removed her high heels, letting her hair cascade down. Dressed in professional attire, her figure was perfectly showcased, with her lustrous black hair tumbling casually over her shoulders. And crucially, clad in black stockings that were utterly tantalizing. Thump, thump, thump. Something within Yi Yuchen began to roar uncontrollably. Since being overwhelmed by Qiao Xingran, he found himself particularly prone to losing control in her presence. At times, he questioned whether she had drugged him, as he experienced inexplicable reactions upon seeing her. The once awkward duck had truly transformed into a captivating swan. Qiao Xingran sensed a burning gaze upon her. Turning to face the man, she snapped, "Aren't you leaving? What do you want?" In the moment she bent down, the beauty of her bosom was laid bare before his eyes. Was this not an invitation? Yi Yuchen, being a normal man, struggled to contain himself, but it was futile. He strode over, forcefully pressing Qiao Xingran onto the grand bed. Her dark hair sprawled over the white sheets, and in that instant, her sheer white blouse slipped aside, revealing her delicate shoulders. Qiao Xingran appeared even more radiant and fair. His breath quickened, akin to a reckless youth driven by impulsive desires. Qiao Xingran was truly formidable. Yi, if you wish to indulge, go seek your mistress. Dare to lay a finger on me, and I will certainly call the police, she declared, extending her delicate hand against his chest. Being beautiful is indeed a nuisance, always tempting men to want to pounce on her. Even without a divorce, I would dare. Qiao Xingran, remember, I am your husband, and, as your wife, you have the obligation to cooperate with me, Yi Yuchen asserted, his hand resting firmly on her waist. She frequently threatened to call the police, yet had never followed through. It was merely an act. Qiao Xingran, Yun Jinjin is not my mistress. She is. Before he could finish, a voice crackled from the phone. This is 110. How may we assist you? Officer, someone is attempting to assault me. The address is Howding Garden. Please come quickly. I am at my wit's end. Qiao Xingran cried out in distress. Yi Yuchen replied, please hold on. We will be there shortly. After hanging up the phone, Qiao Xingran cast a seductive smile in his direction. Yi Zong, I am rather looking forward to seeing you in the headlines tomorrow, especially considering the violent incident that may lead you to the police station. Chapter 68. Yi Yuchen feels something. Yi Zong, allow me to offer you some advice. Do not squander your time on me. I do not love you. In fact, I harbor a sense of aversion. Everything I do is solely for my own pleasure, and it has nothing to do with you. Spare yourself the flattery. Let me go, and we shall both find our happiness. Her calm gaze betrayed no hint of disturbance. Yi Yuchen scrutinized Hadius, searching for a glimpse of the fervent love she once possessed, or perhaps a trace of pain. Yet, Qiao Xingran's beautiful eyes resembled a tranquil lake, devoid of any ripples. The truth of her indifference was unmistakable. Yi Yucheng tugged at his tie, his displeasure palpable, and his voice thick with impatience echoed, "Do not compel me to repeat myself. If you insist on collaborating with Fu Zibao, you will bring him harm. Do not regret it later." Was her heart no longer his? Whose affection did she truly cherish? Was it that frivolous man, or Fu Zibao? Regardless of whom it might be, Yi Yucheng felt a surge of discontent. Before Qiao Xingran could finish her sentence, a loud bang resounded as the door was kicked open, and a group of people rushed in. Qiao Jianya attempted to intervene, exclaiming loudly, "There is no one here to report. They are a lawful couple, and there is no question of coercion. Officers, you are mistaken." However, Qiao Xingran dismissed him curtly. "It is not a misunderstanding. I called the police because he attempted to assault me." Ran, stop making a scene. Yi Zong has tolerated enough." Xiao Feng murmured with restrained frustration. Only Yi Yucheng could endure such behavior. Had she been his woman, he would have dealt with it harshly. "Mind your own business." Qiao Xingran retorted sarcastically, swiftly directing her gaze towards the officers. "It is he who intends to assault me." She pointed an accusing finger at Yi Yucheng without hesitation. The man's face darkened, an aura of coldness enveloping him, chilling the atmosphere around them. He replied with restraint, "I am Yi Yucheng." His piercing gaze then turned towards Qiao Xingran, bewildered by her transformation. She was not this way before. Was she truly seeking her own demise? Upon hearing the name Yi Yucheng, the officers momentarily froze before turning to leave. "Hey, wait, I call the police." Qiao Xingran shouted. One of the men halted, turning to address her. "Miss, he is Yi Zong. If he desires a woman, he can have any he wishes. This method of entrapment is rather low. Do not waste our resources any further." With that, the group departed without a backward glance. Qiao Xingran, furious, rushed outside, seeking an explanation. Yi Yucheng grasped her wrist, pulling her close. "It is futile. No one dares take on such a case, nor will anyone believe you." "Huh, is this the so-called power of wealth? It seems this man's influence is far more formidable than I had imagined. This divorce will not be easily obtained." With her divorce not yet finalized, she realized she must persist in her endeavors. Qiao Xingran forcefully shook off his hand, leaping onto the bed in a huff, and with a displeased growl, she exclaimed, "Aren't you leaving? Would you like to stay for a cup of tea instead?" "Yo, Ran has been in a bad mood these days. I will find a time to talk to her. You all should rest. You have been busy," Qiao Jianya remarked before departing in anger with Qiao Feng. Observing Qiao Xingran's demeanor, Yi Yucheng retrieved his phone without a moment's hesitation. He decided to take action against Fu Zibao. He had expected that this would compel Qiao Xingran to relent. However, the woman on the bed had already succumbed to sleep. In that instant, a flicker of tenderness softened Yi Yuchen's cold gaze as he sat on a large bed and raised his hand. After much hesitation, his large hand descended, his fingertips grazing Qiao Xingran's cheek. Her skin was so smooth and delicate. How had he not noticed this before? Qiao Xingran, who had once seemed so unremarkable, appeared strikingly beautiful now. His gaze shifted to her ruby lips, and Yi Yuchen's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed, his heart racing uncontrollably. As he leaned closer, his phone rang at the most inconvenient moment. Upon answering, Yunjinjin's voice came through. "Chun, hurry to the hospital. We have results." The man quickly rose and left. Meanwhile, Qiao Xingran remained lost in her sweet dreams. The following day, being the weekend and also Qiao's birthday, the family gathered for lunch before heading to the Qiao family mansion. When Qiao Xingran entered the living room, the previously jovial faces turned sour. "Jianya, what is the matter? Being late is one thing, but why did you bring that bunch of riffraff along? Isn't this beneath our dignity?" exclaimed a plump woman in her 50s with a disdainful expression. This woman was the original protagonist's aunt, Qiao Miling, known for her domineering, cunning, and malicious nature. She had nearly deafened the original protagonist and showed no signs of remorse, only escalating her behavior. "I truly envy Ran. She enjoys the freedom of being single even after marriage. Every year, she says she will bring Yi Zong to meet us, yet every year she comes alone. Aunt, if her marriage is so unhappy, shouldn't you be more sympathetic towards her? Why speak ill of her?" Xiaoro, her cousin, flaunted the ring on her finger while mocking her. "With that long face, no man would even want to look at you. It's no wonder no one cares for you. Just leave," Qiao Miling shouted, dismissing Qiao Xingran. Meeting her gaze, Qiao Xingran smirked mockingly. "So it turns out that even a sow can talk. What a cacophony you make. Qiao Miling's previously mocking smile twisted into a scowl as she pointed a chubby finger at her. You little wretch, I am your aunt. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe I will slap you dead? Go ahead. A person of such size should at least be able to put down a cow, let alone a mere human. I reckon you could even take down an elephant. Qiao Xingran retorted earnestly. You little wretch. I will kill you. Qiao Miling seethed, raising her hand, ready to strike. Aunt, a young woman, barely in her 20s, approached and quickly intervened, saying, Why must you argue with your sister? She lacks a mother, and the notion of proper upbringing is a luxury for her. Today is my father's birthday. I hope you can overlook her shortcomings and forgive her this once. This was Qiao Mimi, the cherished daughter of the Qiao family. Buoyed by her family's affection, made it a habit to trouble the original owner. Though still youthful, her heart was remarkably cruel, and she excelled at playing the role of a cunning seductress. Look at how understanding your sister is, and then look at you. If you lack proper upbringing, you should simply obey. What do you now wish to resist? Qiao Miling retorted sharply. The audacity of this little wretch was truly excessive. Until now, she had endured humiliation without complaint, yet today she dared to publicly rebut her. It was infuriating. Sister, I understand you are upset. Please bear with me a moment. I will find an opportunity to speak with my brother-in-law. I have a good relationship with him, and he should be willing to speak on my behalf, Qiao Mimi said, feigning understanding. Yet her words dripped with arrogance and self-satisfaction. You claim to have a good relationship with your brother-in-law? Better than mine? Qiao Xingran raised an eyebrow, questioning her. Chapter 69. Yuchen has been pursuing me recently. At this declaration, the room erupted in derision. Everyone here has a better relationship with Mr. Yi than you do. How dare you boast? Qiao Miling laughed. Feeling fatigued, Qiao Xingran moved to the couch, crossed her legs, and casually remarked, Things are all right. Recently, Yi Yuchen has been pursuing me quite fervently. Sister, your words sound genuine. Are you perhaps feeling a bit unwell? Maybe you should visit a doctor. Qiao Mimi expressed feigned concern. Yi Yuchen is pursuing you? Quite fervently? What a colossal joke. You all seem to be deluded, and I am far healthier than any of you. Qiao Xingran shot back defiantly. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, not expecting the once maltreated girl to fight back. Could it be true that Yi Yuchen had indeed taken a liking to her? Xiao Rou, rather than inquiring of her, turned to Wang Chumei, asking Aunt, Is what Ranran said true? Has Mr. Yi changed his mind? All eyes turned to Wang Chumei, whose moment to perform had arrived. She bit her lip, forcing a few tears to fall, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Ranran, why must you be so willful? At home, you are spoiled and disrespectful, targeting your brother, troubling your father, and driving away Qingqing. We have tolerated so much, yet today, on your uncle's birthday, you speak disrespectfully to your aunt, target your sister, and speak nonsense. I must apologize for my inability to discipline you. What? You drove Qingqing away? She is our sister. You must bring her back and apologize to the elders. Mister, he prefers understanding women, Qiao Mimi insisted, gripping Qiao Xingran's hand with force. Lack of upbringing is simply lack of upbringing. No wonder Mr. Yi dislikes you so much. One must reflect on oneself, Qiao Rou sneered. It is no wonder your husband keeps a mistress outside. Perhaps it is because you are too meddlesome, she retorted sharply. Qiao Xingran shook off Qiao Mimi's hand and cast a cold sneer at the two sisters. Qiao Xingran, are you planning a rebellion? This is the Qiao family. It is not your place to take charge. Apologize to me, Qiao shouted, his voice echoing with authority. Qiao Xingran, slightly annoyed, furrowed her brow and inquired. What is this gathering? I am famished. Only when I am well fed can I muster the energy to act. Ah, third brother, third sister-in-law, you must assist me. I truly cannot manage this daughter. Wang Chumei lamented, tears streaming down her face. Observing this, Qiao Miling, unable to contain her anger, seized a cup and hurled it toward her. Qiao Xingran deftly caught it and, with a swift motion, sent it crashing against Qiao Miling's chest. Ah! She cried out in pain. How can you strike your aunt? You are utterly uncivilized. Qiao Xingran rose and delivered a resounding slap to Qiao Mimi's face. The sound echoed sharply, leaving Qiao Mimi dazed, her ears ringing incessantly. Have you lost your mind? The onlookers exclaimed in unison, ignoring their protests. Qiao Xingran seized Qiao Mimi's chin, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Not only did I strike her, but I shall strike you as well. Who do you think you are to command me? You incessantly talk about your closeness with my husband. Are you so desperate for attention that you wish to seduce him at such a tender age? As for my marriage to Yi Yuchen, it is none of your business. If you aspire to be a mistress, let me clarify. I am not divorced, so you shall remain the mistress. Initially, Qiao Xingran intended to wait until after the feast to act, but the incessant provocations from this inept group compelled her to respond without restraint. I did not seduce anyone. I am what? An unsuccessful seduction? Your parents are alive. Why have they not taught you the principles of decency? Speaking of family education, do you think you are worthy of such a discourse? Oh, I forgot. It's hereditary, isn't it? Inheriting your uncle's shortcomings, I presume? Qiao Xingran mocked. Qiao Jianya slammed his palm on the table, his fury boiling over. Are you here to celebrate my birthday, or do you wish to drive me to my demise? It is no wonder you are so petty. There is no possibility of celebration. I am here to reclaim everything that belongs to me, for the Qiao family is mine. Qiao Xingran spread her hands, demanding her rightful possessions. The original owner was a naive fool, truly a benefactor to the Qiao family. Everything she possessed was destined to be bestowed upon the Qiao family, believing that such generosity would earn her a modicum of their approval. Yet, the moment she offered her possessions, the Qiao family granted her a fleeting moment of goodwill, only to respond thereafter with intensified disdain. She was not one to be trifled with. Ran, Qiao Jianya called out. Bear the consequences if you refuse. I give you 3 days. Do not force my hand. She was weary of idle chatter. The Qiao family members exchanged glances, once again questioning whether Qiao Xingran had truly gained favor. Qiao Xingran, the shares under your name were voluntarily transferred to us. It is unreasonable for you to seek to reclaim them. Very well, apologize to everyone, and your uncle will forgive you. You do not genuinely believe that the CEO favors you, do you? Be obedient. Do not create a scene. Qiaoan spoke loudly. The 5 sons of the Qiao family, among them, Qiaoan possesses the most remarkable talents. Although Qiao Xingran is wed to Yi Yuchen, the Qiao family has not reaped any benefits from the Yi family, which has left Qiao Jianya unable to hold his head high in front of Qiao and over the years. At any family gathering, Qiaoan's word is law. Obedient? Are you implying that I should yield? Qiao Xingran retorted with a raised brow. You will not change for your sake. If you continue this ruckus, you will only bring misfortune upon yourself. Qiaoan remained steadfast in his disbelief that Yi Yuchen would ever relent. With Qiaoan's words, Qiao Miling grew emboldened. Then I shan't yield. If you have the ability, strike me. Smack! A resounding slap echoed through the air. Qiao Miling covered her cheek, her excitement palpable. You struck me? Wasn't it you who invited the blow? When an elder proposes such a request, the younger generation must fulfill it diligently. Qiao Xingran smiled, glancing at the others. Is there anyone else with such a request? I shall see to it. Everyone fell silent, caught off guard. Qiao Xingran approached Qiao and, leaning down, a fragrant scent wafting towards him. Qiaoan seized her wrist with a teasing grip. Ran, if you plead with your third uncle, he will assist you as he did in the past. That old scoundrel, that lecher, dared to utter such words. In the past? Back then, Qiaoan coveted her innocence. Yet now she was the one toying with him. Third uncle, I wish you a swift demise and rebirth, Qiao Xingran retorted, her small hand gripping his wrist. A sharp crack resonated, followed moments later by Qiaoan's heart-wrenching scream. The Qiao family rushed over, witnessing the scene unfold. In a matter of moments, Qiao Xingran swiftly incapacitated them all. It's over. I'm calling you right now to expose your disgraceful self, Qiaoan shouted, pulling out his phone. The call connected swiftly. Qiaoan activated the speakerphone, addressing with feigned respect. Yi, are you free to come by? There seems to be a misunderstanding with Qiao Xingran, and we would like your intervention. Chapter 70. The caller is a woman. Before every instance of bullying Qiao Xingran, Qiaoan would follow this routine. As long as Yi Yuchen refrained from intervening, he felt free to torment her. He also sought to verify Qiao Xingran's claims about how fervently Yi Yuchen pursued her. Qiao Xingran rolled her eyes, prepared to retort, when a sultry voice emerged from the other end of the line. Chun is in the shower. If there's something to discuss, relay it through me. However, he must accompany me tonight, so he has no time for you. Do not call again. Hearing this, the Qiao family exchanged glances with malicious glee, the schadenfreude evident on their faces. This green hat was firmly placed upon Qiao Xingran. There was no removing it. Qiao smirked with satisfaction, hastily responding, "You all carry on, carry on." After hanging up, the Qiao family was invigorated. Especially Wang Chumei stood up and loudly accused, demanding an apology, kneeled down and apologized to each of them. Just yesterday, she thought Yuchen had returned to his senses, loving only Qiao Xingran. Yet today, he was with another woman in a hotel. At this moment, in their eyes, Qiao Xingran was worth less than a mere trifle. "Qiao Xingran, I offer you another chance. If you do not kneel and apologize, we shall not hold back," Qiao thundered. "Sister, you should apologize quickly. Brother-in-law is truly going overboard. But do not worry. Next time I will certainly persuade him," Qiao Mimi exclaimed joyfully. However, a glance at Qiao Xingran forced her to admit that the woman's attire was indeed beautiful. In the past, her plain clothing obscured her beauty, but now, if Yuchen were to see her, how could he possibly remain unmoved? "Fool, hurry up and kneel to apologize, or do you believe I will make you suffer?" Qiao Miling charged forward. Qiao Xingran kicked the woman down again with force. "All of you, come at me. I refuse to believe we cannot handle just one of her." Qiao bellowed. The Qiao family surged forward once more. Even the maids and security guards standing by rushed over. Amidst the chaos, Qiao Xingran stood out amongst the crowd. Clapping her hands, she disdainfully remarked, "Not one of you is capable, and yet you dare to show yourselves in this disgraceful manner. Ahem ye! You do not truly love her, do you? Whether he loves me or not has nothing to do with you. Do I need a man to teach you a lesson?" Qiao Xingran asserted with fierce determination. "In 3 days, return everything that belongs to me, or I shall ensure you pay dearly." The Qiao family, groaning in pain, struggled to rise. "Ms. Wang, our grievances should not involve dragging others down with you. You requested me to attend Qiao's birthday banquet, intending to use them to assault me?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chumei instantly became the target of scorn. The Qiao family cast their hateful glares in unison. Stepping over their bodies, Qiao Xingran departed without a backward glance. Qiao, with great difficulty, sat up and delivered a stinging slap to Wang Chumei, exclaiming, "Are you seeking death?" "Third brother, I am not seeking death. I fear it. It is precisely because I fear death that I seize this opportunity to show you how formidable Qiao Xingran is. If he returns to her, everything we have will belong to her." Wang Chumei spoke through gritted teeth, suppressing her inner fury. "The Qiao family is utterly useless. So many of you cannot deal with a single Qiao Xingran. Worthless." Qiao felt a sense of threat, his expression shifting. The shares in Jinya's hands had been entirely taken from him, and she had forcibly returned to the company. Her goal was to reclaim it. Once she gained a foothold, the Qiao family would fall into her grasp. "We must collaborate," Wang Chumei continued to remind everyone. Qiao Mimi covered her cheeks, rising to inquire, "Is it true that the CEO is pursuing her?" Qiao Jinya did not hesitate and nodded. "Not only is he a fan, but even young Master Fu is quite taken with her. In an instant, she has become the darling of the masses. What should we do? Is it really that exaggerated? You can indulge with other women without restraint," Qiao Ro questioned with a tone laced with sarcasm. However, Qiao Mimi interjected, "The transformation of Qiao Xingran must be for a reason. Presently, we are facing utter defeat, and we must remain vigilant for the future. Given her current attitude towards us, should she rise to power, our demise would be inevitable. We must devise a plan." "Indeed," Qiao concurred. "We must eliminate that little vixen. Damn it, I feel like I'm on the verge of collapse." Qiao Miling seethed with frustration. Wang Chumei lowered her head, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. It's good that the Qiao family stands behind her. She felt a slight sense of relief. Qiao Xingran forcefully patted her chest, attempting to ease her breath. The original owner-S will still lingered, but she sensed it weakening significantly, likely due to Yi Yuchen repeatedly crossing her boundaries, leading to the original owner-S gradual despair. Suddenly, tears streamed down her face. Qiao Xingran quickly wiped them away and retorted, "What are you crying for? You weep like a tragic heroine while he S out with another woman. Let it go. Stop tormenting yourself. Isn't it better to enjoy the luxuries of life? If you truly desire men, why not change them daily? Do you fear you will not forget that scoundrel?" Woo! Her tears only flowed more abundantly. Bang! She was pulled into a solid wall of flesh. Qiao Xingran looked up and met Fu Zibao's gaze. His compassionate eyes regarded her, and he softly said, "Seeing you cry so sorrowfully pains me. Though he didn't understand the reason for her tears, her sorrow inexplicably tugged at his heart. Qiao Xingran felt quite embarrassed. In truth, she wasn't sad at all. In fact, she was rather hungry. Divorce him, and I shall marry you, Fu Zibao declared, his large hand caressing her cheek with deep affection and focus. Qiao Xingran could not help but nod, her voice tinged with tears. I am undeniably stunning, leaving you all yearning for me. This is not the time for romance. I am hungry. Oh, the topic shifted rather abruptly. Allow me to take you for a delightful meal, Fu Zibao said, taking her hand as they departed. Meanwhile, two individuals stealthily emerged from the shadows. Did you capture that? Can you see their faces clearly? Xiao Paya inquired excitedly. It's perfectly clear. I'll send it to Chun right away, Yin Jinjin replied, pulling out her phone, but then hesitated. Send it. What are you waiting for? She urged eagerly. Given our poor relationship with Qiao Xingran, sending this might lead Chun to doubt us, or worse, misunderstand our intentions. Yun Jinjin had already contemplated alternative strategies, but did not wish to stand out. Soon, Xiao Paya spoke up. I know a journalist. Once this photo is released, Qiao Xingran will have nowhere to turn. The Yi family is already displeased with that wretch, and they will undoubtedly expel her. Just be careful not to provoke the Fu family, Yun Jinjin cautioned. In pursuit of a woman, it is utterly unnecessary to become enemies with the Fu family. Rest assured, I shall handle matters adeptly. Just await the departure of Qiao Xingran. Xiao Paya took out her phone and stepped aside to make a call to the reporters. Yun Jinjin's sinister gaze held a hint of triumph as she scoffed. Chun, I cannot believe you would willingly don this green hat. This time, Qiao Xingran must perish. Chapter 71. The Green Hat of Yi Yuchen with the encouragement of Yun Jinjin and Xiao Paya. The scandal of a wealthy matron clandestinely meeting a young man became the headline news, stirring a tremendous uproar. Yi Feng, infuriated, struggled to breathe, intermittently removing his oxygen mask as he growled. Has that promiscuous woman not returned yet? Father, please do not agitate yourself. Your health is paramount. Let us take you to the hospital. Xiao Paya feigned concern while secretly reveling in delight. The more agitated the Yi family became, the greater the eruption would be upon encountering Qiao Xingran. Is Yi Yuchen still unreachable? Yang Xiaohui consoled her husband, patting his chest. The phone remains off. But I have left a message. He should respond as soon as he sees it, Xiao Paya replied. Ah, once Qin returns, everything will be well with Madame Yi. Yun Jinjin sighed softly, her words audible to all present. What do you mean by that, Jinjin? Yi Feng inquired. Feigning composure, Yun Jinjin quickly shook her head, explaining, oh, it is nothing. Recently, due to Madame Yi, Chun and I have had a significant falling out. I wish to caution you, uncle and aunt. Madame Yi is formidable, and Chun will stand up for her. If you're not careful, it is you who will suffer. Jinjin, in my heart, you are the chosen daughter-in-law. Feel free to speak your mind. Yang Xiaohui, perceptive as she was, understood the underlying message. Aunt, as family, I speak the truth. We must acknowledge that Madame Yi has already captivated Chen's heart. I fear that, in light of such news, Chun will still defend her. Moreover, Madame Yi is quite eloquent. She might even retaliate against us. Should that occur, our relationship with Chun will deteriorate further, Yun Jinjin articulated with a measured calmness. What suggestion do you propose? Yi Feng asked. Uncle, aunt, this marriage was arranged without Chen's consent by grandfather and grandmother. Is it not possible for you to handle the divorce without his approval? Must it go through him? She inquired softly. Yi Feng appeared momentarily taken aback before responding. Indeed, my parents dictated the marriage, and we shall dictate the divorce. Furthermore, if that woman insists on divorce, then let it be as she wishes. I want her to vanish completely. Yun Jinjin lowered her head, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Suddenly, Qiao Xingran entered, clapping her hands and exclaiming, Thank you all for your concern. I am truly touched. Miss Yin has evidently worried herself sick over me. You shameless, promiscuous wretch. I grant you one night to vacate this city, Xiao Paya shouted in fury. Slap. Qiao Xingran delivered a resounding slap across her face in front of everyone. As tensions threatened to erupt within the Yi family, Yun Jinjin managed to steady the crowd. Softly inquiring, Madame Yi, have you seen the news? Is that woman clandestinely meeting the young heartthrob you? If there has been a misunderstanding, you may clarify. If we have wronged you, we shall seek justice on your behalf. However, if the allegations hold true, you ought to be aware of the consequences. A mistress discussing consequences? Coming to me in the dead of night for such trivial matters? Qiao Xingran thought the family banquet had been advanced. She hastily arrived for a divorce, only to find herself embroiled in this scandal. Trivial matters? Madam Yi, is this woman truly you? Yuchen pressed, magnifying the photo. Qiao Xingran leaned in to scrutinize it. Blinking, no. The image is so clear, yet she dares to deny it. Just as Yuchen was about to retort, she added, is it not true? Am I truly that unphotogenic? I look stunning in the mirror. What is this abomination? At this moment, her focus was on that. Is she courting disaster? The night air was thick with tension, as Yi Feng coughed violently. Madam Yi, look at how agitated your elders are. Here's the deal. We shall offer you a sum to ensure you never set foot in this city again. Once 2 years have elapsed, your marriage to Chen will be automatically dissolved. Yuchen proposed opportunely. Qiao Xingran longed for a divorce, but had no desire to be ousted from the city. Yi Yuchen could continue his escapades with other women, indulging a mistress while she was expected to leave. You need not worry. Fu Zibao will clarify with the media that we are merely friends. Qiao Xingran dismissed. Yet, she still wished to silence these foolish individuals. Xiao Paiya stifled a laugh. A resounding slap echoed. You, what did I do? Qiao Xingran retorted, exuding confidence. Well, my laughter. Without your mention, one would hardly recognize it was young Master Fu in that photo. Do you truly believe he would be foolish enough to stand at the center of controversy merely to defend you? Do you possess that kind of charm? Xiao Paiya challenged. As for my charm, I cannot say definitively, but I assure you, it surpasses yours Christmas tree. She smiled enticingly, captivating all present. This woman was like a siren, capable of ensnaring hearts at any moment. Qiao Xingran, our family cannot afford to lose face. If you refuse to take responsibility, the disgrace falls upon Yi Yuchen. I maintain a clear conscience with young Master Fu. It is he who entangles himself with Yuchen, not content with just one mistress, but also seeking the company of other women. Instead of reprimanding me, perhaps it would be prudent to discipline your son. Qiao Xingran interrupted, rising to her feet. We are at an impasse. The Yi couple was rendered speechless by anger. So, you admit to being affectionate with young Master Fu in public? With such intimacy, who would believe your claims of innocence? Why wait for Chen's return to confront you? Name your price. We can afford it. Leaving this city would certainly ease your burdens. Yuchen maintained her facade of concern for the greater good. It is best for Qiao Xingran to refuse, for she has truly provoked the ire of the Yi family. The Yi family can make someone vanish effortlessly. To ensure this wretched woman meets her demise is but a trivial matter. Qiao Xingran stepped closer to Yuchen, her exquisite visage drawing near. Memories of being assaulted by this woman flooded Yuchen's mind, causing her to swallow nervously, her composure faltering. My husband is Yi Yuchen. Given your understanding of him, do you truly believe he would remain unaware if I were to betray him? Do you consider him a fool? Qiao Xingran's voice rang out fiercely, particularly emphasizing the term fool. At that moment, Yi Yuchen entered, catching the tail end of her remarks. A drastic change overtook his expression. Ah, you have finally returned, Chun. I trust you have seen the news. My phone has been inundated with calls. The Yi family is embroiled in such a scandal. What shall we do? Xiao Paiya's anxiety was palpable. Madam Yi, now that Chen has returned, if you have grievances, do share. You and young Master Fu are merely friends. Correct? Yuchen feigned innocence in her inquiry. Yi Yuchen's countenance grew darker as he approached them step by step, each stride amplifying the chilling atmosphere around him. Upon turning on his phone, he was met with an avalanche of messages. Excellent. He had been publicly humiliated, and the entire world was aware. Qiao Xingran had truly become adept at manipulation. A seething rage ignited within him. He reached Qiao Xingran, seizing her wrist and pulling her forcefully into his embrace. Their gazes locking. Chapter 72. Do you intend to bite me to death? Are you truly a fool? Qiao Xingran initiated, but immediately regretted her words, hastily adding, I was mistaken. I should not have posed that question. Yi Yuchen's clenched fist relaxed slightly, relieved that this woman had the sense to recognize her limits. It was not in vain that he had personally deleted the posts and contacted the original media outlet to suppress the incident entirely. In the past, he would have undoubtedly been infuriated enough to lash out at Qiao Xingran. Although he was still angry now, he did not wish for her to endure unwarranted scorn. Even if his temper was on the verge of eruption, This woman had such poor judgment, choosing Fu Zibao of all people. Ha! You are the fool, never believing me. Go ahead, insult me. Qiao Xingran's indifferent gaze held a hint of self-mockery. Her delicate hand fell to her chest, as if the overwhelming emotions threatening to unravel her had diminished. It was evident that the original owner's will was gradually fading. Qiao Xingran, Chun is not someone you can belittle. What is there left to salvage in this marriage? Divorce. Yang Xiaohui's disdain for her daughter-in-law intensified. Her lack of decorum and frivolous nature made her increasingly intolerable with each passing glance. Chun, do not take offense at Madame Yi. She did not mean it. I am certain there is a misunderstanding here. Yun Jinjin defended Qiao Xingran. Jinjin, you are far too kind. She assaulted you and insulted you. Yet you still speak on her behalf? Just look at Qiao Xingran's arrogant face. Does that seem like a misunderstanding? Xiao Paya retorted sharply. Chun, for my sake, please forgive Mrs. Yi this time. Let us part amicably and cease the quarrel. She raised her hand, resting it gently on Yi Yuchen's arm. Qiao Xingran was about to retort, but the man withdrew his hand, responding nonchalantly, Why should I forgive her? She has done nothing wrong. The moment those words escaped his lips, all present fell into a stunned silence, particularly Qiao Xingran. What was he planning? Chun, she has been unfaithful. And you can still endure this? Father is short of breath due to her, and I have received several slaps from her. She even labeled me a mistress. How can you not hold her accountable? Are you under a spell? Xiao Paya was furious, unable to contain her anger. Yi Yuchen enveloped Qiao Xingran's small hand in his voice soothing as he declared, I trust her. I know she would never betray me. Trust? What was this man thinking? Father's breathing issues stem from his poor health. He should seek medical attention. Your reckless words are simply irksome. As for the rest, Qiao Xingran merely spoke the truth. Yun Jinjin nearly fainted upon hearing his last statement. Was he not indirectly admitting she was the mistress? Yi Yuchen would never have spoken such words before. Now, he placed all the blame on Qiao Xingran. To think that infidelity could not drive her away. This woman was truly formidable. The evidence was irrefutable. Her betrayal was a fact. You may not believe it, but no one loves me more than she does. Henceforth, do not heed mere rumors. I will not tolerate any disloyalty. If she were truly to betray me, you would not need to point it out. I am no fool. As Yi Yuchen held her hand, they prepared to leave. Chun, Yun Jinjin called out in a mix of annoyance and dissatisfaction. I have not finished speaking. Qiao Xingran clung to the man like a limp noodle, feigning distress and squeezing out a few tears. Darling, they were so harsh to me just now, even telling me to leave this city. I almost couldn't see you. In one moment, she had berated him as a fool, and in the next, she was calling him darling. This woman truly knew how to adapt. Yi Yuchen emanated an intimidating aura, issuing a warning. Do not lay a hand on my wife. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. With that, they strode away. As they reached the doorway, Qiao Xingran paused. Xiao Paya, as a young mistress of the Yi family, how could you repeat the same mistake? You allowed the media to latch onto this incident, tarnishing the Yi family's reputation and offending young Master Fu. Is it worth it to antagonize two families just to deal with me? Qiao Xingran questioned, her gaze fixed on Xiao Paya. Xiao Paya furrowed her brows, momentarily at a loss for words. If one day I possess scandalous information about the Yi family, I would certainly handle it internally. A family thrives together and suffers together. As a sister-in-law, one should consider the greater good. Clearly, you are unfit for the role of matriarch, she said with a derisive smile. Releasing Yi Yuchen's hand, she stepped in front of Yun Jinjin and delivered 2 resounding slaps. I have warned you. Each time we meet, you will receive a blow. Qiao Xingran managed to settle all matters before leaving with a smile. Xiaopia, was it you who informed the media about this? Yang Xiaohui was astonished. Though she wished to drive that woman away, it was certainly not to be done at the expense of the Yi family's reputation. Xiaopia cast a furtive glance at Yun Jinjin, momentarily at a loss for words. Aunt, this is clearly a scheme instigated by Qiao Xingran. We cannot allow her to sow discord among us. If the eldest sister had witnessed her infidelity, she would have confronted her long ago. Yun Jinjin interjected proactively. The Yi couple nodded in agreement, suspending their doubts. Father, what should we do? Should we make Qiao Xingran disappear entirely? Xiaopia exclaimed in frustration, stamping her foot. That approach is unfeasible. If we desire their divorce, someone must take her place. Jinjin, from today onward, you shall reside in the Yi household. Yang Xiaohui gradually regained her composure. She is merely a woman. She will eventually be replaced. She firmly believed that her son's affections were merely a fleeting novelty. Once the novelty wore off, his attitude toward Qiao Xingran would revert to its former state, provided they arranged for a suitable woman. Yun Jinjin bit her ruby lip, hesitating for a moment. For the sake of the Yi family, I will move in. Although Qiao Xingran was not expelled from the Yi household, her successful relocation was indeed a positive development. Time was on her side. Mrs. Yi could only be her title. As Qiao Xingran reached the doorway, she began to struggle, but ultimately succumbed to Yi Yucheng's strength, being tossed into the car. In the next moment, Yi Yucheng pressed down upon her, his large hand gripping her chin. Qiao Xingran, did I not warn you to keep your distance from Fuzabao? Are you so unable to withstand solitude? What? Just when Qiao Xingran felt a flicker of relief, believing that this man had made progress, she realized how naive she was. Some individuals never change. A pang of sorrow washed over her. I stated that I would agree to the divorce after the family banquet. Can you not wait just a few days? Yi Yucheng felt an unusual urgency in his breath, his inner turmoil difficult to contain. Do you really need to ask? Indeed, I cannot bear to wait even a single day. Before she could finish her sentence, her lips were sealed by his. The kiss was searing and fervent, both domineering and wild. At the slightest sign of rejection, his kiss descended upon her like a tempest. Yi Yucheng, do you intend to devour me whole? She mumbled in a muffled protest. Chapter 73. The shutters have also come through. Hiss. Both of their lips were bloodied. Yi Yucheng gripped the back of Qiao Xingran's head with a warning. Should there be a second time, I will make you pay. I have warned you to steer clear of Fuzabao. That man is far easier to manipulate than you. If you wish to punish me, do so now. Let me tell you, this will not be a one-time affair. There will be a second, third, fourth, and even an infinite number of times, she retorted, wiping her lips, imbued with a hint of wildness and provocation. The man gazed at her, transfixed, remaining silent for an extended period. This woman truly resembled a red rose in the night, striking, dazzling, compelling one to draw near, yet instilling a sense of caution. You were not like this before. Please refrain from bringing up the past. Do you feel aggrieved? And what about me? Yi Yuchen, where were you gallivanting every time I needed assistance? Yun Jinjin presumes to claim the title of Mrs. Yi. Have you ever considered my feelings? When your family besieged me, did you ever stand up for me? While I faced countless adversaries, you were in a hotel room with another woman. Did that not cause me distress? Qiao Xingran questioned, each word laced with accusation. The original owner often bottled up her feelings, believing that this would elicit even a modicum of pity from Yi Yuchen, only to realize it was mere self-deception. Qiao Xingran was not so naive. Grievances must be voiced, or the only one suffocating in silence would be herself. I was not with anyone, Yi Yuchen replied, perplexed. Just a few hours ago, that scoundrel Qiao led the entire Qiao family to attack me. And when I called you, it was your mistress who answered, stating you were together. The entire Qiao family heard it loud and clear. You cannot deny it, Qiao Xingran retorted. The man's gaze darkened, and he fell silent. As you mentioned, the divorce does not hinge on a few days. We can obtain the divorce certificate first and announce it after the family banquet. I am truly exhausted and no longer wish to endure this life. I do not want to find you absent when I require your support. I implore you. Let me go. Qiao Xingran leaned against his shoulder, her body trembling. Was she crying? Just moments ago, she had been so resolute, and now she was in tears? Yi Yuchen's heart twisted painfully as he gazed at the woman in his arms, feeling a surge of compassion. Let be. Release her, he thought, softening after much hesitation. Qiao Xingran, I am willing. But before he could finish, he noticed her phone slip from her grasp. A glaring page caught his attention. Divorce crash course. Utilizing a man's guilt and compassion for a swift divorce. So, this woman, Qiao Xingran, feigning sorrow and lamenting past grievances, was merely exploiting this knowledge? Indeed, her words could not be trusted. None of them. Why did Yi Yuchen's words abruptly cease? Wasn't he supposed to continue? Qiao Xingran trembled and slowly raised her head, cautiously observing him. She found Yi Yuchen holding her phone, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he gazed at her. Divorce crash course? He teased, shaking the phone with a devilish charm. Damn it, just when it mattered most, everything fell apart. Qiao Xingran forced a charming smile, playfully exclaiming, "How could my phone randomly display such nonsensical information?" "Mr. Yi, what were you about to say? What is it that you are willing to do?" "Ouch, that hurts." Yi Yuchen ensnared her hands and legs, descending upon her with fervent kisses. Qiao Xingran could honestly say she felt as if her tongue might be torn apart. Minutes later, Yi Yuchen finally released her. Yet, their lips remained softly pressed together. "Qiao Xingran, the more tricks you pull, the less likely you are to gain my consent for divorce. I invested a considerable sum of 99 yuan for this class. You must respect my monetary commitment." Qi Xingran seethed with frustration. It is evident that inexpensive offerings seldom yield quality. He tugged at his tie, paused momentarily, and clarified. "A few hours prior, I was indeed at the hotel, but it was not for leisure. Should keep it down." Qi Xingran cautiously surveyed her surroundings. The ominous presence of Bei seemed palpable in the vicinity. "Is there a household of the Bai family nearby?" She clenched her fists, sensing Bei's proximity. "Do you recognize Bai Cheng?" Yi Yuchen inquired with curiosity. "Bai Cheng? The Bai family?" She murmured softly. Yi Yuchen grasped her chin, gesturing toward the entrance of the community. "That individual is Bai Cheng." Qi Xingran glanced over, the silhouette mirroring that of Bei. Has he truly traversed into this realm, just as she has? Just as Qi Xingran was about to exit the vehicle, she was halted. "This young master Bai is already married, with a son of 6 months. I implore you, do not create a scene," Yi Yuchen exclaimed, his frustration mounting. Aside from him, other men can capture her attention, which incites genuine ire. And so what? She seeks vengeance, not a husband. Is it peculiar to inquire about marital status? Yi Yuchen confined her within her seat, swiftly starting the vehicle. "You scoundrel, release me at once. What kind of skill is ambushing?" Qi Xingran protested as she struggled, but the vehicle had already departed. It brushed past the man outside, their gazes colliding through the glass barrier. "Your Majesty, I have finally found you." Bei's thoughts resonated. Qi Xingran's expression darkened as she mentally conversed. "Bei, you should not have pursued me here. You know there are dire consequences for betrayal. Who instigated your pursuit of me?" "Your Majesty, the identity of the instigator is inconsequential. What matters is that I shall claim your life. Will you grant me an audience?" Bei pressed. "Are you all right?" Yi Yuchen's large hand rested on her arm as he halted the car. Qi Xingran's countenance remained grim. Could she be unwell? At the moment the man touched her, Bei's words became inaudible. Outside the vehicle, commotion ensued. Qi Xingran rolled down the window to witness a crowd gathering. "Someone has collapsed. Call an ambulance." The cacophony erupted. Is Bai Cheng and Bei. Just a moment ago, they were engaged in conversation, and now, because of Yi Yuchen, due to his touch, Qi Xingran, are you unwell? Yi Yuchen looked at her with confusion. This woman is truly peculiar. "I'm fine. Please take me back to the Qiao residence," she replied softly. Yi Yuchen's presence not only rejuvenates her spirit, but also wards off Bei. What is so extraordinary about this man? Does Fu Zibao know of your infidelity? Yi Yuchen assumed she was concerned about Bai Cheng and retorted sharply. At that moment, Qi Xingran was preoccupied with other thoughts and did not respond. The man concluded that she had silently acquiesced, and they sped away. Upon arriving at the Qiao residence, he unceremoniously cast her from the vehicle and readied to depart. Noticing that Qiao Xingran offered no plea for him to stay, he left a trail of exhaust behind him as he drove away. Suddenly, his phone rang. Knight Yuchen, exceedingly reluctant, answered with a semblance of politeness. "Brother-in-law, is there something you need? My sister and I will be home by 10 tomorrow morning. She wishes to see you. Qiao Xingran and Yunjinjin. If you're late, you know the consequences." Without allowing him a moment to respond, the caller promptly hung up. Chapter 74. It is not for outsiders to bully her. Knight Yuchen, in a fit of annoyance, tugged at his tie and was abruptly reminded of Qiao Xingran's words. He retrieved his phone. The woman, having just finished her bath and reclining on her bed, was momentarily taken aback by the caller ID. In the next instant, she hastily answered, her voice brimming with excitement. "Mr. Knight, what brings you to call me at this late hour? Is it you who has been spreading rumors that I'm staying with you?" Came a cold and accusatory inquiry. "Mr. Knight, there's been a misunderstanding. You should clarify the situation with Mrs. Knight yourself, then leave this city. If you fail to earn her forgiveness, your entire family will pay the price." He issued a stern ultimatum. Initially apprehensive, upon hearing the term Mrs. Knight, she instantly relaxed. Dismissively, she retorted, "Mr. Knight, weren't you intending to divorce Mrs. Knight? This is the most suitable course of action. Qiao Xingran has grown accustomed to it. She will not mind. If you persist, she will eventually consent to the divorce. Such tactics had become her constant approach. Even if Qiao Xingran was unhappy, why should she apologize now? Knight Yuchen furrowed his brow in confusion, questioning skeptically, accustomed? Do you frequently employ such methods? Indeed, Qiao Xingran is the woman Mr. Knight despises most. She is nothing but a wretched creature, she replied. How dare you insult her? Who do you think you are? Knight Yuchen's low voice interrupted her. Unaware of the fury brewing within him, the woman responded, Mr. Knight, you need not concern yourself. She will not retaliate against us. She lacks the courage to act. She is simply a worthless being. Worthless? True. She may not act against you, but I will. Knight Yuchen declared. Qiao Xingran is Mrs. Knight, my woman, and it is not your place to harm her. You should never have crossed her. With that, he ended the call. 5 minutes later, the woman lay beaten on the ground, barely clinging to life, while her family members shared in the same fate, groaning in agony. Do you know who I am? Mr. Knight is my. A flurry of slaps struck her face, leaving it a bloody mess. A man grasped her chin, lifting her with an air of dominance. Mr. Knight is Mrs. Knight's husband. This has nothing to do with you. Regardless of her current standing, she remains Mrs. Knight. Take them all away and ensure they vanish completely. No, that cannot be. She has worked alongside Knight Yuchen for so many years. He would never treat her this way because of Qiao Xingran. There must be a misunderstanding. I want to see Mr. Knight. Release me. I need to confront him. She screamed in despair. Unfortunately, her pleas fell on deaf ears, for the reality was as it stood. She has proven with her life that the woman, Qiao Xingran, is not to be trifled with. Ding! The phone rang, and it was Yi Yuchen. Everything has been taken care of, came the response. Good. After hanging up, Yi Yuchen gently rubbed his temples. His marriage to Qiao Xingran was indeed due to his grandparents' wishes. It was a fact that he did not love her. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that despite holding the title of Mrs. Yi, Qiao Xingran was still subjected to mistreatment by others. She had done nothing wrong. Her only fault was loving him too deeply. He too was not at fault. He simply did not love her. Nevertheless, no one else had the right to bully her. Exhausted from a long day, Yi Yuchen was about to close his eyes to rest when the thought of Fu Zibao struck him with disdain. The mere idea of Qiao Xingran possibly being with Fu Zibao after their divorce made him slam his fist onto the car seat. Fu Zibao, you have no place in this. Morning. 10 o'clock. Qiao Xingran and Yun Jinjin were seated in Yi Mingzhu's home. The reason for Qiao Xingran's visit was simple. Yi Mingzhu was one of the few in the Yi family who genuinely cared for the original owner. Having taken it upon herself to teach that scoundrel Yi Yuchen a lesson on numerous occasions. Yun Jinjin cast a scornful glance at Qiao Xingran and remarked mockingly, You keep talking about divorce, yet your actions say otherwise. Truly hypocritical. By the way, I haven't had the chance to tell you. I've moved into the Yi household. We'll be seeing each other quite often from now on. Qiao Xingran crossed her legs, a playful smile dancing on her lips. I'm just contemplating where to strike you so that you remember your place. You dare, Yun Jinjin retorted. Sister called us here. Can't you take a hint? My head. Qiao Xingran interjected with a nonchalant remark. Huh? You? Bang. Qiao Xingran's solid fist landed squarely on her head. Damn it. Yun Jinjin felt as if her skull might shatter. This woman was incredibly fierce. Was she not going to relent until she was incapacitated? Qiao Xingran, stop it. This is my sister's house. Even Yi Yuchen wouldn't dare to act recklessly. You're courting disaster. Be careful, or my sister will teach you a lesson. Yun Jinjin waved her hands and began to retaliate. However, after much commotion, there was no favorable outcome for her. Meanwhile, Yi Mingzhu descended from the second floor, clad in a resplendent red dress, her wine-red waves billowing in the breeze. The aura she exuded was simply breathtaking. What is all this ruckus? She barked. Yun Jinjin, on the verge of tears, whined, Sister, she hit me. Oh, that's nothing, Yi Mingzhu replied coolly, taking a seat on the sofa and observing them calmly. Yun Jinjin protested, but Qiao Xingran delivered a final, decisive blow, concluding the entire scuffle. She then composed herself, smoothing her hair, and smiled politely. Sister, you're back. It's been so long. You look even more beautiful. Yi Mingzhu did not respond immediately, but instead scrutinized her with a serious gaze. She had previously advised her to invest time in enhancing her appearance, but back then, this foolish girl had not heeded her words. Long time no see. Qiao Xingran not only knows how to dress elegantly, but her radiant smile has also become much more vibrant, truly enchanting. Sister, Yun Jinjin sobbed pitifully. Silence. Are you wailing? Yin Mingzhu retorted sharply. In an instant, Yun Jinjin froze, daunted. Ran, you look truly beautiful. Honestly, my foolish brother does not deserve you. Yi Mingzhu exclaimed with heartfelt sincerity. Qiao Xingran couldn't help but give a thumbs up, affirming, Sister, you have a keen eye. Yin Jinjin interjected. I heard you had an affair with Yi Yuchen? Yi Mingzhu's voice turned icy. Seizing the moment, Yin Jinjin, though her voice was low, spoke with fervor. See, in this digital age, secrets cannot be concealed. We never anticipated that Qiao Xingran would betray young Master Fu. Yesterday, uncle and aunt were nearly driven to illness. Sister, you must have a serious talk with her. Oh, is that so? Did you not reprimand her? The woman smiled slyly, countering her. You just witnessed Qiao Xingran's prowess. She does as she pleases with uncle and aunt. How could we dare to admonish her? Yun Jinjin trembled, feeling wronged. Are you implying that Qiao Xingran was the first to betray and that she has targeted others in the Yi family? With over 100 members in the Yi family, they cannot contend with just her? Yi Mingzhu inquired curiously. Chapter 75. The fake breast was shattered. Yun Jinjin longed to exclaim, yes. Qiao Xingran is just that kind of person. However, in a bid to preserve her own image, she feigned a pitiful demeanor, tearfully stating, Sister, I wouldn't dare speak recklessly. But you could inquire at the Yi household. Uncle and aunt will divulge the whole truth. The implication was clear, expecting Yi Mingzhu to erupt in anger. She was taken aback when the woman burst into laughter. Sister, what are you laughing at? Yin Jinjin asked, puzzled. Yi Mingzhu, the eldest granddaughter of the Yi family, raised with a silver spoon, is known for her decisiveness, possessing a bold and carefree character, even commanding respect from the formidable Yi Yuchen. It was evident how formidable this woman was, yet her laughter left Yin Jinjin bewildered. I'm laughing at your incompetence. Over 100 people cannot deal with a single Qiao Xingran, and you still have the audacity to weep? If it were me, I would rather end it all. Spare me your sarcasm. Speak plainly without the theatrics. Once again, Yin Jinjin found herself at a loss for words. Just as she was about to speak, a glass of water was splashed upon her. Sister, have you mistaken the target of your reprimand? She was once again filled with confusion and shock. I was referring to your affair with Yi Yuchen, not targeting Qiao Xingran. I know her character well. If she were to betray, she would not have waited until now. The fact that she hasn't eliminated you already is ample grace. How dare you play the victim? Who gave you the audacity? Yi Mingzhu splashed another glass of water at her. With a splash, Yun Jinjin became drenched, coughing incessantly. No, between Chun and I, it was merely a trio of resounding slaps echoed through the air. The first slap was delivered for your interference in the marital harmony of others. The second was a reprimand for slandering my sister-in-law. The third served as a warning to cease your deceitful ways. Do you still feel wronged, you homewrecker? I have longed to strike you. And finally, the opportunity has presented itself. The luminous pearl swayed gracefully with her hair, exuding an aura of elegance and authority. Qiao Xingran gazed at her with admiration. This sister, how enchanting she is. Their marital discord is of no concern to me. With a resounding slap, the luminous pearl grasped her chin and fiercely declared, the troubles of others are theirs alone. How dare you take advantage of their vulnerability? To dare speak back to me reveals your audacity. Sister-in-law, why do you hesitate? Strike her. Thus, the two women commenced a fierce combination assault. Yun Jinjin found herself in a truly dreadful plight. Knight Yuchen, weary and worn, entered the scene, utterly astonished by the spectacle before him. Just as he was about to approach, a hand landed upon his shoulder. It was his brother-in-law, Bai Siju, who quietly cautioned him. Are you certain you wish to intervene? Your sister is not one to hold back. Indeed, his sister was capable of such ferocity. Chun, save me. Yun Jinjin cried out in desperation. Upon noticing Knight Yuchen's arrival, the two women instinctively released their hold on the unfortunate woman. They exchanged knowing glances and spoke in unison. She came to us, inviting us to strike her. Knight Yuchen interjected. Bai Siju added. Yun Jinjin protested. What nonsense! It is clearly they who seek her demise. Knight Yuchen approached, observing Yun Jinjin's battered visage, and lowered his voice. Sister, it is unjust for a few to overpower the many. Justice? Do you truly envision me as a paragon of righteousness? My hands were itching, and I delivered a deserved beating. What of it? If you wish to retaliate, then come. Knight Mingzhu presented her face, inviting a strike. Qiao Xingran playfully followed suit, echoing, "Go on, hit me." She then leaned closer to Knight Mingzhu, whispering, "I've insured my face. A single blow could cost you millions." Oh, has this woman truly transformed? How astute. Far superior to her previous, stubborn disposition. Do not go too far. Chun, you must stand up for me. Yuchen resumed her lamentations, convulsing with indignation. I merely spoke the truth to my sister. Mrs. Ye's relationship with young Master Fu has made headlines, causing quite the uproar in the Yi family, and our elders are quite distraught over it. I have not spoken falsely. The more she elaborated, the more agitated she became. It is one thing for my sister to disregard the Yi family's interests, but to conspire with Qiao Xingran to strike me? Is this the conduct befitting a young lady of the Yi family? Sister, do not forget that Knight Yuchen is your own brother. You cannot allow your loyalty to waver. I do not blame you, but rather remind you that Mrs. Yi has already changed. Do not be deceived. With Knight Yuchen's protection, she believed she could stand against Qiao Xingran. Just as Qiao Xingran was about to retort, Knight Mingzhu handed her a glass of water, softening her demeanor, and lovingly said, "My sister's hands are itching. Allow me this moment of satisfaction. After such a prolonged period here, someone has finally stood up for her." Naturally, Qiao Xingran did not oppose this and nodded obediently, not forgetting to remind, "Sister, do be cautious, especially of your brother. I fear he might take action against you." Yi Yuchen interjected, "By Siju, even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare." "Oh dear," Bai Siju remarked just moments ago. Yuchen was calling her Qiao Xingran, and now she has become Mrs. Yi. I quite enjoy how you favor my sister-in-law. Does it not vex you? Regardless of how you twist it, you shall never reach me. As long as I am here, the position of Mrs. Yi shall forever remain unattainable for you. Knight Mingzhu scoffed derisively, offering no courtesy even in the presence of Yi Yuchen. Sister, does Yuchen's happiness hold so little value in your eyes? If you truly wish the best for Qiao Xingran, you should consent to their divorce. Yuchen was at her wit's end, nearly bursting with frustration, yet powerless to act. She could only stifle her anger. Bang! Knight Mingzhu struck Yi Yuchen's chest with a fierce punch, followed by another, each blow more lethal than the last. Bai Siju discreetly stepped back to avoid collateral damage. Witnessing this, Yuchen rushed forward. Knight Mingzhu did not hold back, landing 2 punches squarely on her chest. Ouch! The chest she had just enhanced would need repairs once more. Sister, Yuchen will be leaving in a couple of days. There is nothing amiss between us, Yi Yuchen declared loudly. Qiao Xingran snorted softly, took a bite of fruit, and muttered, "Does the mistress lack a voice? Why waste words on explanations? I'm not providing an explanation. Rather, Yuchen, it is futile. They will not believe your words. Without me, you ought to divorce. A forcibly twisted melon is never sweet." Yuchen exclaimed passionately. "A forcibly twisted melon may not be sweet, but quenches thirst. This marriage shall not dissolve. What will you do about it? How do you manage to be so utterly detestable? Leaving in 2 days? I would find 2 hours here excessive," Knight Mingzhu scoffed. "Sister, you misunderstand. It is not Yuchen seeking the divorce, but Qiao Xingran who insists on it." She once again pointed her finger at Qiao Xingran. Upon hearing it was Qiao Xingran who desired the divorce, both Knight Mingzhu and Bai Siju turned their gazes towards the woman indulging in her fruit, observing their astonished expressions. Yuchen smirked. "Sister, your concerns for her will not earn you her gratitude. I have said, she is quite formidable. Qiao Xingran wishes to divorce. Is that even plausible?" Chapter 76. Is the scoundrel brother feeling jealous? Qiao Xingran swallowed a lychee, stuffing 2 more in her mouth, then stood up, covering her small mouth, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes as she blinked and replied candidly, "Sister, brother-in-law, it is indeed I who wish to dissolve this marriage. It is I who do not want him. Sister, did you hear that? I am not wronging her this time," Yuchen proclaimed loudly. "Finally, this wretched woman has admitted it herself. Let's see how Knight Mingzhu will handle her." Knight Mingzhu stepped forward, grasping Qiao Xingran's wrist firmly, pulling her close and anxiously inquiring, "You wish to divorce? Are you certain? Or has Yi Yuchen used underhanded means to coerce you into this decision? Could it be that the Yi family has also taken action against you? I am here. Share any grievances with me. I will pave the way for you against the Yi family. Wow. Qiao Xingran felt deeply moved. What is the appeal of Yi Yuchen? Isn't it more delightful to choose Yi Mingzhu? This woman exudes an extraordinary charm. I am utterly enamored. Qiao Xingran gently shook her head, explaining, sister, no one is forcing me. It is my decision to pursue a divorce. I understand your good intentions, but I have not yet finished speaking. Before she could continue, Yi Mingzhu embraced her excitedly, exclaiming, you have finally come to your senses. You should have left that loveless marriage long ago. That scoundrel deserves to be cast aside. If I were you, I would discard him 300 times. You must leave this marriage, and I wholeheartedly support you. This assertive stance caught everyone off guard, especially Yuchen, who had completely lost hope in Yi Mingzhu. If she truly married Yi Yuchen in the future, dealing with this sister-in-law would be quite troublesome. Yi Yuchen's expression darkened, brimming with displeasure. Sister, please do not interfere with my marriage. I am not interfering. I am merely expressing my opinion. Since you do not love her and she insists on a divorce, you should leave her unencumbered. A man like you, who is unworthy of her love, should prepare for a life of solitude, Yi Mingzhu retorted vehemently. Although she cherished Qiao Xingran as a fellow woman, she genuinely wished for her to escape a marriage devoid of affection. Yet, she found herself in a dilemma, as he was still her brother. Thank you for your support. Sister, rest assured, I will definitely divorce, Qiao Xingran replied with a radiant smile. Upon witnessing that glaring smile, Yi Yuchen felt an immediate surge of irritation, exclaiming impatiently, Sister, are you invoking a spirit? Have you not always desired a divorce? Why the agitation now? She snapped back, her gaze landing on Yuchen with a smile. Do you believe that once they divorce, you'll have a chance to ascend? Before Yuchen could respond, she noticed Yi Mingzhu approaching her step by step. The innate pressure emanating from her rendered Yuchen immobile. Yi Mingzhu pinched Yuchen's chin, lowering her voice. You are aware of the reason you can remain here. Do you want me to expose it publicly? The woman bit her red lip, suppressing her feelings. Chun, your sister is truly targeting us. I am indeed targeting you. What of it? Chun, I will not interfere with your remarriage, as none of the women except Qiao Xingran matter to me. However, I will not tolerate individuals like you. If you appear again, I will deal with you both, Yi Mingzhu boldly warned. Are you capable of controlling us? Qiao Xingran's desire for a divorce is certainly not unrelated to Fuzabao, is it? Yuchen fumed, seeking an outlet for her pent-up frustration. I believe Fuzabao is quite admirable. He is currently holding a press conference to speak on behalf of Qiao Xingran, Baisidju interjected. Is that so? I have only heard of Mr. Fu, but have yet to see him in person. Let me see if he is handsome, Yi Mingzhu said, picking up her phone to watch the live broadcast. Xingran, your taste is commendable. This Fuzabao is quite handsome, she remarked with a smile. Yi Yuchen furrowed his brow, reluctantly settling onto the sofa as he took out his phone. As I observed Fuzabao explaining himself to the camera and speaking on behalf of Qiao Xingran, a strong desire to slap him arose within me. This man truly knows how to seek attention. Sister, did you see that? They are so brazenly showcasing their affection. This is utterly outrageous. Yi Mingzhu cast a glance at Yuchen, furrowing her brow. What are you still doing here? Security, throw her out for me. Every time I see her, I want to hit her. Consequently, for security personnel, ejected Yuchen from the premises. Baisidju noticed the unusual demeanor of Yi Yuchen and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Unable to fully ascertain his suspicions, he decided to probe further. Isn't this just what you anticipated? He remarked with a smile. Suddenly, Yi Yuchen stood up, tugging at his tie with an expression that suggested he was ready to devour someone. His face has been pixelated. How can anyone know it's him? How dare he shamelessly step forward to explain himself? This is clearly a desperate attempt to gain publicity the most lowly kind. He is considering Qiao Xingran's reputation. I believe he shows great responsibility. Xingran, what do you think? Baisidju questioned, his gaze fixed on Qiao Xingran. The woman, absorbed in her phone and puffing her cheeks, nodded. He is indeed commendable. If he wishes to pursue you, of course, he must treat you well. Our marital matters are not for him to meddle in. What right does he have? Yi Yuchen retorted irritably. We all speak well of him, yet you alone criticize him. This reflects poorly on you. As a husband, if you have failed, do not blame others, Yi Mingzhu admonished her younger brother. Yi Yuchen's sharp gaze fell upon Qiao Xingran's face. This woman is truly beautiful. My eyes cannot wander from her countenance. Fuzabao, he is doomed. Xingran, please sit. I find Fu Xiao quite admirable. Speak honestly with me. How far along are you two? After your divorce, will you marry into the Fu family? Does the Fu family approve of your relationship? Ye Mingzu inwire de gerdi. Sister, do you wish for my demise? Yi Yuchen could no longer contain himself. If Qiao Xingran's words displeased him, he would surely erupt. The Fu family would never consent to such a union. Yet, contemplating Fu Zibao's zealous efforts to clear Qiao Xingran's name, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. Would that man defy the Fu family for Qiao Xingran? Does she possess such allure? He could not help but gaze at her again. Indeed, you are merely pretending to be alive. You have already found a new suitor. Why should Xingran remain a widow for you? I wholeheartedly support her being with Fu Xiao. She retorted defiantly. Qiao Xingran. The man bellowed in dissatisfaction. What are you shouting about? We are having a conversation among sisters. Either sit quietly beside us or leave. Yi Mingzhu threw an apple in his direction. Yi Yuchen caught it deftly and looked at Bai Siju, instinctively stating brother-in-law. If there ever comes a day when you wish to divorce my sister, I will unequivocally support you and stand by your side unconditionally. What is it that you love about my sister? Is it the wealth of the Yi family? I love everything about your sister, right now. I love watching her beat you, Bai Siju replied with a smile. The Bai and Yi families have a long-standing friendship, having grown up together, their bond deep and their social standings well-matched. Though Knight Mingzhu vehemently confronted Yi Yuchen with a fiery temper, she could indeed be regarded as a wonderful wife. His love for her was so profound that divorce was unthinkable. In Chapter 77, Mr. Fu's exceptional skills, Knight Mingzhu struck Yi Yuchen on the head with a punch and fiercely kicked him twice. You dare to curse me with an unhappy marriage? It's no wonder you're being abandoned. Go, tear up that divorce certificate right now. Qiao Xingran seemed to see a glimmer of hope, her little head nodding vigorously like a rattledrum. At that moment, Yi Yuchen, filled with rage, could only swallow his anger. I have interacted with Mr. Fu, and he is quite remarkable, well-suited for Ranran. After the divorce, it would indeed be worth exploring a relationship. Bai Siju added, delivering a sharp remark. Can one choose death? Yi Yuchen retorted coldly. Sister, I was wrong to speak up for my brother-in-law. I see that you are quite restless yourself, so you should be cautious. Knight Mingzhu exclaimed, while Bai Siju chimed in. Qiao Xingran, pouting her red lips, couldn't help but scoff. You're nearing 40 and still so immature. Nearing 40? This year I'm clearly 27. With a new partner, you speak with such confidence. Yi Yuchen radiated an icy aura. Ranran, whoever you choose, I will genuinely wish you well, Knight Mingzhu said sincerely. Qiao Xingran tilted her head and earnestly asked, is it illegal to choose multiple men? Ha. As long as you're not with them all at once, it's not illegal. Ranran, has your perspective on life been broadened? Knight Mingzhu laughed. Having lived too meekly before, after the divorce, she only desired to embrace her own happiness. I will never love another as I did before, she declared with clenched fists, a statement meant not just for herself, but as a clear message to the Yi family. She truly wished to end her marriage. I think Yi Yuchen is not bad. Why not give him a chance? Bai Siju teased. Qiao Xingran disdainfully glanced at the man, retorting, sisters have no interest in men they have already played with. In an instant, Yi Yuchen, his face turning green, seized her wrist and dragged her toward the door. What are you doing, you scoundrel? Knight Mingzhu intervened. As Qiao Xingran struggled, the man leaned close to her ear, whispering a warning. If you want the divorce to proceed smoothly, behave yourself. Don't think that because my sister supports you, I won't take action. She initially wanted to retort against him, but considering his body held a significant secret, which might aid her in the future, she reconsidered. Even if they divorced, maintaining a cordial friendship was essential. Where are you taking me? Qiao Xingran asked with a smile, displaying her adaptability. Yi Yuchen, observing her demeanor, furrowed his brow. After years of marriage, he realized that he knew nothing about his wife. He remained silent, gripping her hand as they walked outside. Stop right there. Bai Siju, with his broad hands wrapped around her waist, grinned mischievously. You can't possibly be oblivious to the fact that your brother is feeling jealous, can you? Knight Mingzhu's eyes widened in disbelief. And she laughed? Jealous? Him? He could never be jealous of Qiao Xingran. Men possess an innate understanding of one another, and the emergence of Fu Zibao has undeniably impacted him. Whether it be jealousy or possessiveness, it all stems from Qiao Xingran. This marriage is unlikely to dissolve. Bai Siju finds it rather amusing. My foolish brother, despite his disdain, even if he were to have a change of heart now. Qiao Xingran would not even glance his way, for she has transformed significantly. It infuriates him beyond measure. He has always been slow to grasp matters of the heart. Should he genuinely fall for Qiao Xingran, the ensuing anguish will be profound, and even a fervent pursuit may prove futile. They are merely spectators to this unfolding drama. Fu Zibao's decision to convene a press conference for Qiao Xingran has already stirred considerable controversy. Netizens began to scrutinize Qiao Xingran from all angles. In response, Yuchen also announced a press conference, instantly igniting a frenzy online. One user remarked, "Didn't they say that Mrs. Yi is a discarded wife? How can she possess such allure?" Another chimed in, "I've surfed the internet for 3 hours and found not a single photo of her." For both Mr. Yi and young Master Fu to hold a press conference simultaneously, she must be extraordinarily beautiful. Yet another commented, "How can a discarded wife be attractive?" These two prominent figures are clarifying their reputations, and it has little to do with Mrs. Yi. The discourse continued. Indeed, young Master Fu would surely not be interested in such a second-hand treasure. To which another retorted, "Those above refrain from labeling women. Otherwise, we shall extend our regards to your entire family." The online arguments escalated. Meanwhile, the two individuals were already present at the press conference. Under the spotlight and before the media, Yuchen's broad and powerful hand enveloped Qiao Xingran's delicate one, which felt almost ethereal to him. The mere brush of her hand sent shivers down his spine. Initially taken aback by the scene, Qiao Xingran quickly broke into a radiant smile, waving her hand as she entered, reminiscent of a star gracing the red carpet. Remarkably, her beauty surpassed that of any celebrity present. Many male reporters were captivated by her presence, momentarily forgetting their duties. Goodness, is this woman truly Mrs. Yi? She is simply breathtaking, a celestial being, indeed. No wonder both Mr. Yi and young Master Fu are willing to hold a press conference for her. If I were in their shoes, I would go to great lengths for her. Is this enchanting figure really a discarded wife? Her physique is absolutely stunning, though I hate to admit it. They do make a splendid pair. Ha ha ha, it's comical. One might mistake her for a model on a runway. Observing the reactions of the men present, Yuchen glanced at Qiao Xingran beside him, momentarily lost in thought. Her smile resembled a dazzling gem, truly exquisite. Do not smile, it's unbecoming. Is it honorable to be misunderstood as unfaithful? He murmured, audible only to her. Is that so? Yet they seem rather fond of my smile. If you're blind, perhaps you should seek help sooner, she retorted, her smile only growing more radiant. The hand that once held hers shifted to her waist. Two individuals stood before the camera, clarifying the events of the day. Throughout the discourse, Qiao Xingran found herself without an opportunity to utter a single word. As the conversation neared its conclusion, she was just about to part her lips. Suddenly, Yuchen's face loomed closer, and before she realized it, she was forcefully kissed. How dare this scoundrel kiss her so brazenly in public? Qiao Xingran instinctively placed her hand against his chest, only to find herself ensnared. The reporters, emboldened by the spectacle, snapped photos with fervor. I can't believe my eyes. Who claimed that Mrs. Yi is unloved? Clearly, she is cherished. Wow, this man exudes desire, and Mrs. Yi is stunning. I'm a fan of their pairing. Xingchen CP, absolutely in love. But Fu Xiao is quite remarkable too. What does this mean? Fu Xiao will always be second best. What's wrong with being second? Perhaps his prowess is exceptional. Fu Xiao, forever number one. Netizens chimed in. No one can compete with you upstairs. Yuchen fiercely smashed her phone, not forgetting to stomp on it a few times, her face contorted in rage. Qiao Xingran, what if I revealed to you the truth behind Yuchen's reluctance to divorce? How would you react? Chapter 78. Divorce after the family feast. Yuchen's clenched fists gradually loosened as she burst into laughter. Qiao Xingran, I shall raise the stakes with you. I am eager to see if you can bear the weight of the consequences. As for the night pearl, I cannot afford to offend her just yet. All my wrath today shall be directed at Qiao Xingran. Inside the vehicle, Qiao Xingran raised her hand, delivering a sharp slap. Yuchen, quick to react, caught her hand, a playful smile gracing his lips. Isn't it a bit late to strike now? Fine, let's pretend I was bitten by a dog. She turned to leave, but Yuchen gripped her waist. Qiao Xingran, why don't you ask why I kissed you? Why don't you inquire whether I've fallen for you? His confusion was palpable. In the past, she would have posed such questions, but now she remained silent. The woman chuckled softly, turning to meet his gaze. Because I no longer love you. Your feelings are of no consequence to me. Whether you love me or not, I shall remain indifferent. Yuchen, in his domineering manner, leaned in for another kiss. This time, Qiao Xingran did not resist, but coldly retorted, Are you truly a man? If you love me, then confess openly. Do not kiss me while claiming indifference. Can you truly ascertain your own heart? Hesitating like a coward makes me nauseous. You are my wife, he asserted with anger. And so what? Yuchen, your intense concern and peculiar behavior. Are you certain it's solely because I am your wife? When you kiss me, do you harbor no other thoughts? Is everything you do for me merely due to my identity? Qiao Xingran's alluring smile provoked a deeper contemplation. No, there could be no other thoughts. Even if there were, it would only be out of necessity. Qiao Xingran, cease the embellishments. I merely wish to avoid being cuckolded. As I have stated before, following the family banquet at the Yi residence, I shall consent to divorce without any hesitation. Yuchen has reverted to his original icy demeanor. Should there come a day when I truly betray you, it will undoubtedly be a consequence of your own actions, your disregard for my love, and your trampling upon my affections. Yuchen, nothing is eternal, not even sorrow. Inform me of the family banquet. With that, Qiao Xingran departed with an air of authority. Nothing is everlasting, not even sorrow. Upon hearing those words, Yuchen felt a pang of bitterness, gasping for breath, overwhelmed. The family banquet. After the banquet, everything will come to a close. At the Jiao residence, as Qiao Xingran entered, she encountered the family doctor and Qiao Jianya exiting. Dr. Wang, please consider other options, perhaps arranging for surgery? She is still so young and deserves a chance, doesn't she? Qiao Jianya grasped his hand, anxiously inquiring. Dr. Wang sighed in resignation, withdrawing his hand. Mr. Jiao, I understand your feelings, but given Mrs. Jiao's current condition, I cannot hastily proceed with surgery. If her health indicators remain poor within a week, you should prepare for the worst. No, that cannot be. Did you not say there is someone who can save her? He pressed fervently. It's Star. You know he has returned. If he can take your case, your wife will undoubtedly be saved. You have 1 week, so you must act swiftly. Dr. Wang concluded before departing. A smile graced Qiao Xingran's lips as she brushed past Qiao Jianya, only to have her hand seized. Is there something you wish to discuss? She raised an eyebrow in response. You must not upset your aunt any further. You heard him. If she does not recover within a week, she will die, he warned. Qiao Xingran forcefully shook off his grip and retreated a few steps. Good people have short lives. A woman as wicked as she is will not perish so easily. Death is inevitable, but she still wishes to amass a fortune of 100 million. If she refuses to part with that sum, the game becomes all the more interesting. You, Qiao Jianya simmered with anger, yet could only endure. Rather than expend your energy on me, you might as well seek out Star. With that, Qiao Xingran returned to her room and retrieved her computer. After Qiao Jianya returned to his room, he too took out his computer. They extended an invitation to Star via email. Wang Chumei coughed violently, her expression one of distress. Darling, I do not wish to leave you. Please, whatever it takes. Save me. She had yet to eliminate Qiao Xingran. Her daughter had not yet married Yuchen. Her Fenger had not yet taken control of the Xia group. And her Qinger had yet to be found. She could not die. Yet this wretched body, how did it fall ill if not due to Qiao Xingran? Rest assured, I will find a way to save you. He spoke gently. Ding. A response from Star arrived. There is no issue with the treatment. Upon reading this reply, Qiao Jianya's lips curled into a smile. Star said there is no problem. Your illness can indeed be cured. The once joyful countenance now cooled in an instant. Wang Chumei observed his demeanor and felt a twinge of anxiety. What is it? Is my illness incurable? No, that is not the case. However, treating you requires 100 million. Qiao Jianya articulated each word following Star with precision. 100 million? Wang Chumei was taken aback. Qiao Jianya typed a few more keys on the keyboard. It is non-negotiable, he stated. Star insists on 100 million. Otherwise, the order will not be accepted. After several rounds of negotiation, he found himself at an impasse. Let us discuss further. It's futile. They refuse to budge and have already gone offline. Qiao Jianya shut his laptop, his agitation palpable. Wang Chumei gently bit her red lip, sensing his hesitation. However, she could empathize. After all, 100 million was no small sum. If she were in his position, she would certainly refuse to part with such a fortune for his salvation. Jianya, let it go. Do not waste money unnecessarily. Even if you were to pay 100 million, there is no guarantee it would ensure my recovery. Wang Chumei adopted a strategic retreat. No. As long as Star is involved, there will be no issues. However, you know the situation regarding the 100 million is precarious. Qiao Jianya hung his head, remaining silent. Wang Chumei, refraining from confrontation, hesitated softly. If Ran is willing to assist us, perhaps I might be saved. 100 million is but a trifling sum for the Yi family, especially now that young Master Fu is collaborating with the company. There are projects worth far more than that. Qiao Jianya appeared hesitant. He was intimidated by Qiao Xingran. Jianya, we have worked tirelessly our entire lives. Must we surrender the Qiao family to others? Are you truly willing to let Qiao Xingran become a second version of her? Wang Chumei lowered her voice. Upon hearing her words, Qiao Jianya's expression shifted. This was a taboo for him. No matter how formidable or arrogant she may be, and regardless of young Master Fu's favoritism, she is still your daughter. You brought her into this world. Everything about her is a part of you. If I were to perish, what would become of Feng Er? And you? Wang Chumei's eyes brimmed with tears. Chapter 79. Let your husband provide you with funds. Qiao Jianya was visibly moved, yet his resolve remained insufficient. You are the father-in-law of young Master Yi, the chairman of the Xia Corporation. How could you not produce 100 million? What would outsiders think of you? Ran has been a source of trouble for us at home, and we have quietly endured it. Yet, her actions have only escalated. Are we to continue bearing it? We merely seek what rightfully belongs to us. Is that too much to ask? Wang Chumei began to lead him. Noticing his silence, she nestled closer to him. As her stepmother, is it unreasonable to plead for her to provide me with funds for my treatment? Jianya, I have devoted so many years by your side. Can you truly bear to see me die? Qiao Jianya nodded vigorously, proclaiming, indeed, that is my money. Why should it be controlled by a daughter who has been married off? If she were to show filial piety, that would be one thing, but her attitude is appalling and overbearing. Retaining that money will only embolden her further. She must be the one to provide the 100 million. Jianya, we have persevered to this point. We cannot end up with nothing. I wish to live. Wang Chumei clenched her fists, holding each other tightly. Determined, the couple arrived at Qiao Xingran's doorstep and pushed the door open. Without preamble, Qiao Jianya spoke. Ran, lend me 100 million. How audacious to demand money with such an attitude. Qiao Xingran cast a cold glance in their direction, then picked up a dart, which she hurled with a swift motion. Both of their faces were simultaneously grazed. They paused, astonished. Was this a performance? Did this woman possess martial prowess? Next time you enter my room without knocking, I will pierce your throats. Leave and re-enter properly, Qiao Xingran commanded. The two did not depart. Another dart flew through the air, sending them fleeing out the door. Qiao Jianya seethed, growling, madwoman. I will reclaim everything that is mine. They steadied their breaths and knocked once more. After a lengthy pause, Qiao Xingran's voice echoed, come in. They entered. Just as Qiao Jianya was about to speak, Wang Chumei intercepted him. She sauntered over, cleared her throat delicately, and sat on her bed, her tear-streaked visage evoking sympathy. Before she could utter a word, Qiao Xingran interjected, You're filthy. What? I said you're filthy. I find you quite repugnant. Do not sit on my bed, she replied tersely. Wang Chumei suppressed her inner fury, awkwardly rising and shifting her position, still adopting a gentle tone. Ran. Our relationship has always been good. I understand you blame me for Qingqing's matter, but now that, spare me the pleasantries. What do you want from me? Qiao Xingran cut her off again. Ran, your aunt's health is deteriorating. Mind your tone. Since you asked, I will be frank. Treating your aunt requires 100 million. Return my money to me, Qiao Jianya blurted out in frustration. What did you say? She replied with a mocking arch of her brow. I said return my money in shares. I need them for her treatment. He responded, his displeasure evident. Is it true that the longer one lives, the thicker their skin becomes? Your money? Your shares? How dare you speak like that? Listen clearly. That is my money and has nothing to do with you. If you ask to borrow it, I might consider it, but with your attitude, all negotiations are off. Your aunt's life or death is of no concern to me. Qiao Xingran decisively rejected. Are we still differentiating between you and me? Qiao Jianya retorted, exasperated. If there is no distinction, then why should I return the money to you? 100 million is hardly excessive, she replied with a flippant tone, inciting their ire. Certainly not excessive for you. Please help me. I beg you. I will kneel for you if need be. If you refuse, ask your husband. He will surely provide the funds. I do not wish to die, Wang Chumei wept. On the contrary, I would welcome your demise. Father, did I not previously give you over 100 million? You should have left that untouched. It would suffice to save her. Qiao Xingran fixed her gaze upon him, stating matter-of-factly. No, that is my last resort, Ms. Wang remarked, her eyes gleaming with a radiant smile. I heard it was he who refused to save you. If you seek vengeance after death, go after him. The two were genuinely at a loss when it came to the current Qiao Xingran. Ran, will you not lend me $1 billion for treatment? No matter how much I plead? Wang Chumei inquired, biting her crimson lip. If your husband will not save you, why should I? She rejected. Wait until they cough up that $1 billion, then I shall deal with them. Qiao Jianye intended to counter, but Wang Chumei interrupted. Enough, if she refuses. Then so be it. Qiao Xingran observed their departing figures, a smile curling at her lips. Upon returning to their room, Qiao Jianye wore a dark expression. I haven't finished my discussion yet. Do you think she would agree, given her demeanor? Even if we knelt before her, she would ignore us. I have shown her enough kindness. Since that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite. Wang Chumei's mind was already calculating. What do you plan to do? Qiao Jianye asked in confusion. She smiled silently. Even if it meant death, she would drag Qiao Xingran down to hell with her. The next day, Qiao Xingran arrived at the company, and the employees regarded her with altered gazes. Is there something on my face? Why do they look at me like that? She wondered, gently caressing her exquisite features, filled with profound perplexity. CEO Qiao, everyone watched the 2 live streams with Knight and young Master Fu last night. They are now particularly curious about you. Some even hope you will publish a book on how to gain the favor of 2 heavyweight bosses, Shun Yaoyao replied candidly. She wished to glean wisdom herself. After all, having lived for 23 years in solitude, she craved the warmth of a man. Well, I suppose I'm beautiful. Qiao Xingran mused. CEO Qiao, beauty like yours is rare. Besides looks, what else do you possess? Is this a form of Versailles? However, to have grown into someone like Qiao Xingran, one must indeed embody the essence of Versailles. For her, it's about self-love, disregarding men. Beyond that, I cannot think of anything else. Shin Yaoyao had not finished her sentence when Wang Honghong rolled her eyes and bypassed them. Qiao Xingran boldly intercepted her. What do you think you're doing? Is signing a couple of contracts such a remarkable achievement? You must earn real money first. This is a company, not a gossip mill. A married woman involved in such scandals should feel shame. In ancient times, a promiscuous woman would be punished severely. Wang Honghong mocked, her face a portrait of jealousy. Qiao Xingran had been a discarded woman for so long that she had nearly forgotten this person's existence. Yet, with Knight and young Master Fu personally clearing her name, her glory was boundless, provoking a deep-seated resentment. A cold smile graced Qiao Xingran's lips as she raised her hand and delivered 3 resounding slaps. You hit me? Everyone saw. Qiao Xingran struck me. I will sue you for intentional harm. Wang Honghong shouted in a frenzy. Chapter 80. Madame Ye's imprisonment. Wang Honghong acted with malicious intent, seeking to provoke Qiao Xingran and subsequently threatening to alert the authorities, escalating the situation. Should Madame Yi find herself making headlines for her violent actions, it would be nothing short of sensational. She anticipated that Qiao Xingran would relent, yet the slaps continued unabated until her hand grew weary. Go on, call the police if you dare, Qiao Xingran taunted, her gaze laced with defiance. Do you think I lack the courage? Colleagues, you must witness this. Madame Yi, so brazenly uncouth. If you wish to avoid a scandal, we can resolve this discreetly, Wang Honghong articulated with deliberate clarity. For the sake of the Yi family's reputation, Qiao Xingran would undoubtedly acquiesce to a private resolution. In that moment, she would seize the opportunity to vanquish this vile woman. Call the police, Qiao Xingran instructed Shin Yaoyao. The onlookers were taken aback. Shouldn't they seek to defuse the situation? How infuriating. With a man to back her, she's so bold. Envy and resentment abound. Call the police, she reiterated calmly. Yes, Shin Yaoyao, though uncertain of the motives, complied without hesitation. Wang Honghong, sensing the turn of events, questioned, Madame Yi, I am extending you a courtesy for the sake of Mr. Yi and Mr. Qiao. If you refuse, do not blame me for being ungracious. Ultimately, it is you who will be humiliated, and the Yi family will not be kind to you. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? Qiao Xingran grasped her chin, lifting it gently, her piercing gaze fixed upon her. You are mistaken. The one who will be humiliated is you, Wang Hong Hong. I am one to repay kindness and remember grievances. The former Qiao Xingran is no more. Now, it is your turn to face demise. Wang Hong Hong felt a chill run down her spine as Qiao Xingran's words resonated ominously. Her heart raced with the anticipation of impending danger. No, this wretched woman is merely posturing. She cannot possibly possess such power. Fear not. Even if past grievances linger, the public witnessed Qiao Xingran's actions clearly. She will falter time and again. Soon, the relevant authorities arrived. Wang Hong Hong covered her cheeks and rushed forward, exclaiming without hesitation, Police, you must support me. She struck me publicly, leveraging her status. Look at my face. It is swollen from her slap. The officers pushed her aside, adopting a serious demeanor. Did you call the police? Wang Hong Hong sobbed, unable to articulate a single coherent word. Qiao Xingran, her expression darkening, retorted, enough with the theatrics. As if mourning a deceased parent. Officer, I am the one who reported this. She hit me. She is Madame Yi, and she struck me. Wang Hong Hong resumed her accusations. At the mention of Madame Yi, the crowd fell silent momentarily. Is Madame Yi truly above reproach? Can she strike others at will? Receiving special treatment solely due to her status? What of us? Are we not human? Do we lack rights? Wang Hong Hong raged passionately. Qiao Xingran let out a cold snort and remarked, The police have arrived and yet not uttered a single word out of line. Are you merely conjuring up tales and blaming others? My colleagues, you have all witnessed the events that transpired, have you not? Madame Yi struck me in public. Did she not? Wang Hong Hong, aware that her colleagues would not speak the truth, intentionally probed further. Indeed, the onlookers remained silent, merely spectators to the unfolding drama. Observing this, she began to wallow in self-pity. Madame Yi has publicly assaulted me, and everyone has seen it. Yet, due to her status, no one dares to speak up. This world remains unchanged. The affluent truly can act with impunity. Finally, the police officer, unable to suppress a frown, addressed her, Miss. Might I suggest you refrain from embellishing your own narrative? We have yet to commence our inquiries. Had you not mentioned her as Madame Yi, we would have remained oblivious. Please, have a modicum of faith in us. I have been struck so severely, and you still require inquiries? Wang Hong Hong retorted, feeling quite aggrieved. Indeed, we must ascertain the facts clearly, the officer replied authoritatively. Awkwardness ensued. Qiao Xingran, maintaining her composure, politely nodded and stated, Officer, this Ms. Wang Hong Hong has spoken with disdain and malicious intent, and my slap was but a mere accident upon her face. Today, I am reporting her for illegal fundraising and fraudulent activities. This rubbish should be dismissed. Wang Hong Hong scoffed upon hearing the accusation. Illegal fundraising? Fraud? Madame Ye, must our personal grievances escalate to this extent? You are merely wasting police resources. Though the Yi family is wealthy, the police station is not your personal domain. Do not overestimate your influence. Qiao Xingran, uninterested in further banter, handed her phone to the officer. This is the evidence I mentioned. I hope it aids your investigation. The officer diligently perused the evidence, soon addressing Wang Hong Hong. Ms. Wang, based on the provided information, we have confirmed your involvement in fraudulent activities. Please assist us in our investigation. This is impossible. I am a veteran within my company. She exclaimed, panic-stricken. You have long exploited your position, engaging in bribery and corruption. In times of economic strain, you have misused your authority to conduct illegal fundraising, promising exorbitant returns. This constitutes fraud. I have disseminated the evidence to our company group. Let everyone take a good look, Qiao Xingran stated with her characteristic decisiveness and efficiency. Employees retrieved their phones, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Not only were these two matters exposed, but also the incidents from years past where Qiao Xingran had shouldered the blame for Wang Hong Hong. The evidence was meticulously detailed, with clear and logical arguments. In that moment, everyone beheld the true nature of Wang Hong Hong. No, there's been a misunderstanding. It is not as it seems. The woman was in a state of panic. These deeds, committed for so many years, had gone unnoticed. How could Qiao Xingran possibly know? Rest assured, we will investigate these matters. Regardless of your status, if you have engaged in illegal activities, we will not show favoritism. Miss Wang, please accompany us, the police officer declared. No, please, Mrs. Yi. I was wrong. I should not have spoken so disrespectfully. I have elderly parents and young children, as well as a sister with a disability. I cannot afford to get into trouble. I will be obedient. I will do the cleaning. I promise I will not act recklessly again. With a sudden thud, Wang Honghong fell to her knees. Qiao Xingran, twisting the ring on her finger, spoke in a low voice. Your tactics were once convincing, but not anymore. Even if your entire family were to threaten me with death, I would remain unfazed. Take her away. Please, I was wrong. Qiao Xingran, I apologize. Why must you be so ruthless? Wang Honghong cried out, her voice filled with anguish. Who said that an apology guarantees forgiveness? The severity of your actions is what led to this. Take her away. Her eyes blazed with fury, radiating an undeniable aura of authority. Chapter 81. The man behind Qiao Xingran, the police, took Wang Honghong away. Whispers filled the air among the onlookers. President Qiao is incredible, collecting evidence in secret and sending people to prison at the slightest provocation. She deserves it. How many lives has Wang Honghong ruined? Someone had to put an end to her tyranny. With President Qiao in charge, we will no longer suffer indignities. Indeed, the law is relentless. No one escapes its grasp. President Qiao is the best. The employees began to cheer, and within just a few days, Qiao Xingran had successfully won their hearts. Standing at the doorway, Qiao Jianya and Qiao Feng watched the scene unfold, their hearts aching. Were they truly witnessing this? Qiao Feng attempted to rush forward, but was stopped by Qiao Jianya. Enough! She is riding a wave of momentum. Confronting her now would be futile. We must endure for the moment. Tonight, Master Fu is hosting a banquet, and I have secured an invitation for you. This is a rare opportunity, whether for collaboration or to meet influential individuals. You must seize it. Will she be attending? If Qiao Xingran is there, it could become quite complicated. Yes, but rest assured, she will have a difficult evening. A sly smile crept across Qiao Jinya's face. After a busy day, Qiao Xingran arrived at her destination as the time approached. Just as she picked up a small cake, about to take a bite, she saw Wang Chumei walking towards her. Oh no, the person I least wanted to see has arrived. With tear-filled eyes, Wang Chumei spoke, Mrs. Yi. May I speak with you? Upon hearing the title Mrs. Yi, all eyes turned towards them. After the live broadcast, those within the circle became particularly curious about this Mrs. Yi. In previous gatherings, she had been present, but at that time, she was overlooked, often bullied and ridiculed. Now, however, the situation had shifted. She was the most favored woman. Is there something you need? Qiao Xingran replied coldly. Mrs. Yi, I beg you, please return the money for my medical treatment. The doctor has issued a critical illness notice. Please do not turn a blind eye to my plight. Wang Chumei pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Ran, I too beseech you. Your mother passed away early, and I raised you through thick and thin. After marrying your aunt, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to your care. Now that she is gravely ill, we implore you to return our money. We truly need it for her treatment. The humble demeanor of Qiao Jianya stands in stark contrast to his usual self. Ran, we have tolerated your mistreatment of us at home, but mother is genuinely ill. You cannot turn a blind eye to her suffering. Qiao Feng also spoke up. The nauseating antics of their family began anew. Ran, I implore you, save me. You are my only hope now. I am willing to do anything you ask. Wang Chumei's voice rang out loudly. The crowd around them only grew larger. Qiao Xingran's cold, unblinking eyes displayed no emotion. She was unperturbed by the crocodile tears, and with a faint parting of her lips, uttered two words, step aside. Wang Chumei, resembling a statue, refused to budge, embodying the stance of someone who would not leave without receiving compensation. Ran, I know you have reconciled with Mr. Yi and looked down upon me as your stepmother, but for the sake of the care I once provided you, please save me. I am willing to prostrate myself before you, she declared, preparing to kneel. Standing nearby, Shun Yaoyao attempted to assist her, but Qiao Xingran withdrew her hand. Leaving Wang Chumei half-crouched, her movements stiff. With so many onlookers, was she truly expected to kneel? Yet, having uttered her words, it would be awkward to refrain. The crowd, merely spectators, showed no inclination to help her. Qiao Xingran regarded her with a playful expression, as if to say, kneel, by all means. Shun Yaoyao, upon observing the scene, seemed to grasp the entirety of the situation, pouting her lips and muttering softly. So it's all just an act. If you have the audacity, truly kneel. However, Wang Chumei did not kneel. Her face remained rigid, enveloped in extreme embarrassment. The surrounding onlookers could not help but stifle their laughter. Unperturbed, she continued her charade of mourning. Ran, you possess so much wealth. Do you truly care about us? I am at my wit's end. Following this, she coughed violently, her body swaying precariously, evoking pity from those present. The guests, all affluent, could no longer contain themselves upon witnessing Wang Chumei's pitiful state. I will contribute, one declared. I will pitch in as well. Several others stepped forward, offering their financial assistance. Wang Chumei was taken aback by this unexpected outcome. Among such wealthy individuals, a show of true generosity could easily amass a fortune. Thank you all for your kindness, she began, but before she could finish, Qiao Xingran interrupted her, stating emphatically, Ms. Wang, I'm granting you a single opportunity to clarify before everyone here. Whose money is it? Who is truly more wronged? Remember, this chance is singular. You are merely in your 20s. Everything the Qiao family possesses was built by your father. I cannot deceive anyone about that. Wang Chumei responded. Very well. I shall not intervene. Qiao Xingran savored her cake and sipped her soda, relishing the moment. I have heard that Mrs. Yi, having gained favor, has taken everything from the Qiao family and spoken disrespectfully to her parents. Just look at her now. It's utterly excessive. This money is meant for medical treatment. Is it not akin to watching someone perish without offering assistance? She deserves the neglect she previously endured. The petty individuals have found their fortune. How could the affluent Mr. Yi possibly concern himself with the costs of medical treatment? One must not be overly audacious like Qiao Xingran. After all, she is a stepmother. How could one compel another to kneel? Such actions are truly reprehensible. Hush, are you seeking death? That is Mrs. Yi. Should Mr. Yi and Mr. Fu become enraged, what chance do you have of survival? The surrounding voices buzzed incessantly. Well then, with Mrs. Yi having Mr. Ye's support, that money is unlikely to be reclaimed. We engage in charitable acts annually. We shall cover this expense. Initially, the noblewoman promised financial aid, but it quickly changed. Yes, provide us with your car number, and we shall transfer the funds. Fu Zibao clenched his fists, ready to rush forward. Yet he paused as he witnessed Qiao Xingran laughing heartily, declaring, a bunch of wealthy fools. He couldn't help but chuckle. This woman was truly remarkable. Wang Chumei, hearing this, interjected, Xingran, if you dislike me, that is one thing. But targeting them is unjust. They mean well. You mustn't insult them. Even with Mr. Ye's protection, you cannot behave so arrogantly. Apologize to them. Instantly, the crowd's sympathy for Wang Chumei grew, while their discontent for Qiao Xingran became more pronounced. Did I insult anyone? I merely spoke the truth. Qiao Xingran replied with a light chuckle. She approached Wang Chumei, sneering, Wang Chumei, you were involved with my father before my mother passed away. You have reaped what you sowed. Now that you are ill, is it not divine retribution? You married into the Qiao family with your children, squandering the exclusive resources my mother left for me on your own daughter, while you abandoned me in the countryside for years. Now that you are sick, why must I come to your aid? You have a husband and children. Why should I be responsible? Father, after my mother's passing, are you certain you raised me with utmost care? Is everything belonging to the Qiao family rightfully yours or mine? Qiao Xingran's words rendered their faces pale. Chapter 82. Yuchen's back injury. Qiao Xingran provided them no opportunity for rebuttal. Striding forward with poise, she declared, you two were entangled long before my mother's death. Wang Chumei moved into the Qiao household before my mother's mourning period even concluded. I was sent to the countryside before I turned 10. All the money my mother left me has filled your pockets. After marrying into the Yi family, all your living and medical expenses have been financed by me. How have I wronged you? The belongings left to me by my mother are merely in your temporary custody. May they now be returned to their rightful owner? Qiao Jianya could not have anticipated that this brazen woman would disregard propriety and lay bare all their transgressions, bringing them shame beyond measure. Wang Chumei, the medical expenses I have sent you over the years are well documented. Should I reveal them here and now? Her cold gaze radiated a terrifying intensity. The couple clenched their fists, rendered speechless. Such shamelessness, daring to create a scene in such a setting. If I were Mrs. Yi, I would make them pay dearly. Shameless individuals will always remain so. Mrs. Yi has shown remarkable restraint. Who knows if Mrs. Yi is deceiving anyone? With Mr. Yi and Mr. Fu backing her, she seems to act with impunity. They are not virtuous beings, nor is Madame Yi necessarily a good person. Ignoring the discussions around her, Qiao Xingran remained indifferent to others' opinions. Her gaze settled on the benevolent individuals. The truth remains unchanged. If you wish to donate to these two ungrateful creatures, I shall not impede you. However, do not attempt to impose moral obligations upon me. I am not swayed by such tactics. Just as she was about to depart, a woman whispered, "Even if what you say is true, she is on the brink of death. Can you not find it in your heart to forgive her? Must your cruelty be so severe? Does he always know of your malice?" Malice? Cruelty? A deep, resonant voice interrupted, causing the crowd to turn in astonishment toward the speaker. It was none other than Yi, the esteemed figure. What was he doing at his rival Fu's banquet? Obviously, he was there to keep an eye on his wife. Otherwise, he might find himself wearing the proverbial green hat. Yi Yuchen, with a physique akin to a top model, approached Qiao Xingran amid the onlookers. His large hand rested on her waist, gently pulling her into his embrace as he leaned in, a charming smile playing on his lips. "Are you not aware that family matters should remain private?" Wow, when Yi smiles, it's absolutely mesmerizing. How incredibly handsome. Flirting publicly. How daring. What a twist of fate. Who could have imagined the ex-wife would be favored, though she might lose that favor in an instant? Look at Fu. His face has turned pale. It's baffling how such extraordinary individuals could be attracted to someone deemed second-hand. If only you looked like that, they would adore you. Qiao Xingran attempted to evade Yi Yuchen's touch, yet he ensnared her. The faint scent of alcohol wafted into her nostrils, and his breath made her ears flush. In public, what was this man doing? Receiving no reply, Yi Yuchen playfully nibbled on her earlobe. Goodness, this is harassment. Perhaps you should direct this series of actions toward Wang Chu-mei, she retorted with annoyance. Hiss. Yi Yuchen beat head sharply. Pain. No, it was not merely pain. There was an unfamiliar sensation, as though her very cells were awakening, radiating an extraordinary energy. What was happening? Dear, allow me to handle these matters. Why must you be angry? Just let your husband take care of it. Yi Yuchen spoke tenderly. Has she rendered this man insane? Who just accused my wife of being cruel? Qiao Yuchen, do you take pleasure in tormenting my wife? Yi Yuchen grasped Qiao Xingran's hand and surveyed the crowd. Heads bowed, no one dared utter another word. Still not leaving? He bellowed once more. Qiao Jianya and Wang Chu-mei departed in disgrace. 2 sentences resolved everything. Qiao Xingran regained her composure, uttered a simple thank you, and intended to leave. Yet, Yi Yuchen retained her hand, a wicked smile gracing his face. Wife, have you thought of me today? Every day, I find myself contemplating the notion of swiftly severing ties with you, yearning for your distance, Yi Yuchen. If you wish to indulge in your whims, do so alone and spare me the chaos. Beware of the consequences of your actions. Shaking off his grasp, she turned to leave. Yet, Yi Yuchen disregarded her, resolutely embracing her from behind, his demeanor both affectionate and ambiguous. Are you out of your mind? I, Qiao Xingran, have not finished speaking, she retorted, only to spot Fu Zibao standing a short distance away, his gaze sharp as a blade, instilling a sense of dread within her. It was intentional. Yi Yuchen was flaunting his charm merely to provoke jealousy in Fu Zibao. With a derisive laugh, Qiao Xingran remarked, "At your age, still so childish. It truly is repulsive. You ought to be more restrained. Fu Zibao does not covet you. Would I act so immaturely? Qiao Xingran, keep your distance from Fu Zibao. I have made it clear. Until the divorce is finalized, you remain Mrs. Yi. Henceforth, I shall accompany you to such gatherings." His warning was unmistakable. Forthcoming? The very thought of a future with him was utterly insane. You did not even attend the wedding. What do you expect from this? Yi Yuchen, what grievances lie between you and Fu Zibao? Qiao Xingran countered with a smile. Yi Yuchen's eyes darkened. This woman was astute, far more perceptive than before. The discord among men transcends mere wealth and women. Which category do you belong to? She inquired, raising an eyebrow. Before he could respond, Fu Zibao approached, seizing Qiao Xingran's hand with an assertive grip. Mr. Yi, are you making things difficult for Miss Qiao? This is my gathering. I suggest you be discreet, or I shall have to escort you out. No, you intruded upon this event. A man grasped her wrist with considerable force, embodying the legendary rivalry for a woman's affection. I apologize, but I am famished and wish to eat. Kindly release me, she replied coldly, choosing Fu Zibao. Instantly, the fury within the man erupted, suppressing his emotions. He leaned closer, Whispering in a tone meant only for her ears, the divorce agreement is signed. If you desire it, come with me. This opportunity is singular. The choice is yours. With that, Yi Yuchen departed without a backward glance. Qiao Xingran furrowed her brow, pondering whether he was telling the truth. After much hesitation, she decided to follow him. Just as Fu Zibao was about to pursue, Yun Jinjin appeared. Fu Xiao, long time no see. Your interests remain unchanged. Shall we converse? She said with a smile. The man ignored her, intent on continuing his path. Yi Yuchen has agreed to the divorce, she whispered, then added, you know, Chen is not easily swayed. His agreement holds significant weight. Do you understand what this entails? Chapter 83. The divorce agreement is signed. Fu Zibao halted abruptly. His penetrating gaze fixed upon Yun Jinjin, scrutinizing her. Unfazed by his stare, she smiled serenely. Fu Xiao, let us discuss. I believe our collaboration will be quite pleasant. His tone turned ominous as he replied, Speak. I desire Yi Yuchen. While you have affection for Qiao Xingran, we can collaborate, each fulfilling our own needs. He is certain to divorce, but can you guarantee that once divorced, they will cease all contact? You are a man, and thus best understand men. Surely, you have noticed the transformation in his attitude towards Qiao Xingran, have you not? Yun Jinjin inquired leisurely. Indeed, Yi Yuchen's demeanor towards Qiao Xingran has undergone a profound metamorphosis. One that is perilous. To love is to possess. I can assist you in winning her over. Given Chen's character, he would never accept second-hand goods, Yun Jinjin whispered. Second-hand goods? Miss Yun, if you truly possess such capabilities, what are you waiting for? Are you unaware of your own worth? Fu Zibao mocked. I could act as well. As long as you share a bed. The words had yet to fully escape her lips. Fu Zibao's large hand had already seized her throat. Yun Jinjin's eyes widened. Her breath constricted as she attempted to push his hand away. With a resounding crash, she was thrust against the wall, gazing at the man with terror. Fu Zibao chuckled with amusement. Do you believe you are worthy to threaten me? Have you truly deluded yourself into thinking you are significant? Can you manipulate Qiao Xingran? The woman I desire is beyond anyone's harm. I have no intention of harming her. I merely wish to collaborate with you. You are unworthy. Qiao Xingran is the brightest star. She must not be violated by anyone. Even if I wished to possess her, it would not be through such means. I warn you to behave, or I shall personally ruin you. You must understand that there will come a time when Yi Yuchen cannot protect you. Fu Zibao asserted with authority. What qualities does she possess? A second-hand good indeed. Her jaw was firmly grasped. It is no exaggeration to say that tears nearly fell from Yun Jinjin's eyes. Should you dare utter another word, I shall sever your tongue. I recorded everything you just said. If Yi Yuchen were to hear it, what would happen? Fu Zibao concluded, playing the recording. Yun Jinjin clenched her fists, her eyes reddening. To love someone is to invest genuine emotion. A woman like you will never earn Yi Yuchen's love. The man declared with dominance as he departed. A heart-wrenching scream from the woman echoed. Surrounding women cast peculiar glances. Enraged, Yun Jinjin returned to her car, pounding the steering wheel with fury, her face contorted. Why? How dare that wretched woman outshine me at every turn? Even if it costs me my life, I shall not let her go. Fu Zibao, if you refuse to cooperate with me, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I possess many methods to eliminate her. The truth, I shall expose all truths. If I cannot tarnish Qiao Xingran's innocence, then it shall be a mutual destruction. Even if Yi Yuchen were to blame me, it matters not. Qiao Xingran entered the car alongside Yi Yuchen, sitting quietly and obediently awaiting his words. You. She wore an adorably obedient expression that rendered him incapable of anger. Noticing his silence, Qiao Xingran proactively extended her hand, asking, wasn't there talk of a divorce agreement? May I have it? The man's broad palm enveloped her delicate hand, gripping it tightly and refusing to release his hold, sparks igniting from their friction. Is this amusing? Must one go to such lengths to torment another? Yi Yuchen, had I known that your words held no weight, I would have. With a swift motion, she tossed the divorce agreement at him. Qiao Xingran's eyes sparkled as she quickly perused the document. Oh, how manly! Besides her stipulated demands, he had generously included more. A delightful surprise indeed. With a beaming smile, Qiao Xingran neatly placed the divorce agreement aside and, extending her hand, said with utmost sincerity, Mr. Yi, thank you for your understanding. I hope we can remain friends. By the way, Remember to visit the Civil Affairs Bureau for the divorce after the family banquet. Yi Yuchen firmly grasped her small hand, his thumb pressing against her palm. If their earlier interaction had been a mere friction, laced with ambiguous sparks, this moment was an undercurrent, laden with unspoken feelings. Qiao Xingran, as you wish, is it not? He murmured in response. The woman chuckled softly, taking her time to reply. You are mistaken. It is as you wish, Mr. Yi. Do not feel aggrieved. You must understand that from marriage to divorce, it is all at your discretion. Should you have a change of heart, then I too, with a sudden force, Yi Yuchen pinned her beneath him, gripping her chin. Behave yourself. I may just change my mind and leave you behind. Aren't you going to see me off on my final journey? Qiao Xingran raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Do you deserve it? He retorted coldly. This man truly seemed indifferent. As long as he agreed to the divorce, that was all that mattered. Very well, I shall return on my own. Rest assured, during this period, I will cooperate fully. I shall take my leave now. Qiao Xingran replied obediently. The moment she exited the vehicle, Yi Yuchen slammed the door shut. As she stepped out, a light rain began to fall from the sky. She raised her hand to let the raindrops cascade onto her face, a smile gracing her lips as she fiercely tossed her high heels and spun in delight. Qiao Xingran, from this day forth, you have regained your freedom. You must love yourself and live the life you desire. It is time to let go of everything. You must find greater happiness than before, she gently whispered to herself, pressing her hand against her chest. She had anticipated the original owner's thoughts would overwhelm her, inflicting a maddening pain. Yet there was none. Instead, an unusual calm enveloped her. How could this be? In truth, this was quite splendid. At the very least, the original owner no longer suffered. Yi Yuchen watched Qiao Xingran from a distance, entranced. She was truly beautiful. The streetlights and gentle rain adorned her like a crimson rose in the darkness, rendering him unable to divert his gaze. The thought that this woman, who adored him so fiercely, would no longer belong to him struck his heart with a sharp pain, rendering him breathless. Qiao Xingran was breathtakingly radiant. Uncle Yan, drive. The car had not yet started when he lifted his gaze to see Fu Zibao not far away. That man's fiery gaze pierced through the distance, clear as day. From the day they obtained the divorce certificate, Fu Zibao would pursue Qiao Xingran relentlessly. Merely contemplating this left Yi Yuchen feeling suffocated. Qiao Xingran, adjusting her hair and swaying her hips, departed with grace. Talp, talp, talp. Fu Zibao rapped on Yi Yuchen's car window. The man slowly lowered the window. Young Master Yi, keep your woman in check. If she dares to act recklessly again, I shall not hesitate to tear her apart. Also, if you choose to divorce, do so openly. Do not resort to underhanded tactics. A man who schemes against a woman will surely be scorned. Fu Zibao's words were laced with chill. Yi Yuchen scoffed. If you have the gall, come and try to stop me. Were you plotting against Qiao Xingran? He advanced menacingly. Chapter 84. The doggo man begins to torment her again her life. Yi Yuchen spat as the car sped away. With thoughts of innumerous suitors surrounding Qiao Xingran, he found himself bereft of any recourse beyond uttering these angry words. Ding Weihuan observed the boss's state, hesitating for a moment before softly suggesting, President Yi, it is still possible to cancel the plan. Yi Yuchen's icy gaze remained fixed on the scenery outside. Despite the turmoil within, he replied, no need. She is neither deserving nor worthy. Very well. If this is the boss's decision, there is nothing I can do. In the future, do not weep when pursuing your wife. Qiao Xingran hummed a tune as she opened the door. The instant she entered the living room, a cup was hurled at her, followed swiftly by another. With remarkable reflexes, she caught all 3 cups. A mischievous smile danced on her lips as she turned to the trio, flicking her wrist. Bam! 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 The cups struck the 3 of them on their heads. Are you tired of living? Shall I send you on your way? She declared with authority, raising an eyebrow in challenge. You wretched creature! How dare you treat us this way in public? Your aunt is nearly driven to her grave by your actions. Had I known you were so unfilial, I would have abandoned you in the countryside and never brought you back. My compassion has been misplaced. Xiao Jianya shouted frantically. Do you feel aggrieved? She retorted. Ran, I am giving you one last chance. If you refuse to use your money to treat your aunt, we will sever all ties with the Qiao family. You are well aware of the pressures of public opinion. Even if young Master Yi protects you, the Yi family will not indulge you. Consider your options carefully. Wang Chumei had already contacted the Yi family. From the tone of Ye's parents, She sensed their discontent towards Qiao Xingran, and thus, they had resolved to take drastic measures. It is not you leaving the Qiao family. It is I who will expel you from the Qiao family. I would not save even a stray cat or dog for you. I will not grant you the opportunity to reconsider. Once you are out of the Qiao family, do not think you can return. Qiao Xingran issued an ultimatum. You dare. I am your father. I have never heard of a daughter expelling her father. Qiao Jianya yelled at her in agitation. She opened her mouth to speak, but closed her lips again and rose to leave. Father, do you truly believe she will be so easy to deal with? Qiao Feng questioned in disbelief. I have already distanced myself from the Yi family. We have lost face. But the Yi family still retains theirs. I, Qiao Jianya, have not finished speaking. Suddenly, Qiao Xingran tossed their luggage at them. Get out, she commanded with authority. Are you serious? You disregard the Knight family's reputation? Qiao Jianya was taken aback. Qiao Xingran, with an expression of icy indifference, tossed her voluminous waves and coolly uttered a single word. Leave. You beast. If I am a beast, then you are far beneath even that. I do not care for Knight Yuchen's esteem. You are not even worthy of consideration. Depart, or else face dire consequences. Qiao Xingran was not jesting. Each glance she cast radiated a chilling aura. Stop. Wang Chumei hurriedly intervened, attempting to curb the actions of the others. She picked up a suitcase and smiled, saying, Qiao Xingran, we will always be your kin. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to contact us. I believe you will soon wish to have us back. With that, they departed with their luggage. Qiao Xingran instructed the servants to dispose of all their belongings and then settled into the living room. She gently caressed her chest and whispered, I have finally reclaimed everything that belongs to the Qiao family and returned it to you. She had nearly resolved the matters concerning the original owner and was now poised to investigate the Bai family. Bai Yuchen, as brother-in-law, also bore the surname Bai. Could there be a connection to her adversary? The following day, Qiao Xingran slept soundly, blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding online. Ding Weihang, holding a computer, hesitated momentarily before approaching with caution. Mr. Yi, there has been an incident concerning the lady. Am I to be cuckolded again? He scoffed at himself. Ding Weihang replied. She has been exposed online. The Qiao couple claims they were expelled from the Qiao family by Qiao Xingran and has presented various incriminating evidence against her. The public is now inundating her with insults. Ding Weihang handed him the computer. His long fingers skimmed the screen, revealing a barrage of vicious remarks that made his stomach churn. At first, it was bearable, but as he scrolled further, the vitriol became increasingly appalling. With a decisive slam, he closed the computer, instinctively reaching for his phone to call Qiao Xingran, but she did not answer. Ding Weihang, his face etched with concern, remarked, She should not be asleep at this hour. Could it be that the online backlash has caused her distress? With a jolt, Yi Yuchen sprang to his feet, swiftly donning his coat as he declared, to the Qiao residence. Yes. Ding Weihang followed closely behind. Excellent. The boss has finally come to his senses. Upon arriving at the Qiao family's doorstep, they spotted Fu Zibao ringing the doorbell. A true rivalry was unfolding before their eyes. Mister Fu, are you also looking for my wife? Ding Weihang inquired. The phrase my wife held a potent impact, softening Yi Yuchen's previously furious expression. Though he responded with an icy tone, Mr. Fu, do you have business with my wife? Though displeased, Fu Zibao found himself unable to retort at that moment and continued to ring the doorbell insistently. The chime echoed repeatedly. At last, Qiao Xingran could no longer endure the disturbance and leaped out of bed, furiously shouting, Do you not realize you're disturbing someone at slumber? It's akin to killing one's parents. You scoundrels. Barefoot, she strode to the door and flung it open. Fu Zibao, brimming with excitement, was about to speak, but Qiao Xingran interjected first, stating that incessantly knocking was an impolite act. I apologize, the man said gently. Hearing these words, Yi Yuchen's lips curled into a smug smile as he leisurely remarked, I advised Mr. Fu against this, but he refused to heed my counsel. How infuriating. What advice did he offer? This man is rather insufferable. You think you can prevent this? What sort of man resorts to bullying women? He directed his ire at Yi Yuchen as well. With a darkened expression, the man brushed past Qiao Xingran, entering the room before gripping her wrist and leaning close to her ear, whispering, quickly change into something appropriate. At that moment, Qiao Xingran was clad in sleepwear, the straps slipping off, exuding an undeniable allure, and he certainly did not wish to grant other men the privilege. Dressing is my freedom. she retorted. Before she could finish, Yi Yuqing lifted her effortlessly and began striding towards the room. What are you doing, you insufferable man? Put me down immediately, or I swear I will make you regret it. Qiao Xingran flailed her legs, attempting to break free, but to no avail. Fu Zibao was about to rush in to intervene when Ding Weihuan stopped him with a firm grip. Step aside, he snapped, agitated. Mister Fu, the couple has always interacted this way. If you proceed, you may witness scenes you would rather not see, Ding Weihuan cautioned in a hushed tone. A lethal glare shot in his direction. Chapter 85. Robustness and duration in a bid for her boss's happiness. Ding Weihuan bravely positioned himself before Fu Zibao. The man, his expression dark and deeply displeased, sank into the sofa, his gaze fixed on the room, fists clenched. Noticing the tension, Ding Weihuan, undeterred by danger, ventured, Mr. Yi is in good health. It may take some time. Mr. Fu, please sit. Let me brew you a cup of tea, and we shall wait patiently. Fu Zibao's piercing gaze landed on him, delivering a chilling warning. Beware, or I shall sever your tongue. Ding Weihuan nodded silently and began preparing the tea, internally urging, Boss, you must hold your ground. Do not act too swiftly. Inside the room, Yi Yuqing forcefully pushed Qiao Xingran onto the bed. She instantly awoke, lifting her foot to deliver a fierce kick. The man seized her ankle with a firm grip, yanking her down beneath him. Yi Yuqing secured her waist with one hand while the other pinched her chin, speaking with a teasing tone. Come now, strike harder. Are you truly intent on murdering your lover? Mr. Yi, at best, you are merely an ex-husband. Do you truly believe you warrant such treatment? Rest assured, had I the capability, I would strike with unrelenting force. Release me. Qiao Xingran struggled, yet ultimately succumbed. Oh, this woman's tongue. He followed the line of her gaze. Qiao Xingran's glossy red lips were irresistibly alluring, both firm and enticing. Are you well? His sensual atoms apple-bobbed as emotions within him began to spiral out of control. This woman was increasingly driving him to the brink. This is not good. Did you not sign the divorce papers yesterday? What brings you here today? What madness has overcome you and Fu Zibao? Her eyes blazed with indignation, revealing her dissatisfaction. All she desired was a peaceful night's sleep. Was that too much to ask? Your resilience is commendable. You remain unfazed by such insults? Yi Yuqing was genuinely taken aback. Insult her? Was that not a form of degradation? Could there be something else at play? What does it mean? She appeared perplexed. Observing her confusion, Yi Yuqing surmised that she was likely unaware of the turmoil unfolding online. He glanced down at her exceedingly revealing outfit and remarked, You have been exposed online. You should change your clothes. We can discuss this downstairs. This outfit is perfectly fine. Her protest remained unfinished. The man leaned in, his lips brushing against hers as he bit down hard. Do you wish for me to assist you in changing? You insufferable man. She muttered, exasperated. She had felt elated when he had signed the papers yesterday. Yet now, here they were in this absurd predicament. Noticing her silence, Yi Yuqing rose and approached the wardrobe, retrieving a more conservative outfit before returning to the bedside. Hey, what are you doing? You scoundrel, why are you tugging at my clothes? You beast. I might just call the police. Qiao Xingran, what are you being so dramatic for? I have seen every inch of you, he said, as he deftly assisted her into the garment. Good heavens. Qiao Xingran's face turned a deep shade of green. Could she possibly commit murder? How could a dignified queen like herself be entangled with this insufferable man for so long, reduced to such a state? Thankfully, she was not entirely undressed. She figured it was better to consider it as merely being nibbled by a dog. After she completed her grooming, they descended to the living room. Ding Weihuan, upon seeing them, promptly rose and said, Mr. Yi, madam, are you both ready? You must be weary. Please sit and rest for a moment. Young Master Fu has been waiting for you. The insinuation in his words was unmistakable. Yi Yuqing nodded in satisfaction, grasping Qiao Xingran's wrist as they settled onto the sofa. Weariness evident in his demeanor. She was indeed unruly. It took more time than anticipated. Unruly? Was it not your rudeness? Enough of this banter. Why am I being exposed online? She inquired, perplexed. Their exchange ignited a fierce jealousy within Fu Zibao, yet he restrained himself and handed her his phone. As Qiao Xingran perused the content, a scornful smile graced her lips. The audacity of the Qiao couple. Their shamelessness surpassed even the Great Wall. One could not find such brazen individuals across several planets. Do not worry. I'm already addressing this matter, Fu Zibao stated, as he retrieved his laptop to begin his work. Ding Weihuan, unwilling to be outdone, passed the laptop to Yi Yuchen, saying, Mr. Yi, you were in the midst of handling something earlier. Would you like to continue? Certainly. I will manage my wife's affairs without external involvement, he replied as he accepted the device. Ding Weihuan had been performing admirably of late. It was time for a raise. Fu Zibo let out a cold laugh, remarking, if everything could truly be handled well, such matters would not arise. The two men ceased their discussion and began to manipulate their computers. However, their expressions indicated that the situation was rather complex. Ding Weihuan tightly clenched his fists, silently encouraging, Boss, you must exert yourself, do not falter. Intriguingly, these videos could not be deleted. Fu Zibo scoffed. Although Qiao Feng was rather inept, he possessed some skill with computers. Since they intended to expose me online, they would not easily delete the posts. If they wish to engage, I shall indulge them. Qiao Xingran's lips curled upwards. Yi Yuchen observed her. His brows knitted tightly. You truly do not care? You did not answer the phone, not because you were distressed, but rather because you were sleeping? Do I appear to be concerned? She retorted. This trivial matter does not warrant your special visit. You truly underestimate me. I have matters to attend to, so remember to close the door upon your departure. With that, Qiao Xingran left with an air of confidence. As the two men prepared to leave, Ding Weihuan expressed his astonishment. No way. Am I mistaken? How is this possible? What happened? The two men asked in unison. The video has been deleted, he replied. Then added, it was all the posts deleted by Tu Bientian Xiaofago. The person who published the post appears to be attempting a restoration. But it is utterly futile. Tu Bientian Xiaofago is indeed formidable. A master is a master. Tu Bientian Xiaofago? Yi Yuchen murmured darkly, quickly tapping his long fingers on the keyboard as a flurry of code scrolled across the screen. After a series of operations, the man's expression shifted from shock to a satisfied smile as he neatly closed his laptop and prepared to leave. Fu Zibo stood up to block his path. Yi, it won't take much of your time to obtain a certificate. You are well aware of your parents' stance. This situation has unfolded due to your own actions. My wife has not blamed me, so why should you be so melodramatic? Fu Zibo retorted. Brother Fu, a wise judge refrains from meddling in domestic affairs. I advise you not to concern yourself too deeply. Even after a divorce, she would not choose you. Yi Yuchen cautioned quietly. Fu Zibo stepped closer. The two men locking eyes. You know she would, Fu Zibo asserted firmly. Chapter 86. Yi Yuchen's fury, is that so? What gave you such confidence? Shall I remind you of those past grievances? Yi Yuchen scoffed. Brother Fu, some matters are destined to remain unchanged, especially when it comes to revealing your past to her. Are you certain she would choose you after knowing the entire truth? The color drained from Fu Zibo's face. Nonetheless, he maintained his composure. And you? If Ran discovers the truth you conceal, how shall she react? These words struck a nerve with Yi Yuchen, disinterested in further debate. Narrowed his eyes and stood to leave. Fu Zibo also rose. Yi, should we follow her to the scene? Ding Weihuan inquired softly. Return to the Yi residence. He replied quietly. Understood. Yi residence. The night breeze extinguished the television, expressing displeasure. With Qiao Xingran causing such a commotion, she has brought shame upon the Yi family. If Chun continues to speak on her behalf, it will drive me to madness. Yunjin brewed tea for the Yi couple, sat down, and sighed, Uncle Annie, until the divorce certificate is in hand. Everything remains uncertain. We have all witnessed Madame Ye's eloquence. I fear the situation may take another turn. What do you believe we should do? Yang Xiaohui raised an eyebrow in retort. I believe it is time for you to leave. Yi Yuchen's deep and displeased voice interjected. Have I not reminded you to behave yourself? Yunjin, is it not enough that you are stirring trouble within a Yi household? Yunjin stood abruptly, her face paling, her voice trembling as she explained, Chun, you misunderstand. I merely came to visit Uncle and Auntie, and upon hearing this matter, I casually remarked. Yi Yuchen dismissed her words. Sitting on the sofa, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone. The divorce agreement has been signed. After the Yi family's banquet, I will proceed with the divorce. Should any delays arise due to your interference, do not blame me. His cold words hung in the air. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Then smiles of satisfaction spread across their faces. Chun, you should have done this long ago. That woman does not deserve to be by your side. You have misunderstood Jinjin. She is a good child. During your absence, she has cared for me. You should. Father, you must publicly clarify that this matter is a misunderstanding. I do not wish for Qiao Xingran to bear an unjust burden. He interrupted his mother's words. Impossible. We have already spoken. To defend her now would be to slap our own faces, and we cannot afford such humiliation. Yifeng rejected vehemently. Then I shall not divorce. The choice is yours. Yuchen declared, rising and striding away. You ungrateful son, stand right there. Yifeng shouted loudly. Uncle, we are all aware of Chen's temperament. If this situation escalates and he truly cancels the divorce, it will only complicate matters further. I will accompany you to the scene, Yuchen hurriedly urged. Only through divorce can she ascend. We cannot falter at this critical moment. Indeed, once divorced, we need not fear dealing with Qiao Xingran, Yang Xiuhui reassured. Very well. I will endure for now. Once the divorce is finalized, I will personally ensure that wretched woman is dealt with. The Qiao family will also meet their end. Yifeng temporarily held back his ire. The three of them rose and hastily made their way to the venue of the press conference. At the scene, Qiao Jianya, Wang Chumei, and Qiao Feng faced the cameras, unleashing a torrent of statements. The outcome of this confrontation was far superior to the previous banquet. The attendees expressed their outrage. Even Mrs. Yi should not exhibit such filial disobedience. Driving her own father from home is utterly excessive. The Qiao family has given her everything. Is she not satisfied? Madame Qiao's medical diagnosis is genuine. How can one treat a patient so cruelly? What a terrifying aspect of humanity. The Yi family has also expressed their dissatisfaction. It seems that Mrs. Ye's position is no longer secure. Wang Chumei bowed before the camera, tears streaming down her face. Dear friends from the media, I am grateful for your pursuit of justice on our behalf. Regardless of whether Ran is willing to acknowledge her mistakes, she will always remain our daughter. I hope that in her lifetime, she can find her way back. Ran, it is due to my preoccupation with work that I failed to educate you properly. I implore you to cease your missteps and turn back. Qiao Jianya, weeping profusely, was a picture of despair. A crisp applause erupted. The crowd turned their gazes in unison towards Qiao Xingran, who approached, clapping her hands with a smirk on her lips. Look at her arrogant demeanor. This is utterly outrageous. Does she even have a heart? Still applauding. It's infuriating. This woman is truly wicked. I am eager to see how she will wriggle her way out of this. I wish I could tear this woman apart. The crowd expressed their discontent. Qiao Xingran positioned herself among them, yet said nothing. Wang Chumei took her hand gently, saying, Ran, what is most important for a family is harmony. No one wished for things to escalate this way. Can we reconcile? Reconcile? Family shame should not be aired. You have repeatedly targeted and tormented me. And now you speak of reconciliation? Did you ever consider I am your family while you condemned me before the camera? She retorted coldly. We were driven to this. Qiao Xingran disregarded them, picking up her phone and operating it skillfully before addressing the camera. There are matters I initially wished to handle discreetly, but they are beyond redemption. I cannot be blamed. Over the years, I've spent nearly several hundred million on them. I have detailed all the expenses. Despite the money spent, their ailments remain untreated. And now they seek to leverage public opinion to pressure me for more funds. Is this just? With her words, everyone began to pull out their phones, incessantly refreshing the recently posted content. As they gazed at the stream, their expressions shifted. Moreover, there was a plethora of other evidence, such as Wang Chumei's hospital visits, where Qiao Xingran had always been by her side. The Qiao family resided in a villa, yet there was no room for Qiao Xingran. And videos revealing the family's verbal abuse and humiliation towards her were exposed. Certainly, the couple's assets were also unveiled. Lin Feng noticed the tense expressions of those present and anxiously pulled out his phone. Upon seeing the content, he was taken aback. Although the Qiao family may not be a wealthy aristocracy, they had the means to cover medical expenses. Their attempts to portray themselves as victims were met with my staunch opposition, yet they chose to slander me. Qiao Xingran scoffed. She continued, last night, they threatened to leave the house unless I provided money. For the sake of justice, I refused. Ultimately, I agreed to their departure from the Qiao household. Was I wrong to do so? She presented herself as pitiable and innocent. Is my daughter's effort not sufficient? Do biological children exhibit such filial piety? Her words detonated like a heavyweight bomb, igniting a significant uproar. Chapter 87. The mask falls away. No way. With numerous properties and ample wealth under their name. Yet they refuse to allocate any for medical treatment insisting instead on demanding from their daughter. Such behavior is truly appalling. I have also heard whispers of their intentions to crowdfund. How shameful for the esteemed president of the Qiao group to stoop to such measures, presenting a pitiful image. They have always relied on women to ascend in status. After years of living off the fruits of others' labor, their dignity has long since diminished. What can one expect from such a sight? The hypocrisy is nauseating. If I were Qiao Xingran, I would not only expel them from my home, but would wish for them to vanish from this world altogether. Indeed, with a stepmother comes a stepfather. How revolting. The Qiao couple was publicly humiliated, with Qiao Jianya's sordid past laid bare, a truly tragic spectacle. Qiao Jianya must yearn for a hole to hide in. However, Wang Chumei exhibited remarkable composure, disregarding the discontent of the crowd, and stated, Ran. Do you genuinely believe that by having Mr. Yi assist you with your materials, others will be convinced? You cannot exploit Mr. Yi. Qiao Xingran rolled her eyes and, in front of everyone, grasped her jaw, retorting, Do I truly require assistance to deal with you? Are you not afraid of offending Mr. Yi? Mr. Yi and Mrs. Yi had yet to finish their statements. The voice of Yi Feng echoed, We have misjudged our daughter-in-law. This declaration struck the Qiao couple like a slap to the face. They had falsely accused their daughter-in-law, Qiao Xingran, with fabricated evidence, but now that the truth has emerged, the misunderstanding has been resolved. She is indeed a good child. Yi Feng's words solidified everything. Mr. Yi, you're not one to act this way. You once stated that if one is ill, they should seek medical attention, and perhaps address their tendency to speak carelessly. I trust my daughter-in-law, and all your assertions are slanderous. How do you intend to refute this? Yi Feng, idiot. Wang Chumei stood awkwardly, speechless. She had assumed that with the support of the Yi couple and the pressure from media scrutiny, acquiring money would be effortless. Yet this wretched Qiao Xingran has proven to be utterly loathsome. The Qiao family harbors no heartless individuals. I refuse to acknowledge such a father. I have already engaged a lawyer to sever my parental ties with Qiao Jianya. From this point forward, his life or death bears no consequence to me. Should he dare to act recklessly again, I shall show no mercy. The facts are laid bare. If anyone online continues to attack me, let them. Qiao Xingran smiled gracefully, exuding charm. She then turned to Yi Feng and Yang Xiuhui, offering a polite bow and expressing her gratitude. Thank you for speaking the truth on my behalf. Every debt must be repaid. Kindness shall be acknowledged, while enmity will be avenged. Although thankful, it does not imply that their relationship has been restored. With an air of confidence, she exited under the gaze of the crowd. The Yi couple did not linger either, departing swiftly. All present were captivated by Qiao Xingran's striking display of poise. Yun Jinjin's face turned an ominous shade of green as she lifted her head. She discovered that Yi Yuchen's attention was equally entranced. Her hands clenched into fists, her nails nearly drawing blood from her palms. Yi Yuchen's lips curled into a smile as he instinctively remarked, My woman is truly remarkable. Do you know who she is? Ding Weihuan, observing his boss with a look akin to that of a man under the influence, was taken aback. After glancing around to confirm he was indeed speaking to him, he replied, Mr. Yi, which woman are you referring to? Are you blind? Did you not see how impressive my wife was just now? Isn't she formidable? Yi Yuchen beamed with pride, exuding an air of triumph that screamed, My wife is the best. Ding Weihuan cleared his throat and quietly reminded, Mr. Yi, I must point out that you have already signed the divorce agreement. She is your ex-wife. In an instant, the smile vanished from Yi Yuchen's face, replaced by a look of desolation as a piercing gaze fell upon him. You're tired of China, aren't you? It's indeed time to leave, he mused. Mr. Yi, I truly believe your wife's performance today was exceptional. It's not that I don't want to praise her. It's just that she belongs to you, and I, along with other men, am not worthy of such compliments, Ding Weihuan said earnestly, adopting a pitiful expression that seemed to plead for his boss's understanding. Yi Yuchen nodded in satisfaction, stating, At this moment, I indeed cannot do without you. You will handle the aftermath of this matter and ensure that the Qiao couple comes to their senses, if you understand what I mean. Understood. However, Mr. Yi, what did you mean by who is she? Ding Weihuan inquired, recalling the earlier statement. With a mischievous smile, the man clapped a hand on his shoulder, saying, You may now perform a striptease. Ding Weihuan was momentarily stunned, and then his jaw dropped in disbelief. After a lengthy pause, he asked incredulously, Are you saying she is a dog? You are the dog. Yi Yuchen shouted in return. No, Mr. Yi, that is not what I meant. Are you implying that your wife is the one who slaughters all dogs? That supreme being? Ding Wei Huan continued. But before he could finish, Yun Jinjin approached. Chun, can we talk? She insisted, lowering her voice. I know you've been determined to send me away, but there are certain things I must clarify. Yi Yuchen intended to ignore her. Yun Jinjin pressed on. Why are you helping Qiao Xingran in this way? Have you forgotten what she has done in the past? Or have you forgotten the reason for your prolonged persistence? Is Qiao Xingran still within your control? After all the preparation, are you truly willing to let her proceed? Ignoring her penetrating gaze, Yi Yuchen remained silent, his expression darkening. Chun, if you soften your heart when the time comes, what shall we do? This matter cannot afford any mistakes. It's not love, merely a sense of indebtedness. I am fully aware of my heart. There is no need for you to remind me, he coldly retorted. Upon hearing his words, Yun Jinjin felt a slight relief as she observed his demeanor. Chun, you want to fall in love with Qiao Xingran, will you? She asked, a hint of concern in her tone, moving closer to seek reassurance. Just then, Yi Mingzhu arrived, intending to speak on behalf of Qiao Xingran, only to overhear their conversation. Instantly, a surge of anger ignited within her. In public, she delivered a resounding slap to Yun Jinjin's face. Sister, why do you strike indiscriminately? Have I provoked you in any way? Yun Jinjin clenched her delicate fists, stifling her breath, her voice barely a whisper. Another slap followed. Sister, surely you must have a reason? What have I done to deserve this? Chun, did you witness this? I have done nothing. Even before you, my sister behaves this way. It is evident how she treats me ordinarily. I do not blame her. I merely seek to understand the reason. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she bit her red lip, appearing pitiful. Sister Yin, spare the excuses for the mistress, and do not compel me to strike you in front of so many. Yi Mingzhu's piercing gaze served as a warning. Yi Yuchen remained silent. Sister, why do you hit me? Yun Jinjin persisted in her inquiry. Chapter 88. Suspecting her to be Star, is there a need for a reason when striking you? Yi Mingzhu questioned with a hint of amusement. All right, you wish to know, do you? Then listen closely. Should a mistress not be punished? Should one who sows discord not be reprimanded? When it comes to matters between their marriage, who grants you the authority to meddle? Is it not deserving of punishment? Your brother-in-law's affection for his wife are questioned by you. You dare to bully even my sister-in-law. Tell me, do you not deserve this beating? Yi Mingzhu's eyes blazed with fury. Yun Jinjin opened her lips several times, yet no words emerged. She was in the wrong. Do not think that your connection to the Yun family grants you free rein. I shall strike you without needing a justification. Yi Yuchen, you are truly spineless. Yi Mingzhu's words flowed forth in humiliation. Sister, my affairs are my own. You need not interfere. Do you think I desire to meddle in your trivial matters? Were it not for my concern over your bullying of Ran, I would not have come at all. Manage this shameless mistress. Each encounter warrants a strike. Furthermore, regarding my birthday, you may choose not to attend. She stood, ready to leave, but after taking a few steps, she turned back, her sharp gaze fixed upon them. You have not engaged in any other activities, have you? No, they replied in unison. Yi Mingzhu did not linger and soon departed. Yun Jinjin grasped Yi Yuchen's arm and whispered, Chun, the opportunity has arisen. Do not let it slip away. It is just a few days. Do not allow anyone else to disrupt it, especially not my sister. You know her temperament. The man withdrew his hand, icy in demeanor. No need for your reminders. I am well aware. Once this matter is concluded, you are to leave immediately. She bit her lip, obediently nodding, refraining from further remarks. Meanwhile, Ding Wei Huan, standing to the side, fell into contemplation. Is Madame truly that deity? If so, that is somewhat formidable. Could it be that the star is also Madame? If that is the case, how many aliases does Madame possess? The Fu family. With a loud slap, Father Fu struck the marble table, angrily exclaiming, Preposterous! How outrageous! Of all people, why choose a married woman, especially Yi Yuchen's wife? Are there no other women in the world? If it comes to that, just find a man. Fu Zibao, lounging with his legs crossed, replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Then I shall indeed find a man. You. Father Fu was so enraged that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. After a deep sigh, he softened his tone and said gently, Son, you're no longer a child. I understand your desires. How about this? We shall arrange a marriage for you, shall we? The old man's change in demeanor was quite dramatic. Marriage? That sounds rather appealing, father. May I choose my own partner? Fu Zibao inquired with keen interest. Upon seeing his son's enthusiasm for marriage, Father Fu's smile grew even brighter. Of course, he replied. But wait, dear father, the one I love is still married. Once she is free, I shall wed. Do not fret, it will be soon, he said with a grin. In an instant, Father Fu's once cheerful face became overshadowed with clouds of discontent. He struck his son with a series of forceful punches. Shouting in fury, "You unperceptive fool! While you wait for a divorce, do you plan to wait for my demise as well? Father, have you received troubling news from your health check? Are you unwell? Please wait. I have yet to marry the woman I truly adore. What must I do for you to accept her?" Father Fu, at this point, was devoid of patience. This son was his most cherished, having grown up under his doting care, resulting in a carefree and spirited personality. He pursued his desires with unrestrained freedom. Naturally, Fu Zibao lived up to expectations, bringing pride to the Fu family. Yet, his judgment was consistently poor. Father, I have never asked anything of you, but this time I beseech you. I have never desired anyone as I do her. Qiao Xingran is different. I genuinely love her, and I am indifferent to her past. Fu Zibao's demeanor transformed from carefree to earnestly pleading. Father Fu stared at him, momentarily taken aback. After a lengthy pause, he replied quietly, "Are you truly serious? Never have I been so sincere. Father, for her, I would forsake everything. I earnestly hope you will grant me this chance, just once." Each of his words was heartfelt and laced with supplication. Father Fu clenched his fists, feeling a pang of compassion. "Enough. Do not plead with me further. Throughout your life, I have never interfered in your matters. Now that you insist on this course, I am at a loss. Let me make myself clear. Do not engage in unreasonable actions." Ultimately, Father Fu relented. Fu Zibao was taken aback, not expecting his father to acquiesce so swiftly. A wave of gratitude washed over him. "Father, are you certain? You must understand, once you agree, it means confronting societal scrutiny. I am aware. I recall the past vividly and do not wish to repeat those mistakes. Since you have made your decision, do not regret it later. I hope she is truly deserving," came Father Fu's grave voice. He had contemplated vehement opposition, even considering severing their father-son relationship in a fit of anger. Yet, recalling their previous experiences, his heart softened. Love is intertwined with fate. He yielded. Fu Zibao embraced his father with heartfelt gratitude, choking back tears. "Father, you are indeed my true father. Rest assured, I understand. Is she truly that remarkable?" Father Fu could not help but ask. "Indeed, she is exceptional," Fu Zibao affirmed steadfastly. She hesitated for a moment before conceding. "All right, the young man from the Yi family is not to be trifled with, so take care." With that, Father Fu shook his head and departed. In that moment, Fu Zibao felt no pressure, a charming smile gracing his lips. "Ran, I have arrived. This time, I shall not miss you." At the research facility, Lu Yunting and Qiao Xingran awaited the countdown as the researchers emerged with the results. It succeeded. "The medication has been approved," Lu Yunting exclaimed, embracing Qiao Xingran. "Ran, we are about to strike it rich. By the way, I'm aware of your scoundrel father's affairs. He just called me seeking the medication. 100 million. Within 24 hours, or he shall no longer provide it, regardless of wealth." Qiao Xingran was prepared to collect the payment. Time waits for no one. "By the way, Yi Mingzhu's birthday is tomorrow. Would you accompany me as my partner?" Lu Yunting was aware that when Shidayo would also attend. With Qiao Xingran by his side, he felt assured. Before he could finish his sentence, a notification chimed on WeChat. "Yi Yuchen, sister's birthday tomorrow. Accompany me." Fu Zibao, is Qiao Xingran available tomorrow? I need to discuss something with you. Yuchen, you have already signed the divorce agreement with Chun. The Yi family's affairs no longer concern you. I advise you not to embarrass yourself. You are not permitted to appear. The three of them truly shared a tacit understanding. Ran, will you accompany me? Rest assured, I will dress handsomely to astonish your partner and infuriate Yi Yuchen. Lu Yunting pouted playfully. Is she still bullying you? Chapter 89. The weight of green clouds, a hint of bitterness crossed Lu Yunting's features before he donned a smile. No, that woman is also. People seldom learn from their mistakes. Anyone with a modicum of resistance will continue to stir trouble. If she has forgotten the pain, I shall remind her. Tonight, hand that woman over to me. As for the partner, well, you're not suitable for me. Qiao Xingran declined. Lu Yunting instantly placed his hands on his hips, excitedly inquiring, what do you mean? Am I not worthy? Is it my attire that displeases you? I can change. I just bought a new outfit. No, it is I who am unworthy. Your attire is excessively flamboyant. I fear it will draw everyone's attention. I merely wish to attend the banquet and engage in a bit of brawling. Qiao Xingran was concerned that she would be overwhelmed by his flamboyance. All right, as long as you attend tonight, that suffices. By the way, you must find an exceptionally handsome gentleman to overshadow Yuchen, allowing him to experience the sensation of green clouds looming above. Lu Yunting remarked, linking arms with her. She smiled and added, contact Qiao Xingran for funds, 200 million. To be precise. By the way, several companies have expressed interest in our medication. Would you like to discuss this? Lu Yunting inquired, pulling out his phone. What reputable companies are there? She asked. Your ex-husband's family. Qiao Xingran reminded her. Indeed, your former husband, the Fu family, the Chu family, the Wen family, and also the Bai family. What about the Bai family? She felt a surge of curiosity regarding them. It is rather peculiar. The Bai family has always been engaged in real estate, showing no inclination towards other ventures. Yet, this time, they have actively reached out to us, offering conditions that far surpass those of other companies, seemingly intent on securing a deal. After finishing his statement, Lu Yunting stepped aside to take a phone call. Qiao Xingran's expression darkened, her brows furrowing in concentration. Investigating the Bai family was imperative. If all else failed, she would take action against Bai Siju tonight. The Qiao family. Qiao Jianya furiously hurled his phone to the ground, screaming like a madman. Wang Chumei had never witnessed such a display from him. She frowned and cautiously inquired. What is the matter? 2 billion. They refuse to provide us with the medication unless we can come up with 2 billion. It's outrageous. Damn it. This is infuriating. Qiao Jianya clenched his fists, seething with rage. 2 billion? He wouldn't even consider 1 billion. And now 2 billion was utterly out of the question. Forget it. I won't pursue this any longer. I'll abandon it. At that moment, Wang Chumei decided to relent. No, we cannot concede defeat. The more Qiao Xingran insists we cannot accomplish this, the more determined I become to do so. If it's 2 billion, then so be it. I shall find a way. Only by staying alive can I confront that beast. Ruru, what are you lingering for? Why won't you return? He berated. Upon hearing that he was willing to part with 2 billion for treatment, Wang Chumei was overwhelmed with excitement and embraced him tightly. Once your studies are complete, I will return. Please do not rush. Let us pause for now and wait until Qiao Xingran is divorced. Otherwise, with you protecting her, our efforts will be futile. She gently reminded him. Qiao Jianya nodded in agreement. For now, we shall endure. Rest assured, I will ensure she pays for today as humiliation. There shall never be another like her in this world. They clasped hands tightly, consumed by their animosity. As dusk fell, the city's most luxurious hotel hosted a grand birthday celebration for the heiress. When Yi Yuchen and Yun Zhenjin arrived, the formerly smiling face of Yi Mingzhu instantly darkened. Unable to suppress an eye roll. Sister, happy birthday. Here is the gift I prepared for you. I hope you and brother-in-law share a sweet and happy relationship. Yun Zhenjin offered the exquisite present. Yi Mingzhu responded with a sardonic smile, refusing to accept the gift. She nodded dismissively. Rest assured, our relationship is stable. I will never allow my husband to keep a mistress. Sis, Yi Yuchen called out. All right, since you're here, just sit down. Today is your sister's birthday. Let us not create an unpleasant atmosphere, Bai Siju interjected. They took their seats. Yun Zhenjin bit her red lip, her voice trembling as she asked, Chun, why does my sister always have this attitude? What have I done wrong? You still don't understand my sister's temperament. If you insist on coming, you must be prepared to face the consequences. Moreover, I have told you to keep your distance. You know I will not end up with you, Yi Yuchen replied coldly. Having consumed alcohol, as long as you desire it, we can achieve it. You must be aware of my affection for you, and you know very well that our relationship is impossible. Yun Zhenjin, my feelings for you are merely of gratitude, devoid of romantic inclination. Once matters are settled, do not linger by my side for even a moment longer. Yi Yuchen's expression was one of utter disdain. Chun, before I could complete my sentence, my gaze shifted to the woman entering the room. The previously awkward expression on Yun Zhenjin's face instantly transformed into a smile. A sigh escaped her lips as she remarked, Mrs. Yi is truly Qiao Xingran. She and young Master Fu are indeed a perfect match. The evening gown she wears must surely be the Starlight designed by young Master Fu many years ago. Starlight? The name sounded vaguely familiar to Yuchen, yet he could not recall further details. It appeared that young Master Fu held a particular affection for Qiao Xingran, given that he had designed a gown for her. Observing his countenance, a shadow of discontent flitted across Yun Jinjin's eyes. She lifted her gaze to the woman's face. Qiao Xingran donned a luminescent blue evening gown, her raven locks cascading in large waves over her shoulders. Her fair, luminous skin shone brilliantly under the lights, captivating all attention. Her bright eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, drawing one in with their allure. As their eyes met, Qiao Xingran flashed a sweet smile, gently waving her hand in greeting, which was utterly enchanting. Beside her stood the strikingly handsome Fu Zibao on her left and the flamboyant Lu Yunting on her right. In an instant, she became the focal point of the entire gathering. Yuchen clenched his fist, his eyes narrowing with a fierce intensity. He rose to his feet, but Yun Jinjin reached out to stop him. "Chen, you are divorced. Why concern yourself with her? What business is it of yours?" Yuchen retorted, withdrawing his hand in displeasure, but ultimately resuming his seat. He was reluctant to lose face in public, choosing to endure the situation. Observing this, a faint smile graced Yun Jinjin's lips. Despite Yuchen's frosty demeanor, he still acquiesced to her wishes, harboring feelings for her in his heart. Qiao Xingran truly has a way with the opposite sex, Yun Jinjin mused, recalling what Butler Lu had previously mentioned. "Chun, being publicly humiliated is quite disgraceful. Why not announce to everyone that you are already divorced?" she subtly suggested. However, the man merely sipped his red wine in silence, leaving her to remain quiet. Under the scrutiny of Yuchen's icy glare, Fu Zibao leaned closer to Qiao Xingran, whispering, "He seems to be feeling jealous." "Jealous? Will that be the end of the world?" she inquired playfully.